Chapter 1. My base is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Parallel world. Black continent, northern region. Even by the seaside, the heat waves rolled in relentlessly. Lu Wu leapt off the vessel, counting the boxes of Dragon Country liquor, his brow furrowing as he shouted, "Tony, you've shorted me 3 boxes again." A burly black man aboard the ship chuckled, keeping his head down as he counted the money. He replied in fluent dragon language, "Boss Lu, don't be so picky. The situation in Leviathan country has become chaotic again. You'll make a fortune." Preposterous. I'm merely selling liquor, not arms. How could chaos improve business? Lu Wu laughed and scolded, not genuinely concerned. Tony was a good partner, albeit somewhat stingy otherwise. He was quite reliable. Years ago, when Lu Wu first arrived, he was fortunate to have Tony's assistance, allowing him to establish a foothold in the tumultuous Black Continent. Your Dragon Country liquor is remarkable. Certainly, the profits have doubled. I'm willing. Of course I am. Tony nodded vigorously. But Lu, you won't back out, will you? Have you had too much to drink? No. I'm just exhausted from running the supermarket and wish to venture into a different business. Lu Wu tossed the keys to Tony, waving as he sprinted towards the ship. So, farewell for now. I'll come to see you in a few days. Tony, seemingly genuinely concerned about Lu Wu's potential change of heart, clutched the keys, jumped into his car, and sped away, quickly vanishing from the beach. Lu Wu stood at the bow of the ship, stamping his foot on the deck, producing a dull thud that he glanced around, noting the absence of others, as they had deliberately chosen less crowded areas for deliveries. System, retrieve this vessel. Upon his command, the cargo ship beneath him vanished, and he plunged into the water. Ding! Recovered 65 tons of scrap metal, including steel, copper, and aluminum. Can be extra. As he spoke, Lu Wu tossed a small bag onto the ground, the sound of steel clashing echoing sharply. A tall, slender pirate approached, casting a puzzled glance at the bag before prodding it open with the muzzle of his gun. His surprise was evident as he exclaimed, "Gun parts?" After fiddling with it for a moment, he scoffed, "Is this what you call a big deal? Just a bunch of broken AK-47 parts." "I told you it's hard to explain. Let your boss take a look," Lu Wu replied, his demeanor nonchalant. With 2 female bodyguards by his side, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further explanations with these lowly ruffians. The tall pirate furrowed his brow, then tossed the bag to another crew member, saying, "You take this to the boss and see what he thinks. You'd best hurry, otherwise, your boss might blame you for wasting his time," Lu Wu added, glancing at the rifles clutched by the men around him, which he regarded with disdain, akin to looking at heaps of refuse. Before long, the roar of a motorcycle approached. The pirate who had just left returned, revving his bike as he swerved through the slums until he reached Lu Wu, shouting, "Hurry! The boss wants to see you. Get on." Lu Wu couldn't help but chuckle at their urgency. It seemed that the price he had considered earlier could be raised. Without hesitation, he mounted the motorcycle, speeding deeper into the slums, flanked by Hong Mei and by Shui, who kept pace beside him, providing a protective presence. Fortunately, the motorcycle's speed was not excessive in the cramped confines of the slums, allowing the 2 women to remain relatively inconspicuous. After winding through the narrow alleys, they arrived at a larger section of the slums. Lu Wu followed the pirate inside. Upon entry, they descended a slope, moving over 100 meters underground, where they opened a large door, revealing an entirely different world. It was a vast subterranean cavern, a bomb shelter, or perhaps an underground bar. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and the clamor of men and women indulging in drink and drugs. However, upon Lu Wu's entrance, a burly black man shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to Lu Wu at the door. Upon seeing the imposing figure, Lu Wu was momentarily taken aback. With trademark dreadlocks, a red bandana wrapped around his forehead, a handlebar mustache, and a beard adorned with beads, his attire resembled that of a medieval pirate, complete, with a sword at his waist. Was this the Caribbean's Jack Sparrow? But how had he become black? "Where did you acquire this?" the pirate leader inquired, eyeing Lu Wu as he caressed an AK-47 with an almost reverent touch. At first glance, the weapon appeared similar to any ordinary AK-47, but upon closer inspection, it exhibited significant enhancements in detail. In firearms, even the slightest deviation can lead to vastly different outcomes. Thus, minor improvements can yield substantial advancements. A makeshift AK-47 might cost a couple of $100s, while a factory-produced one could fetch over $1,000. The highest quality models, favored by special forces or wealthy collectors, could command prices exceeding $10,000. The pirate leader possessed such a weapon, a symbol of his superiority over his subordinates. Yet now, with the arrival of this new gun, he regarded his former weapon as mere junk. Seeing the leader's reaction, Lu Wu understood that the AK-47 provided by the system had surpassed any comparable model in the world. You need not concern yourself with the source, I assure you, whether in terms of supply, quantity, or quality, it is utterly reliable, with no hidden conditions, only that you have the funds to purchase, Lu Wu stated calmly, maintaining eye contact with the pirate leader. The leader narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Wu before extending his hand with a smile. My apologies, Boss Lu. I haven't introduced myself. I am Jack, and I believe we can have a serious discussion. Upon hearing Jack's introduction, Lu Wu was convinced that this man was indeed a film enthusiast. However, while others might dress up for fun, this individual had genuinely immersed himself in the role of a world-renowned pirate leader. Captain Jack, your discernment certainly surpasses that of your subordinates, Lu Wu remarked with a grin. Jack beamed at the compliment, gesturing for Lu Wu to sit. Come, let us talk over drinks. It's quite the coincidence most of the fine liquor here was sourced from you, Boss Lu. Yet I didn't expect you to pivot to arms dealing. Is this merely a casual endeavor, or do you intend to pursue this long-term? Lu Wu remained unfazed by Jack's probing questions as he settled into the sofa, with Hong Mei and Bai Shui shadowing him like ethereal specters, their presence not drawing undue attention, perhaps one of their inherent abilities. After taking a sip of his drink, Lu Wu nodded. Naturally, I plan to engage in this long-term. As I said, if you have the money, I can supply anything you desire. For instance, I see that Captain has at least a few hundred brothers. Acquiring 1,000 AK-47s to replace those inferior weapons would enhance your combat efficacy by at least 50%. At Lu Wu's words, the expressions in the room shifted. Thoughts raced through their minds. Point one of Jack's men, visibly displeased, retorted, Boss Lu, your guns are merely newer than ours. How can you claim our weapons are trash? Lu Wu seized the AK-47 from Jack's grasp, removing the magazine and gripping the barrel, bringing it down forcefully against the ground with a resounding thud. Then he turned, piercing a coconut with the muzzle, raising it high as the shell, flesh, and juice filled the barrel. Finally, he placed an ashtray over the action and muzzle, allowing ash to stream into the gas port and bolt mechanism. In the next moment, Lu Wu hurled the weapon backward. Hong Mei caught it, pulled back the bolt, and aimed while Bai Shui stood before her, the barrel resting on her shoulder, held firmly by her hands. Then, in the midst of the crowd's astonishment, the two women aligned their aim at the farthest wooden pillar in the cavern. Get back. It's going to blow, someone shouted in alarm. Yet Lu Wu remained unfazed, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The magazine emptied in rapid succession, smoke billowing as Lu Wu tossed the weapon to the disgruntled crew member, coolly stating, Now, do however, my brothers do not regard shooting accuracy with great importance. If necessary, we can simply fire a few more shots. At this price, I can only procure a few dozen, to be allocated for some special brothers. After all, with so many to support, my finances are rather constrained. Upon hearing Jack's price, which was 10 times his intended amount, Lu Wu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Yet he restrained himself and smiled, saying, Captain Jack, you are being modest. Over the years, you have certainly engaged in several lucrative ventures. You cannot be short of funds. Indeed, the accuracy you mentioned may not hold much significance for you, which is a valid point. However, high precision is certainly preferable to low precision, is it not? Since we have reached this juncture, and you are my first business partner, let us negotiate favorably. If you purchase 1,000, I shall offer you a 50% discount. What do you say? Jack's eyes lit up as he EXC. Chapter 5. Heavy machine guns, speedboats, and rocket launchers. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, even Captain Jack, who was already prepared, was momentarily taken aback. Firearms are one thing, but you even possess torpedo boats? Goodness, is this still piracy? It feels more like a naval operation. Traditionally, pirates employ a pack-of-wolves strategy, operating a dozen or even dozens of dilapidated speedboats, wielding the same old inferior AK-47s, and a few RPGs would be considered heavy weaponry. They prey on unarmed oil tankers and merchant vessels with ease, but encountering a few heavy machine guns could spell trouble. As for torpedo boats, well, let's not go there. Jack grew increasingly wary of Lu Wu. All right then, let us purchase other items that are more suitable for you. Heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and speedboats, these must be your essentials, correct? They are all outside, you may take a look. The quality and price will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. As Lu Wu spoke, he headed outside. Jack hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, stepping out under the protection of his numerous subordinates. This time, Lu Wu rode his motorcycle ahead, swiftly arriving at a desolate beach. The area was strewn with rocks, and the swift currents made it unsuitable for port activities or fishing. This was the very spot where Tony delivered goods to Lu Wu, a well-concealed location. Lu Wu walked directly towards a pile of massive rocks, disregarding the occasional furtive glances from the pirates aiming their AK-47s at him, as they remained quite cautious. System: exchange for an 89 type vehicle-mounted dual-purpose heavy machine gun. Ding! Deducting 38 kilograms of raw materials, successfully exchanged for one 89 type vehicle-mounted dual-purpose heavy machine gun. Lu Wu felt a surge of excitement as he tossed the exchanged gun behind the rocks, then pretended to retrieve it, emerging with a sleek, dark heavy machine gun. Behold, this is the domestically produced 89 type vehicle-mounted dual-purpose heavy machine gun, featuring a caliber of 12.7 millimeters. It can be utilized for close-range air defense as well as flat shooting towards the sea, with a range of approximately 1,500 meters, capable of firing between 450 to 600 rounds per minute. After explaining, Lu Wu turned to Jack and said, "Use your binoculars to estimate the distance to that humanoid rock formation." Military binoculars are equipped with scales, and as the pirate leader, Jack possessed an exceptionally accurate pair. After taking a look, he replied, "It's over 2 kilometers, approaching 3 kilometers. Are you planning to test the gun?" Lu Wu shook his head with a smile. "Haha. No. This time you are here, so there's no need to say my marksmanship affected the shooting results." Jack nodded, and several of his subordinates approached, securing the heavy machine gun at the base of a coconut tree, and one of them began firing. Bang! 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 The deep, resonant sounds of the heavy machine gun echoed, and it took a couple of seconds before white puffs appeared on the distant rock, the surface charred from the impact, revealing the pale stone beneath. Effective range of 2,700 meters. Jack exclaimed in astonishment. This nearly doubled the original effective range. For pirates, this was immensely significant. "How much for one?" Jack inquired eagerly. Lu Wu shook his head, continuing to walk forward, smiling. "Let us complete the viewing before discussing prices. A heavy machine gun alone cannot exhibit its true effectiveness." In his mind, he had already calculated the price, estimating it to be 100 times the raw material cost, which seemed appropriate. After all, the transaction price for an AK-47 was 200 times the profit. Naturally, the more expensive the item, the lower the profit margin would be. It is unreasonable to sell something worth 100 million for 2 billion. This heavy machine gun, weighing 38 kilograms, was over 9 times heavier than an AK-47, easily justifying a price of 20,000 meters. Perhaps I should still extend 5 fingers later? No, let us cast the bait first and calculate together afterwards. System: exchange for the Sea Walker 1. Ding! Deducting 2.1 tons of raw materials, successfully exchanged for Sea Walker 1 unmanned vessel. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Wu exhaled in relief. He had initially believed he could not exchange for it, only to find out he had just enough materials. Goodness! Lu Yu! You actually managed to acquire this. Upon seeing Sea Walker 1, Jack nearly leapt with excitement. As a pirate leader, speedboats were their lifeblood, and no one loved researching speedboats more than he did. "Ah, it seems we've encountered an expert, so I need not elaborate further, right?" Lu Wu smiled. Jack, fervently caressing Sea Walker 1, exclaimed, "Last year, Dragon Country released the fastest unmanned vessel in the world, measuring 12.2 meters in length with a full load displacement of 7.5 tons and a cruising speed exceeding 50 knots. Not only does it feature a highly automated remote-controlled weapon station, but it also possesses a fully automated sentry mode, capable of automatically tracking targets and equipping heavy machine guns for combat. Rumor has it that under favorable sea conditions, it can achieve a terrifying speed of 70 knots. I never imagined I would one day own such a speedboat. This vessel is associated with Dragon Country. Lu Wu interjected, "It has no relation whatsoever. I have mentioned this before, you need not worry about that. As for performance, you needn't be concerned either. This speedboat can effortlessly reach 60 knots, with a maximum speed of 80 knots. 1 knot is equivalent to 1.8 kilometers, meaning 80 knots translates to a speed of 144 kilometers per hour. Even cars on highways would be fined for exceeding such speeds. When night falls and fewer people are around, you can have your subordinates look for an opportunity to test it. Additionally, the vessel's design is stealthy, constructed entirely of carbon fiber, featuring autonomous learning, self-networking capabilities, and triadic autonomous obstacle avoidance functions." Jack suddenly remarked, "If I recall correctly, some of these features were not originally included?" "Indeed. Hence my assertion that this is a remarkable value," Lu Wu affirmed. "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, its weapon system is not limited to just heavy machine guns. It can also be equipped with UB-32 universal launch rails, capable of firing S-5 rockets, with a 32-tube configuration of 57mm rockets." Jack, breathless with excitement, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "How much? What is your asking price?" Chapter 6. A modest goal of 100 million. Observing Jack's excitement, Lu Wu felt a sense of assurance and smiled gently, saying, "As for the price, it's negotiable. You can decide what you think is fair." Jack shook his head, offering a wry smile. "One thing I dislike about you Dragon Kingdom folks is that many seemingly simple issues carry profound implications. You say to decide what I think is fair, but if I propose a lower price, you surely wouldn't accept it. It would be more straightforward if you just quoted a fixed price." "Very well, then. Let us set a fixed price. This vehicle-mounted machine gun is priced at 22,000 meters per unit. If you order in bulk, I can offer a discount. What do you think?" Lu Wu inquired, gesturing toward the vehicle-mounted machine gun cradled in the arms of a burly black man behind Jack. Given its superior performance compared to other heavy machine guns, this price was indeed reasonable. Jack nodded in agreement. "That's acceptable. I'll take 100. How about 20,000 meters each?" "Agreed. That totals 2 million meters." Lu Wu chuckled inwardly, feeling triumphant. This UB-32 universal launcher can be compatible with the weapon modules of unmanned speedboats. As for the quality, it rivals the authentic products from the Bear Country, priced at 100,000 meters each, Lu Wu continued. And for the S-5, which fires a 32-tube 57mm rocket, the price is 500 meters each. These prices are quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Jack nodded without hesitation. "Fair enough. I'll take 20 sets of launchers and 640 rockets. But how much for the unmanned speedboat?" 2 million plus 320,000. "That seems reasonable," Lu Wu replied. In truth, Lu Wu was not particularly keen on selling the rockets, as the profit margins were minimal. Each rocket weighed over 10 kilograms and was priced at only 500 meters, yielding a profit that was merely a fraction of that of an AK-47. However, selling them was essential to elevate the price of the speedboat. Thus, he aimed to secure a significant profit from the speedboat transaction. No, it was not merely about profit. It was about earning a substantial sum. His modest goal was to make 100 million. The pirate leader had seized several oil tankers exceeding 100,000 tons, and such funds were indeed available. With a smile on his face, Lu Wu declared, "We Dragon Kingdom people value auspiciousness. The price is 880,000 meters per boat. No negotiations." Jack's anxious expression faded, replaced by a steely demeanor reminiscent of a pirate leader. He shook his head, saying, "Boss Lu, this is merely a speedboat with a few tons of displacement, not a vessel of several tons. And this price is in meters, not your Dragon Kingdom currency. I am not a gullible sheep to be easily fleeced." Lu Wu remained unfazed, maintaining his smile as he nodded. "I understand your perspective. After all, you have yet to truly grasp its capabilities. Value has never been measured solely by size. A missile weighing several dozen kilograms can command a far higher price than a rocket weighing several hundred kilograms. Wouldn't you agree?" Jack remained unmoved, asserting, "Your speedboat is indeed swift and boasts commendable stealth capabilities. But it is merely an advanced vessel that ultimately relies on the heavy machine guns and rockets mounted on it for its prowess. While our speedboats may be inferior, they can be modified with a few personnel to operate them." After a brief pause, Jack continued, "You should be aware that at the turn of the last century, there was a massive clearance sale. Soldiers from the Bear Country were selling improved RPG-7s for 10 meters each, with a buy 5 get 1 free offer, and an additional 40 rockets thrown in for good measure. In just 1 year, they sold 200,000 RPGs, along with over 3,000 tons of rockets and landmines, with a box of anti-infantry mines priced at merely 100 meters. To be honest, I also purchased some back then, and it was those very items that led me down this path. I still have some stock left. Your items may not be essential to me. Lu Wu shook his head and refrained from responding, inwardly commanding, "System, send me the live ammunition test video." Ding. Deducting 10 points. The live ammunition test video for Shihong number 1 has been sent. The host can retrieve it. In the next moment, Lu Wu pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, which had several buttons on them. He pressed one and handed them to Jack, saying, "Put these on. This is a new product developed by our company that will allow you to experience it firsthand." Upon donning the sunglasses, Jack, like many first-time VR users, began to flail about, exclaiming in excitement, which appeared quite comical to onlookers. Yet Jack was oblivious to their reactions, as he felt himself transported to a battlefield filled with smoke, standing on the Shihong number 1 speedboat, surrounded by mines, artillery, bombs, and heavy machine gun fire. He maneuvered left and right, quickly breaking into a sweat, exhilarated by the experience. The speedboat moved with the agility of elite special forces, skillfully evading attacks while countering with heavy machine guns and rockets, akin to a super sharpshooter extinguishing enemy firepower, even downing several armed helicopters. After a considerable time, Jack removed the sunglasses, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression somewhat dazed, before passing them to a confidant beside him for another round of experience. Lu Wu took his time, observing each pirate's reaction as they experienced the demonstration. "How do you find my product? Surely, cannot be compared to those items manufactured and stored for 2 to 3 decades. Seeing the dazed expressions of the pirates, Lu Wu smiled. Jack regarded Lu Wu seriously, asking, "Boss Lu, is this video not a virtual simulation, but rather an authentic live ammunition test video?" Lu Wu turned, mounted his motorcycle, and casually tossed Jack a mobile phone, saying, "Use this to contact me. Tomorrow at this time we shall finalize the transaction for the firearms and rockets. As for the speedboat, if you are skeptical, I can let you test it for a day. I will await your response tomorrow." Jack caught the phone, slightly surprised, and chuckled. "Boss Lu, you trust me so readily? Very well, how about you just give me that old oil tanker?" Chapter 7. The Humanoid Arsenal and Oil Tanker? Jack was momentarily taken aback before recalling. Astonished? "You mean that wrecked ship at Whale Beach?" "Indeed. What do you intend to do with that dilapidated vessel? Furthermore, moving it would be quite the challenge. The transportation costs alone could purchase 10 of those rusted ships. Otherwise, I would have sold it long ago. That is of no concern to you. Will you deliver it or not?" "Oh, right, I also want that battered motorcycle." Lu Wu revved the motorcycle, preparing to depart. "Haha, if you manage to take it away, I should thank you as it will provide me with an additional waterway." Jack chuckled. Years prior, Jack had led his crew in a significant operation, attacking a colossal oil tanker weighing 200,000 tons. However, the crew and security personnel fiercely resisted, and Jack's team utilized RPGs to bombard the tanker's engine. Ultimately, the crew abandoned ship, and Jack's team towed the battered vessel back, selling the oil at a meager price. The tanker then sank into the shallows, leaving only a small portion visible, obstructing a shipping lane. Hearing Lu Wu's words, Jack, though perplexed, felt a sense of willingness. Lu Wu rode off on the motorcycle, accompanied by Hong Mei and Bai Shui, swiftly departing. Strange, quite peculiar, Jack mused, watching the trio leave, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. Whatever the case, as long as these treasures are genuine, that is what matters. "Boss, should we follow them to see what they're up to?" one of Jack's confidants whispered. Jack hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "It's merely a wrecked ship. Whatever their scheming is of no concern to me. Besides, there's something off about him. As they say in the Dragon Kingdom, his depths are profound. Let us not provoke him. As long as we can reap benefits, that suffices." In the dense coconut grove, Lu Wu quietly inquired, "Hong Mei, they did not follow us, did they?" "No." "Boss." "Good. Lu Wu replied, a smile spreading across his face. Today, he had expended all his resources, weather points or the 6.5 tons of raw materials exchanged for the cargo ship, all completely consumed. This broken ship was the solid foundation for his rise. Gazing at the portion of the tanker exposed above the sea, resembling a small island, Lu Wu could hardly contain his excitement. System, is it possible to recover from several hundred meters away? As long as the distance from the host does not exceed 1 kilometer and the weight is below 100,000 tons, it can be recovered. Then let us expedite the recovery. Lu Wu exclaimed joyfully. Ding! Recovered 38,000 tons of scrap steel, equivalent to 3,800 tons of raw materials. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Wu was elated once more. A giant oil tanker capable of carrying 200,000 tons of crude oil, even with some vital equipment dismantled by Jack's pirate crew, still weighed a substantial 30,000 tons. Instantaneously, the massive oil tanker vanished from the surface of the sea, creating a vast void as the ocean surged in with a tremendous roar, stirring up a torrent of silt that spread in all directions. However, Lu Wu had no time to dwell on this. He rode the motorcycle, accompanied by the two women, hastily making his way toward the city. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system. Exchange for 100 Type 89 dual-purpose machine guns, and 100 of the Type 0214, 5mm heavy machine guns as well. Ding! Deducted 3.8 tons of raw materials. Successfully exchanged for 100 Type 89 heavy machine guns. Deducted 7.3 tons of raw materials. Successfully exchanged for 100 Type 02 heavy machine guns. Each comes with a base of 500 rounds, totaling 100,000 rounds. As Lu Wu beheld the two stacks of long wooden crates materializing in the system space, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The Type 89 was valued at 20,000 each, totaling 2 million. The Type 02 could easily fetch 50,000 each, with even 100,000 not out of the question. As for the 100,000 rounds of ammunition, selling them at an average of $5 each would effortlessly yield several hundred thousand. System additionally exchange for 100 UB-32 universal launch rails and 640 S5, 32-tube 57mm rockets. Lu Wu had no intention of selling the rockets, which offered substantial profits, and this exchange conveniently met the agreed quantity. The universal launch rails, however, had been over-exchanged. Ding! Deducted 18 tons of raw materials, successfully exchanged for 100 UB-32 universal launch rails. Deducted 7.3 tons of raw materials, successfully exchanged for 640 S5, 32-tube 57mm rockets. Bonus of 157mm rockets. Having utilized scarcely 37 tons of the 3,800 tons of raw materials, less than 1%, Lu Wu reveled in the experience of becoming a humanoid arsenal. This was akin to generating wealth. With his spirits lifted, Lu Wu's expression grew more serious as he firmly instructed the system. Now, exchange for 100 Haixing No. 1 unmanned speedboats. Ding! Deducted 210 tons of raw materials. Successfully exchanged for Haixing No. 1 unmanned speedboats. Bonus of 10 weapon modules. Upon hearing the system's bonus, Lu Wu was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. This was the core component of the unmanned speedboats. Receiving 10 modules was nearly equivalent to gaining 10 unmanned speedboats, each easily sellable for 200,000 to 300,000. System, recover this motorcycle for me. After exchanging for all the necessary weapons, Lu Wu had already entered the city. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he spoke directly to the system. Ding! Recovered 138 kilograms of scrap steel, equivalent to 13.8 kilograms of raw materials. Even the smallest gain is still a gain, Lu Wu thought, as he envisioned transforming it into an AK-47, which could fetch thousands. However, he had no time to ponder further and strode ahead. Sir, are you here to look at cars? This sports car. Do you have any trucks? Chapter 8. A truck full of. As Lu Wu spoke, he left everyone in stunned silence. This was a 4S dealership, arguably the most upscale one in this war-torn and impoverished nation. The staff consisted of young and beautiful Eurasian women, embodying the epitome of affluence. In this country, while the wealthy were not abundant, they certainly existed, and when they chose to spend, they revealed themselves as true invisible tycoons. Individuals like Jack the pirate were not uncommon here. However, no one had ever outright requested a truck upon entering. Had it not been for the two stunning women accompanying Lu Wu, the security guard would have likely dismissed him as a deranged troublemaker and thrown him out. Yet, Lu Wu was the one to take the initiative. He pulled out a thick wad of cash, worth around 40 to 50,000, and tossed it to the bewildered Oriental woman, saying in Mandarin, "Are you also a descendant of the dragon? Please procure a truck for me regardless of its condition, so long as it can be driven and has a load capacity of over 20 tons. The woman snapped back to reality, clutching the money to her chest, and exclaimed in Mandarin, yes, I am from the Dragon Nation. Sir, please hold on. I will quickly fetch the vehicle for you. In this chaotic country, acquiring an old truck was exceedingly simple. Even through legitimate means, it would cost no more than 20 to 30,000, allowing her to pocket a significant sum. Naturally, she was thrilled. She discreetly handed 20,000 to a security guard with a few whispered instructions, then returned to Lu Wu with a smile, saying, "Sir, please wait a moment. I can have this sorted in half an hour. By the way, my name is Yi Zhuqing. Feel free to reach out to me for anything you need." Lu Wu had initially considered using the system to exchange for a military off-road vehicle, such as a Hummer or a Mengsher. However, after some contemplation, he realized that would require 2 to 3 tons of raw materials, enough to procure a drone boat or other weaponry worth over $1 million. Such an expenditure could instead purchase several Hummers or Mengshis. Thus, he decided that it was far more prudent to purchase directly with cash, as he still needed to be financially astute. "Do you have a Mengsher?" Lu Wu inquired casually, as this forest dealership was vastly inferior to those in the Dragon Nation, offering a limited selection of vehicles and lacking rare military models. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was taken aback by Yi Zhuqing's enthusiastic response. "Yes, well, not exactly in the store, but I have a way to obtain one." Lu Wu was surprised and asked, "You mean you have a channel for purchase?" "I specifically want a new one." Yi Zhuqing smiled and explained, "Due to the ongoing turmoil in the Liao country, the demand for military off-road vehicles is quite high. They are not overly expensive, yet their capabilities are vast and formidable, making the market very lucrative, and everyone is eager to partake. I happen to be one of the representatives selling Mengsher vehicles here." "How much? How long?" Lu Wu asked succinctly. 120,000 meters, and it will take 2 hours. Yi Zhuqing replied, pausing briefly before adding, "However, sir, since you were so generous earlier, you may simply provide an additional 100,000. All right." Lu Wu nodded, not bothering to haggle as the price was indeed fair. Moreover, even if he chose to forego the vehicle, he could return it to the system and receive more than 200 kilograms of raw materials, allowing him to exchange for several weapons and still recoup his investment. "There's no rush for the vehicle. I will come to collect it tomorrow." By now, evening had fallen, and Lu Wu did not wish to wait for 2 hours. He departed immediately. Not long after, he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, lying on the vast bed of his presidential suite, drifting into a deep slumber. Hong Mei and Bai Shui took turns massaging his shoulders, head, and legs. In truth, he was genuinely fatigued, having not rested since acquiring the system, and prior to that, he had been busy receiving the wine sent by Tony. After a night of recuperation, Lu Wu returned to the 4S dealership. The 2 vehicles he had requested, a used truck and a brand new Mengsher military off-road vehicle, were already parked in the luxurious dealership garage, standing out among the elegant cars. "Here." Lu Wu tossed a bag of money to Yi Zhuqing. This cash was his own, accumulated over the years, but withdrawn through the system's capabilities. He certainly would not have carried such a sum before. "Have a safe journey, sir." Under Yi Zhuqing's watchful gaze, along with the astonished and envious stares of others, Lu Wu climbed into the Mengsher, taking the wheel himself. Bai Shui, meanwhile, clambered into the truck, driving ahead to clear the way. In Liao country, even the roads in the capital were not in prime condition. While the off-road vehicle handled well, the truck rattled and shook, with various items clattering about. Amidst this turbulence, the truck felt increasingly weighted down, yet it also seemed to drive more steadily. Beneath the thick tarpaulin, large wooden crates materialized as if by magic, soon filling the truck to capacity. Could a truckload of weapons yield enough profit to fill another truck? Lu Wu pondered this thought, He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number, which connected swiftly. Meet me at the Juba Valley in 1 hour. By the way, you can bring extra supplies. I have new items for you. Chapter 9. The Red Rose establishes authority and commences trade in the realm of arms trading. The foremost necessity is, of course, currency. As pirates, even if they were to venture into the so-called World Bank's territory to open an account, their funds would likely be frozen, making cash their primary choice for transactions, followed by gold and other universally accepted currencies. After ending the call with Lu Wu, Jack conferred with his confidants and ultimately resolved to bring an additional 10 million meters in cash. Last night, they had maneuvered their speedboat into uninhabited waters and, after personal testing, had come to trust Lu Wu's words implicitly. What new contraption awaited them? Jack felt a surge of anticipation. Quickly, assemble 40 men, divide into 4 groups, and encircle the Juba Valley. Act upon my command. Meanwhile, Lu Wu sped across the Gobi and wilderness in a brand new Hummer, racing towards the valley. Bai Shui, appearing as a delicate ice queen, seemed ill-suited for the dilapidated truck she drove. Yet, when behind the wheel, even the most seasoned driver would be humbled, as she towed over 20 tons of arms, keeping pace with the Hummer without faltering. A few hours later, both vehicles screeched to a halt on the cobblestone, and Lu Wu entered the valley. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with a torrent of water rushing through the valley, leaving behind only pebbles and coarse gravel, scorched by the relentless sun, a true wasteland devoid of life. Master, there are 10 men approaching from each side of the valley. They are armed with AK-47s, SVU sniper rifles, and RPG-7 rocket launchers. Red Rose, seated in the passenger seat, reported. Lu Wu furrowed his brow slightly and instructed, eliminate them and dispose of their bodies in the river. Understood, boss. Without even opening the door, Red Rose leaped through the small window like a rabbit, vanishing in an instant. How she would simultaneously deal with the armed men on both sides of the valley was beyond Lu Wu's concern. It served as a test of her capabilities. Moments later, a convoy of vehicles entered the valley, the lead vehicle also a Hummer, albeit somewhat worn. Following it were 3 trucks, considerably newer than the one Bai Shui drove. The convoy halted without any sign of movement. Lu Wu, unfazed, disembarked and approached the rear of the truck, pulling back the tarpaulin to reveal neatly stacked wooden crates. At that moment, the door of the second Hummer swung open, and Jack emerged, his face adorned with a broad smile, though his eyes darted about with caution, like a wary rodent. Lu Wu, unfazed, gestured towards the truck, saying, "You may inspect the cargo." Jack nodded, and 5 pirates climbed aboard the truck, quickly producing the sound of wooden crates being pried open. The clatter of weaponry soon followed. "Boss, these are the real deal. Good stuff," the pirates exclaimed excitedly. Jack smiled, about to speak, when a cacophony erupted from above the valley, startling everyone. They looked up to see individuals flying out from the valley, flailing in midair before plunging into the water. The commotion transformed Jack's expression, and all guns were aimed at Lu Wu. In front of Lu Wu, Bai Shui stood protectively, her left hand raised as if brandishing an unseen weapon. The tension was palpable. The seasoned mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that this striking beauty could, in an instant, reduce them to mere fragments. "You have pointed your guns at me for the 3rd time. I find it quite displeasing," Lu Wu remarked coolly. Jack's expression shifted uneasily, and he forced a laugh. "Mr. Lu, you misunderstand. This is merely a precaution. There is no intent to threaten you. The rockets and sniper rifles atop the valley, what do they signify?" Lu Wu scoffed, "If I wished to kill you, your strength would be of no consequence, even if multiplied tenfold." Jack's face stiffened as he realized the truth in Lu Wu's words. Those 2 female bodyguards were akin to war deities. One alone could dispatch the 20 armed men on either side of the valley. How was that even possible? "Stand down," Jack commanded his subordinates. He then approached Lu Wu, extending his hand. "Apologies, Mr. Lu. You know well that many covet my life. I hope you will not take offense at this misunderstanding. Had it not been for this factor, you would have long since been a corpse. Now, let us not waste time. Let us commence." "Very well," Lu Wu replied, somewhat impatiently. "As discussed yesterday, payment upon delivery. Let us begin with the AK-47s." Jack gestured, and over a dozen men climbed onto the truck to inspect, transport, and load the cargo into their own vehicles. The shipment comprised 50 crates of AK-47s, each containing 20 rifles, totaling 1,000, priced at 2,500 meters each, amounting to 250 million meters. "Mr. Liu, please verify," Jack said, as two of his trusted aides placed a suitcase beside Lu Wu and opened it. "There's no need. I do not harbor such intense suspicions. I trust my business partners," Lu Wu stated. Upon hearing this, Jack beamed, feeling quite gratified. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shui had already discerned the authenticity of the cash within the suitcase with a mere glance. Next, we have the Type 89 dual-purpose machine guns, 5 per crate, totaling 20 crates, amounting to 100 units, each priced at 20,000 meters, totaling 200 million. With the initial transaction complete, subsequent dealings progressed swiftly. Lu Wu also had 2 large suitcases prepared. 20 universal rocket launchers and 640 S-5 rockets were swiftly traded, though only one suitcase was required, containing 232 million meters. After several transactions, Jack inhaled deeply, looking at Lu Wu and stated, "Mr. Liu, I have given it considerable thought and am prepared to purchase 20 unmanned speedboats." Chapter 10. Slaughter on the chopping block. Upon hearing Jack's words, Lu Wu chuckled. "There's no rush. Allow me to present the captain with a new gadget." At that moment, Bai Shui opened one of the wooden crates remaining on the truck and effortlessly extracted a heavy machine gun. A series of gasps echoed through the air. This machine gun was quite formidable, especially with its 3 long legs, weighing no less than 70 kilograms, equivalent to that of a robust man. Yet Bai Shui, with her slender physique likely weighing under 50 kilograms, effortlessly hoisted the weapon. Jack's eyes sparkled at the sight of the machine gun. Though he had encountered many heavy machine guns before, he had never seen one as exquisite as this. It was a newly deployed weapon from the Dragon Nation, the advanced 02 model, far superior to the older 89 model. Lu Wu, noticing Jack's expression, smiled knowingly. Although the 02 model boasts a 14.5 mm caliber, which is only slightly larger than the 12.7 mm machine gun, its lethality is nearly double and matches that of many nations' 20 mm anti-aircraft cannons. With a muzzle velocity reaching 3 times the speed of sound, it can penetrate a 20 mm thick homogeneous alloy steel plate at a 1,000 meter distance with a 50-degree angle of attack, capable of breaching infantry fighting vehicles and armored helicopters' protective armor. Theoretically, it can fire 10 rounds per second, easily obliterating even the most advanced attack helicopters, including the Apache. Jack nodded. The U.S. often boasts about its products to make sales. Just days ago, an Apache belonging to a Saudi tycoon was shot down. Their claim of being able to withstand 30 mm cannon fire is nothing but a joke. Lu Wu nodded in agreement but refrained from elaborating. "You should be aware of the various capabilities I just mentioned. However, as per our usual arrangement, mine is a high-quality imitation. Yet, there is a saying in the Dragon Nation, the student surpasses the master. Do you grasp its meaning? It implies that it is superior to the original, where the apprentice exceeds the teacher. Now tell me, in what aspects does it surpass? And how much do you intend to sell it for?" Jack, filled with excitement, quickly countered, "Alas, it seems you are once again preparing to fleece me." Lu Wu shook his head. "Fleece you? I have no interest in exploiting you. Your assets are hardly worth my time. You can assess its value for yourself. For instance, this gun can theoretically achieve a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute, 17 rounds per second. Most importantly, its effective range far exceeds the original's 2 kilometers, reaching an astonishing 4 kilometers. It can even threaten helicopters located 5 kilometers away." Jack's eyes blazed with enthusiasm. This was indeed a treasure. Effective range is not merely about distance. Many 20 mm anti-aircraft guns can reach nearly 10 kilometers, but their effective range is under 2 kilometers due to altered ballistic performance, rendering them less lethal. An effective range of 4 kilometers surpasses that of many 37 mm anti-aircraft guns. The newly equipped 07 model 35 mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun from the Dragon Nation is already priced significantly higher than main battle tanks, with a range of only 4 kilometers. By this metric, the price of this heavy machine gun, even if 10 times that of the 89 model, would still be justified. After all, large-caliber anti-aircraft artillery is costly, especially the most advanced self-propelled artillery, which can be 2 to 3 times more expensive than the latest main battle tanks. This truly is a gold mine. 200,000 per unit. I want 50. Jack urged quickly, aware that if Lu Wu continued to speak, the price would skyrocket beyond imagination. The original material, weighing 73 kilograms, had consumed 730 kilograms of scrap iron, which if purchased, would approximately cost 200,000, yielding a 1,000-fold profit. The crucial point was that these raw materials came from the derelict ship provided by Jack, at no cost whatsoever. However, Lu Wu remained somewhat unsatisfied, as he intended to use this as leverage to firmly place Jack on the chopping block, aiming to achieve his modest goal of 100 million. With only 700,000 amassed thus far, the gap was still significant. Lu Wu smiled. Captain, I can accept this price. However, I believe you will opt for a more expensive version. Huh? What do you mean? Jack asked, startled. Lu Wu gestured towards the river, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. They beheld a speedboat racing around a bend, with the striking figure of Hong Mei, clad in black leather, standing confidently at the bow, her wine-red hair flowing behind her like a banner. Behind Jack, 20 of his dismembered subordinates, drenched and lying on the ground, had just been rescued by their comrades. Upon seeing Hong Mei, they trembled in fear, their faces paling. Do you wish to exact revenge? Lu Wu inquired of one who had fortuitously fallen into the water before being subdued. Laughing, why not use a rocket to take her down and simultaneously test its performance? Boss Lu, I was wrong before. I dare not. The pirate shivered, recalling the grim fate of his comrades, and immediately begged for mercy. Alas, to be a pirate yet possess such timidity, Lu Wu remarked, then turned to Bai Shui. Perhaps you should handle this. Yes, boss. Bai Shui retrieved a special remote control and pressed a button, causing the tarp of the old truck to be blasted apart. A flurry of rockets shot out, igniting a gaping hole in the tarp and revealing a fully assembled rocket nest. To the astonishment of all present, the 57mm rockets, thick as a wrist, were launched towards Hong Mei. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance of several hundred meters. Chapter 11. Effortlessly achieving minor objectives, a total of 32 rockets swiftly descended before the Scarlet Rose. At that moment, several indicator lights on the unmanned speedboat suddenly illuminated, and with a sharp click, a deck at the front of the boat sprang open, revealing a gun barrel that erupted into a barrage of gunfire. Strictly speaking, due to the intensity of the gunfire, the sounds merged into a singular roar, akin to a shower of steel balls cascading upon metal, a cacophony of noise. Flames shot forth from the cannon, and after merely 2 seconds, the sound abruptly ceased. All rockets detonated when they were approximately 100 meters from the speedboat, igniting and plummeting into the water. The speedboat executed a swift drift, halting abruptly on the surface, the splashes of water extinguishing the flames. Silence enveloped the scene. This was an automated anti-aircraft artillery. Jack felt a tremor in his voice, staring blankly at the speedboat on the water, devoid of his usual authority in front of his subordinates. Well, it can be termed automated artillery, though it is certainly inferior in performance to the conventional towed 37mm self-propelled artillery, and the cost is significantly lower, Lu Wu remarked with a chuckle. However, 200,000 USD is indeed remarkably cheap. Jack, even with his dark complexion, felt an unusual flush of red on his face, as if burning with indignation. Wasn't that a ridiculous statement? 200,000 USD? Not even multiplying by 10 would suffice to procure self-propelled artillery. Currently, the most affordable self-propelled artillery with acceptable performance is from a certain country's 1970s models, priced over 4 million USD, while newly equipped artillery from Dragon Country can reach 8 million USD, and that from the Sun Country exceeds 10 million USD. Self-propelled artillery costs twice as much as a main battle tank, a statement not to be taken lightly. The exorbitant price is primarily due to the integration of advanced systems such as search radars, fire control radars, electro-optical sighting systems, and stabilized fire control systems, all of which collectively render it extraordinarily costly. Yet, the heavy machine gun on this unmanned speedboat was hardly inferior to that of self-propelled artillery. I originally had 210,000 points. Scarlet Rose and White Snow had used 200,000. leaving me with 10,000 points, which I entirely invested in upgrading the speedboat's weapons and radar systems, allocating 500 points to each. This cannot be sold cheaply, Lu Wu thought coldly, raising his weapon, preparing to give Jack a stern lesson. There are a total of 50 speedboats here, including 20 capable of mounting the 89 heavy machine guns that I showed you yesterday. The remainder are upgraded versions, capable of mounting both the 89 heavy machine gun and the 02 heavy machine gun. You may understand these as self-propelled artillery at sea, Lu Wu explained, gesturing towards the line of boats on the river. Initially, Jack was quite satisfied with the speedboat equipped with the 89 heavy machine gun, but upon witnessing the upgraded versions, he experienced a stark psychological disparity, rendering his previous enthusiasm utterly tasteless. Boss Lu, just give me a price, so that I can have a clear understanding. Jack spread his hands, exuding a sense of helplessness. 2 million USD per boat. Lu Wu responded. If you have a channel, you could even resell them directly. I wouldn't mind, and you could earn several 100,000 from each. Gasp. Even though they were somewhat prepared, upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Jack and his subordinates were left dumbfounded. The self-propelled artillery on the water, priced at 2 million USD, I find it exceedingly inexpensive. Lu Wu shrugged nonchalantly. If you are unwilling to purchase, I can easily find another buyer in this region. Clients should be easy to come by. I am willing, Jack exclaimed loudly, even raising his hand as if eager to answer a teacher's question. I want them all. Jack had decisively resolved that acquiring these arms would lead to a substantial business opportunity, promising swift returns and even greater profits. Fearing that Lu Wu might retract his offer, Jack turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Quick! Gather all the money, everything, and the gold bars." Lu Wu's heart swelled with joy, yet his expression remained composed as he replied, "Certainly, 20 original unmanned speedboats at 880,000 USD each, totaling 17.6 million US. Here is the operation manual and the control unit." As he spoke, Lu Wu tossed Jack a manual and a controller, akin to a hefty smartphone. 5 individuals approached, wheeling suitcases and stacking the cash beside Lu Wu, the height surpassing 1 meter. Simultaneously, the 20 speedboats arrived at the riverbank, quickly covered with camouflage nets and adorned with branches to disguise them as ordinary boats. These 30 self-propelled artillery speedboats amounted to a total of 66 million US. Jack promptly remarked, "Wasn't it 60 million? Why is there an additional 600,000? The price for the speedboats is separate from that of the artillery." Lu Wu feigned surprise. "Each artillery piece is 200,000 USD, as you stated. Are you complaining it's too expensive?" No, it's not too expensive," Jack hastily replied. As they conversed, the pirates approached with their suitcases and woven bags, realizing they were running short on spare luggage. While White Snow could discern the sum of the money at a glance, she deliberately weighed a stack in her hands, then shook her head. "Only 58 million. We still lack 8 million. Jack felt a bit awkward. "I didn't expect you to provide such such excellent items. I didn't bring enough money." "Can we?" "Cannot." Lu Wu shook his head. "You stated we would exchange cash for goods. I didn't take a single cent as a deposit yesterday, and I even left you an AK-47, an 89 heavy machine gun, and an unmanned speedboat." Lu Wu harbored a firm determination to achieve a minor goal of 100 million, particularly in USD. It appeared that he was on the verge of accomplishing this with remarkable ease. Hearing Lu Wu's words, Jack felt the urge to mention that he had also gifted a dilapidated boat, but the words stuck in his throat. That vessel truly was worthless. "Where is the cash and the bank cards on you? Bring them out first." Jack turned to his subordinates. It must be said that as pirates, they lived a life of seizing the moment with their assets primarily on hand, and they all produced stacks of cash. Their bank cards were all linked to checking accounts. White Snow, unbeknownst to the source, produced a POS machine capable of processing any card from any nation. 8 million USD, neither too little nor too much, was swiftly gathered by the group. 250, 200, 232, 1760, 6600. They precisely surpassed the 90 million mark, still lacking 10 million. Lu Wu pondered briefly before stating, "I will sell you the ammunition for all firearms at a base price, 10 million. Chapter 12. the fastest billionaire to prosper 10 million meters. Jack, who had just sold everything he owned and nearly exhausted all his liquid assets, was taken aback upon hearing this sum. Lu Wu inquired, "Is it too expensive?" For all firearms, a base quantity of ammunition, which includes 400,000 AK-47 rounds, is priced at 1 meter per round. Isn't that reasonable? In truth, this price was somewhat steep, particularly for bulk purchases. However, Jack, undeterred by the hundreds of thousands of meters, replied, "This is acceptable." What about the others? The M2 Browning heavy machine gun from the US is priced at 9 meters per round, while my 89 type weapon, comparable and perhaps superior, is priced at 10 meters per round. Is that unreasonable? Oh, I forgot to mention, Lu Wu continued, under the control system of the speedboat's weaponry. The rate of fire is typically limited to about 1 second, resulting in the discharge of only 10 rounds at a time. Jack's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "So, the ammunition is almost never wasted?" Precisely, Lu Wu affirmed. For instance, when faced with a simultaneous assault of 32 rockets, we only expended around 30 rounds in just 2 seconds. You can calculate the cost-effectiveness. Very well, Jack nodded. At 10 meters per round, for a heavy machine gun with a base quantity of 500 rounds, that totals 5,000 meters, correct? Indeed. Additionally, for the two-type self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery, which also requires 50,000 rounds at 100 meters each. Jack interjected, "Wait, Mr. Lu, hold on. You keep referring to it as self-propelled artillery, but it is merely a 14.5 mm caliber heavy machine gun. These are machine gun rounds, not anti-aircraft shells. 100 meters per round is excessively priced." Lu Wu fixed his gaze on Jack and calmly responded, "Aside from the smaller caliber, what differentiates it from self-propelled artillery? Furthermore, a smaller caliber should be an advantage, as it reduces storage space and weight." Jack gritted his teeth. "Well, fine. The total for the two-type ammunition is 5 million meters. Combined with the 89 type's 500,000 and the AK-47's 400,000, still leaves a shortfall of 4 million. Just a heads up, don't try to substitute with unrelated items. What about the weapon systems for the 10 unmanned speedboats?" Lu Wu chuckled. "Of course, it's the weapon system that fires the 89 type heavy machine gun. If you install it on your existing speedboat, it will be nearly equivalent to an unmanned speedboat. Selling it to you for 4 million is not excessive, is it?" Jack was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. "Not at all. I'll take it. But are you certain it can be installed on a regular speedboat? Aside from lacking stealth and obstacle avoidance capabilities, its attack capability is fully comparable to that of an unmanned speedboat," Lu Wu assured him. "If you find someone brave enough with good boating skills, they might even rival an unmanned vessel." "Deal," Jack decided, only to shake his head with a wry smile. "You really are ruthless, taking 100 million from me. And in meters." Lu Wu laughed heartily. "In our dragon country, there's a saying, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Your investment today will undoubtedly yield greater returns in the future. A person as astute as you cannot be swayed merely by my words. You will surely reap benefits from these acquisitions, or you wouldn't engage in this transaction, would you?" Jack chuckled. "All right, after I digest these items, you must reach out to me for any future treasures. I may consider it, but it's not obligatory." "Your appetite isn't that vast," Lu Wu replied casually. Jack quickly added, "I can recommend some clients to you. I have a significant network in Black Continent. Feel free to do so. Given the quality and pricing of my items, I'm not concerned about sales," Lu Wu remarked, not dismissing the idea. He wasted no time, taking the passenger seat in the armored vehicle as Hong Mei drove, while Bai Shui followed closely in the old truck. Watching Lu Wu depart, Jack felt regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have haggled. These exquisite weapons were indeed worth the price. He also regretted having sent people to ambush along the river. Although he had no intention of engaging in underhanded dealings, it had led to significant misunderstandings, costing him 20 capable men, who, although alive, were now disabled and would struggle to recover. Once out of the pirate sight, Lu Wu allowed Bai Shui to join him in the armored vehicle. With a thought, he commanded the system to retrieve the old truck, instantly acquiring several tons of scrap metal and synthesizing hundreds of kilograms of raw materials. "Congratulations, Master, for becoming the fastest billionaire to amass wealth globally." Although a robot as a product of a super-era system, Hong Mei and Bai Shui not only possessed appearances akin to ordinary humans but also exhibited emotions nearly indistinguishable from those of real people. They discovered that their master preferred being addressed as master, and each time they did so, they could detect an increase in his adrenaline secretion. Thus, when alone, they referred to Lu Wu as master without opposition. At this moment, the enthusiastic Hong Mei exclaimed, expertly maneuvering the armored vehicle at breakneck speed, "Is it truly the fastest, master?" "Indeed," Lu Wu replied with a smile. "Currently, the fastest to rise from nothing is Kylie Jenner, who created a cosmetics brand at around 18 years old, reaching a valuation of 1 billion meters in just a few years. However, in terms of efficiency, my 2-day ascent cannot be compared." Lu Wu humbly remarked, "If possessing a system doesn't facilitate a rapid rise, then that would render me utterly useless. I still need to equip a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fully and fill it with nuclear fuel. 100 million is far from sufficient." At that moment, Bai Shui suddenly interjected, "Master, that fellow just called." As she spoke, she produced a mobile phone and handed it to Lu Wu. "Jack? Yes, looking for me already?" Chapter 13. Repeat customers? A counterattack? As Lu Wu answered the call, a cacophony of engine roars echoed on the line, followed by Jack's excited voice. "Boss Lu, great news. You found a client for me so quickly?" Lu Wu interjected, "Oh, you truly are. How should I put it? A master strategist. You guessed it right away." Jack chuckled. "Boss Lu, in our line of work, there are many peers and partners." Lu Wu, disinterested in correcting his idiom, asked, "What do you need?" "How many?" "Well, Boss Lu, you wouldn't believe it. I just sent a photo over, and that guy was so envious his eyes turned red." "Enough with the chit-chat. I'm pressed for time." "All right, the latest model of self-propelled artillery speedboat, 50 units. Jack continued, "That guy has quite a bit of business on the road and has strong ties with General Jinsha. He also inquired whether you have a land version, something that can be mounted on military off-road vehicles like the Hummer or the WMIK. Lu Wu squinted slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, this was a lucrative opportunity. General Jinsha? Wasn't he the leader of the largest rebel faction in Shiluya? With backing from the Arctic Bear Country, how fortuitous it would be to snatch a piece of this pie. However, this bear was aging, its claws dulled. With the system backing him, what was there to fear? Lu Wu wasted no time. "Yes. How many do you want?" 100 units. "Do you have them?" "Indeed. I can offer you a slight discount, 2 million meters per unit." Jack fell silent, soon breaking into a wry smile. "Boss Lu, your pricing simply doesn't add up. The standard unmanned speedboat is priced at 880,000 meters each. After upgrading to the self-propelled artillery module, you're asking for 2 million. This implies that the value of the upgraded systems, including radar, is 12 million. Your Type 02 machine gun costs 200,000 meters. By my calculations, just the WMIK vehicle alone should be about 700,000 meters." Lu Wu was taken aback. He hadn't calculated meticulously, thinking he could simply name a price. Jack's breakdown revealed the pricing was indeed a bit excessive, considering he had acquired the export version of the WMIK for only 120,000 meters. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from continuing to negotiate, responding with discontent. "Do you think you're just buying parts? The key aspect here is the assembly technology. If I hand you the modules, will you assemble them yourselves? I must clarify that this vehicle-mounted weapon module is unlike the 10 speedboat modules I sold you previously. I can sell you the modules for assembly, but if you ruin them, I will not be held accountable." Jack, resigned, replied, "Fine, it's his money. I'm not overly concerned about that. I also need 1,000 AK-47s and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 Type 89 machine guns and 100,000 rounds. We also need rocket pods and missiles. But do you have larger caliber rockets?" "This order is substantial," Lu Wu remarked. "The lead time may be a bit lengthy." "I understand." Jack began but was cut off by Lu Wu, who stated it may take 2 days to deliver, but certainly no longer than 3. 2 days is considered long? Jack thought to himself, incredulous. As for larger caliber rockets, the Dragon Country's Guardian II, the US M270, and the Bears models. Jack quickly interjected, "That's too large. Too expensive." Just a medium caliber will suffice. How about the S8? It has a 40-round launcher and 80mm caliber, a range of 6 kilometers, and can penetrate 430mm of homogeneous steel. Unless it's facing a heavy tank's frontal armor, nothing can withstand it. You don't have many aircraft, do you? I can modify the air-launched version to ground-to-ground or ground-to-air, excluding the automatic tracking capability. The launcher costs 500,000 meters, and each rocket is 2,000 meters. Lu Wu estimated the price high. He wasn't particularly keen on selling such lower-tier rockets. The S-8 weighs 17 kilograms, selling at 2,000 meters each, equating to less than 120 meters per kilogram, not a great value. Other weapons could fetch hundreds or even thousands of meters per kilogram. Selling larger caliber rockets, however, would be different. While the weight would increase significantly, the price would escalate even more, often starting at tens of thousands of meters, with superior performance justifying a higher cost. Wait, Jack exclaimed. Can the air-launched launchers be modified? The S-5 launchers you sold me were air-launched. Can they be converted to ground-to-ground or ground-to-air? Of course, each modification costs 200,000 meters. Alternatively, you could wait until you have the funds to purchase armed helicopters from me, and then install them directly without the need for modification. Jack responded, All right then, I 1T modify mine for now. We'll need 100 sets of S-8 modified launchers and 5,000 rockets. Please confirm the delivery location as soon as possible so we can prepare for the reception. Several billion meters. Lu Wu's eyes narrowed. Was he truly not bargaining? What a lavish spender. Or perhaps, was he genuinely interested in a black market transaction? By Shui, investigate who has been in contact with that individual. If they can indeed produce several billion meters, we may proceed with the transaction without fear of non-payment. Yes, master. With us around, no matter who it is, they will not escape the obligation to pay. Chapter 14. Can a strong dragon overpower a local snake? Bai Shui departed to investigate Jack and his companions. Lu Wu reclined on Hong Mei's lap, as she expertly massaged his shoulders with one hand while steering the vehicle with the other. They traveled at a swift yet remarkably smooth pace. Meanwhile, Jack was engaged in a video call with his associate Jason. Jason, you heard that brat just now. He is exceedingly arrogant, emerging from nowhere with unfathomable resources. I placed a substantial order, and he had everything ready by the next morning. Your order nearly doubled, and the prices soared several times, yet he remains unfazed, promising delivery within 2 days. Who exactly is backing him? I've conducted a thorough investigation, Jason replied, his demeanor serious. He appears entirely above board. Just 2 days ago he was merely a liquor merchant, a man I know well. But how could he transform overnight into such a formidable arms dealer? It baffles me. In the video, Jason, a man clad in a headscarf and a white tunic, his face obscured save for his piercing eyes, squinted thoughtfully. He possesses equipment from Longhua and Maoxiong, and it's new. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, he even has gear from the Malian nation. These are high-quality replicas, not mere resales or endorsements from either country. This suggests a singular possibility. Jack hastily inquired, What is it? He must have his own arms factory, producing high-quality replicas that surpass the originals. Jason's voice was rife with incredulity. How could that be? Jack exclaimed. Even if firearms were feasible, that automated weapon module is nothing short of divine. Transforming a heavy machine gun into an automatic anti-aircraft gun, its value multiplied by dozens, if not hundreds. Such technology likely eludes even the Malian nation. Jason shrugged, shaking his head. Perhaps it's undisclosed black technology from a major power? But black tech wouldn't be sold at such low prices, nor to someone like you, a pirate. Alternatively, could it be that several major powers have secretly banded together to back an arms dealer? Jack shook his head, increasingly skeptical. The two scenarios you propose are even less plausible than him operating his own factory. Let us abandon this line of thought. Our line of work is inherently fraught with danger. Just tell me, are you in for this deal? Jason's expression turned cold. However, I require a 50-50 split of the final profits. With your ragtag crew, 20 capable hands turned into cripples, you expect a 50-50 split? 60-40. You'll get 40. Jack, seemingly pleased, grinned. Very well. 60-40 it is. When the time comes, we'll coordinate our efforts, and don't even think about double-crossing us. Hong Mei drove swiftly, reaching the capital of Leah in just 2 hours, preparing to meet Yi Zhuqing at the 4S dealership to acquire 100 Hummer off-road vehicles. Priced at $120,000 million each, they could be resold for $700,000, an excellent business. He thought, should they dare to play tricks, they'd soon find out. Lu Wu was unconcerned by threats, only wary of the possibility that Jack might not have sufficient funds. With this in mind, he called Jack, who answered promptly, his voice a mix of affability and confusion. Boss Lu, what's the matter? I'm preparing the weapons, you need to arrange the funds. I'll video call you the day before the transaction to verify the cash you have ready. Jack paused, then quickly replied, of course. Even if we lack sufficient cash, gold will suffice, right? That's acceptable. But it will only be valued at 80% of the $1 million, Lu Wu clarified. Jack expressed his frustration. What do you mean, Boss Lu? Doesn't that mean we'll have to pay significantly more? 1 gram of gold is worth just over $40 million, while a $100 bill is slightly more than 1 gram. I'd rather not move heavier items. Additionally, exchanging it for cash could prove more cumbersome. Lu Wu concluded, therefore, it would be better for you to convert it into cash. Lu Wu ended the call, having arrived at the 4S dealership, where he noticed something amiss. The premises were swarming with several dozen individuals clad in shoddy camouflage, brandishing equally inferior AK-47s. Lu Wu discerned that many were likely from small-scale workshops. Rebels? Lu Wu surmised. I'm not going. Just then, a familiar female voice rang out, laced with alarm and trepidation. Miss Yi, our general personally requests your presence for a drink. Don't be disrespectful. If it weren't for your origins in Longua, we wouldn't extend such courtesy to you. Moreover, you are no longer a citizen of Longua, merely a car dealership attendant now. Lu Wu leaned out to see an officer, commanding and imposing, threatening Yi Zhuqing. The atmosphere inside the dealership was tense, with everyone too fearful to speak. Hey, aren't you selling cars today? I want 100. A voice suddenly shattered the silence. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuqing, who had been teetering on the edge of despair, suddenly lit up with hope. Chapter 15. In times of poverty, tactical interventions. In times of prosperity, bombardments abound. As Lu Wu's words echoed, all eyes turned towards him. Some stood at the ready, while the previously arrogant officer, Sua Simon, paled slightly and murmured, Dragon Nation personnel, Dragon Nation military vehicle, do not move. Without Lu Wu's command, Bai Shui remained undeterred, steering the vehicle towards the entrance of the 4S dealership. Lu Wu's confidence stemmed from the fact that his armored vehicle had undergone a transformation since its purchase. Originally capable of withstanding machine gun fire, it had been upgraded with hundreds of points, rendering its defensive capabilities akin to that of a main battle tank's frontal armor. Stop, my friend. We have urgent matters. This establishment is temporarily closed. Please return tomorrow, Sua Simon instructed, leading a contingent before Lu Wu's vehicle, his tone grave. Your establishment? Lu Wu replied coolly. Not at all. Sua Simon frowned. Your personnel? Neither, but our general, since you claim to be nothing, what business do you have here? A general like you, with merely 30 or 40 subordinates. Do not waste my precious time. Be gone. Lu Wu's demeanor exuded authority, as if scolding a swarm of insignificant insects. These minor nations, particularly the rebels, often had so-called generals commanding only a few hundred men. Their subordinates, many of whom were also called generals, led mere dozens. Compared to the Dragon Nation's generals, who commanded tens of thousands, they were nothing more than tiny worms before a dragon. At this moment, Lu Wu was reluctant to expend any energy on such individuals. Even if you are from the Dragon Nation, you would not dare oppose us. Your arrogance is misplaced. Sua Simon scolded, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. I understand now. You are not from the Dragon Nation. To be so brazen before me is tantamount to courting death. Kill him. Take the other one. We shall use him to establish our authority. Otherwise, anyone may come to challenge the dignity of our free army. As he commanded, dozens of his subordinates sprang into action, displaying tactical acumen as they positioned themselves behind various vehicles, raising their weapons in unison. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, and screams filled the 4S dealership. Stop! Yi Zhuqing cried out in horror, her expression frozen in disbelief. The armored vehicle remained unscathed, its paint pristine, while a formidable stack of rocket systems emerged from the roof, seemingly from nowhere. Coastal multi-barrel rocket system, Yi Zhuqing exclaimed in recognition, having seen this weapon at the recent international military exhibition. The rocket launcher, comprised of 12 cluster launch tubes arranged in 2 rows of 4 on either side and 4 in a T formation at the center, was aimed forward. Each cluster launch tube contains 7 launch tubes, allowing the entire system to unleash 84 rockets in a single volley. Weighing only 25 kilograms when fully loaded, it was classified as a lightweight rocket launcher, with each rocket weighing less than 2 kilograms. In an instant, rockets surged forth, their fiery trails cutting through the air, striking the rebel vehicles that served as cover, obliterating them without warning. The rebels behind them were silenced before they could even scream, meeting their end in a flash. The cacophony of explosions abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. With the upgrades, Lu Wu had ensured that the armored vehicle was not only defensive but also equipped with a formidable weapon system. He had no intention of retreating like a turtle. If the full might of his vehicle were revealed, it would surely leave all in awe. Why do you Black Continent folks brandish your feeble AKs against others? You are not my clientele. I see no reason to indulge you, Lu Wu remarked, observing the dumbfounded Suo Simon outside the vehicle. You dare to kill my men? I will, Suo Simon bellowed, seemingly losing his composure in his fury. Bang! Another shot rang out, a bloodied hole appearing in Suo Simon's forehead. A slender, pale arm emerged from the vehicle, gripping a silenced submachine gun, which had been stealthily drawn, and squeezed the trigger directly at Suo Simon. Daring to strike at my master, you are the first. You must perish by my hand, Hong Mei declared coldly, retracting her arm. As if awakened by the gunfire, the onlookers gazed in terror at the advancing armored vehicle. Yi Zhuqing watched Lu Wu with astonishment, her eyes sparkling with an array of emotions. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Wu interjected, "This armored vehicle is impressive. I shall order another 100. Is that feasible?" Realizing he was merely here to discuss business, Yi Zhuqing felt a pang of disappointment rather than exhilaration at the prospect of a substantial order. Not a problem, Yi Zhuqing replied, regaining her professional smile, though it will require some time. One day, Lu Wu insisted, I will transfer half the payment now. Expedite the process, even if it requires air freight. This amounts to 6 million. You may have the staff count it. You focus on your procurement. I trust they will not dare touch this money, Lu Wu stated, as Hong Mei exited the vehicle, bringing forth 3 luggage cases and placing them beside Yi Zhuqing. At that moment, Bai Shui, who had been sent to gather intelligence, arrived on a roaring off-road motorcycle, skidding to a halt beside the armored vehicle. She removed her helmet, tossing her hair back with an air of confidence. Boss, I have gathered the information. Chapter 16. Black Eating Black. Who was more sinister as Yi Zhuqing observed the series of enchanting women surrounding Lu Wu. An overwhelming sense of despondency washed over her. Such a man resembled a soaring dragon, nearly impossible to catch. However, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset, retrieved her phone, and dialed a special number, engaging in hushed, rapid communication. Meanwhile, Lu Wu departed from the 4S dealership and returned to the previously rented presidential suite. In this war-torn small nation, nearly all embassies were deserted, making this solitary 5-star hotel possibly the only sanctuary. Master, I have investigated and found that the pirate leader, Jack, collaborates with someone named Sothman. Lu Wu waved his hand, exchanging a peculiar glance with Hong Mei, both recognizing the oddity of the shared surname. Bai Shui seemed to sense something amiss. She spread her palm, and her nails suddenly glimmered like tiny lanterns, casting an image into the air. A man strikingly similar to Sothman, who had just been killed by Hong Mei. This is Sothman. He consistently wears a headscarf and veil. Nevertheless, I managed to capture his true appearance, Bai Shui elucidated. He is a general of the Freedom Army, the leader commanding over 800 men with 10 generals, 2 of whom are his brothers. Lu Wu chuckled. Now there's only one left. 800 men is still quite formidable. In this small nation, it's sufficient to be a local warlord. But do they possess enough funds? Bai Shui replied, I have scrutinized their background. They maintain close ties with an arms dealer from the United States, instigating turmoil to profit from arms trafficking. A rather simple scheme. Their finances are relatively robust. Apart from support from the arms dealer, they plundered extensively to amass wealth, collaborating with pirates. They possess assets amounting to hundreds of millions of USD. Of course, that might be their entirety, and they may need additional funds to procure our weapons. However, their collusion with Jack indicates they do not intend to engage in genuine transactions but rather aim to plunder us. Lu Wu grinned. These individuals deserve to be exterminated tenfold. Wealth is welcome, at least it holds some value. Jack, having spared him previously for the sake of our initial transaction, now seems to have caught a significant fish. This time it would be better to eliminate him. Understood. Both Hong Mei and Bai Shui nodded in unison, confirming their readiness to take action. Lu Wu contemplated, should I procure a few more sisters for you? Hong Mei and Bai Shui looked at Lu Wu, their large eyes resembling those of delicate human women, glistening with unshed tears, lamenting, Master, is it our lack of strength? Or perhaps we are not alluring enough? Have you grown weary of us so swiftly? No, it's just that this mission will undoubtedly be perilous, and having just the two of you to protect me. Lu Wu attempted to clarify, somewhat exasperated, astonished that even two robots could exhibit jealousy. Truly, they were remarkably lifelike. Rest assured, Master, my maximum speed can reach 3 kilometers per second, nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Should anyone dare to threaten you, I will eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Hong Mei asserted promptly. Furthermore, my reaction time is a mere 0.001 seconds, and I can simultaneously unleash 2 submachine guns firing 10 rounds per second, effectively targeting 20 different adversaries within a second, 60 in 3 seconds. If you were to provide me with additional magazines, I could take down even more. Lu Wu was momentarily stunned. Wow, now that's a true sharpshooter. Hong Mei extended her arms, revealing dark gun barrels concealed within her fingertips. Continuing, however, my preferred weapon remains my own dual-wielded arms. Not to be outdone, Bai Shui interjected, our primary duty is to protect you, Master. My cloaking shield can withstand the impact of medium-range ballistic missiles, endure a 10,000-ton TNT explosion, as well as small-yield chain reaction weaponry. Lu Wu recalled something, asking, but previously, you mentioned needing to be a kilometer away from a nuclear explosion to ensure my safety? Bai Shui explained, modern chain reaction weapons with over 10 warheads typically yield over 100,000 tons of TNT each. The power of a single warhead is even greater, necessitating a kilometer distance from the explosion. If you feel that is insufficient for your safety, I can be upgraded. Moreover, I am not merely defensive. My offensive capabilities are formidable, Bai Shui proclaimed, shaking her arms, revealing a compartment in her left arm containing a box of silvery chopsticks. These are tungsten alloy rods, harder than diamonds, which I can launch at 30 times the speed of sound, capable of penetrating 10 meters of steel or 100 meters of rock. My right arm contains 50 miniature cruise missiles that, while agile, are less powerful, sufficient only to shatter medium tanks. Lu Wu was utterly astonished. It was the first time he truly grasped the formidable capabilities of these two intelligent robotic beauties. Jack and Sothman scheming to blackmail him? Ridiculous. They could not outsmart him. Chapter 17. The Cat and the Mouse. Upon comprehending the true capabilities of Hong Mei and Bai Shui, Lu Wu abandoned his plan to exchange for the remaining robots. Even if he were to proceed with the exchange, it would not be at this moment. Rather, he would wait until he had received the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Operating such a vessel, no matter how advanced, could not be handled by just 2 individuals. It is worth noting that a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the United States requires a crew of no less than 5,000. Alas, for the sake of my nuclear carrier base, I must strive onward. After dealing with these 2 little shrimp, I must expand my business chain, Lu Wu thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his eyes in the bathtub and said to Bai Shui, who was giving him a massage, "Please call Tony for me." "Master, I can make the call while I massage you." Watch, Bai Shui replied with a smile. The call was quickly connected. Before Lu Wu could speak, he heard Tony's voice. "Lu Gu, what's up? Didn't you manage to seal that big deal? Don't worry, I've saved your shop for you. However, since you wrecked my old ship, you owe me a new one. Just a slightly worse one will do. Lu Wu felt warmth in his heart. This guy truly is a good friend. He chuckled. My big deal is going quite well. I'm planning to involve you this time. Really? Is this for real? Tony exclaimed with delight. What business? Did you close a deal so soon? How much did you earn? Before Lu Wu could respond, Tony hung up the call. 2 seconds later, a video call came through. Lu Wu shook his head with a smile and answered. The next moment, Tony's astonished voice echoed throughout the spacious bathroom. Wow, double non. Such a grand bathroom? Is this a presidential suite? Have you truly made it big? What business are you in? Collecting scrap, Lu Wu replied, observing Tony's bewilderment. To be precise, I collect scrap metals like old ships and cars. The larger, the better, it's quite straightforward. Tony was left dumbfounded, incredulously asking, you really collect scrap metal? Of course, Lu Wu affirmed. In a moment, I'll transfer you 1 million US dollars. Just find me 20,000 tons of scrap steel, and how much you can earn depends on your efforts. Moreover, if you know where there are 20,000 tons of sunken ships nearby, just let me know. That information is worth $1 million. Before Tony could respond with disbelief, he heard the notification sound on his phone. His account had indeed received 1 million US dollars. Wow. Lu Gu, you really... Alright, I'll get it done for you. I won't let you down. I'll find 50,000 tons. Wait, I need to contact those scrap collection stations. As Tony spoke, he closed the supermarket door and dashed out, ending the video call. Lu Wu smiled nonchalantly. Collecting scrap steel was exceedingly simple, albeit a bit troublesome. Tony was indeed loyal, and delegating this task to him was quite agreeable. As for the money given, to Lu Wu it was merely a trifle. The more he gave, the more he would earn. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Wu spent the entire day indulging in leisure within the presidential suite. Early the next morning, Tony called him, stating he had gathered nearly 10,000 tons of scrap iron from all the collection stations within a 100-mile radius, stored at the location where he had previously smuggled goods. Lu Wu, of course, would not send a convoy. Instead, he rode a mountain motorcycle with Bai Shui, arriving at the scrap metal site, where the steel vanished in an instant. Ding! Recycled scrap steel, 9,233 tons, equivalent to 923 tons of raw materials. Current raw materials, 4,705 tons. By the way, system, do you possess any advanced technology that can shield others' vision or memory? I cannot expose my collection of scrap steel. The host can add a shielding function to the recycling assistance system, costing 500,000 points. Additionally, the host can redeem a shielding barrier for external items needing to enter the system space, also costing 500,000 points. Lu Wu had merely inquired casually, but to his surprise, the system indeed had such capabilities. Without hesitation, he redeemed it. In the future, he could recover a warship in front of countless onlookers without anyone being the wiser. How impressive. Just as Lu Wu replied to Tony that he had received the scrap iron, he received a call from Yi Zhuqing. Mr. Lu, the 100 Hummers you requested have arrived. Would you like to come and collect them? Additionally, I have good news. Due to your bulk purchase, the unit price has dropped from 120,000 to 100,000. You only need to pay an additional 4 million. Lu Wu replied with a smile, great, I'll come to collect them right away. The collection process was quite simple. Lu Wu waved his hand and took possession of the 100 Hummers. Yet everyone seemed oblivious, as if they had no idea so many vehicles had vanished. Even Yi Zhuqing appeared confused. System, upgrade the weapon systems of the Hummers. Ding. Deducting 500 points per vehicle. Total cost, 50,000 points. As the system upgraded the Hummers, Lu Wu directed Hong Mei to drive towards the river valley where he had previously been, ready to completely consume these two little shrimp. He dialed Jack's video call and said, point the camera at the cash. Let me see if you really have that much cash. Yes, only then will I trade, Jack replied, his expression tinged with a hint of discontent. You don't want to collect gold, which has kept us busy for 2 whole days. Just make sure you don't cheat us. You must bring quality goods this time, nothing inferior to last time. By the way, where will the transaction take place? Lu Wu sneered inwardly, thinking, "You want to play with me? I will outplay you." However, on the surface, he maintained his smile. "Same place as last time. Hurry up. We should be able to arrive simultaneously." Chapter 18. Do you know what it means to be impressive? The armored vehicle set out once again, traversing familiar terrain, this time without any trucks laden with weaponry. Hong Mei and Bai Shui, the two women, were serious expressions, poised for action, while Lu Wu appeared remarkably relaxed. The rebel forces of the small nation, no matter how formidable, could hardly pose a significant threat, especially since he had chosen a perilous stretch of the valley where heavy weaponry like tanks could not penetrate. It was quite possible that the rebels lacked tanks altogether. To say nothing of Hong Mei and Bai Shui, the rebels lacked even the firepower to challenge the armored vehicle. The only potential threat came from a swift boat version of anti-aircraft artillery, which might only mar the vehicle's paint. However, Lu Wu toyed with two special remote controls, a sly smile playing on his lips, clearly harboring no good intentions. The self-propelled artillery, weapon modules, the more advanced the equipment, the greater the vulnerabilities in certain respects. Hong Mei, driving the vehicle over the rugged terrain, maneuvered faster than on the highway, a true whirlwind. Within just over an hour, they arrived at the riverbank. "Master, allow me to go out first. I'm concerned they might damage the road, making it difficult for the vehicle to depart," Hong Mei suggested. Lu Wu nodded, acknowledging that the enemy could at most use RPGs. Even a barrage of fire would not harm them, but it could turn the riverbank into a quagmire, which would be troublesome. As soon as Hong Mei stepped out, Bai Shui pointed her finger, projecting a holographic image. Besides a faint beam of light connecting them, this fake image of Hong Mei was indistinguishable from the real one. "Master, they are coming," Bai Shui said with a hint of mischief, her other hand projecting a video that provided a live feed from Hong Mei's perspective. This view was akin to that from a reconnaissance aircraft, and it was unclear how high she had ascended to capture the scene. On either side of the valley, numerous figures emerged, totaling no less than 300. Moreover, their weapons were far from the outdated AK-47s of yore. They wielded RPGs, 89 dual-purpose machine guns, and some even carried dismantled 02 heavy machine guns and S5 rocket launchers. In the concealed waterways upstream and downstream, boats stealthily approached, with hundreds more lurking, awaiting their orders. Observing this spectacle, Lu Wu could not help but shake his head and chuckle derisively, as if watching a troupe of clowns perform. Once all forces were in position, Lu Wu's phone rang. Upon answering the video call, Jack's obsequious grin appeared on screen as he ingratiated himself, saying, "Boss Lu, we are almost there. How about you? I am already in the riverway, haha. I am a step ahead of you," Lu Wu replied, extending his phone out the window to survey the surroundings. "Haha. Boss Lu is remarkably swift. Oh, I see your vehicle, but where are your trucks? Where is the armored vehicle?" Jack inquired, as his Hummer and a modified armored transport appeared at the river's mouth. "My cargo has naturally arrived, so you need not worry about that," Lu Wu said, pressing a button on a remote control. "And what about your payment?" In the distance, concealed in the riverway, armored vehicles began to emerge, accompanied by unmanned speedboats. This scene was reported to Jack by the two pirates stationed above the valley, causing him to relax completely as the video feed panned to the armored transport behind him, revealing neatly stacked gold bars, each measuring a cubic meter, for stacks in total, along with a pile of gold ingots. Lu Wu quickly calculated that, as the density of gold is similar to that of water, a cubic meter weighs about a ton, translating to approximately 80 million in local currency for 1 cubic meter, totaling over 300 million with the gold ingots, likely reaching 400 million altogether. "That will suffice," Lu Wu exhaled, a smile gracing his face. Just then, Jack laughed heartily. "Boss Lu, you need not worry about the money. When you are dead, I will burn it for you. Does your dragon country not have a type of currency where 1 note is worth 1,000,000? Ha ha ha. Let us get to work." The last remark was a bellow directed at his intercom. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the two pirates who had been scouting shouted, "Wait, boss, it's a fake." Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from both sides of the riverway. It was RPGs detonating, but they exploded in the hands of the pirates, leading to a cacophony of screams. Some had already launched, but one figure darted forward, catching a rocket mid-flight and tossing it back. "Boss, Boss, the recently acquired self-propelled artillery is useless. A pirate shouted in panic amidst the explosive chaos. General, we have been deceived. Boss, the speedboats are immobilized. However, we have brought other rocket launchers. Oh no, rockets. Inside the armored vehicle, Jack and his associate were left dumbfounded. Across the valley, a figure moved with blinding speed, darting back and forth, almost faster than the eye could follow. With each dash in either direction, screams and roars of explosions echoed, relayed through the intercom. Even a rocket, mere meters from the armored vehicle, was intercepted and obliterated with a single punch. From somewhere, a coastal defense rocket launcher bristling with launch tubes emerged atop the armored vehicle, aimed skyward. Do you know of a method that descends from the heavens? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 19. Customers with ill intent meet their demise. Small rockets, resembling rolling pins, soared into the sky. Jack and Sothman were momentarily perplexed. Rockets ascending? What sorcery was this? In the next instant, the ascending rockets veered, hurtling towards the speedboats concealed in the river. There were specialized man vessels, the original equipment of the pirates, and newly acquired unmanned boats, akin to advanced self-propelled artillery. However, at that moment, the unmanned vessels were all incapacitated. The pirates and rebels had no choice but to board their own speedboats, armed with light weaponry and rocket launchers, rushing towards the battlefield. Yet, before they could even ignite their engines, the rockets arrived. These were not mere rockets. Were they miniature cruise missiles? Anti-aircraft missiles? In the faces of the remaining pirates and rebels, filled with terror, a volley of rockets ascended and promptly descended upon the river, where the hidden speedboats lay, thundering down with devastating force, leaving a scene of carnage. The rockets were controlled with remarkable precision. The defensive capabilities of the unmanned boats were commendable, resulting in minimal damage. Most remained largely unscathed, yet the explosions wrought havoc on personnel. Most of their original speedboats were sunk. In the armored vehicle, Lu Wu observed the spectacle with the awe of a viewer engrossed in a Hollywood war film, relishing every moment. He did not forget to remind Bai Shui, "Remember the direction of the sunken boats. We shall recover them later. Dozens of them, at least several tons in weight, waste not, for one must never forget their roots." This was not a battle. It was a massacre, like a flock of mountain chickens besieging a fierce tiger, only to be instantaneously struck down. Half a minute. Strictly speaking, the actual exchange of fire lasted merely about 20 seconds. The majority of the time was consumed by Hong Mei, who traversed the river mouth, eliminating pirates and rebels alike. The dozens of speedboats lurking in the river were buried beneath 84 rockets in mere seconds. Blood stained the river, but within moments, it returned to its original state. Silence, an eerie, deathly silence, enveloped the scene, for all who had perished were truly gone. Lu Wu harbored no thoughts of leniency towards these individuals. They deserved their fate, and indeed, he had performed a service. With a swoosh, Hong Mei descended, landing before the armored vehicle, her black bodysuit stained not with blood, but imbued with the scent of gunpowder. Bai Shui pouted, feeling that the spotlight had been stolen from her, and expressed her dissatisfaction. "Master, let me take the lead next time. My lethality is formidable too. Do you not wish to accompany me?" Lu Wu inquired. Bai Shui's eyes lit up at this thought. Indeed, being with her master was a delightful prospect. She eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. From now on, I shall accompany my master. Let Hong Mei handle the heavy lifting. Very well, it is time to collect our dues. This commotion may draw attention from the outside. We should depart promptly after everything is settled, Lu Wu said with a grin. Throughout, the conversation between Lu Wu and Jack had remained uninterrupted, the video feed still active. Upon hearing Bai Shui and Lu Wu's exchange, Jack and Sothman finally regained their senses, their eyes wide with terror akin to encountering a demon, trembling as they stammered, "Lu, Boss Lu. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The armored vehicle swiftly turned, approaching the Humvee and armored car. Lu Wu smiled. A misunderstanding? Sothman, as the leader of hundreds of rebels, had faced death more times than Jack. He quickly regained his composure. Knowing death was imminent, he grew braver, snorting disdainfully. "So what if you wish to deceive? Your methods simply surpass ours." Lu Wu's smile faded. his demeanor becoming serious. With a wave of his hand, the sounds of explosions erupted from the riverbank and waterway. Modified armored vehicles, unmanned speedboats, rockets, AK-47s, and more emerged. Deceive? No, I am a legitimate businessman. Do not conflate me with your kind, Lu Wu declared coldly, his tone imbued with arrogance. However, since you broke the rules first, I merely played along. Upon witnessing Lu Wu's miraculous transformation of the situation, Jack and Sothman wore expressions of disbelief. A god. You are a god. Lu Wu shook his head, smiling. No, you are the true deities, for the customer is king. However, should you wish to deceive me, you shall only purchase the illusion of a fa-ade. The goods have been dispatched, and it is time for payment. Bang! As Lu Wu's words faded, Hong Mei raised her hand and fired. The armored transport, designed to withstand small rockets, was pierced through, and Sothman was reduced to a mere spray of blood and flesh. The Humvee, capable of resisting heavy machine gun fire, was similarly no match for Hong Mei's bullets, leaving Jack half a corpse as he succumbed to the inevitable. You've sullied the money. Be more careful, Bai Shui exclaimed, pulling off the tailgate of the transport and eyeing the blood splattered on the stacks of cash with dissatisfaction. This money was already stained with countless blood. Now it bears his blood. An act of atonement, Lu Wu remarked meaningfully, watching the two women collect the money. For piles, each a cubic meter of gold, were transferred to another armored vehicle, completely filling it. The gold bars, adhering to international standards, appeared small, like golden chocolate bars, but weighed 12.5 kilograms each worth over $500,000 US dollars. There were nearly 100 bars, totaling close to a ton, with a value exceeding 50 million US dollars. As for the gold ingots, varying in size and length, their combined weight surpassed 100 kilograms, valued at 7 to 8 million US dollars. 2 million short of 400 million US dollars. It's somewhat imperfect, Lu Wu remarked, then noticed the driver curled up in the Humvee, his eyes brightening. Chapter 20. The shadow of the Bosun Company. Upon observing Lu Wu's expression, Bai Shui immediately grasped the situation and seized the driver, dragging him out. Spare me! Oh God! Allah! Buddha! The driver incessantly cried out, his pleas morphing into various languages as he spoke. He was of mixed European and African descent. His dark skin not entirely pure, and his eyes were filled with terror. Yet, in the past, they had exuded cunning and cleverness. Oh, aren't you the deputy chief of your pirate gang? Lu Wu remarked with astonishment. What was your name again? Wayne? Previously, whenever he encountered Jack, this mixed-race individual had always been by his side, a trusted aide to Jack, with whom Lu Wu was relatively familiar. Hearing Lu Wu's words, Wayne hastily nodded, kneeling on the ground, trembling and continuously pleading. Master, are you going to kill him? Bai Shui inquired softly beside Lu Wu. He was quite astute, not merely Jack's subordinate but also a pawn of the Bosun Company's military trade division. Much of the equipment purchases that had enabled Jack's rise to power were, in fact, orchestrated by him. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Wayne's face turned even more pale with fear. Is this truly a divine being? How could he know all this? Lu Wu, intrigued, replied, to be selected by the Bosun Company as a pawn for a pirate in Africa is indeed a remarkable talent. Yes, I am quite capable. Keep me around. I am of use, Wayne quickly insisted. Boss Lu, spare my life, and from now on, I shall be yours. Please no, Lu Wu exclaimed, waving his hands. Though arms dealers are not virtuous individuals, I am not a villain either, and I refuse to be entangled with pirates. Arms trading is merely business. As long as the price is right, it does not interfere with other matters. You are not my subordinate. Rather, you remain my customer. Lu Wu chuckled. I will spare your life. Whether you wish to be a pirate, a rebel, or a pawn of the Bosun Company, I shall not interfere. However, you do not seem to be one who is content with mediocrity. The items I sold to you a few days ago are still usable. Do you have any thoughts? Wayne, uncertain of Lu Wu's intentions, cautiously asked, Boss Lu, what do you mean? Those are my spoils. I sold them recently, and now I can offer you a second-hand deal at a discount, let us say 80 million. Lu Wu smiled. You could gather the remaining pirates and rebels. You might even surpass Jack's previous development. A flicker of ambition flashed in Wayne's eyes, swelling rapidly. But I don't have that much money. Bai Shui interjected. 80 million may be beyond your reach, but 60 million is still attainable. You've secretly accumulated quite a sum from the Bosun Company, especially from your former boss, Jack. Would you like me to recite your bank account numbers for you? Wayne's complexion shifted entirely, his heart crushed repeatedly, leaving him devoid of confidence as he dejectedly replied, Fine. I hope Boss Lu will keep his word. In business, integrity is paramount. If you truly flourish, you may still be my client. And it would be far better than how your previous boss acted foolishly. Just then, Lu Wu's phone chimed, confirming the transfer of 60 million. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I will not divulge anything regarding you. Before Wayne could finish, Bai Shui raised her hand, and a beam of light struck Wayne's forehead, rendering him limp, curled up on the riverbank. Do you trust him? I am not a fool, Lu Wu remarked, shaking his head. However, this fellow does possess genuine capability. Jack had to scrape together 100 million, even borrowing from his subordinates, yet he secretly managed to amass 60 million. Lu Wu further mused as he collected the wreckage of the Humvee and armored transport vehicle. He turned to Bai Shui and asked, Bai Shui, can this light truly erase parts of his memory? Will he forget our abilities that surpass current technology? Indeed, Master. I have also dismantled the listening device implanted by the Bosun Company within him, Bai Shui replied, her nails slicing through Wayne's scalp to extract a device the size of a mung bean, a state-of-the-art listening apparatus valued at over 100,000. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Bosun Company in Africa, someone suddenly exclaimed, Team Leader, Number 8 has lost contact, and all listening records from the past half hour have mysteriously vanished. Has the listening device been infected with a virus? A middle-aged man inquired solemnly. No, or rather, it has not been detected. The information previously obtained from Number 8 indicated that Jack was collaborating with Sothman for a black market deal involving a newly emerged arms dealer. Didn't it? The middle-aged man questioned. Yes. According to intelligence, this arms dealer has only recently appeared but has suddenly produced weapons from Bear Country and Dragon Country, with varying models, yet all products are brand new. A peculiar situation, a high-quality imitation of an arms factory? Quite strange indeed. Sophia, this task falls to you. Ensure a thorough investigation. The middle-aged man shook his head. Additionally, has General Jin-san responded? Did he agree to our demands? Chapter 21. General Jinsha, the foremost leader of the rebellion in the kingdom of Lia, stands in stark contrast to the small insurgent group led by Swasiman, which resembles little more than a band of petty bandits. Though the rebel factions operate independently and often compete against one another, there exists a plethora of cooperative relationships among them. However, once contact is established with General Jinsha, the dynamics shift predominantly towards a subordinate relationship. The survival and growth of Swasiman's small band of insurgents can largely be attributed to Jinsha's protection, akin to that of an emperor over his vassals. In the opulent presidential suite rented by Lu Wu, he, along with Hong Mei and Bai Shui, deliberated on the potential dealings with General Jinsha. Hong Mei departed, driving away in a military vehicle, her intent simple, to secure their substantial assets. With over 300 million in cash and nearly 60 million in gold, the storage of such wealth posed a logistical challenge. Consequently, Lu Wu retained a mere 20 million in cash and over 100 kilograms of gold, delegating the responsibility of safeguarding the remainder to Hong Mei. With her adept skills, there was little doubt that she would manage the task efficiently. While they had acquired the funds, the merchandise remained unsold, presenting a dilemma that Lu Wu pondered with a thoughtful click of his tongue and a wry smile. Bai Shui, with a gentle smile, projected a series of images from her palm and began to elucidate. I previously infiltrated an intelligence database in the United States, revealing that the frequency of turmoil in Black Continent is unparalleled, with no consensus on the exact number of recognized nations and regions. The figures range from 53 to 61, depending on varying interpretations. This chaotic state arises from numerous factors, including insurgent factions, internal government strife, foreign intervention, and interstate conflicts. Thus, the disorder in Black Continent surpasses that of oil-rich regions. Here, as long as the price is right, there are no weapons that cannot be sold. Lu Wu nodded in understanding but expressed his frustration. However, Black Continent suffers from extreme poverty. They wish to purchase arms but lack the means. This predicament necessitated a focus on lower-tier products. Lu Wu resolved to conduct a few more transactions before securing enough capital to retrieve his nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and venture elsewhere. Nevertheless, for now, he aimed to offload the current batch of goods. Selling a single item for twice its worth is indeed intriguing. Bai Shui sifted through her findings and remarked, "Master, the ongoing turmoil in the Kingdom of Lia has resulted in numerous insurgent organizations, the largest of which is Jinsha, commanding nearly 20,000 troops, many of whom are well-equipped with American arms." Lu Wu raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "I am aware of Jinsha, but his forces are not as well-equipped as one might think. Only a couple of thousand possess genuine American weaponry. Most rely on outdated equipment discarded by the Russian Bear, with many lacking even a single AK, merely masquerading as a military force." Bai Shui smiled, acknowledging his insight. "Indeed, Master, Jinsha's arsenal has significant room for improvement. I have discovered that he is currently negotiating with Boeing for a substantial acquisition of weapons. However, disagreements over pricing and future profit sharing have stalled the discussions." Lu Wu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he replied, "The American alliance has attempted this maneuver numerous times, seeking to dominate a nation through a single company. Yet, they have succeeded on multiple occasions. I shall not concern myself with other matters, but the arms trade is one I am determined to secure." Bai Shui nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will promptly infiltrate Jinsha's network and initiate discussions." Lu Wu interjected, "No. The backwardness of Black Continent breeds a certain apprehension towards advanced technology. If we showcase excessive cyber prowess, it may raise their suspicions when we attempt to sell automated weaponry." Bai Shui queried, "Then, what is your intention?" Lu Wu elucidated, "We shall approach him directly. They revere strength and boldness, trusting only what they can see. Thus, we may need to demonstrate some weaponry before him." Bai Shui momentarily lost her train of thought before regaining her focus. "I have located Jinsha. He is currently at the confluence of the Juba River, reviewing torpedo boats provided by Boeing. System, can I exchange for a torpedo boat?" Response: The current system allows for the exchange of vessels under 1,000 tons. With assets exceeding 10 billion, you may upgrade to a medium-level system to exchange for ships ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 tons. With assets in the hundreds of billions, a high-level system permits exchanges for vessels from 10,000 to 100,000 tons, including aircraft carriers. I understand. System, exchange for a 022 missile boat. Ding. Deducting 260 tons of raw materials, the exchange for the 022 missile boat is successful, though it does not come equipped with weaponry. For armaments, please initiate further exchanges. Lu Wu had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed. The 022 missile boat, with a full displacement of merely 400 tons, can carry 8 heavy anti-ship missiles. Thus, it was reasonable that the missile boat would not include the munitions in the exchange. "Master, what is your purpose in acquiring this missile boat? Are you intending to trade it? Will he agree to such a transaction?" Bai Shui questioned, perplexed. "No, it is not for trade. Rather, it is a means to facilitate the trade. With this missile boat at my disposal, I believe he shall not refuse my overture," Lu Wu declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 22. Extracting teeth from a tiger. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Bai Shui understood. The 022 missile boat was merely a symbol, representing substantial capital. After all, the 022 was once a source of pride for the Dragon Nation, devoid of any foreign trade version, containing numerous core secrets. Now that Lu Wu had acquired it and could sell it, it signified a show of strength. Furthermore, if Lu Wu were to present additional equipment and arms, it would enhance his credibility. Not long into Lu Wu and Bai Shui's discussion, Lu Wu received a notification of funds deposited, indicating that cash and gold had been transferred into the account. Soon, Hong Mei returned, her expression grave as she reported, "Master, the situation is somewhat dire. During my outing, beyond depositing the funds, I uncovered an important piece of information." "What is it?" Both Lu Wu and Bai Shui responded in astonishment. "Our existence and transactions have drawn the attention of Bushing Company. Moreover, The higher-ups have dispatched personnel to investigate us. Lu Wu dismissed the concern, stating, "An investigation? Let them investigate." A small supermarket owner suddenly venturing into arms trade, what significance does that hold for them? However, Hong Mei's expression remained serious, her eyes glinting with intensity. "No, Master, do you comprehend what an arms trading company investigating its competitors entails?" Lu Wu paused, realizing the gravity of the matter. It either meant crippling the adversary or eliminating them entirely. At the very least, it was essential to extinguish this competition in its infancy. Hong Mei coldly asserted, "Rest assured, Master, anyone who dares to threaten you will face the same fate. Death." Lu Wu pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "No, such an outcome is not ideal. If we allow them to observe our rapid ascent, seizing their existing sphere of interests while they remain powerless to threaten us, that would yield the best result. Ideally, they would come seeking trouble, giving me the opportunity to deal with them thoroughly. Pirates and insurgents are impoverished, but Boeing is truly a titan of wealth. Master is indeed wise. Without delay, let us proceed to extract the teeth from the tiger. I initially intended to wait for a more opportune moment to share the bounty of this lucrative prize with other competitors. However, since they have forced my hand, it shall all be mine." With that, Lu Wu, accompanied by Hong Mei and by Shui, departed the presidential suite for the third time, arriving at the river valley to deploy the 022 missile boat. The trio rode the waves, gliding downstream towards the estuary. The original 022 was remarkably swift, capable of reaching speeds of 50 knots, equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour. Yet, the counterfeit product Lu Wu had exchanged for through the system surpassed expectations, achieving a terrifying speed of 70 knots, and under extreme conditions, even reaching 80 knots. As Lu Wu surged downstream, at the estuary of the Juba River, the bearded Jin Sha beheld several missile fast boats with gleaming eyes. "General Jin Sha, behold, these are the missile boats once equipped by our former Milyong nation. A total of 6 Pegasus-class missile boats. Although their full load displacement is merely 105 tons, they are armed with 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles," a blonde Western woman explained. "In addition, they can reach speeds of 48 knots, making them exceedingly agile for both assaults and swift retreats. Weren't you always disdainful of the government forces' riverine fast boats and coastal torpedo boats? With these 6 missile boats, every problem shall be effortlessly resolved. The entire river and coastal area will be your domain." Jin Sha, captivated by the woman's alluring words and presence, inquired, "How much?" 6 million each, and the Harpoon anti-ship missiles are not included, priced at 1.2 million each, the woman replied with a smile. Jin Sha shook his head. "That is far too expensive. I recall that these missile boats were commissioned in the 1980s, and now they are nearing 40 years old. Even $1 million seems excessive for such antiquated vessels." The woman chuckled. "Age is inconsequential. What matters is that they are still operational. Moreover, their firepower is formidable. This price is indeed reasonable. With these, you can gain far more. Additionally, with a more substantial trading foundation, future transactions will be offered at favorable terms, and we will select exquisite weapons for you. If you aspire to become the new president of the Lia country, our support is indispensable. Is it not?" Her words were laden with veiled warnings and threats. Jin Sha felt his breath quicken. He understood their intent, to make him a puppet, subservient to their every command, where even a modicum of resources would be stripped away. Yet, he refrained from speaking further. Offending those from Boeing could worsen his predicament. 6 million for such a dilapidated vessel? Just then, a brand new missile boat sped down the river, accompanied by a derisive voice. Where are the sentries? How could he hear the price I quoted from such a distance?" The woman furrowed her brows, contemplating. Chapter 23. Competing with the world's second-largest arms dealer as a specially trained trader of the Bose Company, Brittany, like Sophia, is a woman of extraordinary capability and beauty. To the leaders of the local armed groups in Black Africa, she embodies the allure of a Western noblewoman, akin to a princess, possessing an irresistible charm that significantly enhances the success rate of arms negotiations compared to her male counterparts. When faced with particularly challenging clients, they may even resort to leveraging their feminine allure to sway them. After all, the clandestine nature of arms trading is fraught with complexities. At this moment, Brittany felt a surge of excitement as she anticipated finalizing a deal with General Jinsha, selling 6 decrepit vessels for a staggering 36 million, yielding over 20 million in profit. With a 20% bonus on profits, she would pocket 4 million. Just then, above the river, Lu Wu piloted the 022 missile boat, gliding downstream. Brittany's expression shifted slightly, while General Jinsha's eyes lit up. In comparison to the 022, the American-built Pegasus-class missile boats, which have been in service for nearly 40 years, appeared utterly obsolete. The disparity in displacement, 105 tons versus 400 tons, was immense, not to mention the significant difference in size. He had long been aware of the 022. Although it was several times larger, it was faster than the Pegasus. Most importantly, the 022 was a stealth vessel, appearing on radar as a mere 20 to 30 tons, easily mistaken for a small fishing boat or an ordinary speedboat. As for its armament, it boasted 8 anti-ship missiles, no less formidable than the 8 Harpoon missiles, if not superior. If only they could acquire such a missile boat. Alas, the Dragon Nation would never sell it. But why was the 022 present in the Juba River? Rumor had it that it had been decommissioned by the Dragon Nation. In a fleeting moment, General Jinsha's mind raced with thoughts. Likewise, Brittany was consumed with contemplation. Wait, this individual seems familiar. He is the new arms dealer that the team leader instructed Sophia to investigate. A spark of joy ignited in Brittany's heart. According to intelligence from Unit 8, this newcomer from the East had previously engaged in transactions with pirates and rebels, who foolishly offered billions of dollars and hundreds of kilograms of gold. Ultimately, everyone had vanished, and that fortune must have fallen into this man's hands. This time, I shall secure both the arms trade and this individual. The company will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. If I could oversee the oil district trade. With this thought, Sophia took out her specialized phone, swiftly issuing commands to those outside, instructing them to block the river's mouth to prevent Lu Wu's escape and to stealthily approach, locking onto the man aboard the missile boat, awaiting further orders. For this transaction, Bo's company had already cordoned off the area. No one knew of this deal, and should the opposition be eliminated, it would go unnoticed. Meanwhile, Lu Wu stood atop the missile boat, drawing nearer to the river's mouth. Hong Mei and Bai Shui, through analyzing Sophia's facial expressions and subtle changes in her demeanor, pieced together the relationship between the parties involved, thoroughly deciphering Brittany's intentions and relaying this information to Lu Wu. The people from Bo's? They previously attempted to investigate me, and now they are resorting to lethal measures? To eliminate a competitor over a transaction truly exemplifies the arrogance of the world's second-largest arms dealer. Lu Wu chuckled coldly, having made his decision. If they sought to silence him, it would be a contest of who could silence whom. General Jinsha, my surname is Lu. Perhaps you have my dossier. I have come to discuss a business opportunity. Lu Wu interjected firmly, asserting his presence in the negotiation between Jinsha and Bo's. Are the uninformed truly fearless? Or is it sheer audacity? To seize business at another's negotiation table? Brittany scoffed, delivering the final word. Kill. As for how to acquire his wealth, well, it seems evident that his 2 lovers must be in the know. General Jinsha was equally astonished, glancing at Brittany before turning back to Lu Wu, unable to resist asking, Are you the Eastern Lu? The seller from a few days ago concerning Sassman? Lu Wu nodded affirmatively, stating, I am his seller, but he is not my buyer, as he sought to eliminate me and take my goods for free. So, General Jinsha, you wouldn't be thinking of siding with him, would you? Jinsha hesitated. He prided himself on being cautious. The confidence with which Lu Wu acknowledged his identity and his ability to effortlessly eliminate Sassman and the gang of pirates indicated formidable strength. It would not be worth offending such a powerful individual over a handful of lives with which he had little connection. In an instant, Jinsha made his decision, shaking his head lightly. Of course not. You mentioned that you came to discuss a business arrangement? At this, Jinsha glanced at Brittany again, indeed perceiving the icy murderous intent in her eyes. This was akin to being within the jaws of a viper. Sighing, he concluded, Well, as you say in your Dragon Nation, our fates are not yet intertwined. This business cannot proceed. He had surmised the implications. The ability to produce the 022 missile boat and the audacity to risk Sosman's equipment signified something extraordinary. However, in comparison to Bose, it meant nothing. Not a matter of fate, but of strength. Fire. At that moment, Brittany suddenly lowered her head, shouting loudly into the communicator. Chapter 24. If you must kill, then let us proceed. Jean Shah was taken aback by Brittany's resolute demeanor, as she was prepared to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. The rapid arrival of personnel from the Boshing Company suggested they had laid an ambush, and it was evident they were a formidable force. As soon as Brittany spoke, gunfire erupted around them, an overwhelming cacophony that reverberated in the air. The Barrett, with a bullet diameter of 21 millimeters, it could pierce light armored vehicles and was revered as the king of sniper rifles. Jean Shah's facial hair twitched, and he could hardly suppress a gasp of astonishment. However, the scene that unfolded next left him even more astounded. The six-barrel cannon at the bow of the 022 missile boat seemed to anticipate the threat, swiftly pivoting to unleash a torrent of bullets into the sky, intercepting bullets with cannon fire. It was a notion that bordered on the fantastical. Both Jean Shah and Brittany were momentarily stunned. They were aware of the 022's reputation, as it had once stirred significant global attention. It was a pivotal asset in the Dragon Nation's wolf pack tactics, displaying formidable lethality. Yet, the 022 was primarily known for its offensive capabilities, possessing almost zero defensive attributes, embodying the essence of a suicide squad. It was a matter of either their demise or yours. Though the six-barrel close-in weapon system was capable of firing over 4,000 rounds per minute, its interception range was limited to 3 kilometers, making it a challenge even against supersonic missiles. At this moment, it was tasked with intercepting bullets that were a mere fraction of the missile's size. The Barrett fired at speeds exceeding twice the speed of sound, outpacing most anti-ship missiles. The sheer velocity and diminutive size of the bullets, coupled with the fact that the cannon was not a top-tier model, rendered interception nearly impossible. These thoughts flitted through their minds, only to be eclipsed by the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the cascade of bullets in the sky, sparks erupted in a dazzling display, while a young man from the Dragon Nation stood calmly at the vessel's bow, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Beside him stood a woman, presumably his bodyguard, shielding him from harm. Incredibly, they had managed to intercept the Barrett's bullets. In the next instant, the close-in rocket system pivoted once more, unleashing a barrage into the dense mangroves, shattering countless branches and trunks, accompanied by the distinct sound of shattering steel. Jean Shah's brow twitched as he recognized the ominous sounds of human bodies being obliterated alongside the steel. The lurking snipers had been neutralized. Brittany's expression shifted as she quickly inputted and dispatched a message. The next moment, missiles shot into the sky from the mangroves several kilometers away, descending at an angle and darting toward the thicket, gliding along the broad river, their emergence unpredictable. These were genuine missiles, not mere rockets, equipped with automatic tracking systems that required no further guidance after launch, each valued at over 100,000 meters. Jean Shah's eyes glimmered with envy. 6 missiles represented a potential worth exceeding 1 million, perhaps even 2 or 3 million. However, as the missiles penetrated the mangroves, still 5 to 6 kilometers from the missile boat, the close-in weapon system abruptly redirected its aim, unleashing a hail of fire upon the thicket. Were they preemptively establishing an interception fire net? But with such a rapid rate of fire, the ammunition would surely deplete swiftly before Jean Shah could finish his thought. Flames erupted within the mangroves, smoke and vapor billowing skyward, along with the debris of splintered branches and leaves. It took a full 10 seconds for the sound of the explosions to reach them. Astonishingly, they had managed to intercept the missiles from a distance of at least 5 kilometers. Jean Shah's heart raced. He realized he had underestimated the firepower of this cannon, or rather, the entire missile boat. The cannon continued its relentless assault, targeting the depths of the mangroves where the missiles had originated, unleashing another barrage of bullets. Even from 7 to 8 kilometers away, though he could not witness the fate of those within the thicket, Jean Shah had no doubt about the outcome. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable confidence in this 022, or perhaps in the young man from the Dragon Nation who had emerged so unexpectedly. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jean Shah's spine as the close-in cannon turned to face him. The relentless barrage commenced, with nearly every round striking the Pegasus missile boat. The front half of the missile vessel, along with Brittany, was reduced to mere fragments. Jean Shah and his 2 deputies instinctively shielded their heads, huddling on the central deck as countless shards whistled past them, the shock wave of the explosions washing over their bodies. He had just killed Brittany. He had obliterated the Pegasus missile boat. He had dealt a severe blow to Boeing. Thoughts raced through Jean Shah's mind. General Jean Shah, the place you occupy is sinking, and it is not a haven for prolonged stay. Would you be interested in joining me for a visit? At that moment, Lu Wu's voice resonated, carrying an underlying implication. Don't be so surprised. If others can kill me, can I not retaliate? I am actually quite a benevolent person, but when forced, I have no choice but to respond. Lu Wu shrugged, feigning helplessness. The 100-ton missile boat sank rapidly. The turbulence at the mouth of the Jubar River was significant. Faced with life and death, Jean Shah hesitated little, replying, "Then I extend my gratitude, Mr. Lu." A retractable ladder was launched from the 022, equipped with 2 steel claws that grasped the rapidly sinking missile boat. Jean Shah and his 2 deputies quickly ascended the ladder to the 022. As he turned back, he witnessed the remnants of the Pegasus missile boat vanish beneath the waves. A brazen woman has been dealt with. Jean Shah need not concern himself. I possess video evidence of my actions against her, so if Boshing Company seeks to trouble you, simply redirect them to me, Lu Wu declared, producing a USB drive and tossing it to Jean Shah. Jean Shah caught the USB, momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and quietly inquired, "Mr. Lu, is the 022 for sale? As long as the price is reasonable, I am willing to purchase." Chapter 25. I beg you, please sell it to me. Upon hearing Jean Shah's words, Lu Wu shook his head and smiled, stating, "You must be aware of the situation with the 022. It is not suitable for sale. However, I do possess a multitude of other weaponry. Speak freely, General." Lu Wu's notion of unsuitability did not stem from concerns regarding the Dragon Country, but rather from the cumbersome weight of over 200 tons, which would fetch at most a few million meters in currency, certainly not exceeding 10 million. Thus, each ton could only be valued at 200 to 300,000 meters, rendering it a poor investment. In contrast, unmanned boats could be sold for around 400,000 meters per ton. Yet, there lies an advantage in selling large equipment. It enables the swift accumulation of substantial wealth. 1,000 high-priced AK-47s could yield 2,500,000, while a single 022 could equate to 2,000 AK-47s. Perhaps, under the right conditions, I could consider selling him some. Lu Wu mused as he entered the interior of the 022 alongside Jean Shah and his 2 deputy generals, navigating upstream and disappearing into the dense mangroves. "Mr. Lu," Jean Shah began, only for Lu Wu to interrupt with a wave. "I am no mere mister. I am an arms dealer. You may call me Boss Lu." "Very well, Boss Lu. I would like to pose a question unrelated to our current discussion." Jean Shah hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Why did you kill Brittany?" Brittany, the woman from earlier, was one of the negotiators for Boshang stationed in Black Continent, and her position was quite significant. Now, you have irrevocably made an enemy of Boshang." Lu Wu chuckled and retorted, "Am I not an enemy of Boshang if I do not eliminate her? You see, this is merely a matter of commercial rivalry, or perhaps." Jean Shah fell silent. "Perhaps it's not even a competition? In comparison to Boeing, I am but a worm before a dragon. Is that what you wish to convey?" Lu Wu shook his head with a light laugh. "Firstly, I shall not spare anyone who dares to threaten my life. Should I treat Boshang's people as exceptions? Even if she were to kill me, am I to remain defenseless? Secondly, you underestimate me. Do you think I only engage in transactions with small-time pirates or petty rebel factions? Ha! I have only recently entered this field, and in a few years, no, even a few months, Boeing will be nothing but an insignificant insect." Jean Shah perceived no hint of self-aggrandizement in Lu Wu's words. They were spoken with an air of natural confidence. In truth, Lu Wu harbored another motive for antagonizing Boeing, as it might yield greater rewards. After all, he had just acquired dozens of tons of missile boat wreckage. At this juncture, Jean Shah felt no hesitation. If Boshang's company was so aggressively attempting to dominate him, then aligning with this individual who dared to confront Boshang was a sound decision. Boss Lu, what weaponry do you possess? Upon hearing this query from Jinsha, both of his aides shifted with slight surprise. Lu Wu, however, wore a triumphant smile within. This man, commanding nearly 20,000 subordinates and controlling a third of Liaoguan's territory, even possessing sway over certain ports for trade, was indeed a significant client. I have everything you require. The quality far exceeds your AK-47s, priced at 2,500 meters. Jack and Sothman covet them. You can imagine the demand. I also have the 89 heavy machine guns, the 02 heavy machine guns, S5 and S8 rockets, and various vehicles. Oh, and your desired naval assets, unmanned boats and 12 coastal defense rocket launchers. Here are the live-fire demonstration materials. As Lu Wu spoke, the command cabin displayed video footage of various live-fire exercises, particularly the 12 coastal defense rocket launchers, which obliterated pirate and rebel speedboats with precision akin to 84 guided missiles, leaving Jinsha utterly astounded. Your armored vehicles and unmanned boats can be modified into such high-precision automated weapons? Jinsha was left dumbfounded. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled witnessing the incredible event where a close-in weapon system successfully intercepted a Barrett sniper rifle, and everything began to make sense. Perhaps his foundation was not as strong as Boeing's, but in terms of advanced technology, he should not fall short. Such equipment was both cost-effective and more suitable for me. I truly need all of this. However, Boss Lu, I also require some heavy weaponry. For instance, armored transport vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, light, medium, and heavy tanks, rockets exceeding 100 millimeters, howitzers, anti-tank, anti-ship, and air defense missiles. Do you possess any? Lu Wu felt a thrill. This was indeed a serious endeavor, aiming to fully equip a 20,000-strong army and seize control of the regime. Certainly, Lu Wu replied. My arsenal is far more extensive and formidable than you might imagine, and the delivery timelines are quicker than you expect. But do you possess sufficient funds? Jinsha chuckled in response. My resources may exceed what you anticipate, Boss Lu. Let us negotiate item by item. I shall take 10,000 AK-47s. Do you have that many? And how long until delivery? Chapter 26. The billion-dollar super deal. Lu Wu could not suppress a smile. Among the military equipment he wished to sell, the AK-47 was his primary target. The reason was simple. The profit margin was remarkably high. Consuming just 4 kilograms of raw materials, he could sell it for 500 million, translating to over 600 million per kilogram, a staggering profit margin. 1,000 units would require 40 tons of raw materials, yielding a staggering 25 million. Boss Lu, when it comes to purchases, bulk deals come with preferential pricing. Your price is already more than double the market rate. Even with superior quality, I must insist on a discount. How about 500 million per unit? General Jinsha proposed, regaining his composure and once again embodying the formidable rebel leader willing to confront the Liao government forces. Lu Wu replied calmly, General, your offer lacks sincerity. Are you jesting with me? Bai Shui understood and tossed an AK-47 to Jinsha. You may want to give it a try. Does it still resemble the AK you remember? By the way, an important note. My equipment may look similar to the original, but the quality is worlds apart. Therefore, do not assess my products by the original pricing. Otherwise, this conversation is futile. Jinsha furrowed his brow, aimed the AK-47 at a large tree by the river, and pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots rang out, and the tree, nearly a foot in diameter, was pierced cleanly. Remarkably, the tree stood over 300 meters away from the missile boat. The precision rivaled that of an M16, compensating for the AK's shortcomings. Its penetration power was akin to that of a light machine gun, while still retaining the AK's famed durability, rendering it nearly flawless. Your offer of 500 million is untenable, even if you were to purchase 100,000 units. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jinsha nodded. I apologize. I indeed underestimated its performance. However, 500 million is still a bit steep. I can offer a 30 deposit. Lu Wu, seeing the opportunity, responded very well. Considering this, I can agree to 2,000 million, every penny intact, with delivery in 3 days. Excellent. Jinsha exclaimed, a smile on his face. Within, Lu Wu reveled. 200 million in profits with costs under 1 million. What is the price of ammunition? I intend to purchase 50 million rounds. Lu Wu inquired within his mind. System, if I exchange for 10,000 AK-47s, how many rounds of ammunition will I receive? 10 base rounds per unit. I shall offer you an 80 discount, totaling 400 million. Lu Wu waved his hand generously. After all, 10 base rounds equated to 2,000 rounds per unit, meaning 20 million rounds would be complimentary from the system. Perfect. Jinsha concluded, then turned to his two aides for a brief discussion before inquiring. As for the 89 machine gun, I won't purchase separately. I'll buy the 89 armored transport vehicle, which should include the machine gun, correct? Lu Wu nodded. Naturally, I am not that stingy. However, the price for one transport vehicle is 500 million. This performance is commendable, but not exactly inexpensive. I suggest you reconsider your plan, perhaps purchasing infantry fighting vehicles alongside off-road vehicles while minimizing the focus on infantry fighting vehicles. Jinsha's expression darkened. The price of 500 million for an old transport vehicle from Longwa is indeed exorbitant. The infantry fighting vehicles must be several times that price. I might as well invest in heavy tanks. Ah, General, have you forgotten what I just mentioned? Do not evaluate my equipment based on the original or other comparable products. Lu Wu chuckled. The infantry fighting vehicle I recommend is the latest model currently equipped by Longwa. What? Jinsha stood in shock. Are you referring to the 04A? How much does it cost? 1.5 million, Lu Wu replied. You must know how formidable this world-class infantry fighting vehicle is. Even some heavy tanks cannot withstand its firepower. It can effectively serve as a medium or even a second-generation heavy tank. And at such a price, it is an incredible bargain. Lu Wu grinned, confident that Jinsha would be intrigued. After all, his pricing was based on the weight of the equipment. The armored transport vehicle weighed 12 tons and could fetch 500 million, which was already at its limit, as it was merely a transport vehicle, a metal shell. Meanwhile, the infantry fighting vehicle weighed 20 tons and could easily command a price of 1.5 million. Just then, the 022 made a turn, entering a secluded river channel. As Jinsha looked on in astonishment, a loud bang resonated from a nearby hillside, followed by an explosion echoing from the opposite cliff, sending debris flying. Soon after, the sound of a 30mm cannon and a paired machine gun erupted. Jinsha focused intently and was astonished to discover Longwa's latest infantry fighting vehicles. It's here. Indeed, it's here. 500 units. No, 1,000 units. I want 1,000, Jinsha exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. How soon can you deliver? Lu Wu maintained his composure, smiling serenely. In 3 days. But are you certain you wish to order so many? Jinsha's eyes widened in surprise yet again. The speed was astonishing. Was this stock available? And stored in Huzhou? He was not affiliated with the Longwa military. Boss Lu, since we have reached this point in our discussion, I must be forthright. I am collaborating in secret with Lia country's former adversary. Ultimately, your goods will be divided between us. Thus, he continued, you need not worry about our appetite. Our procurement plan amounts to 100 billion. So long as you guarantee price and quality, this fortune will be yours. Chapter 27. You should purchase less indeed. A grand gesture. Upon hearing Jinsha's words, Lu Wu suddenly realized the reason behind the formidable growth and audacity of the rebels. It was no mystery. Relying on foreign powers to overthrow those in authority was a common treachery, a betrayal of one's nation that abounded throughout history. As for the potential danger of inviting wolves into the fold, such considerations were beyond the purview of the rebels. I am a businessman, Lu Wu stated, and I am indifferent to your affairs. My only concern is profit. He continued, given your ambitions, you will undoubtedly require a substantial amount of equipment. Allow me to propose this. You are indeed in need of transport vehicles. I possess modified armored vehicles capable of carrying 8 individuals or 5 tons of ammunition. Additionally, the rooftops can be equipped with heavy machine guns and 12 sets of combined 84-round coastal defense rocket launchers, each priced at 250,000 meters. Jinsha beamed with delight, recognizing that the equipment in their region was generally subpar, and such high-quality yet affordable options were precisely what they needed. Excellent. Let us proceed with your modifications. I will take 2,000 vehicles. 2 deputy generals exchanged anxious glances and whispered, General, is that not excessive? Even if we keep half, that still amounts to 1,000 vehicles. Jinsha retorted. What nonsense! Is 1,000 vehicles too many? They can only transport 8,000 individuals at most, and after accounting for ammunition and supplies, perhaps only 5,000. You have reminded me, Lu, let us add another 1,000 vehicles. The performance of these vehicles, coupled with their price, surpassed many armored vehicles in the regular army of Liaguo. Are you concerned about exhausting the military budget? If we run out, we shall simply seize resources from the government forces upon our victory. The two deputies remained silent, yet they recognized the truth in their general's words. With a budget of 10 billion meters, if they were to acquire these reasonably priced supplies, their chances of triumph in war would significantly increase. Once they commanded the nation, even conceding some advantages to neighboring countries would yield greater benefits for themselves. Noticing his subordinate's silence, Jinsha pressed on, Lu, I recall you sold that pirate jack some naval anti-aircraft systems for 2 million meters each. Lu Wu replied, those systems are not merely anti-aircraft. They can also be used for direct fire. I require 200 units, which totals 440 million meters. I shall not haggle. How about you throw in 100,000 rounds of ammunition? Lu Wu chuckled. That would be a considerable amount of ammunition for each unit. The 14.5mm rounds I sell are akin to small artillery shells, priced at 100 meters each, totaling 10 million. However, since you are a valued client, I shall be generous and include them. For every 100 units of unmanned speedboats exchanged, a base of 500 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition would be gifted. If 200 units were acquired, an additional 5 bases of ammunition would be included. Lu Wu would still profit from 4 bases, equating to 2,000 rounds per unit, totaling 400,000 rounds. Jinsha expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Lu. However, he added, the amount of ammunition for the heavy machine guns is insufficient. Let us purchase an additional 4 bases, totaling 400,000 rounds at 40 million. It was indeed serendipitous. Lu Wu nodded. The delivery will be in 3 days. At that time, General Jinsha, you must secure a discreet location. Otherwise, such a large arms transaction will attract global attention, likely resulting in unnecessary complications. Of course, Jinsha agreed. By the way, I have heard that your S5 and S8 can be modified for ground operations? Indeed, I will take 500 units of each vehicle and... Jinsha paused, contemplating the quantities needed. Behind Lu Wu, Bai Shui, who had remained silent, quickly interjected. For a total of 1,000 vehicles, the S5 has a 32 launch capability, while the S8 has 20. To fully load them for a single launch would require 26,000 rounds. Our vehicles are of excellent quality with a lifespan of 1,000 rounds. It depends on how many times you wish to fire, General. At least 100 times, Jinsha declared, noticing his deputies hesitating. If you wish to speak, do so. General, do not solely focus on purchasing. Consider the costs as well, one lanky deputy cautioned. I recall Lu Wu selling the S5 vehicles for 100,000 meters. The price for 500 units amounts to 50 million, while the S8 is priced at 500,000 meters, totaling 250 million. Another deputy calculated. The S5 costs 500 meters per round, while the S8 is 2,000 meters. For 100 launches, we would require 6 million rounds, which amounts to 800 million and 2 billion respectively. This is truly staggering. Jinsha's expression shifted, realizing the enormity of the expenditure, nearly 3 billion meters for the purchase of these medium-sized rockets, an unprecedented occurrence. Lu Wu, reluctant to sell such low-grade rockets, particularly the S5 due to their low profit margins, interjected that quantity is indeed excessive. Moreover, the S5 lacks the firepower of the coastal defense rockets mounted on the armored vehicles or the 02 heavy machine guns, leading to redundancy. I suggest we forego that option. As for the S8, given its capability to penetrate heavy tanks, let us retain 200,000 rounds for 4 billion meters, and with the launcher it would only total 5 billion meters. The lifespan of these rockets is at least 30 years. Jinsha was taken aback, having never encountered a seller so willing to advise against excess purchases. After a moment of reflection, he nodded and smiled. Thank you for your counsel, Lu. Let us proceed with this acquisition. Chapter 28. Your iron ore is quite impressive now. Let us delve into the realm of large rocket artillery. You have various models of the Guardian 1 and 2, the Tornado series from the Bear Nation, and the HIMARS series from the Coalition Nation. You may choose from the pinnacle of artillery types from these three great nations. Do you possess all models? Jinsha swallowed hard. Although his astonishment at Lu Wu continued to escalate, he was still taken aback. Who exactly are you working for? A clandestine arms dealer from one of the three nations? Or perhaps a middleman? Or even a purveyor of super high-quality counterfeit arms? Regardless of the scenario, it all seemed implausible. Unable to comprehend the matter, Jinsha dismissed the thoughts, resolving that as long as the goods were of high quality and the prices reasonable, they were worth purchasing. Before Jinsha could voice his thoughts, his two deputy generals grew animated. The tall, slender deputy leaned in close to Jinsha's ear and whispered rapidly, "General, we must acquire the Guardian, especially the new model of Guardian 2. With a range of 500 kilometers, it is no longer merely a rocket. It is akin to a ballistic missile." The shorter, stocky deputy interjected, "General, rockets with such an extensive range may not be suitable. We should opt for the Bear Nation's Tornado G model instead, with a 122 mm caliber and a 40-tube rapid-fire capability, reaching a range of 40 kilometers. It is said that it can be upgraded to 100 kilometers, excuse me," Lu Wu interjected, raising his hand. "The original model has a maximum range of 40 kilometers, but I can enhance mine to 100 kilometers right now." In response to the astonished expression of the shorter deputy, Lu Wu continued, "Moreover, I will not increase the price. The missile launch vehicle is priced at 3 million meters per vehicle, and each rocket costs 100,000 meters. The AR-3 from Dragon Nation is similarly priced, with comparable performance, albeit slightly lighter. However, I recommend you consider the HIMARS from the Coalition Nation. It is lightweight and requires minimal logistical support. Its range is highly controllable, from a minimum of 32 kilometers up to a maximum of 300 kilometers when utilizing the tactical missile system. The cost for the launch vehicle and rockets remains the same. The tactical missile system is priced at 1 million meters per set, effectively allowing you to acquire a medium-range rocket launch vehicle for that amount." Lu Wu ardently advocated for the HIMARS, citing its advantages in terms of weight, which would significantly reduce costs. As for long-range rockets, Dragon Nation undoubtedly ranks first in the world. I recommend you procure the latest model of Guardian 2, which could also be referred to as Guardian 3. With a range of 500 to 600 kilometers, it can adjust its distance based on the launch angle. The launch vehicle costs 5 million meters, while each rocket is priced at 500,000 meters. Jinsha nodded in agreement, stating, "With such evident advantages, there is no need for further deliberation. I shall order 200 HIMARS launch vehicles and 200 sets of the tactical missile system. As for the rockets, I will require 2,000 rounds. The Guardian 3 possesses such exceptional capabilities that I anticipate it will become a primary target for enemy attacks, leading to a high loss rate. Therefore, I will need 300 launch vehicles and 2,000 rockets." Lu Wu was exhilarated. A substantial order was indeed on the horizon. The combined cost for the HIMARS and rockets would reach an impressive 1 billion meters, while the Guardian 3 would amount to an astounding 2.5 billion meters. Throughout Dragon Nation, there had been few military trade deals exceeding 2 billion meters, with the exception of the Saudi opulence that once procured an unprecedented medium-range ballistic missile from Dragon Nation. "Excellent." Lu Wu composed himself and added, "However, you will certainly require stronger air defense capabilities. Not only must we safeguard vital weaponry, but at the very least, you ought to protect yourself. S-300, S-400, the Aegis series, G1 and Red Flag 9 and 10 are all viable options. Heavy air defense missiles are considered standard for top-tier nations." And upon hearing Lu Wu enumerate the world's leading large air defense missiles, Jinsha was left in a state of shock, bordering on numbness. "What are the prices for these?" Momentarily forgetting the weight differences among the various missiles, Lu Wu casually replied, "The prices are all the same, at 200 million meters per set, with additional missiles priced at 5 million each. Is the S-300 included?" Jinsha seized upon the inconsistency. "In my possession, the upgraded version of the S-300 performs comparably to the others," Lu Wu quickly amended. Very well, Jinsha conceded. Then I shall procure 12 sets of the Red Flag 10. Along with an additional 100 missiles. Wow, that totals to 9 billion meters. Moreover, this is the most lucrative arms deal. Lu Wu felt a surge of joy and replied with a smile. Splendid. General Jinsha, you are indeed a magnanimous individual, destined for great accomplishments. In light of this, I shall not be stingy either. He stomped his foot and declared, in the spirit of joint operations across land, sea, and air, we cannot overlook naval power. I offer you the 022 class missile boat for sale. Jinsha beamed with delight and promptly inquired, how much? Although this missile boat is not large, its capabilities are evident, merely scratching the surface of its potential. Since you are willing to pay 6 million meters for the coalition nation's inferior product, surely my missile boat must be of equal worth? It is priced at 8 million per vessel. I shall take 100. Additionally, I require 2 000 anti-ship missiles at 800. 000 each. How does that sound? Jinsha gritted his teeth, realizing that rather than allowing Lu Wu to gradually extract concessions, he would prefer to make a decisive offer that would deter further price hikes. Totaling 2 billion meters. Lu Wu swallowed nervously and extended his hand. Very well. I shall also gift you 8 additional vessels, as we Dragon Nation people have an affinity for the number 108. It is considered auspicious. Jinsha shook Lu Wu's hand. His tone wavering slightly, however, Mr. Lu, within 3 days we can only gather 7 billion meters. For the remaining amount, we hope to exchange some domestic resources. What do you require? We can provide anything. Lu Wu's heart soared at this proposition. The distinction between 7 billion and 10 billion was negligible for him, and the ability to select resources from within a nation was an enticing offer. Your domestic iron ore deposits are quite impressive. I require a mine capable of producing 10 million tons of steel. Chapter 29. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Here I come. A mine yielding millions of tons of steel. In today's world, the global production of steel has surpassed demand, resulting in a continuous decline in international steel prices. Although there are variations in the prices of different steel products, the general rate hovers around 500,000 yuan per ton. The value of millions of tons of steel would amount to approximately 5 billion yuan. However, this figure represents the price of finished steel. The labor and time required to refine such a quantity of steel entail considerable costs and risks, alongside significant effort. Ultimately, from the 5 billion yuan, the profit might only amount to a few hundred million yuan. Boss Lu, it seems you might be at a disadvantage, remarked Jinsha awkwardly. Furthermore, our domestic iron ore deposits are scarce, with some containing only about 20% iron content. It requires 5 tons of ore to produce a ton of steel, leading to high costs. Lu Wu smiled and said, let's first calculate how much you owe. Behind him, Bai Shui interjected, functioning as an efficient secretary. General Jinsha, you have ordered 10 000 AK-47s at a cost of 200 million, 50 million rounds of ammunition for 40 million. 1 000 infantry fighting vehicles for 1.5 billion. 3 000 modified Hummer vehicles for 750 million. 200 unmanned speedboats equipped with anti-aircraft guns for 440 million. 500 000 rounds of ammunition, deducting 100 000 rounds complementary, 440 million. S-8 vehicles and rockets for 650 million. HIMARS rockets for 1 billion, and 25 billion for the Guardian 3 super rockets. The Hongqi 10 air defense system costs 2.9 billion. Additionally, the 022 missile boats and missiles, after deductions, amount to 2.4 billion. Without pausing, Bai Shui continued, the total cost for all weapons is 12.42 billion yuan. After deducting the 7 billion you can pay, you still owe our boss 5.32 billion yuan. Jinsha gulped and said, Boss Lu, perhaps you should refrain from gifting us missile boats. I feel undeserving. He added, additionally, I forgot to purchase ammunition for the 89 type heavy machine guns mounted on the Hummer vehicles, as well as coastal defense rockets. I will need to buy 80 million yuan worth of ammunition, which brings my debt to 5.4 billion. Lu Wu replied, all right, then let's acquire 1 million rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition for 10 million yuan. For 70 million yuan, I will provide you with 200 000 rounds of rockets, amounting to 350 yuan each. How does that sound? That's too much. Just give me 100,000 rounds of rockets. Jinsha politely declined. Lu Wu found this individual quite amusing and did not hesitate. 5. 4 billion yuan is indeed low for the iron ore yield of millions of tons. Let's make it 2 billion yuan. In this way, all your scrap steel in the future can be exchanged at the price of new steel at 100 yuan per ton, which corresponds to 34 million tons of scrap steel owed to me. Jinsha nodded and then proposed, since Boss Lu seems very interested in steel, how about this? You can extract all the iron ore within my sphere of influence, and I will discreetly negotiate with the Bayaguo to provide you with a mine yielding millions of tons as well. This way you can repay your debt more quickly. That works too. I shall return to transport the weapons now. Please inform me of the transaction location in due course. Lu Wu smiled. I will transfer a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Kindly expedite the delivery of the equipment. Due to the nature of the transaction, Lu Wu refrained from stating a 3-day delivery timeline, understanding that such a statement could raise Jinsha's suspicions. Soon, Lu Wu received a notification that 1 billion yuan had been credited to one of his accounts in the country of the watch. He reciprocated the gesture by exchanging for 10,000 AK-47s, which he placed on the missile boat as it docked, stating, General Jinsha, I happen to have prepared 10,000 AK-47s on this vessel. I am now delivering them to you along with the missile boat. Amid Jinsha's astonishment, Lu Wu added, time is of the essence. We must depart now. See you in 3 days. Understood. Boss Lu, take care. Jinsha cautioned, mindful of the potential risks for Lu Wu, as any mishap could result in a loss of 700 to 800 million of his funds. Hong Mei drove the Hummer, stopping at the small harbor, and as soon as Lu Wu boarded, they sped away. Seated in the vehicle, Lu Wu finally relaxed, exclaiming, at last, I have struck a significant deal. Once this transaction is completed in 3 days, I shall possess the capital to acquire the aircraft carrier, my nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of 100,000 tons. Here I come. Await your master's favor. However, Hong Mei suddenly interjected, but, Master, do you have sufficient raw materials to exchange for such an arsenal? Being an ultra-intelligent robot produced by the system, both Hong Mei and Bai Shui were well aware of Lu Wu's circumstances, allowing them to better assist him, and she immediately pointed out Lu Wu's vulnerability. Lu Wu was momentarily taken aback and quickly accessed his system attributes page. Host, Lu Wu points, 520 million assets. 1. 52 billion yuan materials. 4. 801 tons armory. 100,000 ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, pending acquisition, unmanned speedboat version of the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, 100 units of Hummer 02 self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles, 100 sets of S-8 launchers, 5,000 rockets. The recently acquired 1 billion yuan had yet to be converted into points. Apart from the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the remaining weapons were those purchased during the previous encounter with the pirate Jack, alongside the 1,000 AKs that Lu Wu had just given to General Jinsha. Lu Wu was particularly concerned about the insufficient raw materials, which amounted to less than 5,000 tons, a woefully inadequate supply. 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles require 20,000 tons of raw materials, equivalent to 200,000 tons of ordinary scrap steel. Lu Wu pondered briefly before stating, Hong Mei, let us abandon the vehicle. Take me directly to the mine. Chapter 30. My family owns a mine. The kingdom of Leah spans over 90,000 square kilometers. When compared to colossal nations such as the bear and the dragon, it may seem insignificant, yet it is considered a considerable power in the realm of Heizhou. General Jinsha commands 1/3 of this territory, encompassing over 300,000 square kilometers. Within this domain, Lu Wu enjoys the freedom to traverse and extract minerals at will. To facilitate his endeavors, Jinsha has decreed that no one shall oppose Lu Wu. Rather, they are to assist in mineral extraction and mobilize the populace as needed. Additionally, he has bestowed upon Lu Wu a golden AK-47, a token of power and authority, reminiscent of the ancient death exemption edicts of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Wu accepted the gift without hesitation, allowing the golden AK-47 to adorn the window of the armored vehicle as they sped towards the mountainous forests. With the assistance of Hongmei and Baixue, Lu Wu quickly assimilated the comprehensive geological data of Lia's mineral veins. Over 40% of the rich ores remained untapped, which explains why foreign predatory nations have focused solely on extracting natural gas and timber, neglecting the wealth of minerals. As they journeyed, the armored vehicle traversed the rugged terrain with the resilience of a heavy tank, unperturbed by obstacles. Even when confronted with daunting cliffs, Baixue effortlessly resolved the challenges with a mere flick of her hand. Within half a day, Lu Wu arrived at a desolate mountain. Typically, iron-rich open-pit mines are barren of life, yet this particular mountain bore sparse but tenacious weeds. Master, this mountain possesses the highest iron content within Jinsha's dominion, exceeding 20%. However, I am uncertain of the precise figures and total quantity, Baixue admitted somewhat sheepishly. Not a problem. Lu Wu waved his hand, intending to alert them to their surroundings, but he recalled that he had previously exchanged for a cloaking feature, rendering outsiders incapable of perceiving any external interactions with the system. System, conduct a thorough examination of the current mine. Ding. Scanning the current mine. Iron content at 28. For total or mass of 18. 9 million tons. Extractable steel of 5. 3,676 million tons. Lu Wu was taken aback, realizing he could extract over 500,000 tons of steel. An extraordinary fortune. The ore density was approximately 4 tons per cubic meter, akin to a vein measuring 500 meters in length and 100 meters in both width and height. System, how do I proceed with the extraction? Lu Wu inquired, confident that the omnipotent system would provide a solution, albeit potentially at a significant cost in points. Should the system falter, he would have to resort to acquiring highly intelligent robots for the task, as steel is an indispensable pillar of production. Consuming 53,676,000 points will allow extraction of all steel. Proceed. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Wu was elated. Merely 10 points could yield a ton of steel. It was extraction, not mere mining. Without hesitation, he declared, proceed with the extraction. Ding. Deducting 53,676 points, extracting steel. As the system's voice resonated, Lu Wu marveled as the mountain before him rapidly collapsed, resembling a shrinking entity. The iron-hued or dulled in luster, blending seamlessly with ordinary stone. A vast quantity of rock transformed into gravel, accumulating into a mound of sand. This was Lu Wu's first experience witnessing the system's alterations to external materials, leaving him in awe. Steel weighs approximately 7.8 tons per cubic meter. Thus, the volume of 367 million tons of steel equates to only 690,000 cubic meters, forming a rectangular prism measuring 100 meters per side and standing 69 meters tall. Compared to the mine's nearly 5 million cubic meters, the reduction in volume was less than 15%. System, does the extraction of or depend solely on the weight of the steel rather than the iron content? Lu Wu asked. If so, he would indeed strike it rich, as the Earth's crust contains a significant amount of iron, averaging 5%. It could be said that microiron deposits are ubiquitous. If these could also be mined, steel would become an inexhaustible resource. With the current host's basic system, only iron mines with over 25% iron content can be mined. What about the intermediate system? Lu Wu inquired, as he was nearing the threshold of 100 billion yuan. The intermediate system can extract iron mines with over 20% iron content. 100 points yield 1 ton. The advanced system can extract mines with over 15% iron content. 1,000 points yield 1 ton. Mines below this threshold would have a significant detrimental impact on the current planet and are not permitted for extraction. How much iron ore can be extracted from Jinsha's territory? Lu Wu asked eagerly, for these minerals rightfully belong to him. Of course, if the iron content were too low, extraction would be impossible. Detecting iron content across 378,000 square kilometers of territory. Detection complete. Host. This territory contains 3 extractable iron mines with a total of 34.78 million tons, yielding 9.75 million tons of steel. Lu Wu rejoiced. Let us proceed with the extraction. Ha ha. My family truly possesses a mine. With this abundant source of raw materials, he could freely exchange for weaponry without concern. Main battle tanks, ballistic missiles, fighter jets, destroyers, cruisers, aircraft carriers. He desired them all. System. First, exchange for 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles. Chapter 31. The terrifying arsenal and notification chimed, indicating the successful exchange of 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles, accompanied by a generous supply of 100mm smoothbore shells, 30mm rounds, and linked machine gun ammunition. Lu Wu, seated in his vehicle, reveled in the exhilaration that came from the seamless conversion of materials. What do billionaires or oil magnates know of such delight? With but a single command, a veritable plethora of steel weaponry materialized, an exhilaration beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Before long, vast quantities of raw materials were deducted, transforming into S-8 vehicles, rocket munitions, HIMARS rockets, Guardian 3 super rockets, Hongqi 10 air defense systems, 0-22 missile boats, and an abundance of ammunition. Notably, many of the smaller caliber shells and ammunition were gifts from the system, representing a substantial windfall. Over the course of a day and night, Lu Wu traversed much of the territory under the dominion of Jinsha, extracting iron from 3 additional mines. A staggering 1.38 million tons of raw materials. Lu Wu felt a profound sense of fulfillment. For mines yielded thousands of tons of steel, resulting in over 140,000 tons of synthesized raw materials. Even after expending several tons on various weaponry, he still had 1.38 million tons remaining. A large nuclear-powered aircraft carrier requires a mere 100,000 tons. I could procure 13. As long as raw materials are available, I can acquire any equipment known to the world. This is the true essence of a terrifying arsenal. However, prudence must prevail. Lu Wu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately by the respectful voice of Yi Zhuqing. Mr. Lu, how many Hummers have arrived? My apologies, Mr. Lu. The 3,000 Hummers you ordered are quite numerous. Previously, we had only 500 in stock in Huzhou. You purchased 100, and we airlifted an additional 200 recently. Currently, we can deliver 600 vehicles. Only 600? Rest assured, Mr. Lu. We have dispatched the fastest super container ship, cruising at 30 knots, carrying 500 Hummers en route. It has already reached Malacca and will arrive in 5 days. Lu Wu interrupted. Let the cargo ship unload the vehicles in the new United Nations. I will collect them myself. I will transfer the remaining payment to you. The purchase price for 3,000 Hummers amounted to 300 million miles yuan. A significant transaction even for the now wealthy Dragon Nation. In just over a day, 500 vehicles had been transported to Malacca. A remarkable feat of speed. As the call ended, Yi Zhuqing sighed, realizing that she might no longer have the privilege of meeting him, as he nonchalantly commanded such vast sums of money, having deposited 200 million as a down payment. The Dragon Nation, eager to avoid offending such a tycoon, had even neglected to investigate the origins of the weapons he procured. Shortly after Yi Zhuqing's musings, the Hummer vehicles screeched to a halt beside her, and Lu Wu emerged. Please deliver those 600 vehicles to me. As they traversed the ocean, Hong Mei and Bai Shui flanked Lu Wu, occasionally soaring 10 meters above the waves, relishing the surging tides, then ascending to 10,000 meters to embrace the boundless sky. In a mere 3 hours, Lu Wu arrived at the port of New United Nations. The Dragon Nation's efficiency was commendable. The cargo ship had already docked, discharging a multitude of Hummers. In the blink of an eye, all containers were emptied. System, initiate modifications. A notification chimed. 3,000 tons of raw materials consumed. 5 million points expended to upgrade the weapon systems of 3,000 Hummers, expand internal space and enhance armor. Yi Zhuqing, I have received the goods and completed the transfer. Additionally, please prepare more Hummers, as I intend to make further purchases. Upon hearing Lu Wu's voice over the phone, Yi Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, only to receive a notification of the transfer. Rushing to contact the crew in New United Nations, she confirmed that indeed, the Hummers had vanished from the containers. In awe, Yi Zhuqing pondered. Could he be a deity, descended for the purpose of war? What was promised to take 3 days, Lu Wu accomplished in less than 2. Eager to depart from Huzhou for the South Pacific to receive his nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, he called Jinsha early on the third day. "General Jinsha, the cargo is ready. Where shall I meet you for collection?" "Ready already?" Jinsha replied, taken aback. Could it be the entire shipment? That seems improbable. The 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles alone weigh 20,000 tons. Additionally, each 022 vessel has a displacement of over 200 tons. 100 vessels would amount to more than 20,000 tons. How could such large and heavy items be transported in 3 days? Perhaps they had received the smaller munitions first? Despite his doubts, Jinsha swiftly provided a location, which turned out to be on the banks of the Juba River, not far from where the experimental infantry fighting vehicle had been tested. The area was convenient yet discreet. Lu Wu wasted no time. Accompanied by Hong Mei and Bai Shui, he rapidly approached the mangroves near the tributary, activating the system space to reveal a fleet of 022 missile boats and unmanned speedboats concealed within the foliage. Next came the infantry fighting vehicles and Hummers, all strategically positioned along the shore. "General Jinsha, the cargo has arrived. Please come and inspect it." Chapter 32. Leasing land to settle debts in a bid to dispel Jinsha's apprehension, Lu Wu initiated a direct video call, simultaneously panning the camera across the battlefield, revealing a fleet of missile boats and a myriad of advanced weaponry. The cutting-edge equipment exuded a formidable presence, as if the paint had just dried, showcasing their pristine condition. "Boss Lu, this. You've brought all the equipment," Jinsha exclaimed, visibly astonished and somewhat stammering. "If you think it's a ruse, I can unleash a barrage of fire to prove its authenticity," Lu Wu jested, a statement that finally eased Jinsha's remaining reservations. Accompanied by a contingent of subordinates, Jinsha boarded the newly acquired 022 vessel and swiftly emerged from the tributary into the main river channel, where all the equipment lay in view. Some individuals could hardly contain their excitement, leaping from the speedboat to swim towards the mangrove trees, eager to touch and inspect the missile boats and speedboats. Others climbed onto the concealed armored vehicles along the shore, embracing the gun barrels with tears of joy in their eyes. "It's real. Every piece is genuine," Jinsha marveled, particularly captivated by the rocket launchers, especially the formidable Warrior 3, akin to a short-range ballistic missile with terrifying combat capabilities. The Red Flag 10, the most expensive asset, priced at 2 billion, was also a bargain in comparison. A few years prior, the Chicken Country had deceived the Dragon Country into signing a contract for 12 sets of Red Flag 9 for 3.6 billion, only to later backtrack, a debacle that became common knowledge globally. The Red Flag 10, naturally, boasted superior capabilities and was even more affordable than its predecessor. Observing Jinsha's awe, Lu Wu couldn't help but smile. "General Jinsha, what do you think?" Jinsha sighed. "These are all excellent items. Alas, our funds are insufficient. Otherwise, we would certainly procure more of these air defense missiles. Genuine frigates and even destroyers must be acquired as well." Lu Wu chuckled. "I look forward to the day you rise completely." With time pressing, he stated his intention to transfer funds and relocate the equipment. Jinsha gestured to a person clad in ordinary sportswear who emerged from behind him, accompanied by several others to inventory the weapons, swiftly appropriating half. Lu Wu deduced that this individual represented a rival nation of Lia, clandestinely collaborating with Jinsha. The notifications of incoming funds chimed continuously. The staggering sum of 7 billion could not be transferred all at once. Jinsha and the man in sportswear meticulously operated their computers, transferring funds from various accounts to Lu Wu. Additionally, they possessed substantial gold reserves, reminiscent of earlier dealings with Sosman. After all, Africa produced 28 of the world's gold, with several nations yielding over 50 tons annually, particularly the southernmost country, the wealthiest in Africa. This reality led many arms organizations to favor gold as a stable currency, ensuring both value retention and security. Jinsha's men carried out dozens of wooden crates from the missile boats, filled with stacks of gold bars, weighing over 10 tons and valued at nearly 500 million. The man in sportswear, representing an entire nation, handed Lu Wu a gilded contract after transferring 4 billion. Lu Wu, taken aback, read the document. "Land lease repayment?" Jinsha approached, smiling. "Boss Lu, this is the outcome of our negotiations. We have provided you with 7 billion in gold, and for the 5 billion we owe you, we will offset 2 billion with all domestic steel mines. The remaining 3 billion may take us time to repay. Hence we propose leasing you 2 parcels of land, each spanning 100 square kilometers, for 60 years at an annual rent of 50 million. These plots lay at the border of the 2 nations, adjacent to the sea and with rivers flowing downstream. Jinsha displayed the satellite map, pointing it out to Lu Wu. Lu Wu was astonished. 200 square kilometers was no small territory, and leasing it for 60 years to offset 3 billion was indeed a lucrative deal. The map depicted the terrain in its entirety, showcasing a sparsely populated area with a dilapidated port, which, despite being a deep-water harbor, had been neglected due to the turmoil in Lia and the poverty in Bia, leaving no resources or energy to refurbish it. Seeing Lu Wu's acquiescence, Jinsha beamed, "Boss Lu, we shall be neighbors henceforth. We will shoulder some of the burdens arising from the troubles with the Boson Company. Furthermore, future transactions will be more convenient." Lu Wu smiled, aware that his strength had garnered the attention of Jinsha and the higher-ups of Bia, with the land serving to intertwine their fates. Should they encounter difficulties, they could readily seek his assistance. To lease or not to lease? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wu subtly implied, "Let us forgo the contract. I shall consider the 3 billion debt settled. I will establish my base here. I may not require the full 60 years and might depart at any time." Jinsha and the Bia officials were taken aback, uncertain whether to feel joy or regret, but at least the absence of debt alleviated some pressure. "Shall we assist you in constructing a manor? That would be acceptable." Thus, this monumental arms deal exceeding 100 billion was swiftly and efficiently concluded. Jinsha and the Bia representatives soon departed with their respective equipment, resulting in a transformative enhancement of their military strength. Meanwhile, Lu Wu prepared to leave for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier he had been preoccupied with for over 10 days. However, he had underestimated the influence of the Boson Company. Chapter 33. The World Shakes. The Response to the Waves. According to a reliable report from the BBC, an unidentified arms dealer has emerged in Black Continent, selling a vast quantity of weaponry to pirates and insurgents. The chaos in Black Continent threatens to resurface. The Federal News reports that unscrupulous arms dealers, in a bid to sell weapons, have colluded with insurgents and hostile nations, aiming to annihilate the once peaceful nation of Lien. The Ocean Media questions, who is manipulating our lives? Arms dealers. With high-quality replicas of advanced weaponry from various countries, their profit-driven transactions may exceed a staggering $10 billion, aiming to incite regional warfare. Shortly after Lu Wu concluded a transaction with the enigmatic high-ranking officials of Bia country, major global media outlets began to feature striking headlines. Accompanied by vivid imagery, these reports illustrated the dealings involving Lu Wu, Jack, Sossman, and Jinsha, including satellite images of the monumental $10 billion transaction. The photos, taken from above, depicted a bustling scene along the mangroves and riverbanks, showcasing an array of tanks, ships, military off-road vehicles, and rocket launchers, swiftly vanishing into the jungle. Subsequently, the media tracked down information on this new arms dealer, unveiling Lu Wu's photograph. The owner of a liquor supermarket had abruptly abandoned his business days prior to engage in arms dealings with pirates, causing a global uproar. The sudden emergence of this super arms dealer, coupled with the colossal $10 billion deal and the counterfeit of the world's most advanced weaponry, captivated public attention. Lu Wu, once a shadowy figure seeking quiet fortune, swiftly ascended to international fame. Meanwhile, the Waves Company transformed into a charitable organization, purportedly to assist the impoverished people of Black Continent, yet incurring the wrath of unscrupulous arms dealers. Several individuals were mysteriously silenced, and images of Brittany, taken prior to her death, surfaced, alleging she was murdered while investigating arms dealers, leaving no trace of her remains. It must be noted that Waves Company, renowned as the world's second-largest arms dealer, excels not only in civilian aircraft manufacturing but also plays a pivotal role in the production of components for the International Space Station. Were these images captured by reconnaissance satellites? Especially the ones I have here, do you find them aesthetically pleasing? Lu Wu inquired, eyeing the photographs with keen interest. Hong Mei, somewhat perplexed by Lu Wu's intent, could only surmise his thoughts and ominously asked, "Master, shall we eliminate them?" Lu Wu narrowed his eyes and replied, "Eliminate? That would be too lenient. I wish to make them." Before he could finish, Hong Mei abruptly interjected, "Master, someone is approaching." In an instant, she vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Bai Shui stood closely beside Lu Wu, poised for action. The trio found themselves aboard a modified 022 missile boat, repurposed as a yacht, drifting downstream. Apart from savoring the scenic views one last time, their primary objective was to exchange the 10 tons of gold provided by Jinsha for currency. Lu Wu glanced out the window, astonished to discover they were nearing the river's mouth, the very site where Waves Company had previously launched a missile attack on the 022, only to be retaliated against. Just a few kilometers further lay the estuary, the location of investigator Brittany's demise. Suddenly, from the mangroves, a barrage of missiles, rockets, and shells rained down upon the missile boat, reminiscent of their previous encounter. This was not merely an assassination attempt. It resembled a full-scale battle. The close-in defense artillery aboard the missile boat unleashed a torrent of fire, obliterating all incoming projectiles. At that moment, a deep, ominous rumble resonated from the sky as 3 massive cruise missiles descended, each measuring several meters in length and broader than a barrel. These were the renowned Tomahawk missiles, capable of striking with precision from over 1,000 kilometers away. Now, the 3 missiles altered their trajectory in the sky, swiftly approaching the missile boat with an uncanny grace. Lu Wu soon realized that the waters below were not safe either, as several torpedoes darted toward them like predatory fish. They were under comprehensive assault. It was evident that even a large destroyer, faced with such overwhelming firepower at such a close range, would find itself utterly powerless. Just then, Bai Shui, beside Lu Wu, emitted terrifying electromagnetic waves from her eyes, which caused all weapons within her reach to lose their direction, leading them to collide and explode in a cacophony of destruction. Simultaneously, another thunderous roar echoed from within the mangroves. Remarkably, even a destroyer, located dozens of kilometers from the river mouth, erupted in a tremendous explosion. This was a demonstration of a dimensional assault from a technological disparity. Chapter 34. The Grim Reaper approaches. Tremble. In the heart of Black Continent, there exist 2 branches of the Wave Sound Corporation. One is situated in the southernmost region, the wealthiest nation of the land, renowned for its abundant diamonds and gold, which have bestowed immense riches upon the country, allowing it to stand out amidst its peers. This branch is dedicated to civilian affairs, primarily focusing on the research and sale of passenger aircraft. The other branch, however, finds itself entrenched in the war-torn nation of Laya. The reason is straightforward. Arms dealers thrive amidst chaos, drawing strength from the bloodshed and lives lost. At this moment, within a vast and opulent office building, a middle-aged man named Sauce stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the large screen before him, exuding an air of supremacy and confidence. Although merely referred to as the team leader, he wielded the authority of the entire military trade in Black Continent, akin to the head of a multinational conglomerate, holding even greater power than a president overseeing trade in a single nation. His team of investigators, each a paragon of capability, was tasked with managing arms trades in various countries, enjoying significant influence and stature. "Are all squads prepared?" Sauce inquired, his gaze fixed on the satellite surveillance footage without turning his head. "Leader, all is ready. We have 3 models each of missiles and rockets, as well as artillery, howitzers, naval guns, and mortars, prepared to strike from every conceivable angle and method. The lurking torpedo boats have also arrived on schedule, launching their torpedoes to form a perfect encirclement with our diverse firepower." A commander of a Burke-class destroyer had finished communicating with headquarters and launched 3 cruise missiles under the pretext of eradicating terrorists, showing no concern for fishing vessels. 6 longbow Apaches patrolled the perimeter, each armed with 8 anti-tank missiles and rockets as a secondary line of defense. Upon receiving our intel, the Laya government forces mobilized an entire division to assist us, forming an outer encirclement, and they also prepared to seize the new weaponry recently acquired by the tyrant Jinsa. Behind Sauce, several investigators spoke rapidly. To become an investigator for the Wave Sound Military Trade Department, one had to be a true elite, often doubling as spies or operatives. "Good," Sauce nodded, his tone tinged with bitterness and resentment. That scoundrel deserves to perish. We've nurtured this fat pig for years, and just as we are about to slaughter it, that wretch snatches it away from us. The publicized figure is 10 billion, but in truth, it is 124 billion. Had we been the ones selling the weapons, it wouldn't have been less than 200 billion. Although we may not receive such a hefty sum in cash, we would acquire far more resources and power. Such precise intelligence can only stem from two possibilities. Either one of Jince's aides is an informant for wave sound, or there exists a mole within the higher echelons of Laya. This illustrates the formidable strength of the wave sound military trade department. One man whispered, "Leader, since we have initiated action, can we recall Sophia, who was sent to investigate Lu Wu? I have a feeling she is in danger." "No," Sas replied sternly. "There are always variables. Until Lu Wu is reduced to a pile of charred remains or minced meat, she cannot return. This is the principle that has guided our company thus far." Sas continued to observe the satellite video and commanded, "Wait another minute." The air grew tense as everyone's breaths quickened. Although the satellite imagery showed no sign of projectiles, the smoke trails left in their wake were evident. Most of the shells had been intercepted by the miraculous close-in weapon system, yet 3 cruise missiles had made their mark decisively. Moreover, several torpedoes had gone undetected, swiftly approaching the missile boats. However, in the next instant the screen flickered, and real-time monitoring encountered interference. Moments later, calm returned, but the area where the missile boats had been was now littered with remnants of explosions and tumultuous waves. What transpired? Was the explosion so intense that it disrupted the feed? Someone exclaimed, "This is satellite surveillance." "Do you think the explosion was caused by chain-reactive weapons capable of affecting satellites?" Sas rebuked, a gnawing dread creeping into his heart. This was severe electromagnetic interference. Suddenly, an old-fashioned red landline rang, its tone reminiscent of a bygone era. Upon hearing the sound, Sas's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to answer, ingratiatingly assuring, "Chairman, rest assured, I will flawlessly execute the task of eliminating Lu Wu." "You intend to kill me? How amusing," came the sardonic voice of Lu Wu from the receiver. Sas's scalp prickled, a chilling sensation washing over him as if he had discovered that the cuddly teddy bear he had cherished was, in fact, a ferocious tiger. You are still alive," Sas stammered, unable to tear his gaze from the satellite feed, which showed the flames in the river extinguishing or being washed away, yet no remnants of the missile boats remained. "As long as you remain unscathed, I will surely thrive, and after your demise, I will continue to live well," Lu Wu's taunting voice echoed. Sas pressed further. "How did you manage to make this call? This is a dedicated line. Only one number can reach it, and even if one knows the number, they cannot connect. Could it be a super hacker?" Lu Wu responded nonchalantly, "It's just a phone call. No need for astonishment. As an arms company, we possess many weapons at our disposal. It is indeed enviable. Alas, their lethality pales in comparison to mine." Lu Wu sighed. "Initially, I sought only to make some money, yet you persistently push me. Hear us the deal. Send me the heads of those involved in this operation and compensate me for my losses or else." "Compensation? You are in no position to negotiate." Lu Wu interrupted. "I am not negotiating with you. I see your deep-rooted connections in Black Continent, with numerous countries and organizations engaged in arms trade and negotiations. Hand over those contracts to me." Lu Wu's yearning for these contracts was palpable. He had nearly intercepted 100 billion purchase contract with Jinsa previously. How many more opportunities lay with other nations? Though Black Continent may appear impoverished, it is a land that values military might and invests heavily in defense. Lu Wu continued, "Furthermore, I expect an additional mental compensation of several hundred billion Mi yuan. We of the Dragon Nation hold the number 6 in high regard. Let us settle on 666 billion Mi yuan." Upon hearing Lu Wu's demands, Sas laughed heartily. "I care not how you infiltrated this call. I shall simply tell you this, sir. You ought to be committed to an asylum. In the vernacular of your Dragon Nation, a toad aspires to eat swan meat. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the true might of the Wave Sound Military Trade Department." Lu Wu, having anticipated this response, scoffed, "No matter. You need not kill anyone. However, I believe it won't be long before you come to me, pleading for me to accept compensation. There is a woman who has been investigating me, named Sophia. Correct? She shall be the first. Oh, but wait. She should already be the captain of the Burke-class destroyer that exploded. What a pity. Next will be the individual commanding the torpedo boats. I believe that would be your associate named Thompson. Following him will be Bob, who leads the Apaches. One by one, and you have plenty of personnel, Sauce. You need not fear. It will take a while before it is your turn. You have ample time to ponder your fate. With that, Lu Wu ended the call, the names he had listed resonating like a death knell. Whether it was Sauce or the investigators whose names had been uttered, they all felt a chill race down their spines, a sense of impending doom. Gulp. Leader, I have a foreboding feeling. Chapter 35. Receiving the aircraft carrier. South Pacific. In the missile boat 022, Lu Wu was consumed with righteous anger. Boeing's ruthlessness and willingness to invest heavily were astonishing. The cost of just the various munitions used to eliminate their own amounted to over $10 million. Not to mention the torpedo boats, longbow Apaches, and Burke-class destroyers. Initially, my intent was merely to squeeze you out of the military trade market for profit. But since you insist on courting death, I shall graciously accept. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wu acknowledged that his ability to reach the special line to Sauce was entirely thanks to Bai Shui. As for Hong Mei, she had not returned since her previous departure. But now she has. Hong Mei appeared like a goddess of war, grasping a slender metallic wire with one hand, flames erupting beneath her feet, allowing her to stride through the air as if a divine warrior had descended. Suspended on the wire were 6 longbow Apaches, the most advanced armed helicopters in the world, now dangling like sparrows, stripped of their former dominion over the skies. In her other hand, she clutched a metal net containing an array of undelivered munitions, rockets, and even a few Tomahawk cruise missiles. Master, these are the spoils I have seized, and all those who used them are dead. Lu Wu glanced at the 6 Apaches, feeling quite satisfied. These American variants of the Apache boasted high-end configurations, each worth no less than $100 million. Only 2 years prior, the Indian government had purchased 6 Apaches at a unit price of $150 million. However, Lu Wu believed that selling these 6 for a total of $1 billion would pose no challenge. As for the Tomahawk cruise missiles, each valued around $1.5 million, this haul alone accounted for millions. Together with other weapons, it represented a lucrative windfall. After calming his spirits, Lu Wu stored the Apaches in the system's armory and murmured, "Let us depart without delay. We must first acquire the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Tomorrow at this time, Hong Mei, follow the order I previously outlined to streamline Boeing's personnel, 1 a day, until they are utterly overwhelmed." "Yes, master," Hong Mei replied with respect. Lu Wu wasted no more time, urging Hong Mei and Bai Shui to hasten towards the South Pacific. As they traversed a stretch of ocean, Lu Wu, with a flicker of thought, summoned the Burke-class destroyer that Hong Mei had sunk. "System, do not recycle it. Place it in the weaponry store for refurbishment and upgrade." Ding. Receiving Burke-class destroyer. Consuming 98 tons of raw materials, upgrading to Burke-class 2A. With the system's confirmation, Lu Wu exhaled in relief. The Burke-class is among the world's premier destroyers, displacing nearly 9,000 tons. However, recycling it would yield only a few hundred tons of raw materials. Lu Wu, at this point, had no need for such a trivial amount. The current market value for the latest Burke-class exceeds $1.8 billion. Having spent less than 100 tons of raw materials for its restoration, along with the undetonated missiles aboard, selling it for $2 billion would be effortless. I was indeed correct. By adopting a more assertive stance with Boeing, their gifts to me would only grow in quantity and quality. This time, they have nearly bestowed upon me $30 billion. Lu Wu felt a surge of satisfaction. Before long, he sensed the surrounding air growing colder. "Have we reached the South Pacific so soon?" Lu Wu inquired. "Yes, master. We have crossed over the island nation of Zealand, and with just another 1 to 2,000 kilometers south, we shall enter the Antarctic Circle," Bai Shui explained softly. "Once within the Antarctic Circle, we can claim the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier." Lu Wu's heart raced. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier he had long anticipated was nearly within his grasp. Furthermore, This time he aimed to fully arm the carrier and equip it with the necessary materials to flawlessly complete the mission, thus securing a generous reward from the system. As the temperature continued to plummet, Lu Wu, gazing from above, could discern numerous floating icebergs in the distance. Antarctica. Wait. Power. The aircraft carrier lacks propulsion and requires nuclear fuel. Lu Wu suddenly realized a critical issue, his expression turning grave. Nuclear fuel is typically derived from uranium, and the so-called nuclear egg is primarily composed of uranium. However, uranium is scarce and difficult to mine. Yet, in the next moment, as he beheld the surging tides and the ebb and flow of the ocean, Lu Wu felt a spark of inspiration. Nuclear power does not necessarily rely on uranium fission. What if I utilize nuclear fusion instead? The ocean is teeming with hydrogen, and its isotope deuterium, heavy water, could be further enhanced into tritium for fusion. This represents an inexhaustible source of fuel. I recall that 7 tons of water can yield 1 kilogram of deuterium. With this thought in mind, Lu Wu hastily inquired, "System, can you extract deuterium and then fuse it into tritium?" Affirmative. Each kilogram of extracted deuterium can be fused into tritium at the cost of 300,000 points. Efficient fusion nuclear energy can propel the aircraft carrier for 1,000 kilometers. Shall I proceed with extraction? 1 kilogram of uranium, if fully utilized, equates to the energy of a small atomic bomb. The fusion of a kilogram of tritium, however, would yield over 10 times that power. Proceed. Lu Wu commanded without hesitation. Extract 1 ton of tritium for me. In the next instant, Lu Wu witnessed the sea water forming a massive pit, as if all the ocean had vanished. Ding! 300 million tons of seawater collected, consuming 300 million points, successfully extracting 1 ton of tritium. Chapter 36. Nuclear Fusion. Supernuclear Power. 1 ton of tritium. Moreover, it is of 100% purity. Lu Wu marveled at how remarkably powerful this system was. The so-called nuclear fuel power relies on nuclear energy generation, harnessing an unceasing supply of electricity. Essentially, it is akin to carrying a nuclear power plant. A nuclear power plant does not require excessively high purity for its nuclear fuel. A few percent suffices. Purity exceeding 90% can be utilized for nuclear weapons, indicating that the distinction between a nuclear power plant and a nuclear weapon is merely one step of refinement apart. The notion of using 100% pure tritium for nuclear power is simply unfathomable. System, is the nuclear fusion propulsion safe? Lu Wu inquired. Considering the implications of nuclear fusion, the principle behind hydrogen bomb explosions. In the current world, even the technologically advanced United States relies on nuclear fission for its nuclear power plants, which operates on the energy release principle akin to a spherical bomb. While Long Country has made significant strides in nuclear fusion, achieving notable breakthroughs in laboratories, it has yet to construct an operational nuclear fusion power plant. The system's nuclear fusion power directly employs tritium. Of course, it is safe. However, you have not deducted my points, which indicates that you are utilizing the current world's nuclear fusion technology. Indeed, host, you may be underestimating Long Country. The people of Long Country are modest and often prefer to stay low-key. Their nuclear fusion technology in hydrogen bombs is more than sufficient to surpass that of the United States. This system merely requires slight optimization to be applied to your nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, hence the absence of point deductions. It was the first time Lu Wu had heard such a detailed explanation from the system, and he felt a sense of astonishment. Bai Shui extended her left hand, conjuring an invisible shield that enveloped Lu Wu. The trio had arrived at the South Pole. The frigid landscape was adorned with towering icebergs and thick layers of snow, where ice blocks bobbed with the tides. The biting cold was unbearable, plummeting to several degrees below zero. Guided by the system, the three leaped over numerous icebergs, entering a concealed glacier canyon. Within the canyon, an enormous steel beast stood resolutely amidst the icy expanse. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, weighing 100,000 tons. This vessel was produced by the system itself, composed of materials unknown, its surface as dark as ink yet glistening with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura colder than the icebergs themselves. Countless icicles dangled from the ship's deck and bridge, yet the deck was devoid of any frost or snow, pristine as if washed clean. With a soft thud, Lu Wu, supported by the two women, descended from above and landed on the deck. He crouched down, running his hands over the thick surface of the expansive deck, which spanned 3 to 4 football fields, murmuring, "An aircraft carrier. My aircraft carrier." However, he refrained from accepting it outright, well aware of the previous task assigned by the system. Accepting the aircraft carrier directly would only yield a reward of 10 sets of close-in defense guns. Conversely, equipping the carrier with various weapons would grant him 100 cruise missiles and 100 surface-to-air missiles. The rewards alone amounted to several $100 million. The optimal choice was to not only equip the vessel with armaments but also ensure it possessed a decade-long nuclear power capability, which would result in the generous reward of an amphibious assault ship, a Burke-class destroyer, and a Los Angeles-class attack submarine. Furthermore, the task's deadline was 1 month, with an additional 10% increase in rewards for early completion. Now, only 12 days had passed since he drew for the aircraft carrier, which was more than double the speed, meaning the rewards would also see a substantial increase. Equipping the aircraft carrier with an array of weapons was a straightforward task, but securing nuclear power was imperative. After a lengthy pause to calm his excitement, he turned to Bai Shui and asked, "Bai Shui, is nuclear fusion energy truly that formidable? Can 1 kilogram of uranium propel a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier for 1,000 kilometers? One cannot merely account for the energy consumed in travel. The energy consumption of various onboard systems is also a significant figure. The length of the cables within the carrier approaches 4,000 kilometers. One can imagine the energy consumption. Indeed, Master, 1 kilogram of tritium, if fully released using fission, equates to the energy of 10,000 tons of TNT, comparable to a single spherical bomb. However, nuclear fission cannot release energy completely. The Hiroshima bomb utilized 66 kilograms of nuclear material. Presently, the nuclear-powered aircraft carriers of the United States can operate for 1 million kilometers on a single load of nuclear fuel, requiring no replacement for 15 years. Nevertheless, the utilization rate remains low. In contrast, with nuclear fusion, we only require a fraction of that fuel, yet can achieve even greater distances. Lu Wu felt a surge of excitement at this revelation, and with a thought, he envisioned the viscous water within the system's space. By the way, system, how is your technology for miniaturizing nuclear energy? An important question suddenly sprang to mind, prompting him to inquire hastily. Can nuclear fusion power be used on vessels weighing 10,000 tons? The 10,000-ton vessels currently employ nuclear fission power, which many countries in your world utilize. However, even with the system's optimization, nuclear fission power can only be applied to amphibious assault ships weighing 20,000 tons. This is due to the entire nuclear power system weighing over 300 tons. Lu Wu understood. The nuclear fusion experimental body of Long Country exceeded 400 tons and was rather voluminous, making it challenging for even a 20,000-ton vessel to accommodate. The system achieving this feat was already commendable. If I were to further exchange points to transcend current technology and miniaturize nuclear fusion power, what would be the outcome? Chapter 37. 1,000 Super Robots. If the equipment were intended for sale, Lu Wu would have hesitated to exchange his points. However, as this pertains to his own aircraft carrier fleet, which serves as the cornerstone of his future endeavors, it is only prudent to utilize the best available. It is imperative to exchange points for equipment that surpasses current technological standards. The exchange rate is determined by the volume reduction factor. For every 50 tons reduced, an additional 10 million points are required. Based on the host's current level, the minimum reduction is 100 tons, applicable to 3,000-ton class warships. Astonishing! Lu Wu exclaimed. First, let me exchange for 50 units of 100-ton nuclear power systems. Ding! Each unit costs 40 million points. A total of 2 billion points has been deducted. Successfully exchanged for 50 nuclear power systems. Lu Wu felt a pang as 2 billion points were deducted, and he quickly glanced at his personal system page. Host, Lu Wu, points, 5, 52 billion, assets, 7, 82 billion US dollars, materials, 1, 38 million tons, arsenal, 110,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, pending receipt, 19,300-ton Burke-class destroyer, 6 Longbow Apaches, 45 Tomahawk cruise missiles, 36 Standard 2 surface-to-air missiles. He had previously converted 1 ton of tritium for 300 million points, and now with the 2 billion points spent, his total had diminished by nearly one-third. Upgrading some weapon modules had only cost a few million points, a mere fraction of his total. As for his assets, Lu Wu had only purchased 3 101 Hummer vehicles, costing $310 million, and rented a presidential suite for a month at the expense of 100,000 USD. To his surprise, he had not noticed that the missile launch bays on the destroyer were nearly full. Originally capable of holding 90 various missiles, after firing 3 Tomahawks, 81 remained, quite satisfactory. Lu Wu felt a surge of satisfaction. Glancing at Hong Mei and Bai Shui, he smiled. I shall commence the establishment of my aircraft carrier group, and I also intend to set up a base in the territory between Liaguo and Bayaguo. At the very least, there should be a port and an armory. Otherwise, over time, the sudden appearance for every arms transaction will inevitably raise suspicions, leading to unnecessary troubles. Hong Mei, clutching Lu Wu's arm, tilted her head slightly, pouting, and gazing into his eyes, said softly, So, Master, are you planning to exchange for a large number of sisters? Bai Shui also tugged at Lu Wu's other arm. A hint of jealousy in her tone, Master, if you exchange for them, you must not forget us. Lu Wu felt somewhat speechless. Their intelligence and human-like qualities were too remarkable, almost too human, akin to real women who could feel jealousy. If he were to actually exchange for hundreds of sisters, would it lead to a robotic version of palace intrigue? Where are your thoughts wandering? If 1,000 women were to follow me, that would undoubtedly be the greatest vulnerability. How could I possibly exchange for a multitude of sisters? Lu Wu shook his head. This time, he spoke directly and loudly. System. Exchange for 1,000 male robots. They must be male and robust. Ding. Exceeding 1,000 in quantity, the points consumed are discounted by 20, deducting 80 million points for the successful exchange of 1,000 intelligent robots. On the expansive deck, a flash of light revealed a large group of tall and sturdy soldiers, their heights and builds nearly identical, yet their appearances varied significantly. They represented the 3 major global ethnic groups, along with several subgroups and mixed-race individuals. Their hairstyles were equally diverse, some sporting crew cuts, others bald, some with braids and others with flowing locks. Their attire varied widely: casual, athletic, formal suits, camouflage, denim. Master. As Lu Wu stood in a daze, all the robots knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to him. Oh, rise, Lu Wu said, snapping back to reality. This is quite satisfactory, very discreet and low-key. However, it is a bit chaotic. While I do not mind your hairstyles, your attire should be more formal. No sooner had he spoken than the robots shimmered, their outfits transforming into sleek black suits, complete with sunglasses, resembling characters from the Matrix or professional bodyguards. Lu Wu was taken aback. This attire cannot be considered proper clothing. Can it? It won't hinder your movements, will it? Not at all. Whoosh! Some robots replied, leaping across the deck, landing on the icy landscape, and effortlessly smashing a massive block of ice with a single punch. Others dove into the icy waters, swimming with ease, while some executed various acrobatic maneuvers, even performing yoga. Lu Wu found the scene somewhat chaotic and hastily called, Stop! Instantly, all actions ceased, and they returned, forming into 50 neat rows, each containing 20 individuals, standing perfectly still as if they had never left. The first 10 rows proceed to establish the base and armory in Huzhou. Here SA Golden AK-47 for you. It should prove somewhat effective, primarily to avoid collateral damage to Jinsha's personnel. As for the Boeing, feel free to play with it. Lu Wu said, casually tossing the Golden AK-47 to the leader, adding, You shall be designated as 001 and report to me daily. I will return in a few days. Oh. And Hong Mei, provide them with the list of targets. It's better that you handle fewer of these grim tasks in the future. The scent of blood is rather unseemly. Yes, master. 200 individuals leaped into the icy ravine, quickly disappearing from sight. General Jinsha, my people will soon return to establish the base. Please assist me in procuring various construction materials. Lu Wu then dialed Jinsha's number. After hanging up, Lu Wu turned to the remaining 800 robots and declared loudly, All right, we shall now commence the formal construction of the aircraft carrier group, the mightiest in the world, bar none. Chapter 38. Equipping the Super Aircraft Carrier. Lu Wu meticulously examined the colossal nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Despite its impressive size and formidable presence, it bore a striking resemblance to the second-hand aircraft carriers that the Dragon Kingdom had painstakingly acquired in the past, essentially an empty shell. Devoid of propulsion, various defensive weaponry, and an array of radar systems, the most crucial component, the onboard aircraft, was conspicuously absent. However, Lu Wu found solace in the notion that his direct involvement in its construction and assembly would render it far more powerful and meaningful. He contemplated the adage that outsiders marvel at the spectacle while insiders discern the intricacies. The Ford-class carriers of the United States appeared to share little distinction from the Nimitz class, particularly in terms of size and displacement. Yet, each subsystem exhibited qualitative enhancements, resulting in a significant overall increase in combat capability compared to the Nimitz class. The Ford class was already recognized as the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the current era. How much more could be optimized without depleting his points? Optimizing by 20% results in a 50% increase in overall combat power. This was indeed a formidable capability, likely attainable only by the next generation of carriers from the United States. Nevertheless, Lu Wu remained unsatisfied and declared, "Very well, let us proceed with the point optimization." Within the bridge, Lu Wu gazed at the vast 3D design projection of the aircraft carrier, engaging in rapid deliberations with Hong Mei and Bai Shui. With their extraordinary reservoir of knowledge, even the world's most formidable military experts would appear as novices in their presence. "Master, propulsion is the foundation of all capabilities. We should install the nuclear reactor first. You see, the nuclear power unit has now been miniaturized to a mere 50 tons. Allowing for the accommodation of additional nuclear power systems and enhanced propulsion," Hong Mei remarked, her previous black leather attire replaced by a sleek black professional skirt that accentuated her impressive curves. With glasses perched on her nose and a slender rod in hand, she gestured towards the design. Lu Wu pondered. The Ford class features 2 nuclear reactors generating 200,000 kilowatts of electricity, 3 times that of the Nimitz, with a lifespan extending to 50 years, requiring minimal nuclear fuel replacements. How many nuclear power units do you believe we should install? Our objective is to create an aircraft carrier that is larger, faster, and stronger than the Ford.
Hong Mei smiled, comprehending Liu Wei's ambition.
She pointed toward the deck outside and stated, "Indeed, Master, let us first consider size. Our nuclear-powered aircraft carrier will utilize super-compliant materials, possessing lower density and greater strength. Consequently, while the empty displacement remains at 100,000 tons, our length will reach 360 meters and width 56 meters, covering nearly 1/5 more area than the Ford, approximately the size of a football field. Moreover, the full load displacement can attain 130,000 tons, exceeding that of the Ford by 20,000 tons. Lu Wu grinned, surveying the expansive deck and nodding in agreement. That is indeed quite substantial. As for speed, most modern warships can achieve 30 knots, with the Ford capable of reaching 33 knots. However, for larger vessels, attaining higher speeds becomes increasingly challenging. Thus, a significant quantitative change is required to induce a qualitative transformation. Hong Mei paused momentarily, her tone taking on a more profound quality. Therefore, my recommendation is to install 8 nuclear reactors. What? Lu Wu exclaimed, caught off guard despite his anticipation. Isn't that excessive? Wouldn't there be conflicts and inconsistencies? It seems impractical. Master, have you forgotten the purpose of points? They are meant to address issues that current technology cannot solve. As long as you desire it and have the points, it can be accomplished. She replied confidently. I have calculated that with 8 nuclear reactors, we can achieve a cruising speed of 50 knots and a maximum speed of 70 knots. Lu Wu felt a surge of excitement within him. Was this truly an aircraft carrier, or had it transformed into a speedboat? He swiftly inquired of the system. Is this genuinely feasible? What is the point cost? Ding. Installing 2 nuclear reactors requires no point deduction. Adding 6 additional units necessitates a total optimization of the aircraft carrier, costing 600 million points. 600 million. While not insignificant, it was not insurmountable. Lu Wu hesitated for only a moment before consenting. After all, points were merely a currency he could continue to earn, and his previous wealth would remain intact. Delaying the upgrades until the aircraft carrier was fully equipped would only complicate matters later. Exchange. Ding. 600 million points deducted. Assembling 8 nuclear reactors. As the system's voice resonated, Lu Wu distinctly felt the aircraft carrier tremble beneath him. A series of crackling sounds echoed as he observed the deck morphing, becoming more streamlined, reducing hydrodynamic and aerodynamic resistance. Assembly successful. With the system's announcement, the vibrations and sounds subsided. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier seemed to awaken, imbued with a newfound essence as various internal functions commenced operation. The enormous propellers began to turn slowly, preparing to break through any icy barriers and conquer the vast ocean. With 4,900,000,000 points remaining, let us continue. Lu Wu exhaled, his resolve firm. Yes, Master. Now, let us discuss the defense systems integrated into the aircraft carrier. Chapter 39. The exquisite aircraft carrier configuration. The aircraft carrier, with its formidable arsenal of onboard fighter jets, stands as the paramount weapon. Following closely are the accompanying cruisers, destroyers, frigates, and submarines, akin to valiant soldiers safeguarding an emperor's passage. Thus, the configuration of the Million aircraft carrier emerges as the most scientifically sound approach. Even if the armaments consist solely of defensive systems, albeit in limited numbers and lacking in strength, they serve a purpose much like the sidearm of a general. In contrast, the Bear-class carriers treat their vessels as oversized cruisers, outfitting the decks with an array of heavy anti-ship and air defense missiles, which inadvertently curtails the capacity for onboard aircraft, yielding a net loss. Lu Wu stepped out of the island structure and made his way to the edge of the deck to assess the situation firsthand. Hong Mei, how many anti-ship missiles do you believe we should deploy on the second-tier bridge just outside this hull? On the Ford-class carrier, the defense systems are stratified into 3 layers. The outermost layer features 2 quadruple launchers, totaling 8 Sea Sparrow missiles, designed to intercept anti-ship missiles approximately 20 kilometers away. The middle layer houses 2 RAM, rolling airframe missile systems, effective against threats 9 kilometers distant. Lu Wu interjected, I am aware of the innermost layer, the renowned Phalanx close-in weapon system. It appears that the Ford is equipped with 2 20mm 6-barreled cannons, boasting a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute, akin to the multifunctional close-in weapon systems aboard our 022. Hong Mei chuckled, Master, the cannons on the 022 have been optimized by our systems. We are essentially cheating. The Phalanx is currently the only close-range defense weapon system capable of automatic searching, detecting, assessing, tracking, and engaging targets, truly formidable. Very well. How many should we install? Lu Wu inquired, though a hint of frustration crept into his voice. You must understand that my system is still rudimentary. Certain items are subject to restrictions in exchange. For instance, the world's most advanced fighter jets and vessels over 10,000 tons, including nuclear submarines, are beyond my reach until my accumulated points exceed 10 billion to upgrade to an intermediate system. I am just 21 billion short. Second- and third-generation carrier-based aircraft, such as the vertical takeoff Stingray fighter, Panda, and Hornet, are available for exchange, but I would rather savor a single immortal peach than consume a bushel of inferior apricots. Such subpar aircraft would merely tarnish my carrier. Hong Mei replied with a smile, so, your intention is clear. Even if we equip more close-in weapons, we shall not accept substandard aircraft? Indeed, after a few more days, I shall conduct a lucrative transaction, allowing me to upgrade and freely exchange weaponry. As Hong Mei glanced at the newly revealed design schematics, she suddenly exclaimed, Master, you have overlooked a crucial point. What is it? Lu Wu asked, astonished. Our aircraft carrier has a load capacity exceeding 30,000 tons. Our dimensions and area are significantly larger, and thus our volume is also greater. The Ford can only afford to install a few close-in systems, while we can accommodate numerous ones. Look here, Hong Mei continued, pointing to the arched internal spaces beneath the flanks of the ship. Our design allows for substantial modifications to house various types of defensive systems. As Lu Wu listened, an expression of delight crossed his face. What an audacious idea! Excellent. Our carrier stretches an impressive 360 meters, and the combined width of the flanks exceeds 700 meters. If we install one defensive system every 10 meters, we could easily fit 70 systems. Precisely. Let us allocate 20 for each range and 10 radar systems. As Lu Wu brimmed with excitement, ready to proceed with the exchange, Bai Shui, who had been quietly listening to the exchange between him and Hong Mei, gently touched his arm and cautioned, "Master, I believe equipping too many defensive systems may be impractical. It would waste valuable space. 10 of each would suffice. What shall we utilize the saved space for?" Lu Wu queried, puzzled. Bai Shui smiled gently. "Have you forgotten? The Ford-class carrier also claims to be outfitting future weaponry, such as electromagnetic railguns and high-energy lasers, particularly the railgun, which is reportedly making significant strides. In this regard, our nation is not lagging behind. How could we possibly forego this opportunity?" Realization dawned upon Lu Wu. "Indeed, I was overly eager and overlooked this detail. Very well, let us proceed with 10 of each, reserving 40 spaces for future weaponry." "That would be ideal," Hong Mei concurred with a smile. "System, exchange for 10 Sea Sparrows, 10 Rams, and 10 Phalanx systems. Additionally, optimize them to the utmost limit allowed with my points. Ding. Deducting 787 tons of raw materials and 30 million points. Exchanging and upgrading 10 units each of the Sea Sparrow, Ram, and Phalanx systems. Deducting 700 tons of raw materials and 70 million points to modify the 2 flanking platforms and create retractable platforms for storage." The system's notifications rang out as the defensive weapon systems materialized, and the flanks of the ship shuddered and transformed, with 30 defensive systems assembling seamlessly on either side. Just as before, a fleet of 60 intelligent machines emerged on the deck, tasked with maintaining and operating these 30 systems, an efficiency far superior to that of conventional carrier crew members. System, procure the most advanced active phased array radar to maximize our monitoring capabilities. Exchange for all necessary radars and upgrade them to the current highest level using points. Lu Wu continued without delay. Chapter 40. Invincible, fearless, supreme. Beep. The current aircraft carrier requires 81 types of radars, needing 68 tons of raw materials, and upgrading to the highest level requires 800 million points. Would you like to exchange and upgrade? Radars are truly high-tech marvels, lightweight and requiring minimal raw materials. However, the deduction of points stung Lu Wu, as it was a substantial amount, exceeding the 600 million points needed for the nuclear power modification. After the deduction, only 4 billion points remained. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and swiftly proceeded with the exchange and upgrade. This time, the aircraft carrier remained silent, as the exchanged radars materialized directly in Lu Wu's system space. Assign an appropriate number of personnel to equip them. Henceforth, you will be responsible for their maintenance as radar operators, Lu Wu commanded, waving his hand as 81 radars of varying sizes and designs appeared, some spherical, others mesh-like, some resembling bowls, while others took the form of poles, carried away by dozens of intelligent robots for installation on the aircraft carrier. Although no carrier-based aircraft were temporarily equipped, the supporting systems were imperative. Lu Wu inquired of the 2 women, "How many sets of electromagnetic catapults and arrestor wires do we need?" This time, Hong Mei appeared puzzled, questioning, "Master, the primary function of an aircraft carrier is the efficiency of its carrier-based aircraft, which fundamentally determines its power. The frequency of operations primarily hinges on the number and efficiency of the catapults. Naturally, the more catapults, the better, but for the arrestor wires, shouldn't we have 3, just like other carriers?" Standing on the deck, clad in the specially exchanged thermal attire and mask, Lu Wu proclaimed confidently, "Inspired by your audacious thoughts, I too have conceived some bold ideas. While other carriers must cautiously land a single aircraft at a time, I intend to land 2 simultaneously." Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 women, Lu Wu continued, "This is far from impossible. Our deck is wider and longer, and the performance of the aircraft we will exchange for in the future will undoubtedly be superior. Most importantly, the intelligent robots piloting the aircraft will be far more formidable than human pilots, enabling us to achieve this. Hence, I am preparing to install 6 sets." The 2 women nodded gently, not opposing the notion. Indeed, if they were to pilot fighter jets, despite being novices, they could rival the elite pilots of powerful nations. As for the catapults, we can take cues from the Million Nation, where most carriers are equipped with 4 catapults, though only 3 are operational, with the Ford being the sole vessel capable of utilizing all 4. The operational capability of the carrier-based aircraft is projected to increase from approximately 150 sorties per day to 180, and under high-intensity conditions, even surpassing 220 sorties. Lu Wu inhaled deeply, stating, however, "I intend to install 8 catapults, not sequentially, but capable of launching 8 fighter jets simultaneously." Pointing to the midsection of the aircraft carrier, he declared, "They will be installed here with 8 catapults facing each other, launching 4 aircraft towards the bow and 4 towards the stern simultaneously." At this juncture, Lu Wu pressed the intercom, inquiring, "Have you detected it? How much power can our 8 nuclear reactors generate simultaneously?" Response to Master, "It can reach 1 million kilowatt-hours," came the reply from the robot responsible for power management within the carrier. 1 million kilowatts, 5 times that of the Ford and 15 times that of the Nimitz, Lu Wu remarked earnestly. Hong Mei marveled, therefore, simultaneously launching 8 fighter jets is entirely feasible. Master, your insights are indeed profound. Moreover, launching identical types of carrier-based aircraft from a flat deck averages only 20 seconds, while different models require 45 seconds. The new aircraft carrier of Long Nation takes over an hour to launch 24 aircraft, far too slow. However, our robots possess immense endurance. We need not worry about overload. By merely enhancing the strength of the aircraft, we can launch them at full speed. Ideally, we could achieve a launch every 10 seconds. Bai Shui timidly interjected, but, Master, the electric tow vehicles cannot operate that quickly, and the aircraft themselves cannot traverse the deck at such speeds. It would be perilous. 10 seconds is simply insufficient. Lu Wu responded incredulously, "Are you foolish? Can our robots not push approximately 30-ton aircraft? They are certainly swifter and far more stable than those expensive tow vehicles. We may not even require them." "Ah, I overlooked that," Bai Shui acknowledged awkwardly. With flames of ambition igniting in his eyes, Lu Wu proclaimed grandly, 10 seconds to launch 8 fighter jets means 48 aircraft in a minute. Our aircraft carrier is larger, and including the internal hangars, it can accommodate at least 120 aircraft. Yet it would take merely 2.5 minutes to launch them all. With such terrifying combat prowess, we will be an invincible presence. One aircraft carrier will equate to 3 or even 5 Ford-class carriers. It is highly likely that before their aircraft have even taken off, our jets will already be airborne, launching missiles to obliterate their decks. Hong Mei, filled with human emotion, exclaimed, "Such an aircraft carrier is truly invincible in the world, fearless before formidable foes, a supreme existence. Master, what shall we name this aircraft carrier?" Lu Wu smiled, "You may go and inscribe these words upon the ship's hull." Hong Mei extended her hand, and Lu Wu wrote a few characters upon it. She gasped in astonishment, "Jushin, Master, does this signify the descent of the gods, or the vanquishing of deities?" "Indeed, it embodies both," Lu Wu affirmed. System, proceed with the exchange and upgrade. Chapter 41. Enormous rewards. Formation of the fleet. Ding. Consumed 639 tons of raw materials. Exchanged for 8 electromagnetic catapults, 6 arrestor wires, deducted 86 million points, upgraded to the current highest version. The system's voice resonated, and Lu Wu pondered the weight of the electromagnetic catapults. The upgrade likely cost 10 million points for each catapult, while each arrestor wire cost 1 million points. Not too exorbitant, he still had 3.9 billion points remaining. Ding. Please complete the carrier-based aircraft exchange to fulfill Task 3 and receive substantial system rewards. At that moment, an unusual system prompt startled Lu Wu. "Damn, are you forcing me to exchange? The host may opt not to exchange and still complete Task 2. Do you think I'm foolish?" Lu Wu thought to himself, exasperated. Task 2 rewarded him with 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles and 100 Red Flag air defense missiles, which, while worth several $100 million, paled in comparison to the rewards of Task 3, a Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship, a Burke-class air defense destroyer, and a Los Angeles-class attack submarine, each worth far more. Each vessel represented a significant accumulation of wealth. Even the cheapest Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship commanded nearly $500 million, while both the Burke-class destroyer and the Los Angeles-class attack submarine approached $2 billion each. Thus, the reward for Task 3 was valued at a staggering $4 billion. Moreover, There was the prospect of receiving the aircraft carrier 18 days earlier, yielding an additional 180 bonus reward, meaning he could nearly triple his benefits. Even if he exchanged for the most mediocre fighter jet, he was determined to secure Task 3. System: exchange for a Harrier fighter jet. 1. Ding. Deducted 6. 7 tons of raw materials, successfully exchanged for 1 Harrier fighter jet. The system's voice chimed again. Lu Wu speculated that if the system possessed emotions, it might scold him for exploiting loopholes. Ding. Within 1 month, reach the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, endow it with nuclear capabilities, various onboard weaponry, and radar, achieving a systematic combat power to complete Task 3. Due to the host completing the task 18 days in advance, the rewards will be augmented by 180, yielding 2 Northwest Wind amphibious assault ships, 3 Burke-class air defense destroyers, and 3 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Wu finally felt at ease, fearing the system might renege on its promise. As the rewards fell short of the original threefold, resulting in 1 less Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship, he remained unconcerned. Transmit my orders. Activate the aircraft carrier and set sail towards Wangyang. Lu Wu, disinterested in using the intercom, shouted out. Though separated by thick steel barriers and the clamor of nuclear generators, his voice swiftly reached the robotic operators. Buzzing, a pair of colossal propellers whirled into motion, slicing through the surrounding ice, reducing it to powder. A terrifying thrust propelled the aircraft carrier through the glaciers, akin to a bull stubbornly pushing forward against a massive boulder. Faster! Close-in weapon system, commence firing. Lu Wu commanded. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of dense, torrential close-in gunfire erupted as a barrage of shells struck the icebergs. Ice shards flew in all directions, with many blocks melting away, crashing down into the glacier and some even onto the deck, shattering with a thunderous roar. Unimpeded, the aircraft carrier rapidly accelerated, barreling through at an astonishing pace of 50 knots, then 60 knots and 70 knots. This enormous iron beast, tipping the scales at over 100,000 tons, exhibited a terrifying velocity, soon breaking through the icy barrier and into the South Pacific. Splash! The aircraft carrier plunged into the sea, sending up towering waves of water, splashing high into the air. Come forth, my aircraft carrier fleet. Standing at the bow, Lu Wu allowed the icy spray to douse him, waving his hand and shouting. Boom! 2 massive ships appeared on either side of the aircraft carrier, once more sending up colossal waves. It was Lu Wu's first time witnessing a genuine Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship. Measuring 200 meters in length and 30 meters in width, from the elevated deck of the carrier, the vessel appeared as a perfect rectangle, displacing over 20,000 tons, larger than some light aircraft carriers. You send that aircraft over. Lu Wu pointed at a robot and commanded. Yes, Master. The robot swiftly entered the brand new Harrier jet, starting it up and taking off vertically, rapidly approaching the Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship on the left. Send some personnel to operate this warship. Take the nuclear power system with you and modify it yourselves. Don't make me instruct you again. Handle it yourselves. 100 crew members emerged onto the deck, flying towards the 2 Northwest Winds to assume their posts. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 4 new Burke-class 2A destroyers materialized at the bow and stern of the carrier. Besides the 3 awarded by the system, there was an additional 1 Lu Wu had previously captured and upgraded. The 4 destroyers positioned themselves around the carrier, safeguarding the central command. Another 120 personnel departed to take control of the 4 destroyers. Following this, 3 Los Angeles-class nuclear submarines surged into the water like black serpents, striking with lethal swiftness. System: exchange for Tomahawk cruise missiles, Standard 2 missiles, and Aegis 3 missiles. Each 100 units. Chapter 42. The first mighty fleet in history. The successful transformation. The combat power of an aircraft carrier battle group primarily relies on its carrier-based aircraft, employing an offensive strategy for defense. The passive defensive capabilities are the responsibility of the other warships within the fleet. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, also known as Burke Air Defense Destroyers, are equipped with the Aegis radar system. Among the 90 missiles of various types on board, the majority are air defense missiles, followed by Tomahawk cruise missiles and anti-ship missiles. Thus, The aircraft carrier fleet is now fully equipped with all necessary vessels, and Lu Wu generously exchanged for an array of large missiles. Notification. Deducted 1. 382 tons of raw materials, exchanged for 520 various missiles for naval vessels. On the aircraft carrier's deck, 3 stacks of missiles were arranged, resembling 3 piles of logs. Lu Wu promptly deployed the exchanged missiles, allowing the onboard robots to engage in their tasks. The aircraft carrier fleet, meanwhile, navigated the vast expanse of Antarctica, without any specific destination, merely to test the engines and adapt to their various functionalities. The primary focus remained on further enhancing the fleet's combat capabilities. Each Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, the Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship, and the Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine retained 10 crew members to operate the vessels, while the rest were occupied with the transport and assembly of missiles. To match the terrifying cruising speed of 50 knots of the aircraft carrier, the remaining vessels were compelled to be outfitted with multiple new nuclear power systems. The Northwest Wind was equipped with 4 reactors, while the Los Angeles-class submarine, with a displacement of just over 6,000 tons, also possessed 2 nuclear reactors. Previously, Lu Wu had spent 2 billion points to acquire 50 nuclear power units. Now, only 22 remained, a reduction of more than half. The formidable nuclear power systems significantly reduced fuel consumption and water storage requirements, and with robotic crew members, there were no logistical pressures. After optimizing the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Lu Wu continued to enhance the other vessels, dismantling spaces required for human crew members, such as dining areas and living quarters, to convert them into weapon and ammunition storage. The Northwest Wind was transformed into a light aircraft carrier, now equipped with long, medium, and short-range missiles as well as a phalanx close-in weapon system. Additionally, its internal storage capacity was greatly increased. It could now house over 140 vehicles and tanks, along with 900 Marines, an increase of more than double its previous capacity, while also accommodating fixed-wing aircraft. Its speed, previously a modest 19 knots, surged to over 50 knots, transforming it from a tractor into a race car. Master, you are quite generous in your expenditures, but it is indeed worthwhile. These 2 amphibious assault ships now possess a combined combat capability comparable to a 50,000-ton medium aircraft carrier. Red Rose remarked with a smile. White Snow interjected. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and nuclear submarines have also undergone a remarkable transformation. Originally capable of carrying 90 missiles, the Burke destroyer was easily surpassed by the newly commissioned Long Country Large Destroyer 055, which could accommodate 112 missiles. However, after optimization, the missile capacity of the Burke-class destroyer surged by 30 to 120 missiles, with a significant increase in internal ammunition storage. As for the Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine, even the latest model originally housed only 12 vertical launch system tubes for cruise missiles, with an additional 8 stored internally, allowing for a total of 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Given its limited displacement of just over 6,000 tons, the vertical launch system could not be significantly expanded. However, the system was upgraded to 16 tubes, while the internal storage capacity reached 32 missiles. There was no need for bulky supply ships or field hospital vessels. The frigate was essential for coastal operations, but even if the most advanced frigate could be exchanged for at this moment, it would hold little significance. Thus, Lu Wu concluded that the aircraft carrier fleet was now fully equipped. Lu Wu contemplated further, glancing at the system interface. Host, Lu Wu points, 3. 5 billion assets. 7. 82 billion miles yuan materials. 1. 373 million tons armory. 1 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. 100,000 tons. 2 Northwest Wind amphibious assault ships. 22,000 tons. 4 Arleigh Burke-class air defense destroyers. 3A. 3 Los Angeles-class attack nuclear submarines, 6 Longbow Apaches, all vessels fully armed. The assets remained unchanged, and the raw materials had only decreased by 7,000 tons, a trivial matter for Lu Wu at this stage. However, his points had diminished by 400 million, nearly halving from their peak, causing him considerable distress. Moreover, he needed to continue spending. System, extract 10 tons of tritium for me. The 28 units of advanced nuclear power provided the fleet with remarkable speed, but the cost was painful. The The previously exchanged 1 ton of tritium would hardly last long. Better to endure the short pain than the long. Thus, he opted for a direct exchange. Notification. Deducted 3 billion points, successfully exchanged for 10 tons of tritium, granting the host an additional 1 ton. Within the system space, 11 tons of tritium materialized. Each nuclear reactor could accommodate 500 kilograms of tritium. The aircraft carrier, equipped with 8 reactors, required 4 tons. Even with the previous exchange of 1 ton, it now held 3 tons, allowing for optimal energy utilization, comparable to the several tons of uranium on the Ford-class carrier, ensuring at least 50 years without replacement. Lu Wu filled the engines of both the Northwest Wind and the Burke destroyers to capacity. Only one Los Angeles-class submarine remained unfueled, as it was not considered the most advanced. A third had already been retired by the United States, and Lu Wu planned to replace it in due time. The nuclear-powered submarines were merely temporary vessels, to be exchanged for more advanced options as they became available. The strongest aircraft carrier fleet in the world has been successfully established. Chapter 43. The world is astounded, the mysterious Antarctic fleet. The onboard robots were industriously refitting the ships, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Lu Wu was indulging in a holiday. Indeed, he reclined on the deck of the aircraft carrier in a specially designed lounge chair, feeling the refreshing sea breeze against his face, as the tides ebbed and flowed, a fishing rod in hand. Behind him, Hong Mei gently massaged his shoulders, while Bai Shui playfully rubbed his legs, occasionally offering him slices of sashimi and fruits harvested from the island. Although they were near the Antarctic, with the cold winds howling, aboard a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, it felt as if they were in the Maldives. Alas, there were fewer women around. Otherwise, a few more genuine companions would have been delightful. Hong Mei's voice interrupted his thoughts. Master, you are indulging in improper thoughts again. Coughing slightly, Lu Wu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Bai Shui remarked, after all, Master is a true human, while we, despite our human-like appearance, are not truly human. We cannot bear children, and thus, Master deserves genuine companionship. I believe that Yi Zhuqing would be quite suitable at 22 years old, standing 173 meters tall, with an enticing figure. Her hormonal responses during interactions with you are quite vigorous, making her ideal for nurturing. Lu Wu, feeling a wave of confusion, replied, Please, do not concern yourselves with such matters. Is dinner ready? With your abilities, why is preparing a meal so challenging? Apologies, Master. Our primary functions are combat and ensuring your safety. We lack culinary skills and must learn from scratch like ordinary women. As Lu Wu and the 2 women drifted leisurely on the aircraft carrier, the other robots busily modified the fleet. They inadvertently stirred a tremendous commotion across the globe. A mysterious nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, no, a fleet of aircraft carriers, had appeared in the South Pacific. The United Nations was the first to take notice, with countless media outlets, networks, and individuals converging outside the Pentagon. General Wilson, I am a BBC reporter. May I inquire if the sudden emergence of the aircraft carrier fleet in the South Pacific, near the uninhabited waters of Antarctica, belongs to your newly launched Ford-class carriers? General, is this a new generation of aircraft carriers? From satellite imagery, it appears that these vessels exceed the Ford class by a significant margin, over 30 meters in length and several meters wider, with a displacement nearing 130,000 tons, highlighting a substantial difference from the Ford class. The United Nations certainly lacks the budget for such an expenditure. Could it be the Dragon Nation, ever obsessed with aircraft carriers? A multitude of reporters surrounded a spokesperson from the United Nations military, bombarding him with questions. Similar scenes unfolded in other permanent members of the Security Council and various allied nations, with many citizens excitedly speculating that their countries had secretly constructed new aircraft carriers, suddenly making a grand entrance. General Wilson was equally perplexed. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, No, it is not ours. In fact, we are as bewildered as anyone regarding the origins of this fleet. Although the 4 destroyers bear a resemblance to our latest Burke class, they exhibit numerous differences, at least 30 more missile launch silos. We have also reached out to the romantic Iron Tower Nation, and they too have confirmed that the amphibious assault ships are not theirs. Moreover, the 2 Western Wind warships do not match theirs either. Suddenly, the reporter named Susanna, who had earlier introduced herself as a BBC journalist, had an epiphany and exclaimed, "The mysteriously appearing fleet, modified from its original form. Doesn't this resemble the mysterious arms dealer from a few days ago? How can this be? I am a supervisor at a division of Boeing, and I can assure you that while they may replicate AK-47s, rockets, and speedboats, it is impossible to replicate aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, or destroyers. No one can accomplish such a feat. It must be the Dragon Nation." Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation has urgently responded, stating that while they would love to claim the fleet as their own, the reality is that producing such a super aircraft carrier is currently beyond their capabilities." The Bear Nation also issued a statement denying ownership. Indeed, during their peak, they were unable to produce a direct-launch large aircraft carrier, treating carriers as large cruisers, let alone in their current diminished state. In that moment, global headlines shifted dramatically, all discussing the formidable fleet that had mysteriously appeared in the South Pacific, near Antarctica. How did it arrive? Whose is it? What are its intentions? Some netizens even speculated that it was an extraterrestrial creation, with numerous supporters of this theory. For those unable to comprehend the situation, attributing it to aliens provided a convenient explanation. Numerous great powers began to attempt contact with the fleet, yet received no response. They deployed their spy satellites, maximizing their resolution, and while they could discern the aircraft carriers down to the rivets, they could not detect a single individual. While Lu Wu continued to enjoy his leisurely pursuits on the deck, his presence was effectively concealed by Hong Mei and by Shui. Many maritime powers, particularly the United Nations, were even preparing to dispatch fleets for engagement, readying their defensive and offensive weaponry, on high alert. Meanwhile, in the Black Continent, as the world buzzed with speculation, Yi Zhuqing naturally caught wind of the news. Though her rational mind insisted it was impossible, an instinctual feeling stirred within her, suggesting that this fleet was undeniably connected to the enigmatic Mr. Lu. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Chapter 44. Laozi creates an island. "Mr. Lu," Yi Zhuqing exclaimed, unable to conceal her excitement as she hurriedly answered the phone. She had not anticipated that just as she was thinking about Lu Wu, she would receive his call, which filled her with a sense of shy embarrassment, as though her innermost thoughts had been exposed. "Little Yi, I heard you've resigned?" Lu Wu chuckled casually, as if conversing with an old friend.
Ye Zuking Stanson dissipated instantly.
And she responded with a smile, "That's largely thanks to you, Mr. Lu. Your purchase of over $300 million worth of Humvees has made my family value me greatly, and I've grown weary of that job. Thus, your part-time position has been upgraded," Lu Wu teased. "But really, it's not a secret anymore, is it?" Lu Wu's tone shifted to a more serious note as he continued, "Indeed, and the reason I sought you out is to discuss a significant business opportunity." "How many units this time?" Yi Zhuqing inquired eagerly, assuming Lu Wu was about to order more Humvees. "One vessel." Yi Zhuqing paused, then quickly grasped the implications, lowering her voice as she asked, "A ship? Not a warship, just a boat," Lu Wu clarified, "a dredging vessel." Yi Zhuqing hesitated again, asking, "What is its tonnage?" "This equipment is somewhat specialized, as you know, the Tianqi model can." "Do you really think I would purchase such outdated machinery from a decade ago?" "You're aware that I am not lacking in funds," Lu Wu interrupted her with a light chuckle. "As for whether it's specialized or not, you needn't concern yourself. I simply wish to play with a small island in the uninhabited waters of the South Pacific. It will not affect anyone and will not lead to any disputes. If you are worried about leaking crucial technology, we can sign a non-disclosure agreement." Yi Zhuqing managed a wry smile. "Mr. Lu, I know you possess wealth, but the Tianqi can dredge to a maximum depth of 30 meters, with a production capacity of 4,500 cubic meters per hour, and a draft of 6,300 meters. It's quite formidable." "Too slow, too near, too shallow," Lu Wu interjected once more. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhuqing said, "Then I shall strive for the Tianjing. You are aware that it is explicitly not for sale, but I will see if an exception can be made. Since exceptions are being made, why not push the boundaries further? The operational efficiency of the Tianjing is comparable to that of the Tianqi. What is the point? Don't even mention the Tianjing. I wouldn't even consider the Tianquan." Lu Wu sighed. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Report back to your family. This is not something you can decide unilaterally. Tell them I want the Xinhai Su. During the most challenging 1960s, Longwa invested resources equivalent to 4 tons of gold to procure the first vessel, which has led to this present moment. I have great admiration for that, and I am willing to offer 4 tons of gold for purchase. Yi Zhuqing gasped. The current international gold market value is soaring, and 4 tons of gold equates to 250 million meters. Longwa operates discreetly. If there are more advanced and powerful assets available, I would be inclined to purchase. Lu Wu continued. Currently, Longwa may not be financially strained enough to compromise certain rules for monetary gain, but I possess other offerings that would satisfy Longwa. Yi Zhuqing's heart raced as her intuition, combined with previous speculations, hinted that the recently sensationalized mysterious aircraft carrier fleet might indeed be connected to the enigmatic Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, please hold for a moment. I will report immediately, Yi Zhuqing hurriedly concluded, quickly disconnecting the call. Lu Wu shook his head and sighed. What a pity. This item cannot be classified as military goods. The system only deals with arms and cannot exchange for it. If only the system would diversify its business, that would be splendid. At that moment, Hong Mei handed Lu Wu a mobile phone, saying, Video call from 001 is incoming. Connect. Master, we have received various materials sent by General Jinsha. There are no alterations, and we are constructing the base, armory, and port at Heizhou Town. On the video call, a man with yellowish skin respectfully reported. He was 001, the leader of the 200 intelligent robots. The Heizhou Town he mentioned was a name Lu Wu whimsically assigned to the 200 square kilometers of land. The video call was conducted from a considerable height, several dozen meters above the ground, allowing a panoramic view of the surrounding area. It revealed a plethora of steel bars, concrete, and gravel piled up at the dilapidated port. The other 199 intelligent robots resembled super laborers, effortlessly carrying bundles of steel weighing several tons, while makeshift wooden carts transported dozens of tons of sand and gravel. Some were mixing concrete, vigorously stirring the mixture with a 10-meter-long, 1-foot-thick log, moving faster than a concrete mixer. Others were punching and kicking boulders to create cylindrical stone pillars, pushing them away at speeds surpassing motorcycles, thundering across the surface like primal, ferocious road rollers. The atmosphere was bustling with energy, reminiscent of 200 pieces of construction machinery making rapid progress in their task. Lu Wu took out a mobile phone, opened several versions of maps, and zoomed in on Heizhou Town. He discovered that the location appeared entirely unremarkable. The dilapidated port remained desolate. It seemed as though the bustling construction scene did not exist. Lu Wu remarked, splendid. Strive to complete the port in a few days. I have a premonition that a significant business opportunity will soon present itself. Yes, master. Additionally, the Bushing Company is investigating your Sophia. She was involved in a car accident outside the hotel you stayed in last night and died on the spot, still clutching the video of your hotel entries that she had copied. Lu Wu smiled broadly. What a tragic fate for someone who merely obtained an inconsequential video. I have seen her photograph. She was quite beautiful. Tomorrow, let it be said she succumbed to food poisoning. Let her departure be as peaceful as possible, to avoid alarming the higher-ups at Sauce. Understood, master. Lu Wu ended the call and glanced at Bai Shui, who, understanding the cue, took out another specialized phone and swiftly operated it before dialing a number and handing it to him. Chapter 45. The enraged Sauce in the headquarters of the Bushing military trade in the land of Leah. A thunderous sound reverberated. Sauce, who typically remained unflappable in the face of adversity, was now consumed by fury. He slammed his wine glass onto the table, the base shattering with a sharp crack, spilling red wine across the surface. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Dozens of investigators dared not utter a word. Why was Sophia not informed? Sauce finally could no longer contain his rage, bellowing in anger. Group leader, it was conveyed. You were the one who communicated it, a voice attempted to explain. But before the statement could conclude, Sauce sent the speaker flying with a swift kick. Approaching 50, Sauce remained a towering figure, his immense strength evident, calluses lining his palms. Once more, a deathly silence settled over the room, some trembling in fear. The Boching Military Trade Department was no mere civilian trade entity. It had transcended corporate confines. Even many military personnel from the United States could not compare to the strictness observed here. In simple terms, SAS held the power to dictate their fates. The notions of freedom and democracy, often boasted about in the United States, were rendered a mere joke in this context. Indeed, it had been said that excessive freedom inevitably leads to the exploitation of the weak by the strong. This was merely a reflection of that truth. Silence. Did I ask for your prattle? SAS snapped, his irritation palpable. To challenge him in such a state was akin to courting death. Just as he was about to continue, a ringing sound interrupted. A brand new green phone. Instinctively, SAS rushed toward it, but after a couple of strides, he halted abruptly. He picked up the receiver, uttering, "Hello? Hello? Do you not recognize my voice?" Came a disgruntled voice from the other end. "How are you managing the military trade division in Black Continent? $100 billion deal has been snatched away, and you don't even have the details to handle it. Moreover, General Aceman is demanding to know why one of his Burke-class destroyers is missing. That's a $20 billion loss. And why have 4 similar advanced warships suddenly appeared in the South Pacific? Rumors abound that they are all linked to the same individual. You better investigate this immediately." The elder grew increasingly incensed, his voice echoing even to the other investigators present. "By the way, I heard both Brittany and Sophia have perished? Why are they both dead? Damn it! Their connection to a certain Air Force general in the Pentagon was quite intimate. Whether we can sell our new F-15 model largely depends on him." Once a figure of authority, SAS was now drenched in sweat, rendered speechless by the barrage of accusations. "Rest assured, I will uncover the truth promptly." A sigh escaped the elder, his tone softening considerably. "The heads of the Western Eagle, Oil District, Eastern, and Southern Divisions are all vying for my position. Isn't that what they want? SAS, I have high hopes for you. Do not disappoint me. Take care of yourself." A slap followed by a sweet promise. Such was the method of control, akin to the carrot and stick philosophy embraced by the United States. SAS expressed his gratitude profusely, waiting respectfully for the elder to end the call. Yet the smile on his face vanished instantaneously. During this exchange, all subordinates retreated to a distance, remaining silent and unobservant. Ding! Just seconds after the call ended, the phone rang once more, and SAS's smile returned. "Minister, do you have further instructions? Haha. Though I have not witnessed it firsthand, I can swear before your deity that right now, you must be groveling like a dog, clutching the receiver." The mocking voice of Lu Wu resonated through the phone. SAS's expression transformed dramatically, the warmth dissipating, replaced by a tempest of fury. "Damn you! I will catch you." "Catch me? For what? You cannot even secure the lives of your own. How do you intend to catch me?" Lu Wu retorted playfully. Soon, his tone shifted to one of sorrow. "I heard Sophia was in a car accident. Alas, it seems my prediction was correct. Such a beautiful woman, meeting such a tragic end perhaps. A food poisoning incident tomorrow would be more fitting. You are too arrogant. You are not a deity." SAS roared, his heart racing. Could this man truly be responsible? "I am certainly not a deity, merely a businessman. Would it not be better to maintain harmony? Black Continent has been drained by you for years. Could you not take a break and allow me to benefit?" Lu Wu replied cheerfully. "It's merely a few contracts, after all. A few $100 billion pales in comparison to your illicit gains over the years. This compensation for my mental anguish is quite reasonable." Bang! SAS smashed the phone, shouting, "Who purchased this phone? There must be a flaw within. Tomorrow no one is allowed to leave. No, no one shall leave this office. I will arrange for food to be delivered." After a moment's contemplation, SAS dialed a number, instructing, "Bring me 50 rations of military provisions produced a year ago, yes, just those. And also prepare a complete set of distillation equipment." Unfazed by SAS's abrupt termination of the call, Lu Wu remained oblivious to the fact that his words had nearly paralyzed the entire military trade department in Black Continent. He handed his phone to Bai Shui, resting his hands behind his head, ready to admire the rays of the setting sun, when his phone rang once more. Chapter 46. Another lucrative deal concluded, Master. "It's Yi Zhuqing on the line," Bai Shui announced, handing her phone to Lu Wu. With a smile, Lu Wu remarked, "So soon?" It seems we have some progress. Mr. Lu, my family has stated that as long as our interests are not compromised or threatened, and in gratitude for your generosity and our prior friendship, Xinhai Su is willing to negotiate. Coincidentally, our previous Xinhai Su has already been dispatched for work, and we have developed a larger and more advanced dredging vessel.
Ye zoeking conveyed.
Lu Wu chuckled, I see. Is this because my previous offer was deemed too low? No, Mr. Lu is quite generous. However, if my family were to make an exception and sell the most advanced technology merely for $250 million, it would feel rather trivial. You are aware that our dragon country is not lacking in wealth these days, Yi Zhuqing replied, though she was acutely aware of the sorrowful expressions of the bigwigs when they had decided against that $250 million. After all, that amount equates to an astonishing one. 75 billion dragon coins. While dragon country is indeed affluent now, its wealth has been accumulated gradually, leaving them in a state of inner turmoil, unable to grasp what is so tantalizingly close. Nonetheless, Lu Wu's message, suggesting he could offer something that would satisfy the interests of dragon country, resonated profoundly with these influential figures. The weight of those words was unmistakable to anyone with a modicum of common sense. With dragon country's rapid development and its position at the forefront in many domains, winning their favor is no simple task. Lu Wu understood this well. While he did not consider himself a particularly virtuous individual, he did not identify as a fervent nationalist either, nor did he fawn over others. He was not one to harbor animosity toward foreign nations, unlike certain individuals who readily extolled others while disparaging their own. Thus, engaging in trade with dragon country, especially utilizing funds he did not hold in high regard, was not something he hesitated to pursue. At this juncture, accumulating points was of utmost importance to him. I am an arms dealer. Although dragon country is currently thriving, it possesses its share of shortcomings, Lu Wu stated, causing Yi Zhuqing's heart to race, with the middle-aged men around her visibly stirred. Could they really obtain technology that even dragon country coveted? Lu Wu contemplated for a moment, then said, I have had some exposure to certain equipment in dragon country. You may be aware that I previously sold high-fidelity Hongqi 10s, which are superior to dragon country's current technology. Moreover, the confidentiality of this technology is exceptionally stringent. If anyone wishes to acquire it for the purpose of study, that would be futile. Feel free to test that theory. He chuckled. So what do you think of this technology? The sophistication of heavy anti-air missiles could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the military industry. Dragon country has toiled for decades, achieving numerous advancements. Yet as Lu Wu remarked, there are still flaws. At his words, one of the middle-aged men beside Yi Zhuqing was filled with ecstatic delight. However, he was quickly restrained by his companions, urging Yi Zhuqing to speak. Indeed, it is robust technology. However, we are progressing rapidly in this area. It may not be long before we undergo upgrades. Do you have anything else? Very well. Since we are discussing vessels, let us exchange based on ship technology. How about the technology of the Burke-class destroyer? The latest model, complete specifications. Lu Wu remained unfazed. The technology of the Burke-class destroyer was a treasure to others, but to him it was merely a matter of a few thousand tons of steel, which could be procured for a few million. In the past, the Burke-class destroyer technology would have been considerable, but now they possessed a 10,000-ton destroyer. Lu Wu interrupted Yi Zhuqing, stating coolly, if you truly do not wish to proceed and insist on raising the stakes, then let us cease these negotiations. I would not want our friendship to fray over this. A robust masculine voice erupted with laughter. Ah, Mr. Lu, do not take offense. I was merely jesting. Let us proceed as you suggested, all the technology of the latest Burke model in exchange for our newest dredging vessel. I believe we shall maintain confidentiality regarding this transaction. Any issues that arise will be borne by each party. Correct? Naturally, Lu Wu affirmed. Splendid. This new vessel has an excavation capacity exceeding the previous 500 cubic meters, reaching 7,000. Its maximum operational range exceeds 18 kilometers, an improvement of 3 kilometers. Furthermore, its maximum dredging depth reaches 44 meters, surpassing the previous model by a full 8 meters. It is capable of excavating more silt and stone than before on conical reefs. The middle-aged man proclaimed with pride. I understand you wish to conduct operations in the South Pacific. which is near the Antarctic and experiences heavy winds and waves. However, our vessel can operate normally even in winds of force 9, he continued. Lu Wu grew increasingly satisfied. The effortless acquisition of technology in exchange for such a formidable national asset was indeed a lucrative deal. Yi Zhuqing's voice chimed in, moreover, Mr. Lu, this vessel has yet to be assembled, making it convenient for transport and easier to maintain confidentiality. Lu Wu's eyes brightened. Then have it airlifted to New Lanyu Island. Given Dragon Country's current capabilities, I trust this can be accomplished. Although he could directly go to Dragon Country, as he had previously done when transporting armored vehicles, using system space for transport, he realized that he had outgrown such modesty. As a businessman, some ostentation is warranted. Greater renown facilitates business dealings. As for any adversaries that might arise, they could simply be crushed. The second largest arms trading company, Boson, is currently grappling with its own troubles, after all. Upon hearing Lu Wu's relaxed remarks, the middle-aged man quickly cautioned, Mr. Lu, that entails transport costs in the millions. 10 million for transportation. It will arrive tomorrow. His tone shifted to one of reverence and respect. Mr. Lu, I have heard that this colossal vessel is yours? Is there a possibility of transferring its technology? What do you require? Chapter 47. The aircraft carrier as a cargo ship, ha ha ha. My dear friend, what a jest you have made. Upon hearing the other party's interest in acquiring nuclear-powered aircraft carrier technology, Lu Wu responded with a polite laugh. He comprehended the decades-long dream of the Dragon Kingdom for aircraft carriers, which has now seen some fruition. However, given the current state of their relations and Lu Wu's own needs, the time for such a transaction had not yet arrived. The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated this, not overly concerned with Lu Wu's refusal, as he had merely inquired out of curiosity. If it could be obtained, all the better. If not, one must rely on their own endeavors. After all, has the Dragon Kingdom not persevered through similar trials over the years? As the man's voice faded, after a brief pause, Yi Zhuqing's timid voice emerged. Mr. Lu, I am truly sorry. There is no need for apologies. You are serving your nation and its people, while I am merely pursuing my own interests, Lu Wu replied with a smile. Now, I am off to enjoy a bonfire feast. Please call me when the goods arrive tomorrow. Then I wish you a pleasant dinner, Mr. Lu. May our future cooperation be fruitful. Yi Zhuqing responded, regaining her spirits with a cheerful demeanor. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wu shook his head and chuckled as he leisurely made his way toward a pile of firewood. Indeed, barbecuing atop the invaluable deck of an aircraft carrier. If others, especially those from the Dragon Kingdom, were to discover this, they would likely feel a pang of heartbreak. After all, this was the coveted nuclear-powered supercarrier, yet here it was being used for a bonfire feast. Unbeknownst to Yi Zhuqing, Lu Wu's so-called bonfire feast was indeed on the deck. They were unaware that the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier produced by the system was impervious to the mere heat of a few hundred degrees from the wooden bonfire. Even temperatures capable of melting steel would pose no threat to this deck. Master, how do you find our barbecue? The once stern and intimidating Hong Mei now resembled a love-struck girl, holding up a grilled squid and seeking Lu Wu's praise. Very commendable, Lu Wu remarked as he took a bite, expressing his admiration. Hee, Hong Mei beamed, but Lu Wu continued. Please contact the Nulan Nation in a more formal manner. Do not frighten them. Simply inform them that we shall pay a visit tomorrow and take along a shipment of goods. We wish to establish a friendship with Nuland. Bai Shui queried with a peculiar tone. A shipment of goods? Those tens of thousands of components can only be transported by this aircraft carrier. Can't they? Indeed. Lu Wu nodded while savoring the deep-sea crab. Our 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is a mystery to the world. Everyone is exceedingly vigilant. And yet, we will traverse over 1,000 kilometers overnight to arrive at a small nation's doorstep. How can we not expect to startle them? Bai Shui fell silent, contemplating. You make a valid point. In business, one must demonstrate strength without instilling fear, rather than causing alarm. Then let the Dragon Kingdom also assist in clarifying that I possess no aircraft on board. This is merely a cargo ship that resembles an aircraft carrier. It is not a warship, but a vessel of peace. Moreover, we shall load our cargo and depart. What is there to fear? If they remain frightened, then they are simply too timid. that cannot be blamed on my carrier. Now, enough of this talk. I shall retire. Lu Wu went to sleep, while the 100,000-ton carrier sailed smoothly toward Newland. Cruising at a speed of 130 kilometers per hour, the journey of over 1,000 kilometers would take merely 7 or 8 hours. To ease the apprehension of Newland, the Zweibeifing and Burke vessels remained stationed in Antarctica, and the numerous defensive systems along the carrier's edge were retracted into the vessel's interior. At a glance, it appeared to be an empty aircraft carrier. By the afternoon of the following day, the enormous carrier arrived at the port of Newland. The port was in close proximity to the international airport, making the transport of tightly wrapped components to the dock a straightforward task. Last night, upon receiving by Schwe's message, Newland initially felt bewildered, but then received a call from the Ministry of Commerce of the Dragon Kingdom. A rather unusual cargo ship would be arriving to transport components, so there was no need for alarm. At the sight of this steel behemoth entering the port, the Minister of Commerce for Newland found his lips quivering. Is this truly a cargo ship? How extraordinarily unique! In an instant, all other vessels withdrew. The loading of goods came to an abrupt halt, and a large crowd gathered to watch. Oh my! This is a super-nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The military of the United States is indeed formidable. My dear lady, you are mistaken. Since 2 days ago, the United States is no longer the sole nation possessing supercarriers. Of course, the identity of the nation with that mysterious fleet remains unknown. It is rumored to be a high-quality imitation by an arms dealer. But can an arms dealer truly replicate a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? Is this akin to replicating an AK-47? Perhaps this is genuinely a special cargo ship, merely designed to resemble an aircraft carrier for a unique purpose? Amidst the murmurs and uncertainty of the crowd, the colossal gantry crane began to hoist large, mysterious components, lifting them high enough to reach the deck of the carrier. Soon, a great pile began to accumulate on the deck. Could it truly be a cargo ship? Otherwise, who would genuinely use an aircraft carrier to transport tens of thousands of tons of steel parts? The damage to the deck would certainly not be a trivial expense to rectify. Watching the carrier depart with a large assortment of components, many began to set aside their worries, thinking, perhaps it really is just a cargo ship. As directed by Lu Wu, the aircraft carrier sailed toward a hidden reef, illuminated by the fading light of the setting sun. Chapter 48. Reclamation and Island Construction, Aircraft Carrier Base. In the South Pacific, which boasts the largest expanse of uninhabited ocean, the boundless Wangyang Sea reveals its vastness. The surface often bears witness to the lifeless bodies of birds, victims of exhaustion. Unable to find a place to rest, nor possessing the ability to swim, they succumb to their fate. In the pitch black of night, a colossal iron beast suddenly intrudes into this endless sea, halting over 1,000 kilometers from Antarctica. Master, radar has detected 18 submerged reefs in this vicinity. In the aircraft carrier's command room, Bai Shui's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, conjuring a holographic projection that vividly resembled a scaled-down underwater model. Lu Wu was astonished to discover that, aside from 3 isolated reefs, the remaining 15 formed a rough circle. These reefs were primarily composed of rocks rather than soft sediments, predominantly remnants of deceased coral, dark and uneven, yet incredibly resilient. The 15 reefs varied in size. The smallest exceeded 100 square meters, akin to a large 3-bedroom apartment, while the largest spanned thousands of square meters, surpassing the dimensions of a football field. Master, the highest point of these reefs lies 12 meters below the surface, with an average depth of 15 meters. Lu Wu inquired, calculate the volume of extractable rock and sediment above 44 meters underwater. He added, the 3 isolated reefs can be excavated as well, no need to preserve them. Understood, Master. This newly acquired dredging vessel, Shukuin, can extract sediments within an 18-kilometer radius of the reefs. The total volume has been calculated to be 19,847,000 cubic meters. Lu Wu's eyes gleamed. A volume nearing 20 million cubic meters could indeed form a mountain. He quickly asked, how much of this can fill the 15 reefs? Though Lu Wu's request lacked clarity, Bai Shui comprehended his intent, responding, if the master merely wishes to raise the 15 reefs by 1 meter above sea level, it would create a total area of 386 square kilometers, resulting in 15 small islands. Although this area was significant, Lu Wu shook his head. We must connect the 15 islands. Separating them would be meaningless. In Longgua's South Lake, there exists a heart-shaped reef ring, so beautiful. We must create a similar ring of islands. If all were interconnected, the gaps between the reefs would demand substantial materials, yielding a 183 square kilometer ring island, approximately 100 meters wide and 18 kilometers long. Lu Wu was further disheartened. Only 100 meters wide? Is that even an island? It resembles a slender necklace. It must be widened. At the very least, it should span 500 meters in width, with the largest reef serving as the main island, measuring 1,000 meters across. Bai Shui replied, "This will necessitate sourcing rock and sediment from more distant locations." With a wave of his hand, Lu Wu declared, "Commence extraction. Let us fill the reefs and transform them into islands first. Great efforts yield miraculous results. Let's get to work." On the deck, after a night of diligent effort, 500 robots had successfully assembled the Shukuin. The technical aspects of assembly posed no challenge for them. Soon, the Shukuin was launched into the sea, as dawn approached, illuminating the horizon. 18 kilometers away from the reefs, a thunderous sound erupted as the immense cutting blade of the Tiankuin began its work beneath the waves. Regardless of the hardness of the rocks, they were pulverized by the blades, then suctioned into pipes. Under immense pressure, the sand and water were propelled to the reefs 18 kilometers away. During the ejection process, most seawater was expelled, leaving primarily sediment, cascading like a mudslide waterfall, rapidly striking the surface of the sea before swiftly descending upon the reefs. At a rate of 7,000 cubic meters per hour, nearly 2 cubic meters of material was discharged every second. On the reefs, the sand and stones accumulated at a visibly rapid pace, akin to an unending convoy of trucks unloading their cargo. This seemingly straightforward task demanded a high level of technical expertise, far more challenging than land reclamation along coastal areas, a feat only achievable by great nations, especially in the depths of the ocean, far removed from any continent. However, the process, while brutally simple, was indeed effective. "Relay my orders. The fleet is to converge here. This will become the base for our aircraft carrier fleet. All ships should retain only the essential crew. The rest shall disembark to locate large rocks, especially coral, to fortify the perimeter. Additionally, I require 20 more personnel to install the nuclear power system onto the Shukuin." Lu Wu commanded, gesturing as another 100-ton nuclear fusion unit appeared on the deck. "Once we finish extracting the rocks here, extract all rocks above 44 meters sea level within a 500-kilometer radius." Lu Wu's eyes gleamed with determination as he added system, exchange for 1,000 sea mines, 1,000 torpedoes, and 100 tons of plastic explosives. "Hong Mei, instruct them to utilize these in the deep water zones. I want the large rocks to be detonated and retrieved intact." 2 northwest winds, idling idly, were tasked with transporting the massive stones, capable of carrying 5,000 tons at a time. Should they encounter particularly stubborn obstacles, let Burke and Los Angeles fire torpedoes and obliterate them. "Yes, master." Hong Mei nodded, assuming command of this unique construction endeavor. Why rely on civilian equipment when military assets are at my disposal? I refuse to believe that I cannot construct a grand ring island. From this day forth, the entirety of the South Pacific Ocean shall be mine. Chapter 49. The world trembles, dominating the South Pacific. The sun has set sail. The dawn casts its glow upon the massive aircraft carrier, elongating Lu Wu's silhouette, his shadow resembling the battle attire of a war deity. The sea winds howl fiercely, and the thunderous roars of cannon fire reverberate as colossal waves crash incessantly around the reefs, with explosive flashes visible even through the crystalline waters. The rocks, lying 44 meters beneath the surface, have been utterly obliterated. Lu Wu stands proudly on the elevated deck of the aircraft carrier, surveying the bustling activity of hundreds of robots and 10 vessels. The 4 Burke-class destroyers and the nuclear submarine fire a few heavy torpedoes, each nearly half a meter in diameter, striking the impenetrable seabed, shattering boulders the size of small hills. Meanwhile, the 2 Mistral-class amphibious assault ships have taken on the role of laborers, as robots hoist massive stones onto the deck or into the internal cargo holds designed to transport armored vehicles and tanks, ferrying them to the reef circle. Some of these boulders are larger than minor submerged reefs, significantly enhancing the efficiency of land reclamation. The aircraft carrier traverses the ocean, unleashing waves that seem to soar over mountains. Lu Wu feels a surge of pride, unable to resist rephrasing a line from the founding emperor's poetry. "Master, have we perhaps made a bit too much noise?" Bai Shui inquired with a hint of concern. "Indeed, the commotion is substantial, and it has likely captured the world's attention." Lu Wu nodded, then nonchalantly shook his head. "But what of it?" Bai Shui paused. Though she possessed extraordinary intelligence, she remained perplexed by certain human thought processes. Lu Wu, recognizing this, smiled and elucidated. "First and foremost, there is only one nation on this planet capable of effortlessly conducting long-range naval operations, and that is the United States. A fleet of 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers could easily annihilate a medium-sized nation. If I were to assign a score, they would earn a commendable 90. There is no second tier. The aging and impoverished Russian Federation and the rapidly ascending Dragon Nation belong to the third tier, scoring around 75. The waning powers of Britain and France sit at 70. These four nations can barely manage open ocean operations, and unless faced with a dire situation, they are unlikely to act rashly." Lu Wu shook his head dismissively. As for other nations that enjoy making a fuss, the two heavily fortified nations from World War II barely scrape by at the passing mark. They might manage coastal affairs adequately. The others likely cannot withstand the might of my aircraft carrier fleet. Bai Shui smiled, "So, even if we cause a considerable stir, it is only the United States that might play tricks? Perhaps they will," Lu Wu replied. "However, as time passes, particularly once I equip the most advanced carrier-based aircraft, friction will undoubtedly escalate. After all, we have already entered a state of hostility with the wave forces." Lu Wu remained unfazed. "If they refrain from provoking me, that would be wise. Should they dare to strike, I assure you, with 37 million tons of raw materials, even the most mundane equipment could cover the United States." As Lu Wu led the aircraft carrier fleet in a grand endeavor of land reclamation, the monumental commotion naturally drew global attention. To put it succinctly, powerful nations have long been monitoring this area. Morning news. Yesterday afternoon, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which had been under global scrutiny, suddenly appeared near the Nulan Islands, swiftly departing after loading several tons of mysterious cargo. Astonishingly, we recorded the carrier's speed at an incredible 50 knots, reaching a terrifying peak of 70 knots. This is akin to a racing car or a speedboat. Today's news. Is this a carrier, a speedboat, or a specialized cargo vessel? It is unheard of for an aircraft carrier to transport goods. BBC. According to the United States Geological Survey, seismic monitoring detected a series of minor tremors in an uninhabited ocean area 800 kilometers from Antarctica, starting at 5 a.m. local time. A Pentagon spokesperson confirmed that these seismic waves are indicative of giant torpedo explosions. Satellite surveillance reveals considerable murkiness in this maritime zone, likely due to significant explosive forces beneath the sea. The U.S. State Department. This incident is undoubtedly closely tied to the Dragon Nation, which is under considerable suspicion. Our satellite imagery reveals a massive suction dredger operating in that area, demonstrating world-class efficiency. Such equipment is exclusive to the Dragon Nation. Moreover, yesterday, several large military civilian cargo aircraft from the Dragon Nation took off urgently, transporting mysterious equipment to the Nulan Islands, only to be subsequently retrieved by the aircraft carrier. The connections here require no further elaboration. The Philippine National Television. The Dragon Nation has a long-standing penchant for land reclamation. Thus, the sudden emergence of large vessels constructing islands in the South Pacific must be attributed to them. A spokesperson from the Dragon Nation's foreign ministry firmly stated, "This has nothing to do with us. We implore relevant countries to refrain from making baseless accusations." As nations engage in verbal skirmishes, a website suddenly emerged, capturing widespread attention. Global Military Trade Network. This is the official website of our Global Military Trade Company, established today. We hereby declare that we do not manufacture weapons. We merely serve as transporters of arms. We do not engage in conflicts. We conduct business on mutually agreeable terms. By the way, Our aircraft carrier is a civilian vessel primarily used for cargo transport and tourism, harboring no intention of instigating conflict. We are not constructing islands. We are merely transporting seabed rocks, seeking to provide our civilian aircraft carrier with a home amidst the vast ocean. Chapter 50. The great business returns in the aircraft carrier command room. Hong Mei and Bai Shui watched in astonishment as Lu Wu spoke with fervor, weaving elaborate tales. In the vernacular of their homeland, what was this called? Calling a stag a horse? Distorting truth? Speaking without restraint? Hong Mei turned to Bai Shui, her tone peculiar as she inquired. Bai Shui, equally bewildered, stammered, I don't know either. The world of humans is indeed complex. To put it simply, it should be termed as deception, right? I've heard that many large nations have a special department called the Strategic Deception Bureau. The Antarctic is a territory and asset belonging to all humanity. We possess both the right to access it and the responsibility to safeguard it. Thus, global Antarctic research teams facing unexpected troubles may seek assistance from our fleet. No, our rescue fleet, Lu Wu continued, transitioning from speech to text, sending out one post after another. Each post saw an exponential increase in readership, surging by thousands every second, with the earliest posts already surpassing 100,000 views. The South Pacific is vast and perilous, a territory yet to be conquered by humankind. Our universal company stands ready to offer assistance to passing fleets. In fact, the islands and ports we establish here are primarily for the service of all. Hong Mei and Bai Shui exchanged glances. Even with their emotional intelligence, they sensed something amiss. Was their master being a tad too shameless? Was he truly trying to deceive others into believing such grandiose claims? After a lengthy discourse, Lu Wu finally closed the newly created website, instructing the two women. From now on, when you update posts, adopt my tone and method. The principle is simple. Always present things in a positive light, just speak freely. Whether they believe it or not is their concern. Yes, master. They both nodded, and Bai Shui then remarked, Master, General Jinsha is calling again. Lu Wu smiled, answering the phone. It's not a call. It's business that's coming our way. It seems my last 1 billion points will be reached soon. Hello, General Jinsha. How is my equipment holding up? Lu Wu greeted cheerfully as he connected the call. On the line, General Jinsha's voice boomed. Haha. Boss Lu. Your equipment is undoubtedly top-notch. A true value for money. Hearing this flattery, Lu Wu pondered, sensing that the general sought something in return. To say it's a true value is a bit of an overstatement. It is indeed worth its price. One gets what one pays for, Lu Wu responded, cautious not to relinquish the initiative. General Jinsha exchanged pleasantries but soon had to broach the matter at hand, saying, Boss Lu, I have a significant business opportunity to propose, which could potentially double our trade. Lu Wu contemplated briefly. Is this about two rival nations engaged in an arms race? There are several pairs of such nations in Black Continent, but the ones that could be deemed substantial must be those two countries in the northwest. General Jinsha chuckled. Boss Lu, your insights never fail to impress. However, these two nations can be considered as representatives of various nations, possessing military equipment from several of the world's top military powers, many of which are the latest models. He continued, moreover, the relations with them are deeply rooted, having purchased considerable equipment from Bossen and other companies in the United States. Lu Wu understood the implications and decided to be straightforward, smiling, I comprehend this well. Therefore, I require General Jinsha to make the introduction. Having just purchased a plethora of my equipment, your recommendation will surely yield better results. Haha, you flatter me, Boss Lu, but you speak truthfully. General Jinsha eagerly anticipated Lu Wu's acknowledgement, feeling satisfied. I will exert every effort to facilitate this business for you, even if it costs me dearly. General Jinsha added, if the recommendation succeeds, all expenses will naturally be covered by me. Lu Wu responded, General, since we've broached the subject, I will be candid as well. If this arms trade materializes, I would require 5% of the total trade value. You are aware I am about to launch a full-scale assault, but nearly all my funds have been allocated for equipment purchases. Once I succeed, I will undoubtedly repay you double. 5% is not a hefty sum, and the profits from arms trade are notoriously substantial, especially considering Lu Wu's margins, and this was a loan. Lu Wu did not hesitate, stating, agreed. If this arms trade reaches 10 billion, I will give you 500 million. I can even prepay you 200 million now. However, this trade must proceed without any mishaps. General Jinsha rejoiced. Excellent. Thank you, Boss Lu. From now on, you shall be my brother. Hold on, I am a businessman. I discuss only prices, not sentiments. Aha. Rest assured, Boss Lu. This deal will not only succeed, but I will strive to surpass our previous trade, aiming for 15 billion. After a brief pause, he quietly inquired. However, can you inform me, Boss Lu, do you have any Air Force equipment? They are not like me. They develop across land, sea, and air. Moreover, they are quite willing to spend on superior fighter jets. Chapter 51. A strike on the F-22 Raptor, the pinnacle of fighter aircraft. This was precisely Lu Wu's Achilles heel, causing him considerable discomfort. However, after a brief pause, he confidently proclaimed, "Yes, absolutely. But, as you are aware, top-tier fighter jets are exorbitantly priced and involve competition with other major powers. I cannot simply hand over the aircraft without seeing a substantial sum first." Jinsha queried, "Are you suggesting a deposit? How much would be appropriate? Would 10 billion suffice? Certainly not. I still require an additional 21 billion. Lu Wu thought to himself, bemused, and replied, "That is far too little. You could inform him that I can also procure a high-quality imitation of the F-22 Raptor from the United States. As for various other fighter jets across land, sea, and air, they are all within my capabilities. Moreover, my pricing is undeniably reasonable. You have witnessed my quality firsthand, so there is no need for doubt." Jinsha's breath quickened. Damn it! Although the F-22 has been in service for over a decade, its overall combat capability remains unparalleled in the world. Even the jointly developed F-35 falls short in comparison. As for the fifth-generation fighter jets from Longhua and Maoxiong, they have yet to demonstrate true combat effectiveness, or rather, they still possess certain flaws and are not extensively deployed. Facing the fully operational F-22, which has years of experience, can be said that none can match it. If he truly could replicate the F-22, then acquiring any other fighter jet would indeed pose no challenge. Jinsha hesitated, still somewhat skeptical. "Boss Lu, can you really obtain the F-22? "Of course." Lu Wu chuckled, "And rest assured, I will make some alterations to its appearance to ensure a significant visual difference, without compromising its performance. Thus, you need not worry about disputes with the United States." "Splendid. That's wonderful." Jinsha exclaimed, "Alas, I have no extra funds. Otherwise, I would certainly purchase 10 or 8 units. Oh, by the way, Boss Lu, how much do you think the deposit should be?" 3 billion. Lu Wu replied. "Ah!" Jinsha gasped, "This is truly a hefty sum. In the realm of global military trade, few transactions exceed 30 billion. You are indeed making a bold demand. Isn't that a bit excessive, Boss Lu?" Jinsha chuckled wryly. Under normal circumstances, their annual military budget is only several billion. Even if they are hemorrhaging money to acquire advanced fighter jets, a deposit of 30 billion seems implausible. If they are indeed interested in the F-22, then 22 billion will suffice for good luck. Once the deposit is received and their sincerity is confirmed, I will adhere to the usual protocol and provide them with 11 F-22s in 3 days. Lu Wu remained unfazed. 2 billion per F-22? Jinsha was taken aback, quickly calculating. While the F-22 is indeed costly, it is not entirely outrageous. However, the originally projected order of over 800 units was drastically reduced to 195. The exorbitant development cost of 400 billion, when divided, becomes prohibitively expensive. Even with the support of the U.S. Department of Defense, the final procurement price reached a staggering 150 million. Due to the multitude of core technologies involved, the United States refuses to sell, irrespective of close relationships and financial incentives. Even the loyal Sun Kingdom, which has been a steadfast ally to the U.S., found that their rumored offer of 180 million per unit was rebuffed. If Boss Lu can indeed manufacture the F-22, withstand U.S. pressure and sell it, while also ensuring superior quality, then a price of 200 million would indeed be a bargain. All I need to do is mention this to my contacts in IAC, and they will undoubtedly be intrigued. A higher deposit is not an issue, Jin Sha pondered. Moreover, with my guarantee, they should not be concerned, as my various new equipment is valued at over 60 billion. With that thought, Jin Sha declared, very well. I will strive to finalize this matter in the coming days, and the deposit will be transferred directly to your accounts. Excellent. Lu Wu hung up the phone, feeling exhilarated. The acquisition of top-tier fighter jets represents true profit. I recall that the F-22 has an empty weight of less than 20 tons, priced at 200 million, equating to 10,000 US dollars per kilogram of raw materials. This surpasses the profit margins of any other equipment by a significant margin. Even the AK-47, when calculated, amounts to merely 600 US dollars per kilogram. As Lu Wu calculated, he felt even more elated. Although 137,000 tons of raw materials is considerable, any savings would be beneficial, particularly as Lu Wu harbored grand ambitions. A mere aircraft carrier fleet would not suffice to satiate him. Constructing an aircraft carrier fleet necessitates a vast quantity of raw materials, often reaching thousands of tons. In fact, Lu Wu envisioned a future where he would establish a fleet of 10,000-ton aircraft carriers, indicating that all vessels would exceed 10,000 tons. At this juncture, Lu Wu suddenly recalled an important query and hastily inquired. System. Once I accumulate sufficient points and upgrade you to an intermediate system, will I be able to modify the F-22 into a carrier-based aircraft? In his view, since the F-35 has 3 variants for land, sea, and air, it stands to reason that his system should not be lacking. Yes. However, some points will still be deducted. Nevertheless, due to the system upgrade, future point consumption will be halved. Wonderful! Lu Wu rejoiced, for points were of utmost importance to him. Money, to him, was akin to mere refuse. Yet, he also contemplated whether his funds would ultimately go to waste. Once my funds exceed 100 billion US dollars, I must undertake a significant venture. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. Bai Shui once again handed her phone to Lu Wu, saying, Master, number 001 is calling again. Certainly, there must be further developments. Chapter 52. A deposit of 2 billion and system upgrade. Master, it's done. Upon the call's connection, 001 succinctly stated. This marked the third time 001 had called, on the third day since Lu Wu had instructed him to take action. On the first day, he investigated the car accident involving Lu Wu's Sophia. The following day, while Lu Wu was aboard an aircraft carrier en route to New Landa Island for dredging operations, 001 reached out again. The once reclusive Thompson, confined to his office, subsisting on year-old military rations and distilled water, had perished. He was responsible for commanding the torpedo boats and had previously launched 2 torpedoes at Lu Wu's missile boat on the Juba River. Lu Wu had ominously stated that he was the second to meet his end. Despite all precautions taken by SOS, Thompson still succumbed, just as Lu Wu had predicted, due to food poisoning. As for Lu Wu's suggestion of a peaceful passing, that was mere folly. The gruesome sight of blood gushing from every orifice, his body a grotesque palette of purple and red, was enough to send chills through SOS, who was no stranger to death. For the entire Boeing military trade department, this was utterly terrifying. Today, Bob, commanding 6 Apaches to launch anti-tank missiles, also met his demise. His passing was serene, devoid of any distress. His face adorned with a faint smile, slumped over his desk in an unexpected end. Yesterday, as Lu Wu was preoccupied with the dredging operation, he had not contacted SOS. Master, shall I call SOS today? Bai Shui inquired. There's no need for another call. Striking a drum requires no heavy hammer. Another call might yield adverse effects. Lu Wu replied, shaking his head. Any lack of response towards SOS, especially for those named, only leads them step by step into the abyss, where the dread of the unknown will consume them. By the way, I recommend you watch Final Destination from America. It's a classic. It conveys that very feeling. Bai Shui nodded, her fingers swiftly operating something, then pausing momentarily before commenting, I finished watching it. Truly is a classic. That quickly? Well, there are 5 installments. I've watched them all. Lu Wu. He turned away, wishing to avoid further conversation with Bai Shui. Such extraordinary abilities were highly enticing to humanity, akin to superhuman powers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea shimmered with countless fragments of gold, glistening brilliantly. Meanwhile, the depths of the ocean continued to reverberate with explosive sounds, relentless and thunderous. After a day's passage, the robots had equipped the Shukuin with nuclear power, granting it propulsion. Throughout that day, the Shukuin excavated nearly 100,000 cubic meters of sand and rock, piling it onto the smallest reef, transforming it into a circular formation, 100 meters in diameter, rising 3 meters above sea level. At the edges, the robots accumulated massive stones to prevent erosion from the waves. Other robots, akin to those constructing the port at Black Pearl Town, relentlessly hammered down gigantic coral rocks to compact the ground. Witnessing the reef morph into an island, elongating to connect with the next reef, Lu Wu felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Early the next morning, as Lu Wu awakened, Bai Shui rose respectfully from beside him and announced, "Master, General Jin Sha just called. To avoid disturbing your rest, I disconnected the call." Lu Wu felt somewhat speechless. This could potentially be a deal worth tens or even hundreds of billions. As he took the phone to return the call, he noticed that General Jin Sha was calling again. "General Jin Sha, do you have good news? Why the urgency?" Lu Wu inquired with a smile. "Of course, it's urgent. Everyone knows I've procured a substantial amount of advanced weaponry and am preparing for a full-scale assault. The government forces of Lia have begun making various preparations. The longer we delay, the more challenging it becomes. Is 2 billion not sufficient?" Lu Wu replied, "I lent you 2 billion just yesterday. Once war commences, it's a matter of burning money. I need more funds for subsequent expenses, so the sooner you finalize the negotiations, the more confident I will be," Jin Sha candidly confessed. After a night of effort, Aya has agreed to a deposit of 2 billion. Lu Wu's heart soared with joy. The system could finally be upgraded. The most advanced fighter jets, the largest vessels, the most terrifying ballistic missiles, and the most sensitive military satellites could soon be exchanged. Jin Sha continued, "However, if they do not receive the 11 modified F-22s within 3 days, or if they find them unsatisfactory, my 60 billion in equipment will become theirs. I've used this as collateral." Lu Wu chuckled. "All right, since you are so eager, I will bring the goods over first. Once the deposit is received, I can deliver the next day, giving you an extra 2 days. How generous is that?" Jin Sha was nearly speechless. Delivering in 1 day, 11 F-22s? Fantastic. Thank you, Boss Lu. He snapped back to reality, overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. "I'll have them transfer the funds immediately." Without even hanging up, Jin Sha dialed again. Soon, before Lu Wu's phone received the deposit notification, he heard the system's voice in his mind. "Ding! Received arms deposit of 2 billion US. Immediately convert this into points," Lu Wu commanded, not waiting for the system to finish speaking. "Ding! Conversion of 2 billion points successful. Current host cumulative points, 1 billion. This system can upgrade to an intermediate system. Would you like to upgrade?" Upgrade. Chapter 53. Raptors on the aircraft carrier. No one can stand in the way. At this moment, Lu Wu's phone incessantly chimed with notifications, signifying several successful bank transfers. "Boss Lu, has it arrived?" Jin Sha inquired with palpable urgency. Lu Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could now exchange for all manner of top-tier equipment worldwide. It could be said that he had become the strongest individual globally, capable of single-handedly opposing an entire nation with ease, truly emboldening him. Why the rush? Very well. I am not one to be stingy. I shall lend you another 300 million meters. Tomorrow I will engage in the transaction with them, so you need not worry about your equipment. Pursue your desires freely. Boss Lu, your generosity is remarkable. In the words of our Dragon Kingdom, you embody great benevolence." Jin Sha expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "You need not say anything. Just continue to introduce me to clients," Lu Wu replied. The arms dealers in Africa were not limited to just a handful. Indeed, numerous countries had their sights set on the lucrative opportunities here. The Bose Company was merely the largest and most formidable among them. Until Bose departed, Lu Wu could not claim dominion over Africa. Conducting business would still present certain difficulties. However, having intermediaries would undoubtedly ease the process. Lu Wu had no desire to revisit the days of personally negotiating with a petty pirate lord in an underground chamber. The presence of middlemen would ensure greater safety, for kickbacks were not easily acquired and came with considerable risk. Once the two ended their call, the system's voice echoed, "Upgrade successful. From now on, the host will only need to deduct 80% of the original weight when exchanging various weapons and equipment." Lu Wu was overjoyed. An 8% discount was no trivial matter, especially when exchanging for large vessels. A 100,000-ton aircraft carrier would only incur an 80,000-ton deduction, saving 20,000 tons, allowing for the addition of a 20,000-ton attack ship. The system continued. Furthermore, once the quantity exchanged reaches a certain level, the rewards will also be doubled. Additionally, for the host to exchange for super technologies that surpass current advancements, the points required will also be subject to an 80% discount. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Wu exclaimed, finally grasping Jinxia's earlier excitement and elation. System. First, exchange for 50 F-22s, altering their exterior but retaining their original performance. I wish to test the feel. Ding. Deducting 800 tons of raw materials, 1 million points deducted. Successfully exchanging for 50 F-22 Raptors. Reward. 5 units. Wow. Exchanging for 50 and receiving 5 as a bonus? Ha ha ha. Splendid. Modifying their appearance only costs 20,000 points each. Quite a bargain. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wu stated earnestly, System. Now exchange for another 100 units, converting them into carrier-based aircraft. Ding. Deducting 1,600 tons of raw materials. 100 million points deducted. F-22 conversion successful. Thank goodness. Converting them into carrier-based aircraft only deducted 1 million points each. Lu Wu sighed in relief. A thought struck him, and he inquired, System, if I wish to modify them for vertical takeoff and landing while preserving their original combat radius and capabilities, how many points would be deducted? 50 million points per unit. Ah. Very well, I shall forego that, Lu Wu sighed. While vertical takeoff indeed conserves precious carrier space, it brings significant drawbacks. The engine's thrust requirements impose severe weight restrictions on the aircraft, necessitating a drastic reduction in fuel and weapon capacity. Otherwise, the aircraft would be unable to take off. Moreover, achieving vertical lift demands that the engines operate at full capacity, consuming exorbitant amounts of fuel per second, exacerbating the already limited fuel supply and severely impacting range. Thus, to make vertical takeoff truly viable, one must possess engines with immense thrust that consume less fuel. It is akin to wanting a horse to run while feeding it less grass. These two desires are fundamentally contradictory. The system could facilitate this, but the cost would be 50 million points per aircraft. Converting 100 would require 5 billion points. After Lu Wu had exchanged for 3 billion in nuclear fusion die, he was left with only 500 million points. After spending 2 billion, he had a mere 1 million points remaining to reach 6 billion points. Perhaps, once my points accumulate further, I could have the system miniaturize the nuclear engine to its utmost limits, perhaps down to a few tons for use in fighter jets. At that time, it would be a truly invincible aircraft. Lu Wu hurriedly consumed his breakfast, only to be pleasantly surprised by its superior taste compared to the previous day. Red Rose, your culinary skills have significantly improved. Red Rose beamed with joy. Last night, I practiced 100 dishes, correcting all my shortcomings. My future dishes will only get tastier.
Ah, splendid.
Come, let us inspect our carrier-based aircraft, Lu Wu exclaimed, leading the two women to the top of the flight island, declaring, from this moment forth, we possess true carrier-based aircraft and a genuine aircraft carrier fleet. With a wave of his hand, 100 modified F-22 Raptors instantly appeared on the deck, densely covering the entire aircraft carrier. If the wings were folded, at least 20 more could fit. Moreover, the hangar could accommodate over 50 aircraft. My aircraft carrier can now carry up to 170 fighter jets. The previous scenario of deceiving the system with a single Harrier jet shall never be repeated. Chapter 54. The Terrifying Warplane. Nuclear-powered. With the military armament system upgraded and having exchanged for the most advanced fighter jets, Lu Wu felt invincible. Consequently, he proceeded to modify the F-22 into a carrier-based aircraft, positioning 100 of them on the Godslayer aircraft carrier. He paid no heed to the surveillance of the Mi Alliance or the global scrutiny. Here they stand. What of it? The 10 aircraft gifted by the system were housed within the internal hangar. As a businessman, Lu Wu placed profit above all else. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would become the most fearsome war maniac. Lu Wu cast a cold glance at the dense cluster of fighter jets on the carrier, contemplating the northeastern direction, where lay the only nation capable of threatening him. As for other large vessels, although he could exchange for them, Lu Wu chose not to. Cruisers were relics of the past. The future carrier fleets would be supplanted by large destroyers. The 2 Variag-class warships would serve adequately as escort light carriers. With the addition of carrier-based aircraft, this fleet had minimal deficiencies. Lu Wu did not plan to exchange for auxiliary aircraft such as early warning planes, anti-submarine aircraft, patrol planes, or helicopters. When the need arose in the future, he would simply exchange for an entire carrier fleet. Bingxue, the development of the island is entrusted to you. You should understand that although this is an island, it is much more than that, Lu Wu said, offering her a meaningful smile. If anyone foolishly seeks trouble, feel free to teach them a lesson without hesitation. Bingxue nodded, replying, understood, Master. However, how shall we address the issue of fuel for the aircraft? She was aware that what posed the greatest challenge, cutting-edge military technology, was merely a thought for her master, yet the more rudimentary aspects were indeed a concern. Lu Wu pondered briefly before inquiring, System, how small can we reduce a nuclear fission engine, which is to say, the current global nuclear power, and what would be the cost in points? Regarding nuclear batteries, Lu Wu had not considered them. Strictly speaking, they did not qualify as pure nuclear power, relying instead on radioactive energy, thus allowing for a compact size but limited power. The recognized true nuclear power comprises 3 generations, the first being nuclear fission, the second nuclear fusion, and the third neutron or triphase bombs. Given that a fighter jet typically weighs only 20 to 30 tons, nuclear fusion was unnecessary. Fission alone was already astoundingly formidable. Any major nation discovering that a fighter jet could harness nuclear power would undoubtedly be envious. The current nuclear power systems in the world can achieve a capacity of 280 tons, utilized in the smallest nuclear submarines manufactured by the Romantic Nation, which have a displacement of over 2,000 tons. This system can optimize this nuclear power to 180 tons, the system explained. Lu Wu was astonished. Is it truly that powerful? The permanent 5 members certainly produce remarkable technologies. However, that size is still too large. We must reduce it by at least tenfold. The reduction of nuclear power entails a leap in technological advancement with each tier. To shrink the nuclear power to 90 tons requires 1 million points. Such a bargain. Lu Wu's eyes lit up. Yet the system continued to further reduce it to 45 tons. 10 million points are needed. To 22. 5 tons. 100 million points. Goodness! Lu Wu was speechless, finally comprehending what the system meant by leaps in technology. Each reduction multiplied by 10. To scale it down to 11 tons requires 1 billion points, which can then be equipped to the aircraft. Lu Wu replied, System, have you not already upgraded? Why is it still so costly? The miniaturization of nuclear fission and fusion is inherently a super technology. Had you not upgraded, you would have been unable to exchange at this level. For a more affordable option, accumulate 100 billion points to upgrade to a higher system, which would have the exchange cost, the system clarified. Understanding the situation, Lu Wu remarked, all right then, with 1 billion points, I still need 89. 9 billion more. I hope to expand and strengthen in Black Continent, executing several significant operations. Also, let's sell the fighter jets in advance. With this thought, he addressed Bingxue. The native country of the South American crayfish is also a major oil exporter. For now, let us utilize fuel for our jets. Find an opportunity to procure some. Master, should we also acquire refining equipment? Bingxue proposed we could deploy 100 robots to extract seabed oil. Lu Wu shook his head. No need for that. We shall manage with fuel for the time being. Soon enough, our power will transition to nuclear energy. Focus on your tasks. Hong Mei, we shall take our leave. Yes, Master. As Bingxue remained behind, Hong Mei assisted Lu Wu in departing. Suddenly, Lu Wu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Wait, System, Exchange for a nuclear-powered F-22. Ding. Deducting 28 tons of raw materials, subtracting 1 billion points, exchanging for one nuclear-powered Raptor, including optimization service, removing the original massive fuel tank space, and providing 4 modified air-launched cruise missiles. Amidst Lu Wu's excitement, a sleek black Raptor fighter jet materialized, featuring dual engine nozzles at the tail and beneath each wing, signifying its capability for effortless vertical takeoff. Chapter 55. Returning to Black Continent with the fighter jet, the vast internal fuel tank, capable of holding 8.5 tons, has been entirely optimized for munition storage, resulting in an astonishing increase in payload capacity from 2 tons to a staggering 12 tons. Previously, the F-22 could carry a maximum of 8 air-to-air missiles internally, but now it can accommodate a remarkable 26. The internal payload alone surpasses that of the previous F-22 equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks and external munitions. Additionally, the internal space can carry 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles. At this moment, the F-22 can function as a stealth strategic bomber. Incredibly powerful, Lu Wu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. If it weren't for insufficient points, he would have immediately exchanged the 110 F-22 carrier jets he had just acquired for this model. However, the cost was prohibitive, and he sighed with disappointment as he was led by Hong Mei into the fighter jet. Welcome, Master. I am the intelligence system Xiao Ji. I have activated the apprentice mode for you, allowing you to swiftly learn flying skills. A voice emanated from within the jet. Lu Wu was quite pleased. Indeed, his points were well spent. As the canopy closed automatically, Lu Wu, seated in the F-22, began to explore the cockpit. After a moment, he asked Xiao Ji, "Can my ordinary body withstand the tremendous overload during takeoff?" Master, this aircraft has been optimized in this regard, equipped with comprehensive cushioning features. In simpler terms, your seat is akin to being suspended in liquid, perfectly mitigating the effects of overload, Xiao Ji replied. Lu Wu nodded. Then, following Xiao Ji's guidance, activated the voice command mode, stating vertical takeoff. As soon as he spoke, the 6 thrust nozzles beneath the wings and at the tail rapidly oriented downward, perpendicular to the ground, and unleashed immense power. The Raptor, already carrying 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles and weighing over 34 tons, ascended with the rapidity of a catapult launch, reaching a height of 10 meters in a mere second. The energy from the nozzles intensified, reminiscent of a rocket launch. In 5 seconds, the Raptor soared to an altitude of 100 meters, its nozzles tilting backward as it continued its ascent diagonally. Now, the Raptor resembled a super aircraft from science fiction, swiftly climbing to 10,000 meters at a terrifying speed of Mach 3, capable of evading nearly all air-to-air missiles. Throughout the ascent, Lu Wu experienced only a slight swaying, with no significant discomfort. By the way, Xiao Ji, how effective is the stealth feature? He inquired. With current radar and satellite technology worldwide, detection is impossible. Furthermore, the aircraft's intelligent radar-absorbing coating, based on primary colors, can blend seamlessly with various backgrounds like a chameleon, rendering it invisible even to the naked eye, Xiao Ji explained. Lu Wu marveled. So-called stealth aircraft are primarily designed to evade radar detection. However, they can still be spotted with the naked eye or night searchlights, albeit with difficulty. But you have addressed even that last vulnerability. This is true invisibility. Unbeknownst to Lu Wu, after his departure, Bai Shui pondered briefly before activating a certain piece of advanced technology within her, cloaking the carrier jets on the deck and making them appear empty to reconnaissance satellites. Meanwhile, she swiftly disappeared to search for oil, while the other robots continued their relentless construction of the island. After a period of adaptation, Lu Wu deactivated the voice mode and, under Xiao Ji's guidance, began to manually pilot the jet, quickly mastering the controls. Hong Mei, akin to Iron Man from Marvel, flew alongside the fighter, serving as his most loyal bodyguard. Lu Wu departed from the South Pacific, crossing the Atlantic and traversing the entire Black Continent. Upon reaching his own town, Black Pearl, located at the edge of the continent, he realized that less than 3 hours had passed. With a speed of 3 times the speed of sound, exceeding 1,000 meters per second, he could cover nearly 4,000 kilometers in an hour, approaching a total journey of 12,000 kilometers. As evening fell, Lu Wu directly descended from the aircraft, halting abruptly 10 meters above the ocean surface. Unit 001 had already received the notification and, along with 199 other robots, respectfully awaited his arrival. They hovered low, forming 2 rows with outstretched arms, creating a bridge of limbs in the air.
Hong Mei assisted Liu Weiyu,
who was still savoring the experience, as he exited the jet and stepped onto the outstretched arms of the robots, making his way toward Black Pearl Town. Master, this way, please, Unit 001 said, leading him respectfully despite Lu Wu having already seen the supervilla. Inform the individuals from Jinsa and Agia that delivery can occur tonight. Delivering the jets at night will ensure no one notices. Understood, Master. Unit 001 swiftly made a call. Jinsa was already aware of his voice and identity, recognizing him as Lu's authorized representative in the area, and without skepticism, responded that they would arrive in 3 hours. By the way, has there been any news from Bossen? Lu Wu, having been preoccupied with large contracts and system upgrades, had yet to check on this matter. Master, since the incident in Sofia, 6 individuals from the Bossen military trade department have perished. All were key aides to SOS. The entire department has nearly collapsed, Unit 001 reported, providing a summary of the situation. Chapter 56. The collapse of the waves. The fat sheep has fled. Lu Wu furrowed his brow and remarked, yet, he still refuses to yield, does he not? Number 001 nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, Master. I understand such individuals well. To them, the lives of others are merely collateral. As long as their own safety is not compromised, every sacrifice is deemed worthwhile for the ultimate victory. Thus, even if all his subordinates perish, he will not retreat. Lu Wu nodded, saying, I have long been aware of this, which is why we are pursuing a dual strategy, are we not? How is the deployment of our covert operatives progressing? Under the leadership of Wayne, the former aide to Jack, 6 loyal inner operatives have already been established. Furthermore, 8 others are currently under evaluation and will soon be secured. Excellent. We cannot rely solely on others to introduce us to military trade opportunities, nor can we wait for the waves to recede before taking action, Lu Wu remarked with a chuckle. Under our expertise, no one can resist the allure of temptation. Meanwhile, at the military trade headquarters in the capital of Lia, merely hundreds of kilometers away, Soth's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied lion. His hair was disheveled, his face gaunt, and dark circles marred his swollen eyes, the result of nights spent in restless turmoil. Has Lia not responded yet? He roared, his voice hoarse. Leader, no. We have activated our highest-level informants within Lia, came the response, but it appears they may breach the contract, having found a more favorable buyer.
Impossible.
Soth bellowed, nearly driven to madness. However, in the next instant, his expression stiffened as a thought struck him. It seemed that, with that mysterious man, anything was possible. Observing the trembling and terrified expressions of his subordinates, Soth fell silent. In days gone by, he had instilled fear in many national leaders across Black Continent, compelling them to bend the knee. He could even topple a regime or steer an economy. He was the true king without a crown in Black Continent. Now, however, he felt suddenly aged, as if his influence had waned. What shall we do, leader? Inquired Soth's close aide, concern evident in his voice. Just as Soth was about to respond, he suddenly produced an old-fashioned communicator, reminiscent of the once popular beepers from 2 decades prior in Dragon Country, capable of sending only text messages with absolute confidentiality. The message contained only a few words. The Deputy Minister of Defense has abruptly departed, whereabouts unknown. Soth's complexion shifted dramatically. His lips quivered, and after a long pause, he instructed, tell them to wait one final night. By tomorrow morning, everything will be clear. Heiju Town, or rather, most regions of Black Continent, are not as inhospitable as one might envision. The coastal Heiju Town is, in fact, a picturesque locale with a temperate climate, yet its poverty deters visitors from appreciating its beauty. In the dead of night, several camouflaged modified Humvees cautiously navigated the thickets along pre-established markers, as if traversing through a vast minefield. Before long, they beheld a grand new villa emerging from the previously desolate seaside, resplendent and harmoniously blending Eastern and Western architectural elements. Generals, please step inside. As the convoy came to a halt, a deep voice resonated at the car window. The driver, startled, quickly retrieved a silenced submachine gun from beneath the steering wheel. "Stand down. This is Mr. Liu's assistant," General Jinsa interjected swiftly. The car door opened, and Jinsa disembarked, exchanging a handshake with number 001. Following him, a dozen individuals emerged from the convoy, adopting a vigilant stance, while the driver shielded a middle-aged man as he stepped out, eyeing number 001 with curiosity. He was General Golden, the Deputy Minister of Defense of Aya country. Rumor had it that the true minister was merely a figurehead, for Golden was the real commander of the military. Golden regarded 001 with mild surprise, stating, "General Jinsa has mentioned you a few times. You certainly seem exceptional. To serve our master, one must indeed be extraordinary." Number 001 replied coolly, showing no inclination for modesty. "Now, let us not waste our master's time." Golden's guards frowned and were about to express their ire, but Golden laughed. "Ha! Good. Let's proceed. I too am eager to witness your master's prowess." As they walked forward, Golden continued, "Jinsa, let me make this clear. If the goods do not meet your promised standards, all your equipment will belong to me." Jinsa smiled. "That is only natural." While his face bore a cheerful expression, his mind was troubled. "Oh, Master Liu, you are now my closest ally. Please do not falter. I have staked everything on this." Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, Golden suddenly turned to number 001, perplexed. "May all my men enter? To be candid, they are armed to the teeth. As long as they do not bring nuclear weapons, it is of no concern," number 001 replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, you truly have a sense of humor," Golden chuckled, while internally calculating his approach, for he was about to confront an exceptionally confident arms dealer and would need a contingency plan for negotiations. Chapter 57. The fighter jet in the living room number 001 led the way, followed closely by Gauden, with Jinsan trailing behind. As for the guards, Gauden instructed them to remain behind, reasoning that while others displayed generosity, his excessive caution might appear timid and diminish their imposing presence. Yet, the moment they turned the corner and beheld the immense F-22 fighter jet in the grand living room of the villa, Gauden was rendered speechless. All plans, pleasantries, and negotiation tactics vanished into thin air. Jinsan, too, was left dazed, utterly astonished. It was indeed his first encounter with a fighter jet stationed in a living room. Lu Wu observed the astonished expressions of the two men and the guards behind them, chuckling softly as he patted the ladder beside the aircraft. "General Gauden, greetings. My name is Lu. Let us first proceed with the handover of the 11 fighter jets you ordered and test their performance." Such a straightforward transaction? Gauden was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shaking Lu Wu's hand with a smile. "Very well, I shall not waste time. However, are we truly taking off from this living room? I fear we might damage your exquisite villa." Lu Wu replied with a smile, "Not at all. Just take off as you please." Gauden nodded, and a guard behind him removed his camouflage uniform to reveal a flight suit beneath. He swiftly ascended the ladder and climbed into the cockpit. To his surprise, the controls and cockpit layout were not as daunting as he had anticipated. Instead, they bore a sense of familiarity. "We have deliberately optimized the controls to facilitate swift adaptation for the buyer," Lu Wu explained. "It is considerably simpler than the original configuration used by the Milyang nation, yet the performance remains exceptional." Gauden was astounded. While the explanation sounded simple, optimizing the cockpit of a world-class fifth-generation fighter jet was an immensely challenging task. Suddenly, the fighter jet roared to life, the powerful engines at the rear erupting with a thunderous roar and unleashing twin jets of searing flames. Lu Wu's villa was grand and opulent, the expansive living room adorned with decorations that must have cost a fortune. Just as onlookers feared the living room, and perhaps the entire villa, would be scorched, the floor of the living room suddenly lifted, resembling the thick steel plates on an aircraft carrier during takeoff. The fighter jet surged forward, exiting the living room and entering the spacious courtyard. The courtyard gates and barriers had already been opened, revealing a straight path akin to a genuine runway. The jet's speed increased rapidly. As it burst out of the courtyard, the nose lifted. "What a takeoff distance!"
Gauden exclaimed.
As the Deputy Minister of Defense, he had often envisioned his nation possessing such top-tier fighter jets and was well aware of their specifications. Although the F-22 was long considered a prized possession of the Milyong nation, Gowden was intimately familiar with its data. It was commonly believed that the F-22 required a minimum takeoff distance of 240 meters under light load conditions. However, while the courtyard was indeed spacious, its width did not even reach 200 meters. The aircraft had taken flight. To Gowden's astonishment, the flames at the jet's rear were not at maximum thrust. There was still power to accelerate further. The moment the jet shot out of the courtyard, it soared past the treetops, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous boom, leaving behind a trail of mist and vanishing into the night sky, the echoes lingering in the air. General Gowden, how do you find the performance of this fighter jet? Lu Wu inquired, bringing everyone back to reality. Excellent. Truly exceptional.
Gowden responded.
Though he understood that buyers typically undermine the seller's goods to negotiate a lower price, he found himself at a loss for words to disparage the aircraft, fearing he might offend the enigmatic Lu Wu, an intimidating arms dealer. Let us proceed. The jet will land at the nearby airport, where the hangar awaits. Your remaining aircraft are housed there, Lu Wu remarked, as the modified military vehicle approached. He and Hong Mei boarded the vehicle, heading toward the distant airport, with Gowden and Jin San hastily following like two eager attendants, utterly impressed by Lu Wu's prowess. Soon, several vehicles arrived at a clandestine military base. The two generals were puzzled by the numerous hangars, yet the runway was relatively short, measuring less than 500 meters. Would this suffice for landing? Just then, the thunderous roar of engines filled the air, growing ever closer. A fighter jet descended gracefully, expertly touching down on the runway, rolling forward for a mere 300 meters before coming to a halt. The top hatch opened and the pilot leaped out, performing a roll to dissipate the impact before rushing towards Gowden. He was brimming with excitement, his eyes fixed on the aircraft, sparkling as if he beheld a long-lost lover. Lu Wu observed the scene with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Victory was assured. Jin San watched enviously, regretting his earlier impulsiveness in spending all his funds at once. He wished he had retained some capital, even if only to acquire a few fighter jets. Before long, Gowden approached Lu Wu, shaking his head with a wry smile. Lu, I have come to regret my decisions. Chapter 58. A preliminary discussion on 8 billion. Lu Wu narrowed his eyes. Jin Sha looked at Gu Er Deng in astonishment and quickly remarked, Brother, you. Gu Er Deng waved his hand and said, What I mean is that my deposit was too modest. Hence, I ordered only 11 aircraft. Jin Sha let out a sigh of relief, and Lu Wu chuckled. It's customary for everyone to feel they have acquired too little after the purchase. I have grown accustomed to it. Therefore, this time I have prepared a considerable amount. As Lu Wu spoke, he gestured towards several concealed hangars nearby, and with a thought, he prompted the system to store the 55 aircraft he had exchanged for within the hangars. Gu Er Deng, upon hearing this, was elated and promptly inquired, Boss Lu, do you truly have excess? Can you spare 30? Or even 20? Lu Wu replied with a grin, General, don't get overly excited. Are you hoping for more or less? Gu Er Deng responded, Naturally, I desire more. Even 40 would suffice, but I worry you may not have that many. Why is it that I am underestimated every time? Lu Wu chuckled, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of exasperation. The meeting room, designated as Room 001, saw several robots swiftly unlock 6 hangars. Each hangar housed 10 aircraft, except for the 6th, which contained 5, totaling 55. Even in the hangars, the sheer presence of over 50 aircraft, each weighing nearly 20 tons, left everyone in awe. The perfectly aligned stealth jets, with their graceful lines and sharp, powerful edges, rendered onlookers speechless. General, here are 55 aircraft. This should suffice, right? Lu Wu smiled and added, If it is insufficient, we can only arrange for delivery tomorrow. You have more? Both generals were rendered speechless. Not only did Lu Wu have more, but he could also deliver them the very next day. Was this magic? That will do. That will do. Gu Er Deng quickly pondered and replied, While the aircraft were impressive and reasonably priced, our military budget is limited. We shall purchase 40 for now. The remaining funds will be allocated for other equipment from you. Boss Lu. 40 aircraft, totaling 8 billion. Lu Wu maintained an unperturbed demeanor, while Jin Sha's eyes sparkled. he would earn a 5% rebate, amounting to 400 million. By Gu Erdeng, by more. Jin Sha silently urged himself. There's no time to waste. Let us complete this transaction first, then discuss other matters. I need to have people come over to take these aircraft away, Gu Erdeng declared, appearing even more anxious than Lu Wu, as if fearing he might miss out. Very well, Lu Wu nodded in agreement. Gu Erdeng had already forwarded the deposit. Familiar with Lu Wu's account, he took a laptop from a guard and rapidly typed on the keyboard. Soon, a notification chimed in Lu Wu's system. Ding! 8 billion has been credited to the host's account. Would you like to convert it into points? Convert. Ding. Conversion successful. The host's current points balance is 9,599 billion. Cumulative points total 1 billion. Following this, his phone chimed, confirming the receipt of funds. We shall not return to the villa. Let us head to the armory instead. General Gu, please specify the equipment you require. Perhaps I have it in my warehouse and we can arrange for you to take it all back, Lu Wu suggested. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, both generals were taken aback. What kind of armory do you possess? You seem confident even before I mention my needs. But then again, if you can replicate the F-22, what is it that you cannot produce? It is very likely that the rumors circulating outside are true. The mysterious fleet in the South China Sea has indeed become a construction team for this unfathomable boss Lu. Gu Erdeng did not hesitate. His procurement plan was already laid out in his mind. However, after witnessing the F-22's extraordinary performance, he was compelled to increase the quantity, acknowledging that the purchasing budget might exceed expectations. Boss Lu must be aware that our nation has a territorial dispute exceeding 200,000 square kilometers with the shameless nation to the west. Although it is predominantly desert, there is not a single inch of territory we can afford to lose. Gu Erdeng stated, thus, I wish to procure a batch of main battle tanks. The tanks we require must possess superior performance. To be frank, those folks from the United States have been aggressively marketing their M1 series, particularly the advanced M1A2, yet the price is exorbitant. The Russians are pushing their upgraded T-90, while the Germans promote the Leopard 2, and even your Dragon Nation has the export version of the 99. Each boasts commendable performance, yet all have certain flaws, preventing us from making a decisive purchase. Gu Erdeng shook his head. Therefore, while you can provide aircraft, I remain skeptical as to whether you can offer me satisfactory main battle tanks. If you indeed have them at a reasonable price, I shall order no fewer than 500. Haha, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Lu Wu replied, simultaneously instructing system, exchange for 500 main battle tanks. Their performance must be exceptional, incorporating the finest features of the world's top tanks, while also being lightweight to conserve raw materials. Ding! Each tank weighs 45 tons, with a total weight of 500 tons. After applying an 20 discount, 18,000 tons of raw materials will be deducted for the exchange of 500 main battle tanks, rewarding 1,000 basic ammunition. Chapter 59. The Super Arsenal. The Super Tank. As the system's voice echoed, Lu Wu felt a pang of pain. 18,000 tons of raw materials were gone just like that. The cost-effectiveness of this venture paled in comparison to that of fighter jets. It was evident that selling fighter jets was indeed a more lucrative business. I also require infantry fighting vehicles to complement the main battle tanks. I believe General Jince's infantry fighting vehicles are quite impressive, far superior to the original versions from Longwa. I am certain that I need 500 units. If your main battle tanks prove inadequate, I may need to procure additional infantry fighting vehicles as replacements. Lu Wu's spirits lifted, as this order was already substantial. At 1.5 million per unit, 500 vehicles would amount to a staggering 750 million. System, let us add another 1,000 infantry fighting vehicles. In the context of Heizhou, sales should not be a concern, so Lu Wu decided to exchange for even more units. Beep. Each infantry fighting vehicle weighs 21 tons, totaling 21,000 tons. After applying an 20 discount, that amounts to 16,800 tons of raw materials with a reward of 2,000 basic ammunition units. I also require 1,000 modified Hummers. Having observed General Jince's modification, I find these vehicles well suited for ordinary desert combat. At a modest price of 250,000 each, that adds up to 250 million, bringing the total to a neat 1 billion. General Gul'dan continued, and they exchanged a knowing glance with Jinsa, both recognizing the mutual satisfaction in their eyes. This was the advantage of referrals from old clients. New clients arrived ready to purchase. Lu Wu discreetly continued to exchange for various equipment, transferring them into storage once the timing was right. As they conversed, the convoy maneuvered around the airport and soon arrived at a small hill, where Lu Wu halted the vehicle. Exiting the vehicle, he retrieved a remote control, and with a press, the sound of hidden gates opening echoed as the rocky facade transformed into a doorway. The doors swung open, revealing a vast underground space, meticulously arranged and filled with an impressive array of steel might. Though they had prepared for this, both Gul'dan and Jinsa were taken aback yet again. The large equipment included main battle tanks, self-propelled howitzers, air defense missiles, and super rockets. The medium weapons comprised infantry fighting vehicles, modified Hummers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, speedboats, and conventional rockets. Various small arms, including an array of firearms, small rockets, assorted ammunition, landmines, and grenades were abundant. Additionally, there were numerous types of land attack helicopters. Regaining his composure, Gul'dan gazed at the diverse weaponry inside. Alas, it seems my budget is far too limited. There is so much here that I wish to acquire. Lu Wu feigned benevolence and advised General Gul'dan, perhaps it is best to prioritize the essentials for your country. Quality materials should be employed judiciously. He withheld the thought that the most critical items for them were indeed the main battle tanks and helicopters. As for the smaller equipment, Lu Wu had little desire to sell, while the profit margin on AK-47S was second only to that of F-22 fighter jets and air defense missiles. Selling 100,000 units would only yield 200 million. The overall price simply could not rise, and high unit profits held little significance. Super aircraft carriers, although with lower profit margins, could fetch substantial prices. After Lu Wu spoke, he allowed Gul'dan to select a breakthrough tank at his leisure, while 001 proceeded to drive it out of the arsenal. Meanwhile, other robots clad in black suits and sunglasses began to roll out top-tier main battle tanks, such as those previously listed by Gul'dan as targets. Without optimizing through the system, these tanks remained unchanged from their original forms. From a distance of over 5 kilometers, 001 fired the cannon. Boom! How far is that? Both Gul'dan and Jinsa were momentarily stunned. The range of a third-generation tank's main gun could reach nearly 20 kilometers, but its effective range was merely 2 to 3 kilometers. After all, main battle tanks typically faced off against other main battle tanks. At such distances, it was nearly impossible to penetrate the opponent's armor. However, mere seconds later, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The advanced T-90M tank, with its turret front akin to 800 mm thick homogeneous steel plate, was directly penetrated. Boom! Before the two generals could fully comprehend the situation, 001 maneuvered the breakthrough tank's turret slightly to target the thickest front armor of the M1A2 and fired again. Once more, it pierced through. The frontal armor of the M1A2 was thicker than that of the T-90M, and the interval between these two shots was remarkably brief, far exceeding the speed of conventional artillery. With a thunderous roar, 001 drove the breakthrough tank forward, reaching an astonishing speed of nearly 90 kilometers per hour, and crashed into the burning T-90. Despite being a tank, the T-90 was utterly dismantled by the sheer force of the impact from the 45-ton vehicle barreling at 90 kilometers per hour, its front armor bending and warping under the pressure. Meanwhile, the breakthrough tank merely swayed violently, sustaining minimal damage and retaining its form. What? What is the name of this tank? Unprecedented, Gul'dan murmured, utterly astonished. Breakthrough. Capable of overcoming 1,000 troops. Lu Wu chuckled. I want. Gul'dan pinched his thigh fiercely, forcing himself to suppress the impulse to blurt out his desire without inquiring about the price. This would be tantamount to walking into a trap. He hurriedly asked, how much for each unit? Chapter 60. The strongest on Earth.
No exceptions.
Not only was General Gowden exhilarated, but even the currently impoverished General Jinsar was equally thrilled. The tank was astonishingly powerful. Observing the breakthrough tank's attacks, collisions, and charges from such close proximity left both generals in utter awe, far surpassing their previous experiences with Boeing. For warriors engaged in terrestrial dominance, ground equipment was undeniably more reliable and formidable than anything else. Lu Wu smiled faintly and remarked, "General Gauden, to be honest, you are our inaugural customer for this new product. What price do you deem appropriate?" General Jinsar, somewhat speechless, found himself confronted with this question once more. Yet, he realized that he was not the one bearing the financial burden this time. The more Gauden spent, the larger the loan he could secure. A mere 5% of the total transaction could yield him 7.5 billion if they managed to sell for 150 billion, allowing him to net 4.5 billion after deducting the previously advanced 3 billion, barely sufficient to fund the commencement of war. With 80 billion already secured, an additional 70 billion seemed quite plausible. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, almost calling out a price of 10 million on Gauden's behalf. Gauden, with a wry smile, shook his head and said, "Boss Lu, this poses quite a dilemma. However, we can reference the prices of similar products. The export version of Longgua's Type 99 tank sells to Batai for 5.8 million per unit, while the T-90 from the Bear Nation, which you just wrecked, is priced at 4.5 million. I believe," Gauden began, but Lu Wu interrupted with a light laugh. "General, consider this. The T-90 you mentioned is the Bear Nation's most rudimentary model, and even the most gullible buyers wouldn't purchase it anymore. Recently, they intended to spend 2.8 billion to acquire 464 units of their domestically produced T-90MS new model, with each priced over 6 million. The one you just obliterated was this new variant." As Lu Wu led the generals toward the damaged tank, he continued, "The K2 from the Stick Nation reaches 8.5 million, while the Challenger 2 from the Sun Never Sets Empire is similarly priced at 8.6 million. The M1A2 from the US, although procured at 5.5 million, commands a resale price no less than 8.5 million, a point you surely understand well, General Gauden." Gauden sighed, remaining silent. The exorbitance of the Boeing model extended beyond mere unit price. It reached 9.6 million, laden with numerous additional conditions, such as overpriced spare parts and specialized ammunition, ultimately exceeding 10 million when all was accounted for. Lu Wu continued, "Moreover, the 10 tank from the Sun Nation surpasses 9.4 million, while the latest tank from the Romantic Nation exceeds 10 million. The T-14 from the Bear Nation, yet to be fully deployed, already costs over 8 million, with final prices likely breaking the 10 million barrier. As for the priciest of all, the German Leopard 2A7, its top configuration reaches a staggering 20 million. Upon hearing this, Gauden found his reasoning, quickly asserting, "The Leopard 2A7 is so exorbitant due to its various configurations, and its price is primarily intended to exploit the affluent sands of the Gulf. Besides, its weight reaches 67 tons, far surpassing yours, rendering it significantly stronger." Lu Wu shook his head with a smile. "General Gauden, you still underestimate the might of technology. In the past, size and weight were indeed critical metrics for assessing the prowess of main battle tanks. However, that notion is now antiquated. My tank is not only more fuel-efficient and faster, but most importantly, it is also more powerful. If you require proof, let us conduct an experiment." At that moment, another main battle tank emerged, exuding an air of opulence, the Leopard 2A7 with a price tag of 20 million. "You may verify its authenticity," Lu Wu invited. Both Gauden and Jinsar, along with their guards, either pilots or military researchers, approached eagerly. Shortly thereafter, Gauden returned, visibly astonished. "It is indeed the latest model of the top-tier Leopard 2. Are you really prepared to use it for experiments? Although the price was inflated, it certainly would not dip below 10 million, and employing it for experimentation could incur repair costs of several million, even if it were not completely destroyed." Previously, the Germans had signed a contract worth over 800 million to upgrade 104 standard Leopard 2 tanks to the Leopard 2A7, with upgrade costs alone reaching 8 million per unit. How could Boss Lu be so extravagantly wealthy, rivaling nations in riches?
Gauden mused.
Boom! Just as Gauden pondered, the deafening sound of cannon fire erupted. The turret of the opulent tank, equivalent to nearly 200 kilograms of gold, shattered at the junction with the chassis, the entire turret and gun barrel tossed aside. Silence reigned. Apologies, but this latest Leopard 2 is indeed formidable. While its price may be inflated, its true combat capability might very well be the world's finest. Even my breakthrough tank would struggle to penetrate it from 5 kilometers away. Thankfully, our fire control system is robust and precise, allowing us merely to dislodge its turret to neutralize its combat effectiveness. If captured, it could still be repaired for use, Lu Wu said, his demeanor seemingly humble. Yet both generals could sense the pride etched across his face. Sighing, Gauden resigned himself to the reality of the situation. It seems I must prepare for a significant financial outlay. Boss Lu, you may as well dictate the price. Chapter 61. What to do when funds run low. Ultimately, one person bore the brunt of it all. Gauden felt helpless. The treasury was indeed on the brink of depletion. The most formidable arms dealer was akin to the most adept vampire, a truth that could not be denied, yet he willingly allowed others to siphon from him. Despite my battle tanks surpassing the Leopard 2A7 in various aspects, you are my first client, so I shall refrain from raising the price. Let us maintain parity with it, sighed Lu Wu, feigning both pain and generosity. Gauden shook his head and lamented, Boss Lu, I concede that your tanks are exceptional, truly deserving of their title as the world's finest, the monarchs of land warfare. However, the price is indeed exorbitant. We simply cannot afford it. The equipment from Dragon Country enjoys immense popularity in Black Continent due to its quality, though not the absolute best, and its affordability, which renders it the highest value for money. Thus, I must relent and settle for infantry fighting vehicles. Lu Wu glanced at Jinsha, who nodded in understanding and said, Boss Lu, most nations in Black Continent are impoverished, so no matter how splendid the merchandise, once it reaches a certain price point, purchase becomes impossible. Take me for instance. Had I the means, I wouldn't opt for so many MRAPs but would rather acquire infantry fighting vehicles. Wouldn't that be better? Therefore, Boss Lu, consider this a gesture of friendship and a market expansion opportunity. A lower price would be appreciated. We would also serve as your free advertising, and with your battle tank's unrivaled quality, as long as the price is reasonable, it will undoubtedly dominate the global tank market. At that time, the other nations in Black Continent, especially the affluent nations like Sand Country and the foolish nation of A3, will be eager to buy, and you could profit handsomely from them. Gauden quickly added, Indeed. In fact, it was thanks to General Jinsha that I became acquainted with Boss Lu. The wealthy nations of the Middle East will also learn of you through me, and at that time, selling to them for 25 million or even 30 million is quite feasible. I can assure you that I will bring at least 3 nations of buyers, with sales not dipping below 1,000 units. You may earn less from me, but you will certainly gain more from them. Seeing Lu Wu's conflicted expression, Gauden felt a surge of optimism and quickly continued, I hear that Boss Lu has an interest in iron ore. Our nation, while primarily reliant on oil and natural gas exports, possesses a total of 4 to 5 billion tons of iron ore. Oh, what does the general imply? Lu Wu feigned great interest. Aside from our 2 major iron mines, the rest can be sold to you at a lower price. What do you think? Jinsha chimed in. Boss Lu may not be aware, but our nation boasts the largest territory in Black Continent, and the iron ore there is not the inferior quality of my previous locale. The iron content is at least 35. Yes. Gauden shot Jinsha a grateful glance and interjected, we can sell you those medium and small iron mines at a low price, totaling around 1 billion tons at merely 1 million per ton. A token amount. Lu Wu's heart raced. The price was indeed a bargain. For 3 million, he could acquire 3 tons of ore, yielding 1 ton of steel worth 5 to 600 million. A staggering 200-fold return. At that moment, Hong Mei whispered into Lu Wu's ear, Master, I have already investigated. Aside from those 2 iron mines, there are over 1.5 billion tons of ore available for just 10 billion. It's a steal. Excellent. I am quite accommodating. Let us finalize this transaction first. Hong Mei, please initiate the transfer. As Lu Wu spoke, he instructed Hong Mei to transfer funds to Gauden. The reason was simple. The funds were of little consequence to him. Once transferred, they would return, yielding another 10 billion points. Gauden and Jinsha were oblivious, perceiving Lu Wu's actions as somewhat superfluous, and despite the absence of a signed contract, he boldly initiated a 10 billion transfer, displaying remarkable audacity and confidence. Boss Lu is indeed generous. Upon seeing the 10 billion credited to his account, Gowden felt elated. I will contact the president immediately to draft the contract and send it over. Feel free. I trust you will not breach our agreement. As for the unit price of the battle tanks, I shall offer a discount of 5 million. How does 15 million per unit sound? However, you must publicly declare a purchase price of 20 million, using iron or to offset part of the payment. Moreover, as long as your order exceeds 500 units, I can assure you that I will not sell these tanks or infantry fighting vehicles to your long-standing rivals. I believe this promise holds considerable value. Very well. Gowden nodded vigorously, satisfied with the price, which, although triple his initial expectations, was still worthwhile for a nation acquiring million-dollar tanks. Once the territorial disputes spanning over 20,000 square kilometers were resolved, this expenditure would prove justified. Furthermore, this promise was indeed of great significance. Meanwhile, Luwu smirked inwardly, thinking, I won't sell them tanks. I'll sell them warships, armed helicopters, and anti-tank missiles instead. The more they purchase, the greater the pressure on their rivals, leading to increased demand for armed helicopters. Otherwise, would I reduce the price by 5 million? Alas, I am quite devious. All right, let us proceed with the transfer. However, regarding the procurement of other weapons, significant reductions will be necessary. Gowden spoke with a tone of uncertainty, not knowing whether to feel delighted or exasperated. The total value for 500 units amounted to 75 billion. Even after deducting the 10 billion gained from selling iron, or 65 billion remained. However, adding the previously confirmed order of 500 infantry fighting vehicles and 1,000 modified MRAPs coincidentally offsetting that 10 billion. Beep. Host's funds have been credited with 75 billion. Would you like to convert this into points? Chapter 62. The deal is done. Sauce bows down upon hearing the system notification of successful transaction. Luwu felt a surge of satisfaction and declared, exchange. Ding. Successfully exchanged 5 billion points. He glanced at the system interface once more. Host. Luwu points. 17. 0.99 billion assets. 22. 51 billion miles yuan materials. 1. 33 million tons armory. 1 aircraft carrier powered by nuclear energy, fully armed. 2 amphibious assault ships weighing 22,000 tons each. 4 Burke-class destroyers. 3 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. 111 F-22 naval fighter jets. And 6 Longbow Apaches, all fully equipped. Both points and assets had soared, yet raw materials had diminished by over 30,000 tons. Besides the heavyweight armored vehicles and tanks, Luwu had also exchanged for 1,000 modified Hummer vehicles, consuming over 2,000 tons of raw materials. With the recent system upgrade, modifications and upgrades to these simpler weapon systems incurred no point deductions. After all, even the super tank, which integrated the advantages of all top-tier tanks, did not deduct points, and the weight of raw materials was discounted by 20. Such were the benefits that accompanied the system upgrade. Luwu envisioned the terrifying advantages that would accompany the system reaching a higher tier. After Golden spent another 5 billion miles yuan, the total expenditure had surpassed 5 billion miles yuan, yet he felt compelled to continue purchasing. Necessity dictated his actions, particularly regarding ammunition. While the ammunition for the infantry fighting vehicles and Hummers was manageable, the shells for the super tank had undergone upgrades and optimizations, leaving no alternatives. In the end, Golden procured 10 standard units of ammunition for each vehicle, spending an additional 500 million miles yuan. After witnessing the formidable capabilities of the Weisher 3 super rockets and the Hongqi 10 surface-to-air missiles, he clenched his teeth and purchased an additional billion. I can't take it anymore. Boss Lu, I must leave, Golden exclaimed with a wry smile, unwilling to gaze further into the armory. Fearing he would succumb to the same uncontrollable buying urge as a woman from Long Country in a shopping mall. Spending 17 billion miles yuan on aircraft, vehicles, and tanks represented a decade's worth of military procurement, amounting to 10% of the nation's GDP. However, for the foreseeable future, the Aya nation would require no further equipment purchases and could emerge as the strongest military power in Africa. Thinking of this, Golden felt a swell of pride and anticipation. The Aya nation had prepared in advance, Merely 2 hours had passed when thousands arrived under the cover of night to transport the equipment away. The Hummer vehicles were swiftly returned via the territory of the Golden Sands and the Bia Nation, while the infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, due to their considerable noise and fuel consumption, were transported by sea. The newly repaired port saw a plethora of military and civilian vessels arriving, with not only Ia Nation ships but also numerous from Bia Nation and General Jinsha assisting in the transportation. In a single night, 500 tanks and 500 infantry fighting vehicles were completely removed. The purchased surface-to-air missiles and Hummer vehicles were driven back, the latter bearing various types of ammunition. General Jack also departed joyfully with a loan of 550 million miles yuan, combined with an earlier advance of 300 million, totaling 850 million, sufficient to instigate a rapid conflict. In the early morning, Lu Wu stood atop his villa, gazing at the vast expanse of jungle and murmured, "Soon, this will all be my free trade zone." At that moment, the number 001 arrived, presenting Lu Wu with a phone and stating, "Master, it's a call from Sauce." Lu Wu chuckled. The intelligence Sauce had obtained was precisely what he had intentionally allowed the robots to disseminate. Otherwise, with Boeing's capabilities, it would not have reached him so swiftly. "Have you come to a realization?" Lu Wu took the call, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What fortuitous luck. Originally, the 7th position was yours. Do check your suit's right inner pocket. Be cautious, you wouldn't want to puncture your skin, would you?" Upon hearing this, Sauce hurriedly checked. The anger he once felt instantly replaced by fear. He recognized the special pen tip, hollow and containing deadly poison, and wondered when it had been placed there. Listening to Sauce's increasingly rapid breathing, Lu Wu merely smiled in silence. After taking several deep breaths, Sauce solemnly remarked, "As the saying goes, the victor takes all, and I have lost. We at Bushing can relinquish all military trade markets in Africa, but whether you can seize these opportunities is beyond my control. After all, above us at Bushing, there exists a dedicated military trade company, Lockheed Martin, the second largest global arms company, which alternates positions every few years. We at Bushing are not destined to remain second forever, but there can only be one first." Lu Wu replied, "So you intend to leave without a care? What of my compensation for mental distress?" Sauce nearly erupted in anger, lamenting that all his capable subordinates had been eliminated and the market lost. Yet Lu Wu still demanded more. However, recalling his own precarious situation, he suppressed his fury and replied with a lamenting tone, "It is not that I am unwilling, but I simply have nothing left. In the past, I had considerable funds at my disposal, yet after your meddling, all liquid assets have been transferred away. I have lost my men and my money." Lu Wu sneered, "You have only lost a mere 6 men. As for the funds, while it is true that your company's assets were transferred, Haven TU secretly opened 3 accounts at Swiss banks over the years. And what of the 2 women you have been secretly supporting, each controlling a significant amount of your funds? I calculate. That must total around 1.8 billion, wouldn't you agree? Such a sum surely exceeds what your salary and bonuses could account for. Does Bushing even know about this?" Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Sauce was struck with shock and dread. How had the other party uncovered this? To reach his position, no one's hands were clean. Surely he had some undisclosed funds. Even the formidable Bushing company was unaware that Lu Wu had all this information at his fingertips. You, Sauce stammered, his voice trembling. 1.8 billion is indeed insufficient. It shall serve as both my compensation for mental distress and your hush money. Very well, I shall graciously accept your building. Do not say that while your people have yet to leave, the ownership of this building has already been transferred. Veins bulged on Sauce's forehead, realizing that all the hard-earned money he had accumulated over the years was to be forfeited. Yet, refusing would mean certain death. Even if Lu Wu chose not to kill him, the revelation of this financial information would spell his doom at Bushing. Furthermore, this building was among the most prestigious in the entire Lia Nation, newly constructed years ago at a cost exceeding 1 billion, and since it was tall and large, Bushing's military trade department occupied only the top 10 floors, leasing out the remaining 20 floors to other companies, generating annual rental income exceeding 300 million miles yuan. Very well, all of it shall be yours. Sauce gritted his teeth. Upon uttering this phrase, Sauce felt utterly drained. With the company suffering such significant losses, He would never regain prominence upon his return. Now, even his last retreat was cut off. Then, in the right drawer, you will find a pre-drafted transfer contract. Sign it and pass it to the person behind the filing cabinet. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Sauce felt a chill run down his spine, as if salt had been poured into his numerous wounds. Chapter 63. The Winds of Change. Another tycoon notification. Funds of 1.8 billion have been credited. Would you like to convert them into points? Convert. Additionally, I instruct the system to autonomously convert any future funds into points without further inquiry. Conversion successful. The host has been granted permission. Future credited funds will be converted into points automatically. Master, Sauce has completed the contract. Shall we release him? A cold voice emanated from Sauce's phone, belonging to the remaining robots dispatched by Unit 001. Beside him, Sauce hastily exclaimed, Mr. Lu, I have already transferred the funds. You must not breach the contract. By the way, I have another secret to share. Loma Corporation has contacted the Southern Diamond Nation of Black Continent, having reached an agreement to purchase F-35s. They are likely to sign a substantial contract. Furthermore, the Pyramid Nation has also placed a series of orders. Lu Wu replied nonchalantly, Is that so? Sharing such widely known information hardly qualifies as a secret. What you know I am already aware of. Now be gone, and relay this message to your peers. From now on, the Black Continent is mine, should they wish to enter, ha. He did not finish his sentence before abruptly ending the call. Sauce, genuinely panicked, fled with the remaining staff from the Boisian Corporation, returning to the United States in shame. Such a significant event could not be concealed. Soon, major headlines around the world began reporting that Boisian had ceased all military trade operations in the Black Continent, withdrawing from the military market and restoring peace to the region. However, while the news garnered some attention, it was soon overshadowed by other breaking stories. Shocking. Dozens of fifth-generation stealth fighters have been spotted in the Black Continent, suspected to be F-22 Raptors. The leading nation of the Black Continent has suddenly purchased a large number of tanks and armored vehicles, with their tanks rumored to be the latest model globally. General Jinsha, leader of the rebel forces in Lia Nation, has launched surprise attacks on 3 government airbases at dawn, purportedly employing ultra-long-range heavy rockets from Long Nation. Bia Nation has suddenly amassed troops at the border with Lia Nation, resulting in escalating tensions with the government forces, significantly restraining them. Various versions of these major news stories flooded the headlines. Additionally, there was news of luxurious villas, airbases, and deep-water ports unexpectedly emerging in a corner of the Black Continent. Normally, such news would attract considerable attention, but it was quickly drowned out. Lu Wu stood at the newly constructed port, gazing at its continuous expansion, particularly at a hidden underground tunnel being developed for a clandestine submarine base. 200 robots are indeed formidable, capable of single-handedly matching hundreds, Lu Wu marveled, noting that he had only been away for 7 days, and it was on the 2nd day of his departure that the robots were exchanged in Antarctica. The actual construction time had only been 6 days, yet such monumental changes had occurred. This was the epitome of infrastructural prowess. However, for Sauce and the higher-ups of Boisian, it was a tale of assassination. Master, our base is growing larger by the day. It will inevitably be exposed, Hong Mei reported, dressed in a professional skirt and donning golden spectacles, resembling an ordinary secretary. Moreover, Bai Shui just informed me that she has detected the 6th Fleet of the American Federation heading towards Antarctica, currently 3,000 kilometers away from our island base. However, after advancing another 2,000 kilometers, they could dispatch carrier-based aircraft for detailed reconnaissance, or possibly engage in other actions. Lu Wu mused. 2,000 kilometers at the speed of an aircraft carrier would take less than 2 days. Carrier-based aircraft can cover 1,000 kilometers in just 1 hour. In other words, by dawn the day after tomorrow, we shall know the intentions of the American Federation. Indeed,
Hong Mei replied.
Furthermore, if the carrier-based aircraft refuel mid-air, they may not even need the full 2,000 kilometers, arriving earlier. However, Bai Shui's report indicated that there are no refueling aircraft on this American carrier. Lu Wu nodded. Very well, have her contact me in 2 days. By the way, has she made any progress on the oil? Yes. She has secured 1,500 tons of oil, sufficient for 2 refuels of all F-22 carrier-based aircraft. In the next 2 days, she should be able to bring back several thousand tons. Lu Wu shook his head. No need to procure more oil. If that fleet takes action after 2 days, they will undoubtedly be obliterated. 2 takeoffs will suffice. Should another fleet arrive, it will be equipped with nuclear engines. Even as an intelligent robot, Hong Mei could sense a powerful emotion emanating from her master, confidence. What of Unit 008? Lu Wu inquired as he completed his inspection of the new port and turned towards the villa. Hong Mei frowned slightly. There has been no response yet. However, several hours have passed since General Golden first contacted the high-ranking military officials of Moor Nation last night, so we should receive news soon. Unit 008, designated as the 8th robot, was responsible for intelligence regarding the hostile Moor Nation. It acted as a chief intelligence officer, overseeing dozens of subordinates, each tasked with gathering information on a specific country, primarily focusing on whether they required military equipment and their potential as future clients. Currently, Aya Nation had acquired a significant amount of advanced weaponry, and as a rival nation, Moor Nation was unlikely to remain complacent. With Boisjin having withdrawn from the market, Moor Nation's options for procuring advanced equipment had diminished drastically. The only aircraft capable of somewhat contending with the F-22S, which had already been produced in considerable numbers, were the F-35S manufactured by the same Lockheed Martin. Given that Moor Nation prioritized its naval and aerial forces, it had already placed orders for F-35S with the American Federation. However, typical military purchases rarely had stock available unless they were secondhand, with delivery times ranging from several years to nearly a decade. In dire circumstances, if Moor Nation were to offer a premium, the profit-driven Lockheed Martin would undoubtedly prioritize their order for rapid acquisition, alleviating the immense pressure from Aya Nation. Thus, Unit 008 needed to quickly ascertain 3 crucial pieces of information: how much Moor Nation would have to increase their offer, the resultant price, and the time frame in which Lockheed could supply the requested quantities. Only then could it exploit these vulnerabilities to seize the lucrative market of Moor Nation. Just as Lu Wu and Hong Mei concluded their discussion, Lu Wu was savoring a refined breakfast prepared by the intelligent robots when Hong Mei suddenly smiled and quickly announced, "Master, Unit 008 has sent news. Due to its maneuvers, the negotiations between Moor Nation's high-ranking military officials and Lockheed have collapsed, and they are now preparing to contact us." Excellent. Lu Wu's eyes brightened, having anticipated that this transaction would yield dual benefits from the outset. However, Hong Mei's expression shifted. Nonetheless, the military officials of Moor Nation are reluctant to come in person and are unwilling to pay a deposit. They desire us to deliver the equipment to them. Aha, that's splendid news. Lu Wu laughed heartily. I adore door-to-door delivery. I shall not only bring them fighter jets but also tank-destroying armed helicopters, an abundance of anti-tank missiles, and various tiers of surface-to-air missiles. A sly smile crept across Lu Wu's lips as he remarked, "These items are essential for them, and I can see they are in dire need. Additionally, frigates, destroyers, amphibious assault ships. Even aircraft carriers could be on the table. Let us go at once," Lu Wu declared, striding towards his nuclear-powered fighter jet. Chapter 64. Selling air defense missiles to the client's adversary after selling fighter jets? As dawn broke, the sun cast its radiant light upon the earth. Lu Wu, unperturbed, piloted his 22 fighter jet, ascending vertically into the sky, swiftly reaching an altitude of several dozen meters before racing towards the northwest. His trajectory was a straight line as he glided over the airspace of various nations, unconcerned about detection by the radar systems of these smaller countries. At 3 times the speed of sound and at an elevation of 10,000 meters, the aircraft blended seamlessly with the azure sky, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye. In less than 2 hours, Lu Wu traversed over 5,000 kilometers, crossing a substantial portion of Africa from the coastal town of Haeju to the Atlantic-facing nation of Moer. Upon arriving in Madaha City, the capital of Moer, his fighter jet descended onto a military base just outside the city, creating a considerable stir. "Black Mamba, this is what you meant when you said your boss would arrive shortly." At the base entrance, a bulletproof car hurriedly approached, screeching to a halt. Inside, a corpulent elder, visibly displeased, cast a scornful glance at his companion, the enigmatic 008. Yet, Beneath his dissatisfaction lay a deeper sense of trepidation. Is this the modified 22 produced by their mysterious arms dealer? The Ionation had just procured dozens of these formidable aircraft. Under such a terror-inducing machine, their defenses seemed utterly futile. Eliminating me, or even the president, would be alarmingly effortless. As these thoughts raced through his mind, General Fells broke into a cold sweat. General Fells, you mentioned that you would come at the fastest speed. Our boss is here in person, demonstrating ample sincerity. Zero responded coolly, showing no deference to the esteemed client. Moreover, this serves as a test of your air defense system, to gauge its ineffectiveness against the world-class 22. This is our boss, acting swiftly to save your lives. As Zero exited the vehicle, he approached Lu Wu's fighter jet and bowed respectfully. Step back, Fells commanded, trailing closely behind 008. This is our invited guest. The soldiers, who had been on high alert, collectively sighed with relief. It was a blessing that it wasn't an enemy incursion, which would have been far too terrifying and humiliating. The hatch of the fighter jet opened, and Lu Wu descended. The munitions bay opened, revealing Hong Mei, which astonished Fells. The munitions bay could conceal a person. However, their attention soon shifted as Fells and several high-ranking military officials gathered around the aircraft, their expressions filled with awe and greed. Yet, their fascination quickly morphed into dissatisfaction as they turned to Lu Wu, coolly remarking, "How is it that you sold us dozens of fighter jets just last night, and now, only a few hours later, you wish to sell to our arms dealers? It seems you are intent on fanning the flames of chaos." No. I am a conscientious merchant and would never instigate war. On the contrary, selling advanced equipment to you is my means of promoting peace and decisively eliminating the competition for symmetrical warfare, Lu Wu replied, his face adorned with a smile, as he engaged in earnest, albeit fanciful, discourse. In a word, having sold stealth fighters to the Ionation, I shall not sell them to you, as that would harm both sides. Instead, I would like to recommend our latest air defense missiles. Before Fells could respond, an Air Force general exclaimed in surprise, "Do you possess air defense missiles capable of countering fifth-generation stealth fighters?" However, he quickly shook his head, adding, "Though several major nations claim their newly developed radar and air defense missiles can threaten the 22, I know that the radar cross-section is minuscule, and the probability of detection at supersonic speeds is negligible. Many of these nations exaggerate. Their air defense missiles pose some threat to the 22, but it is minimal. Only stealth fighters of the same caliber can contend with the 22. If you refuse to sell us the 22, we are prepared to purchase the American F-35, regardless of the cost." Lu Wu, leaning against the fighter, chuckled, "If they are of the same caliber, why is the U.S. replacing the 22 with the F-35? Why is the 22 a restricted item while the F-35 can be purchased freely? In the presence of my modified Raptor, the F-35 is inconsequential." The Air Force general fell silent, aware that one significant reason for the 22's replacement was its expense. However, the fundamental issue was that no one globally could match its capabilities, leading to a sense of isolation. While some aspects of the F-35 might be technologically superior, its overall combat effectiveness still pales in comparison to the 22, barely qualifying as an equivalent. It's akin to the difference between a 9-barrel close-in weapon system and a single-barreled heavy machine gun. The other fourth-generation fighters merely resemble single-barreled heavy machine guns, Lu Wu continued. As for your assertion that no air defense missile can genuinely intercept the 22, I ask, how is it that I can modify and even upgrade the 22? Developing a missile capable of intercepting them is not a daunting task. The Air Force general paused, and Fells contemplated the implications. Indeed, where there is a spear, there is a shield, and with both sides being roughly equal, the Dragon Nation, viewed by the U.S. as its greatest adversary, may very well possess hidden retaliatory missiles. Enough talk. I have brought the goods for you to verify directly, Lu Wu declared. Fells and the others were taken aback. You've brought air defense missiles with you? Strictly speaking, it is an air defense destroyer located by the seaside. Come. Let us take a look, Lu Wu replied with a grin. You have intruded into our territorial waters. A naval general exclaimed, astonished. I deliver right to your door. What exceptional service. Lu Wu jested as he climbed back into his fighter jet. Let us head to your Saran naval base. With a roar, Lu Wu piloted the jet, deliberately reducing his speed to half, yet still astonished the Moer military leaders as he ascended vertically, swiftly disappearing into the heavens. Fels exchanged a glance with the Air Force general, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. They swallowed hard. Damn it! A heavy fighter jet taking off vertically. Can the U.S. perform such modifications? They comprehended that without countermeasures, the dozens of stealth fighters from the Aya Nation could indeed decimate their high-ranking officials in mere hours. Unbeknownst to them, while the Aya fighters were advanced, they did not reach the level of Lu Wu's aircraft. If the original U.S.-22 had a combat effectiveness of 80, the modified version would be 0, while Lu Wu's jet, upgraded at a cost of a staggering 10 billion points, possessed a combat effectiveness rating of 200, a veritable sci-fi marvel. Let us move, Fels commanded. Soon, 2 Black Hawk helicopters arrived at the Air Force Base, and a cadre of generals boarded, along with 008 and Hong Mei, as they swiftly made their way to the naval base. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the naval base, they were met with astonishment. A colossal vessel glided into view, having shut down its engines, coasting in on inertia, dwarfing Moer's largest warship, which was a mere 2,000-ton frigate, akin to a small snake before a mighty dragon. Even the base commander, who had received prior notifications from Fels and others, stood agape, utterly shocked by the sight of this enormous ship. Meanwhile, the 22 hovered in mid-air, seemingly waiting for their arrival, before gracefully descending onto the helicopter landing pad at the vessel's stern. Fels and the naval commanders were once again taken aback. This 30-ton heavy fighter could land on a helicopter pad, and it had succeeded. As the cockpit door of the fighter jet opened, Lu Wu pointed to a vast expanse of smooth deck on the opposite side, where 2 Black Hawk helicopters could be stationed. Black Mamba, is this vessel a destroyer or an amphibious assault ship? Fears could not help but inquire. The robotic entity, designated as 00, bore a black exterior, masquerading as an inhabitant of Black Continent. Hence Lu Wu had instructed it to refer to itself as Black Mamba. Upon hearing Fears's question, 00 retorted arrogantly, "Our creation is unparalleled, cannot be measured by the performance of current global equipment." As the Black Hawk helicopters descended, Fears and several generals disembarked, marveling at the colossal warship. Lu Wu remained atop the fighter jet, elucidating, "This battleship is our company's latest product, displacing 18,000 tons. Besides being capable of launching a vertical takeoff carrier aircraft, it can also accommodate 2 medium-sized helicopters. However, these are merely secondary functions. Its primary role, as I mentioned earlier, is its impeccable air defense capability. Black Mamba, escort them to the command center for a first-hand experience." With that, Lu Wu piloted the fighter jet skyward once more. The admiral surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow. "This warship is indeed large, yet I observe it lacks sufficient missiles. How can it claim to provide air defense? Are close-in weapon systems sufficient?" Black Mamba refrained from elaborating, instructing the 2 helicopter pilots, "Please reposition the helicopters." Everyone was taken aback by this request, yet Fears gestured for compliance. Soon, the helicopter pilots initiated the Black Hawk helicopters, and just as they lifted off the deck, a series of metallic clangs resonated. The deck, previously occupied by the helicopters, revealed numerous circular hatches that sprang open, disclosing an array of missile silos, over 100 dark openings. Each silo housed colossal missiles, poised for vertical launch at any moment. Fears stammered, "I." The admiral exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness." The 2 Black Hawk helicopters swayed alarmingly, nearly causing their pilots to lose control. Chapter 66. I sold your rival a batch of tanks? How about a tank killer? 2 billion meters. Moreover, this does not account for the missiles above. When including the remaining 185 missiles, an additional 920 million must be added. This warship commands a price nearing 5 billion meters. Yet, neither Fears nor Air Force General Bartle, nor the other generals found it exorbitant. In terms of payload and displacement, this vessel dwarfed the Burke-class destroyers, which cost 1.9 billion meters each. Despite the fervor surrounding the developmental period of the futuristic Zumwalt-class destroyer, which, although larger than the Burke-class, carried only 80 missiles and had its touted formidable combat capabilities deemed somewhat lackluster. Consequently, the United States, originally intending to equip over 30 ships, hastily concluded with merely 3, a fraction of the original plan. The exorbitant construction costs ranged from $4 billion to a staggering $7 billion, regardless of the variant, underscoring the destroyer's steep price. However, in comparison to the comprehensive performance of the warship beneath their feet, it appeared as a mere dwarf before a giant. Thus, despite the terrifying price tag of $4 billion, which exceeded the annual defense expenditure of a small nation, Fears and his compatriots did not waver, nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall purchase one. However, regarding the control systems aboard, the control system is remarkably straightforward and highly intelligent. As you witnessed moments ago, it comprises a few simple steps. Given the current caliber of your naval personnel, a glance at the operational manual will suffice to grasp the control methodology, allowing you to rapidly achieve combat readiness. That is reassuring, Fears exhaled, recognizing the challenges faced by smaller nations, not solely financial but also in terms of personnel. This was precisely why Lu Wu's various systems had gained popularity in Black Continent: simple and practical. If presented with overly advanced technology, many would struggle to operate it. Nevertheless, Lu Wu had considered this aspect from the outset, ensuring his equipment boasted exceptional intelligence and automation. The missile count should be doubled based on the current onboard configuration. Fears promptly suggested, then bit his lip, adding, "No, triple it. Triple the missile capacity." Air Force General Bartle exchanged a knowing glance with the Admiral and stepped forward. Addressing Fears, "Minister, increase it by another factor, quadruple the missile count. For the next 5 to 10 years, our Air Force and Navy will require no additional equipment. Furthermore, we can retire those outdated vessels, reallocating resources to equip this national treasure. With it, we shall possess everything." As the Army General appeared ready to speak, Lu Wu shot a glance at 00. Understanding, 00 coldly interjected, "Although this warship is formidable, it does not render us invincible. Can carry 10 Tomahawk cruise missiles, capable of striking high-value targets up to 2,000 kilometers inland. However, those are merely high-value targets. The Aya Nation possesses 500 of the world's most advanced tanks, surpassing the Leopard 2. Surely you cannot expect to engage them with cruise missiles?" Fears and the others furrowed their brows, their previously relaxed demeanor now heavy with concern. Lu Wu cleared his throat, stating, "As I have reiterated, where there is a spear, there is a shield. I possess solutions to counter the armored forces of Aya Nation." Fears huffed in dissatisfaction. "I have heard your tanks command a staggering price of 2 million meters each. 50 units would cost 10 billion. We do not have such funds to squander. What if the price were halved, allowing us to contend with them?" Lu Wu replied with a smile. Fears's eyes brightened, fully aware that Lu Wu was deliberately selling their adversary a substantial arsenal before offering his own goods, simultaneously maximizing profits from both sides. Yet, they could do nothing but stifle their outrage, fearing a price increase from Lu Wu. "Boss Lu, everything appears to be within your grand design. As long as it is not excessive, we will accept," Fears stated candidly. Lu Wu smiled, retrieving a walkie-talkie. "Bring it out." In the next moment, a steel panel on the deck opened, revealing a vast interior from which a tank rumbled forth, its tracks leaving 2 streaks on the hard deck. Following closely behind was an armed helicopter, swiftly dispatched to the deck before charging forward. The vessel's railing had already been lowered, and the tank plunged into the sea. Despite being in close waters near the military port, where the seabed had been dredged, the water remained profoundly deep. This tank was none other than the breaker tank. Though weighing merely 45 tons, its descent from nearly 20 meters high created an immense splash before it quickly sank beneath the waves. Fears and the others were once again astounded, realizing that ever since their encounter with Boss Lu, their once steady composure had been repeatedly shaken and stirred by the unfolding events. Behold your future adversary, the breaker main battle tank. However, it soon became a minor threat. Lu Wu remarked, gesturing towards the armed helicopter parked on the deck, which he was about to pilot. Since the system upgrade, Lu Wu could exchange for these equipment without consuming points, allowing the system to modify the shape of the equipment at will. This armed helicopter integrated the finest features of the Apache, the Dragon Kingdom's Z-20, and the most advanced armed helicopters from the Romance Nation, emerging as a new model. Its introduction paralleled that of the Break Army, as it had not required points for an upgrade but had perfectly amalgamated the pinnacle technologies from all similar products, thus becoming the strongest contender. On the deck, Phils and others observed a murky disturbance and bubbles rising from the sea, as if a colossal beast was stirring the seabed, churning up countless sediments, swiftly approaching the harbor's edge where they could vaguely discern a tank turret. Suddenly, with a flash of fire from the turret, a shell shot through the water, crashing upon the harbor. Military ports, even in smaller nations, are constructed with utmost precision. The steel-reinforced concrete structures are not only exceptionally strong but also quite thick. Yet, beneath this single shot, a conical hole nearly 3 meters deep and 1 meter in diameter appeared above the port. Boom! Just 3 seconds later, a second shell was fired, and the turret burst through the surface. The military port was breached, and the Break Army tank thundered like a frenzied beast, crashing into the shattered harbor. The remnants of steel and concrete crumbled under the tank's onslaught, swept aside like chaff, leaving only shallow scratches and minor dents on the vehicle's body. The Break Army surged onto the shore, even ascending a slope at a speed nearing 90 kilometers per hour, racing 10 kilometers forward. To the naked eye, the tank appeared as a mere yellow bean, yet it executed a sharp turn, drifting across the ground, swiftly pivoting to face the warship, performing erratic evasive maneuvers. Phils and his companions retrieved their binoculars for a closer inspection. Meanwhile, Hong Mei tossed a palm-sized drone into the air, which glided silently like a swallow, not merely soaring but ascending steadily. She then produced a projector, casting a 10-meter-wide cubic projection into the air above the deck, depicting a tank occupying half the space, vividly resembling the tank that had just departed. This technology left Phils and the others in awe and envy. At that moment, the helicopter pilot took off, its underbelly unfolding like a white crane spreading its wings, revealing 2 weapon mounts, each equipped with 2 8-tube missile launchers, totaling 32 missiles. Whoosh! At that instant, a missile was launched towards the tank 10 kilometers away. Such distance? An army general exclaimed in astonishment. The most renowned air-launched anti-tank missile, the American Hellfire, boasts a maximum range of only 8 kilometers, with the Apache capable of carrying 24 missiles, theoretically able to target 24 tanks simultaneously. This missile, though modest in size, achieved supersonic flight at approximately 400 meters per second. Within 20 seconds, the missile neared the tank, which responded by releasing a barrage of smoke and decoy rounds, desperately maneuvering with increased fervor, its speed surpassing 90 kilometers per hour, akin to racing on a highway. Witnessing this scene, some generals couldn't help but glance at Lu Wu, recognizing the striking similarity to his previous experience piloting a Raptor fighter jet, evading 3 surface-to-air missiles. Yet, ultimately, it proved futile. The tank could not evade. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and a figure leaped out, only to dive back into the tank's belly. Boom! The projection screen erupted in flames and smoke. As the haze dissipated, the onlookers beheld the tank's formidable armor had been pierced. The tank was rendered inoperable, and its driver emerged, disheveled and bloodied, suffering from shock. This was, of course, the work of an intelligent robot, its performance rivaling Lu Wu's own. Otherwise, given their capabilities, they could have endured the impact of an anti-tank missile without significant damage. Are these arms dealers mad? Phils and others marveled, recognizing the risks taken by their boss for the sake of profit and the fervor of his subordinates, contemplating the substantial advantages involved. This helicopter is called 7 Kill, Lu Wu chuckled, though the name seems somewhat misleading. Its 3 anti-tank missiles can effectively neutralize 32 targets. Moreover, its weapon system allows for simultaneous launches of 8 missiles, targeting 8 tanks at once. The interval between launches is merely 5 seconds, and after that, it can continue firing. In other words, from the first launch to the last, all missiles can be deployed within 10 seconds, annihilating 32 tanks. The Aryan nation has only 500 tanks in total. Once the missiles are fired, unless the tanks are already 10 kilometers away and can reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, they cannot escape the missile's pursuit and are doomed. No tank can defend against them, nor can any tank evade. Sophis, observing the army general's eager expression, sighed softly. Mr. Liu, How much for your helicopter and missiles? For orders of over 20 units, the price is 100 million each, with missiles at 1 million, Lu Wu replied. In truth, the actual price exceeds this. I said it this way for easier calculations, and since your adversarial nations have also purchased my equipment, I'm offering you a discount. Phils and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the unexpected pricing. They believed the 7-kill-armed helicopter had surpassed even the top-tier Apache. The price of any weapon can fluctuate dramatically. The notorious spendthrift Aryans once forked out $3 billion for 22 Apaches and 15 large transport helicopters. Later, they spent $9 billion for only 6 top-tier helicopters, having been swindled in the process. The army general from the Moor nation, well-versed in such matters, was elated upon hearing the price. Minister, let me purchase 3 units. He implored Phils eagerly. Our army needs this. With these 30 helicopters, we 1T need to procure any additional equipment for the next 5 years. Phils shook his head, casting a resigned glance at Lu Wu. This man's equipment was truly exceptional and remarkably affordable, making it impossible not to invest. However, he lamented the considerable financial strain this would impose. He shot a stern look at the army general, exclaiming, if you want 30 helicopters, surely you also need the missiles. Let's secure 30 helicopters and 10 missiles. Lu Wu chuckled. Very well. Purchasing from me offers an unparalleled advantage. Delivery within 3 days at most. However, given the current tense situation in Black Continent, with the internal conflict in Lia and the looming threat from Bia, coupled with the immense pressure from the Aryan nation, if you require immediate use, I can provide this warship at once. The helicopters and remaining missiles can be delivered tomorrow, but I would need 80% of the payment upfront. Agreed. We shall arrange for delivery at dawn tomorrow. As Rose approached, she swiftly calculated, the battleship Poseidon carries 4 billion in missile capacity, which is 4 times 18, totaling 75 missiles, amounting to 7 billion. When combined with the ship's armaments, the total reaches 7 billion. Meanwhile, the 3 Killers helicopters, valued at 3 billion with 100 missiles costing 1 billion, sum up to 4 billion. Altogether, this amounts to 7 billion. The generals, including Fields and Bartle, felt a pang of distress upon hearing this. Yet Lu Wu remarked, I suddenly remembered, you have a significant flaw that must be addressed. Although these generals felt as if they were being drained like vampires, they also realized that despite the high costs, the arms dealer was not entirely exploitative. What he proposed could ultimately benefit them. They promptly inquired, Lu, what other flaw do you see? Lu Wu stamped his foot on the deck and replied, the reason the Poseidon battleship has such a large deck, along with internal hangars and reinforced missile silos, is to accommodate carrier-based aircraft. It can simultaneously carry 5 heavy aircraft, effectively functioning as a mini-aircraft carrier. Lu Wu chuckled. Do not underestimate these 5. As we have observed, they are 5th-generation stealth fighters capable of vertical takeoff, making it entirely feasible to engage 3 foes at once, boasting power comparable to a light aircraft carrier. Furthermore, you can utilize this battleship as a platform, allowing for a rotation of 20 carrier-based aircraft. Upon hearing this, the Admiral's excitement was palpable as he fixated on Fields. Fields, momentarily losing his composure, covered his face with his hands and exclaimed, Are you truly intent on draining us completely? Just tell us the price. But we cannot purchase in excess. We are indeed out of funds. Lu Wu had already contemplated this. The 22 modified carrier-based aircraft aboard his aircraft carrier not only accounted for the raw materials but also included a discount, as selling them cheaply was out of the question. He insisted on a price no less than 2 billion, which the Moor nation could hardly accept, especially after such expenditure. Thus, a different type of carrier-based aircraft was necessary. System, optimize and upgrade the Type 35 aircraft. Does it require points? The Type 35 aircraft could originally achieve vertical takeoff, but with current payload limitations, it was primarily designed for short-distance launches. By expending points, it could be optimized into a fully operational vertical takeoff fighter. Let us exchange for 20 units. Beep. Deducting 290 tons of materials, exchanging for 20 Type 35 vertical takeoff carrier-based aircraft, capable of carrying 8 tons of fuel and 2 tons of armaments, in super short-distance takeoff configuration. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Wu felt reassured and addressed Fields. Alas, who would have thought I would be so benevolent? I possess an even more capable fighter than the Type 35, also a fifth-generation stealth aircraft priced at merely $1.5 billion, at a weight of less than 15 tons. Selling the aircraft for $1.5 billion might seem inexpensive, but the profit margin would not be lower than that of the 22. Bartle, the Air Force general, brightened at this revelation and asked, "Are you implying that its comprehensive capabilities surpass those of the current Type 35 from the United States, and it can perform vertical takeoff and landing on this battleship?" "Of course. I have stated that my equipment is unparalleled among its peers, an unmatched leader. If it could not achieve vertical takeoff, how could I have sold you that aircraft today? It is lighter and cheaper by $1 billion. Upon hearing this, Fields and the others contemplated that a discount of $1 billion implied the destroyed aircraft was valued at $5 billion, plus 3 surface-to-air missiles priced at $500,000 each, totaling $2.6 billion. Furthermore, there was that decrepit military tank, with reports from spies in Aya indicating it was worth $2 million. Additionally, a tank missile costing $1 million. Wow! Just for the live-fire test equipment, that amounts to $2.8 billion. Let us purchase 6 aircraft, deploying 1 as a reserve," Fields stated. The admiral, somewhat disheartened, chose not to voice further objections, recognizing the nation's expenditure had indeed reached its limits. "Please fill in the 12. Precisely rounds to $13 billion, as I prefer whole numbers for accounting," Lu Wu replied, observing their discomfort. "How about this? You acquire 1 carrier-based aircraft for $12 billion. The remaining $400 million will get you 100 air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles, making them only $4 million each. You will at least recover several tens of millions, effectively regaining half a plane. Boss Lu, I have realized that engaging with you is truly perilous. With every step, we find ourselves ensnared." Fields lamented, $1 billion, and thus, 10 of our funds are gone. Lu Wu reassured him, equipment is not merely a simple commodity. It serves the nation and the people. You were correct. Enduring prolonged suffering is worse than a swift resolution. By purchasing all at once, you will be relieved from acquisitions for the next 5, even 10 years. Moreover, your longtime adversary, Aya, has procured nearly $20 billion in equipment from me, while you have strategically countered with your $13 billion. This is a case of small gains leading to significant victories. Although Fields sensed something amiss in Lu Wu's reasoning, he could not counter it. "Sigh. Let us proceed with the transfer. I truly wish to avoid further interaction with you." Fields shook his head with a rueful smile. He received a laptop and, like the previous Aya Defense Deputy Minister, Golden, initiated the transfer of funds from the National Treasury to the designated accounts Lu Wu specified. In truth, with the system managing accounts, Lu Wu only required 1. However, he deliberately utilized multiple accounts to project an image of meticulousness. Beep. Funds received $1.4 billion, automatically converted into 104 points. Lu Wu felt a surge of satisfaction as he opened his personal page. Points: 2.9 billion. Assets: 3.4 billion. Materials: 130,000 tons. The addition of the 104 points, alongside the previously acquired 1.8 billion from source and an uncalculated building, significantly enhanced his resources. Regarding materials, nearly 20,000 tons were consumed for the Poseidon battleship and 188 missiles, even with a 20 discount, consuming 16,000 tons. A transport helicopter descended from the sky, carrying Lu Wu, Rose number 00, and a disguised tank driver as they departed. Watching the helicopter vanish, Fields caressed the grand vessel acquired at such a hefty price, murmuring, "Do you think with such a formidable arms dealer, our world will become more peaceful or increasingly volatile?" The others frowned, while the bearded Bartle scowled, speculating on that is futile. "I know one thing. Should Aya dare to strike, I will immediately press the missile launch button, unleashing all 18 missiles in a cleansing barrage." On the helicopter, Lu Wu reclined against Rose's lap, closing his eyes as she massaged his head, a look of bliss on his face. "Have you thoroughly investigated the arms market across the continent?" "Indeed, we have. However, most of them either lacked sufficient funds or were not embroiled in intense conflicts with neighboring nations, thus only capable and inclined to procure mid to low tier equipment, similar to your previous transactions with Jack's pirates and the Southman rebels, amounting to mere hundreds of millions per deal." Even the affluent diamond-rich nations of southern Africa, despite their wealth, demonstrated minimal demand. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu shook his head dismissively. A paltry few hundred million is far too insignificant. From now on, these minor orders shall fall under your purview. Simply inform me of the required armaments, and I shall arrange for them to be stored in Black Pearl Town. It serves as our de facto warehouse. Red Rose, intrigued, inquired, Master, does this mean you have set your sights on a new venture? Lu Wu chuckled. Naturally. There exists but one region on this globe teeming with the most extravagant nouveau riche, where wealth flows as freely as oil, the ultimate destination for our ambitions. Chapter 68. The pyramid truly undermining the foundations. Quick, too swift. No one anticipated that within a mere span of a day, specifically, from the early hours of today to now at noon, in less than 12 hours, Lu Wu would execute a colossal transaction amounting to nearly 30 billion yuan with two mutually antagonistic nations. Aside from the 24 outstanding payments owed by the Moor nation, along with 29 armed helicopters and missiles, the remainder of the equipment has been fully delivered. The situation with the Aya nation is somewhat better, as they managed to depart overnight. Meanwhile, the mid to low-end radars of the Heizhou nation failed to detect stealth aircraft, resulting in relatively minor disturbances. Many remain skeptical, doubting anyone could truly replicate the 22. They suspect it may merely be a superficial imitation, lacking in functionality. However, the reception of a colossal warship by the Moor nation has genuinely sent shockwaves around the globe, with a displacement of 1,000 tons, despite its destroyer-like appearance. Its deck is remarkably spacious and flat, devoid of visible launch silos, resembling a specialized helicopter carrier capable of accommodating several helicopters. The notion of deploying vertical takeoff and landing aircraft on a destroyer had never crossed anyone's mind. Nevertheless, the detonation of 3 surface-to-air missiles captured the attention of a certain military satellite, which subsequently detected the vessel, even noting the open missile silos. Soon, satellite imagery and aerial photographs circulated widely, once again dominating major news headlines. The Heizhou nation now boasts the world's premier destroyer. The largest destroyer in the world has found its home in the Heizhou nation. Do you suffer from acrophobia? If not, take a look at this image. Various news outlets utilize striking headlines to captivate public interest. Due to the rapidity of the transactions at that moment, Suoz had just disembarked from the plane, returning to American soil with his beleaguered troops. Upon seeing the barrage of messages on his phone, particularly the alarming images of that warship, Suoz fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a laugh. His eyes filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Moreover, there would be no opportunity for a comeback. Who, pray tell, is this mysterious and formidable young man? Lockheed, the eternal king of arms. Can you withstand the onslaught of this youth? Suoz suddenly grasped these thoughts, and then a troubling question struck him. Our Boeing's 15 has gradually been phased out. Perhaps this signals that we should consolidate our forces and focus on advancing in the civil aviation sector. In an era where the world is pursuing stealth aircraft, the creator of the 22, Lockheed, is destined to be the future monarch. However, you are not without challenges. Suoz recalled his previous conversation with that terrifying young man, who posed some inquiries to him, the most significant being regarding the sale of the 35. The so-called garbage fighter had garnered such fervent interest from so many. Yet another enormous cake to be had. This was a remark made by that young man after hearing the news relayed to him. As a former adversary, Suoz firmly believed that Lu, the young man, could indeed replicate the 22, or even surpass it. The entire military trade market, and indeed the global landscape, would undergo monumental shifts due to these advanced stealth aircraft. Suoz was not mistaken. At that moment, Lu Wu, seated in the helicopter, had already received a considerable influx of information. Those privy to Lu Wu's number capable of sending messages were limited to his own people and a scant few collaborators. Master, the Bia nation has sent a message expressing their desire to purchase 20 Raptors, inquiring if delivery can still be made within 3 days. In the helicopter, Hong Mei held Lu Wu's phone, assisting him in checking the messages. Lu Wu replied, "Isn't that redundant? Just respond to them. Never mind. Simply publish an announcement on our website stating that any military equipment purchased from our Huanyu company will be delivered within a maximum of 3 days, with payment upon delivery." Long-standing customers and those who refer new clients may waive the deposit, while others are required to pay a 20 deposit. For expedited delivery, 1 day in advance will require double the deposit, up to a maximum of 80, with the final payment due the following day. Understood, Master. As Hong Mei issued the announcement, she continued to peruse the messages on the phone. Master, Yi Zhuqing wishes to purchase 1 unit. Additionally, our contact in the Bear Nation has also messaged, indicating their intent to buy 1. The sun never sets and the Romantic Nation have likewise reached out to us, expressing interest in acquiring 1. Lu Wu opened his eyes, shaking his head with a smile. These major powers certainly possess confidence. They aim to study my technology. Add another stipulation to the announcement. Our company products will only be sold in orders of at least 10 units unless the price exceeds 1 billion yuan. Fighter jets are available for orders starting at 10 units. 20 units can be delivered to your doorstep. Orders will also be anonymous, rendering any hacker incapable of infiltrating our website. We welcome hackers to test their skills. Consequently, buyer information shall remain confidential. By the way, has the United States made any statements? Hong Mei shook her head. None. Lu Wu contemplated. The barking dog does not bite. Whenever there is a disturbance worldwide, the United States is usually the most animated. Now, their silence suggests they are plotting something significant. They do not underestimate me. Rather, they hold me in high regard. If they choose to act, it will be with great ferocity. Master, should I sink one of their aircraft carriers to send a warning? Concise and to the point. Lu Wu's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Presently, the United States aircraft carriers are all nuclear-powered and weigh over 100,000 tons. Sinking one merely as a warning would be sufficient to instigate a global conflict. It is prudent to think strategically. The benefits will be greater. Yes, Master. After Lu Wu spoke, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Continue to disseminate our announcement. We have a stock of 666 Raptors available for sale worldwide. Aside from the requirement of full payment, there are no other stipulations. Once sold out, that will be the end of it. Nodding, she remarked, understood. The United States initially projected an order of over 800 Raptors, yet ultimately equipped fewer than 200. There remains a shortfall of over 600 units. We shall masquerade as this shortfall, drawing the United States into our web, allowing the world to believe we are their representatives. Lu Wu nodded, smiling. This time, you've outsmarted them. We are not merely drawing the United States into our scheme. We aim to directly supplant Lockheed and dominate the expansive aircraft market they occupy. Suddenly, Hong Mei added, Master, the Pyramid Nation has ordered 20 units, the Dragon Nation has ordered 10 units, and the Bear Nation has ordered 10 units. Although the Bear Nation will not provide payment, opting for a trade instead. Trading instead? Lu Wu expressed curiosity. The Bear Nation, though financially strained, still possesses valuable legacies. Have their representatives come to me? I am currently occupied. I will attend to matters with the Pyramid Nation first, aiming for a swift resolution. As Lu Wu spoke, he prepared to pilot his exclusive vehicle, a nuclear-powered warplane, towards the Pyramid Nation, intent on concluding business expeditiously. Speed is of the essence. If I act swiftly enough, even the United States may not react in time, enabling me to breach the 500 billion mark, leading to system upgrades. At that point, I could effortlessly exchange for dozens of supercarriers, tossing one aside at will. Should the United States dare to make a move, they would find themselves kneeling, calling me father. Hong Mei understood Lu Wu's intentions, nodding in agreement. While the majority of the Pyramid Nation's territory lies in Heizhou, its entanglements with Heizhou are minimal, having deeper disputes with various oil-rich nations in the Middle East. Securing the Pyramid Nation will establish a crucial foothold for accessing the superlative contracts of the oil magnates. However, casually, Hong Mei expressed her confusion. But, Master, the Bear Country has little blood to offer. They exchange it for old legacies, and there aren't many valuable items. In fact, their goods should not impress you. Why agree to their terms? It seems to me that you would require funds to exchange for points, rather than other items, as you can procure anything with just raw materials and points. Lu Wu chuckled and replied, with my capabilities, I could easily dominate the globe if I wished. Yet, such a pursuit holds no significance, and moreover, The system does not acknowledge assets acquired through plunder. The 1.8 billion from SOS is an exception, being the spoils from a failed military trade conflict. Thus, I require allies such as the Dragon Nation. Fundamentally, I still identify as one of them. However, the Dragon Nation prefers to remain low-key and is unlikely to offer me substantial assistance overtly. Lu Wu grinned mischievously. As for Bear Country, they have long been rivals of the U.S. alliance. A mere pittance tossed their way would see them eagerly acting as shields while I profit from behind. That is the ideal strategy. After all, a businessman ought not to be overly aggressive, but rather seek exorbitant profits. I see both Hong Mei and 008 pondered. The helicopter could not land completely due to the undulating terrain, thick with shrubbery, and could only hover a few meters above ground. Hong Mei took over the piloting from 008, while 008 and the tank operator, designated as number 169, leapt from the helicopter, their feet and waists enveloped in a surge of electromagnetic force, suspending them in mid-air. "Master, come." Lu Wu beckoned from the doorway, waving his hand and summoning the nuclear-powered warplane from the system's space, which landed thunderously upon the two intelligent robots. The weight of the nuclear-powered aircraft had significantly increased, as it carried 4 modified air-launched cruise missiles, now weighing an astonishing 34 tons. Nevertheless, the two robots merely sank slightly, their 4 arms supporting the aircraft without a quiver. This capability is truly remarkable. Lu Wu mused. By the way, system, when might I acquire such a physique? Once the system upgrades to advanced level, the host may exchange for body enhancement potions, which will incur a slight decrease in intelligence as a minor side effect. Goodness. A decline in intelligence? Even if it's negligible, I shall consider it later. Lu Wu shook his head, disregarding this, and leapt into the cockpit of the aircraft. He exchanged for a new seat that had been ejected earlier, and upon sitting, the plane sharply turned, heading towards the Pyramid Nation. System, exchange for 500 Raptors, 50 carrier-based Su-35s, and 50 military-grade Su-35s, incorporating technology from the Dragon Nation and Bear Country. Ding! A total of 150 tons of raw materials deducted, a reward of 30 aircraft of various types, with the capacity to carry double the missile quantity. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Wu remarked, "This is incredibly lucrative. With the same raw materials used to exchange for the battleship Poseidon, I can procure 150 aircraft, plus the rewards totaling over 10,000 missiles. The value calculated will not be less than 30 billion US dollars. Delightful. For the foreseeable future, my primary focus will be on selling aircraft. Selling ships, even at tens of billions each, pales in comparison." Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Lu Wu's aircraft sliced through the air, soaring at speeds exceeding Mach 4. Other aircraft hesitated to push to their limits due to the extreme fuel consumption and the risk of overheating engines. However, Lu Wu's nuclear-powered aircraft faced no such issues. If he wished, it could even reach Mach 5. In just half an hour, his aircraft descended into the desert. The aircraft's coating was now a golden hue, akin to the sands below. Inside the cockpit, Lu Wu could even spot the distant apex of the pyramid, reminiscent of scenes from Hollywood blockbusters featuring Transformers battling atop pyramids. "I have arrived, and the cargo is here, 50 kilometers southwest of the Great Pyramid." Hurry! One must admit, the Pyramid Nation's sincerity was commendable. Their economy surpassed that of Aya and more countries, approaching 300 billion US dollars. The deposit for 2 aircraft reached 800 million US dollars, which they promptly delivered without hesitation. Lu Wu understood their eagerness to avoid prolonged negotiations. Upon receiving Lu Wu's notification, the higher-ups of the Pyramid Nation were momentarily stunned, unable to refrain from exclaiming, 2 fifth-generation stealth aircraft, and it has only been half an hour since. Today, you are quite generous, delivering with such speed. Lu Wu chuckled. In truth, you are my true marquis. Securing your partnership means half the oil tycoon circle is mine. Right away. We will be there immediately. The other party rushed to respond. Without waiting, commands were relayed. Immediately inform the tourism minister to evacuate everyone around the pyramid. Just say there may be an earthquake. Or concoct some reason. What are you waiting for? Move. Lu Wu exited the cockpit and reclined on the smooth back of the aircraft, enjoying the afternoon sun alongside Hong Mei. Oh, I haven't had lunch. Lu Wu suddenly recalled an important matter. Today had indeed been hectic. He had secured a major deal in Aya country at dawn, conducted business with more in the morning, and now engaged with the Pyramid Nation. Although the deal in the Pyramid Nation was valued at 4 billion, which would be astonishing news for Lu Wu, a major deal meant at least 10 billion. With a charming smile, Hong Mei produced a meal box seemingly out of thin air, handing it to Lu Wu, saying, "Please, master, try my new culinary skills." Upon opening it, Lu Wu discovered desert delicacies made from sand jujubes and sea buckthorn. It appeared modest, yet upon tasting, he found it surprisingly delightful. After a week of indulging in various seafood, he had overlooked the unique flavors of desert cuisine, which felt refreshingly different. Just as Lu Wu finished his meal, representatives from the Pyramid Nation arrived, 3 helicopters racing towards him, kicking up clouds of sand. "There's no need for such trouble. I have a signal jammer here. Neither satellites nor reconnaissance aircraft will detect us," Lu Wu casually offered, retrieving an oddly shaped speaker from the aircraft. Within the helicopters, heads nodded, and the rotors ceased spinning, the sandstorm settling. The officials descended, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as they gazed at Lu Wu, particularly at the aircraft beneath him, their gazes envious. "Mr. Lu, our aircraft." Lu Wu felt uncomfortable under their fervent stares. They were all grown men after all. "You could have at least brought a couple of beauties along. Perhaps I might consider a discount." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught Hong Mei casting him a subtle, sorrowful glance. Ahem. Lu Wu turned towards the dunes and pressed the remote. The dunes parted to reveal that they were merely camouflaged fabric, perfectly concealing the aircraft. As the pilots and armament personnel meticulously inspected the warplanes, the head of the Pyramid Nation, Feihand, grew increasingly animated. "Mr. Lu, your reputation is well deserved. Not only is the delivery swift, but the quality is impeccable, surpassing the original. Or rather, this is no longer merely a Raptor. It transcends the Raptor. I observed the shadows of other top-tier fighters above." Lu Wu chuckled. "If that is the case, isn't purchasing 20 aircraft rather insufficient? Moreover, you seem to have overlooked ordering missiles. I have brought 3 units for you. This is not a bundled sale. Rather, it is simply because these aircraft are remarkably exceptional, and no other onboard missiles could possibly match them." Feihand nodded in agreement. "We can procure 3 units of missiles, but we also desire the aircraft. However, our financial resources are lacking. To be frank, Lockheed Martin's stealth carrier-based aircraft is quite alluring." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu erupted in laughter, and amidst the bewilderment of those present, he proclaimed, "You may not be aware, but I too possess stealth carrier-based aircraft. Hong Mei, display the video for them." Hong Mei approached and projected footage of Lu Wu previously piloting a nuclear-powered fighter, performing vertical takeoff and landing on the aircraft carrier Poseidon. However, the video had been specially edited, transforming Lu Wu's fighter into a model reminiscent of the 35 carrier-based aircraft. As for Lockheed Martin, I believe they should be referred to as the Slow Horse Company due to their sluggish manufacturing pace. How could they possibly compete with our rocket-like speed? The countries involved in the development require numerous aircraft, and they will be the first to be equipped, followed by their allied nations, and finally you peripheral demand clients. By the time you are fully equipped, a decade will have elapsed. Lu Wu shook his head in mirth, stating, "In the future, don't speak of 10 years. Even in 10 days, the world will undergo a tremendous transformation." Listening to Lu Wu's confident and commanding words, Feihand was taken aback and remarked, "Do you truly possess such carrier-based aircraft?" "Coincidentally, I brought along 30 units just behind us." Lu Wu produced another remote control and, with a thought, he relocated the 35 fighter jets, which had already been exchanged within the system, to a large sand dune behind them, subsequently covering the aircraft with military camouflage netting. Minutes later, as the group stood atop the sand dune, they beheld 2 rows of fighter jets, utterly astonished. Before Feihand could speak, a general behind him exclaimed excitedly, "It's them. Yes, it's them. 5th-generation stealth fighters, and I can discern that this power is even stronger than the original. They can absolutely achieve heavy vertical takeoff. We must buy them. Minister, we must acquire them." "Very well. Let us proceed with the purchase. Chapter 70. The Arms King and the Wrath of the Superpower. The arrival of 3 aircraft was evidently a premeditated move. However, Feihand and his associates were unfazed, deeply impressed by Lu Wu's capabilities. It was astonishingly formidable. The 2 flagship treasures of Lockheed Martin had been flawlessly replicated. No, to call it mere replication would be an affront. These aircraft transcended the originals. Both the new Raptor utilized by the Air Force and the carrier-based aircraft had surpassed the original designs, incorporating advanced technologies from other elite fighter jets, thereby achieving an unparalleled superiority in every aspect. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is a saying, "The blue is derived from the indigo and surpasses it," which aptly describes. Mr. Lu, Feihand mused. "Oh, you flatter me. I am merely engaged in a small venture," Lu Wu humbly replied. "These fighter jets are reasonably priced at 150 million meters each. Purchasing 30 would only amount to 4 billion. Feihand shook his head with a wry smile, feeling the same sensation as every buyer who transacted with Lu Wu, being sold yet compelled to count the money for the seller with no room for resistance. They recognized that although this price was slightly above that of Lockheed Martin's jets, the quality was far superior, rendering it a remarkable value. "Then let us procure 3 of these carrier-based aircraft along with 3 types of missiles." Lu Wu nodded affirmatively. "The prices of air-launched missiles vary, but I will calculate an average price of 100,000 meters per shot," Lu Wu stated. "That seems rather steep," Feihand remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. "If these were other types of air-launched missiles, it would indeed be expensive. However, I assure you that my air-launched missiles are all medium to long-range beyond visual range. The shortest medium-range missile exceeds 100 kilometers, while the long-range ones surpass 200 kilometers. Once launched, there is no need for further intervention. They could even bring down the original versions of the F-22 and F-35 from the United States." Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Feihand and his companions were left speechless. They had always focused on the power of the aircraft, neglecting the missiles, and had not anticipated that Lu Wu's missiles could be so formidable. As for the anti-ship missiles, they could effortlessly detect stealth warships and penetrate defenses rapidly. Their efficient warheads weighed only 50 kilograms yet were capable of sinking a 10,000-ton warship, rivaling the effectiveness of conventional anti-ship missiles weighing 300 kilograms. Moreover, the carrier-based aircraft could even carry anti-submarine missiles, capable of targeting any submarine within 300 meters. Of course, given the variety of submarine types and the significant influence of ocean currents, the success rate is not high, approximately 60%. Upon hearing Lu Wu mention these shortcomings, Feihand and his colleagues felt a sense of balance restored. It seemed more reasonable. If everything were perfectly powerful, they would have doubts about the authenticity of the missiles. However, this technology could not be tested. The cheapest submarine would still cost hundreds of millions. As for the air-launched ground missiles, their range and performance were akin to the air-to-air missiles, capable of striking high-value ground targets such as radar stations, airports, command centers, naval bases, and ammunition depots with ease. At this point, Lu Wu paused slightly and added with a smile, "And the only adversary these fighter jets face is the Sky Shield air defense missiles that I am selling. Hong Mei, please show them a video." Hong Mei nodded and played a video displaying Lu Wu piloting a Raptor fighter jet at nearly 2.5 times the speed of sound, desperately evading missiles, yet ultimately being shot down by 3 missiles. This video left the high-ranking officials of the Moor Nation, including Feihand, utterly astonished and filled with awe as they gazed at Lu Wu, now infused with a profound respect. "Apologies, Mr. Lu, we misunderstood you. Your missiles are indeed world-class. Absolutely the best," Feihand exclaimed. "We require 500 air-to-air missiles and 600 air-to-ship missiles. As for air-to-ground, both types of aircraft can utilize them, so we would like 100 of those." Lu Wu nodded with a smile. "Very well. Aside from a few ground missiles, the remaining missile quantities available here are sufficient. How many Sky Shield anti-missile systems do you require?" To be frank, the Moor Nation recently purchased this type of air defense missile. Their version is ship-to-air. We also have land-to-air variants at 200 million meters per set, capable of equipping 12 missiles to target 12 objectives. Feihand shook his head. They purchased it primarily because they did not buy the fighter jets. We have 2 top-tier fighter jets, so the demand for such air defense missiles is not high. However, their air force hastily interjected. Minister, while our advanced fighter jets are indeed unrivaled in the sky, they must eventually land to rest. What if they were all wiped out in one fell swoop? We must protect the hangars with an air defense system, even if we buy fewer. Indeed, it's acceptable to sacrifice me but not my aircraft. One Air Force general murmured, his gaze fixated on the Raptor fighter jet. I can lead all Air Force officers to have their salaries, and the funds saved will be directed towards purchasing air defense systems. The other generals, upon hearing this, felt a surge of respect, and a naval officer chimed in. I in the Navy would do the same. Lu Wu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a heavy feeling as he recalled the Dragon Kingdom citizens who selflessly contributed money, food, and steel for the nation's strength, solely for the sake of its development. Yet, as the Dragon Kingdom grew increasingly powerful, the number of sycophants and foreign admirers also surged. Mr. Lu, let us purchase 10 sets. I hear your missiles are also 5 million meters each, which means we can only equip them once. So let us settle for 120, Fei Han said to Lu Wu. Lu Wu shook his head. You are treating the air defense system as a one-time use. Very well. Let us go with 240 missiles this time. I will make an exception and offer you an 80% discount. Originally, 10 systems plus 120 missiles would cost 6 billion. However, now, with 10 systems and 240 missiles at an 80% discount, it will only amount to 5 billion. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you. Fei Han and the generals were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Wu. Fei Han expressed, from this moment on, you shall be the most esteemed guest of our pyramid nation. We shall forever remain your friends. As he spoke, he reached for the shoulder insignias of the military leaders, removing a star from each and placing them in a document, which he respectfully presented to Lu Wu. He stated earnestly, due to the urgency of the situation, we were unprepared. However, with this token, no one in the entire pyramid nation would dare to trouble you. Lu Wu, somewhat taken aback, accepted the gesture and replied, Thank you. The friendship between your nation and the Dragon Kingdom began decades ago. I am merely continuing that legacy. Indeed. Fei Han nodded, shaking Lu Wu's hand firmly. Oh, by the way, I see that Mr. Lu operates a substantial business with ample stock. Your boldness suggests you have intentions to dominate the entire oil tycoon circle. Unfortunately, we may not be tycoons ourselves, but we can introduce you to wealthy clients. Upon hearing Fei Han's words, Lu Wu felt a surge of happiness and laughed heartily. In that case, I am grateful. Once this is accomplished, I will gift your nation a 10,000-ton warship. A 10,000-ton warship. Fei Han was momentarily stunned by Lu Wu's generous and audacious statement, while the other generals widened their eyes in disbelief. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will certainly introduce you to the wealthiest tycoon in the oil sector, Fei Han proclaimed loudly, filled with excitement. After all, a 10,000-ton warship, the vessel purchased by the Moor nation had already gained worldwide notoriety. Even if Lu Wu's gift were not as grand, it would still be a treasure valued at over $1 billion. Who is the greatest oil tycoon? It is well known that Lu Wu inquired, Minister, the United States and Lockheed Martin are indeed the treasure troves for that tycoon, purchasing equipment worth hundreds of billions of U.S. dollars. If you truly introduce me to him, it would certainly offend them. Humph. The United States has been overbearing for years, and now it stands on the brink of collapse. Many nations dissatisfied with its hegemony have emerged. Furthermore, our acquisition of your fighter jets has already incurred their displeasure. What difference does it make to offend them again? Mr. Lu, your burden is heavier, and as a friend, it is only right that I help share it. Lu Wu casually glanced at Hong Mei, who nodded gently in response. He felt a sense of relief in his heart, for Hong Mei detected no signs of deceit or hypocrisy in Fei Han, indicating that he genuinely regarded him as a friend. This friendship investment was indeed worthwhile. Lu Wu mused happily. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Fei Han even directly transferred the full payment to Lu Wu without concern for subsequent equipment issues. Ding! Received 11 billion U.S. dollars, automatically converted to 31 billion points. Fei Han observed Lu Wu's fighter jet ascend into the sky, vanishing in an instant, and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, this Mr. Lu is indeed the legendary vampire, and he is willingly drained by him. It's clear that one cannot engage in direct conversation with him. Indeed, Minister, our initial budget was merely 4 billion for the fighter jets, and now it has multiplied over threefold. Fei Hand reassured his subordinates, saying, "Do not fret over the expenditure. If we were to approach the United States for these items, it would require no less than 20 billion. Moreover, there would be numerous subsequent troubles, relinquishing other interests, and their equipment would take a long time to arrive. Compared to them, Mr. Lu is far superior. All right, enough said. You will take these pieces of equipment away, and return tomorrow to receive the remaining items. Prepare my private jet. I shall make a trip to Saudi Arabia immediately." "Yes, Minister." As the sun set, Lu Wu had just parked the fighter jet in the courtyard of his villa in Heizhou town when he saw Hong Mei, who had returned earlier, quickly approach him. "Master, Lockheed Martin and the United States have issued a statement." "Oh, what did they say?" "Surely it is directed at us," Lu Wu replied, unperturbed, chuckling. "They claim that our cosmic company has stolen their technology, and all nations that engage in transactions with our cosmic company must surrender their purchased equipment, especially the fighter jets. Otherwise, they will face sanctions. As for us, we are to relinquish all technology for their review, as well as our inventory. Moreover, they have requested the watch country to freeze our assets to compensate for their incurred losses." Lu Wu could not help but laugh heartily. "This is utterly amusing. I know who released this statement. Was it posted on Twitter? Does he wish to make me laugh to death in order to inherit my nuclear-powered fighter jets?" Chapter 71. Ah, a beautiful agent? The 5th day of the month is a day of significant historical importance. For many nations, and for Lu Wu as well, this day marked a momentous victory. From dawn until afternoon, he engaged in negotiations with 3 nations from Black Continent, each resulting in super contracts worth hundreds of billions of US dollars. Originally depleted, now needing to rely on tactics to secure deposits from others to replenish his points. Within just a day, the total surged from 5 to an astounding 42 billion points. As for assets, they reached 47.8 billion US dollars, nearing the 50 billion milestone. With the 24 billion remaining payment from Moer country tomorrow, the total had already surpassed 50 billion. Lu Wu smiled, gazing at the picturesque harbor scenery under the setting sun, feeling a gentle breeze and a sense of joy. Regarding the statements from the United States and Lockheed Martin, he dismissed them as mere jokes, taking them lightly. However, in the South Pacific, Bai Shui, responsible for island construction, would not remain indifferent. Devoted to serving her master, this was her purpose for existence. Following Lu Wu's earlier instructions, she accessed the Cosmic website and began to issue a statement. "Our Cosmic Company is an independently developed military trade entity, regardless of the wealth or poverty of our clients, breaking monopolies and prioritizing customer satisfaction. We kindly request the United States and Lockheed Martin not to distort the truth due to competitive failure, and not to defame us over technical discrepancies." Watching Bai Shui's video announcement, Lu Wu suddenly told Hong Mei, "Send a message to Bai Shui, urging her to speak freely without reservations. Additionally, have her issue a statement regarding after-sales service. As the sole superpower and the largest military trade company, we hope they will be mindful of their reputation and dignity, rather than coveting and plundering others' assets." In the video, the icy beauty Bai Shui coldly stated, "Lastly, an important message. As long as you are a client of our Cosmic Company, the products you purchase will forever be protected by us. This is a level of after-sales service that no other company can provide. Therefore, if you wish to purchase any equipment from our company, you may simply place an order on our website, and we will safeguard your personal information. For amounts exceeding 1 billion US dollars, dedicated personnel will deliver directly to your doorstep. Do not doubt our credibility, nor our strength." Bai Shui's announcement instantly caused a stir globally. Although it was merely a video, everyone could genuinely feel that the words spoken by this beautiful girl were not mere empty threats like those of others, but rather had the potential to be realized. It is difficult for me to fathom that merely half a month ago, the young man who sought to purchase a Hummer off-road vehicle from me now dares to confront the 2 most formidable organizations in the world. At the port of Heizhou town, Yi Zhuqing gazed at Lu Wu, feeling a surge of emotions. Lu Wu chuckled softly, glancing at the massive oil tanker on the sea behind Yi Zhuqing, and replied, I too find it hard to believe that just a fortnight ago, you were merely a car salesman, bullied by a few rebels, and now you stand here representing a rising power. Upon finishing their exchange, both shared a knowing smile and shook hands solemnly. We require 10 units of the 22 and 35. Lu Wu waved his hand dismissively. I do not possess such items. Those are outdated relics from the United States and Lockheed Martin. What I have are the Golden Eagles and Seahawks, far superior to them. Yi Zhuqing responded with a grin. Very well. Then we shall procure 10 Golden Eagle fighter jets, 10 Seahawk carrier-based aircraft, 10 Chisha armed helicopters, along with 10 missiles compatible with each and 10 braking army tanks. At this juncture, Yi Zhuqing paused slightly, her tone tinged with regret. We also desire the Tiandun air defense system, but you wouldn't insist on a minimum purchase of 10 sets, would you? If you truly possess that level of confidence, you may procure only 5 sets, precisely 10 billion. 3 sets would suffice. I can't be bothered to calculate further, Lu Wu replied casually. As for the other types, I have no need for various rocket systems, whether mounted on vehicles or speedboats. Yi Zhuqing laughed. In the past, my family would have cherished those. Yet after years of arduous effort, we have achieved a modicum of technological prowess. I have my eyes set on more advanced items. You mean you are interested in other goods? Lu Wu inferred. The Poseidon, Yi Zhuqing murmured. The ship, how much, provided you share the technology? Lu Wu shook his head with a smile. The Poseidon can be sold, but technology is intangible. How does one sell that? I understand now. What is it that you desire? Yi Zhuqing inquired, contemplating, and then mused aloud. I see what you wish for. However, we must remain low-key. We cannot stand alone in the forefront. Lu Wu replied with a smile. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed effortless. Of course not alone. In truth, I too am a citizen of Longua and do not wish for it to suffer harm. There exists a sturdy shield, rugged and resilient, which will stand at the forefront. Rugged and resilient. I comprehend, Yi Zhuqing said with a chuckle. This time, I have been granted significant authority. I can assure you that we will provide substantial assistance. Lu Wu presented a disk. It contains 3 layers of passwords. Your current promise can unlock the first layer. As for the subsequent 2 layers, it will depend on how much aid you can render. If it truly proves advantageous to me, I may also lend my support to your aircraft carrier. Excellent. Yi Zhuqing rose, shaking Lu Wu's hand once more. May our collaboration be fruitful. Let us commence the transfer, Lu Wu proclaimed, gesturing as dozens of intelligent robots moved forward to load fighter jets, tanks, missiles, and other equipment onto the enormous oil tanker. Meanwhile, Yi Zhuqing produced a specialized phone, swiftly inputting passwords and verifying her iris and voice to transfer funds to Lu Wu. Ding! Acquired funds of 570 million. Automatically converted to 56.7 billion points. The system's voice chimed, followed by the notification of the transaction's completion. As night enveloped the scene, the oil tanker departed into the darkness. However, Yi Zhuqing lingered, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she said, Mr. Lu, your villa is so exquisite. Might I stay for a few days? When you have new goods, I would like to continue purchasing, as I am indeed a long-term customer. Lu Wu smirked. As long as you dare to stay, should I be concerned? I am certainly bold enough, she replied. Lu Wu intoned meaningfully, your concerns, should you reside here, will extend beyond just me. Wait, why would you worry about me? I am a paragon of virtue. Your guests have arrived. I will seek out a room and perhaps take a shower. Yi Zhuqing chuckled, casting a glance at Lu Wu before turning away. Suddenly, Hong Mei interjected, Master, I genuinely believe she is not feigning. She truly harbors feelings for you, disguising herself in such a manner. Why not incapacitate her tonight, allowing you to experience the essence of a genuine woman? Just after concluding a substantial deal worth billions, Lu Wu, mid-sip of his wine, spat it out, exclaiming, cough, cough. You! Ah, it seems Boss Lu wishes to savor the true essence of femininity. How fortunate I am to be here. At that moment, a melodic laughter echoed from the woods. Turning around, Lu Wu beheld a woman clad in a cheongsam that accentuated her curvaceous form. Enchantingly alluring yet not overtly provocative, she exuded an air of charm. Most strikingly, She was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western woman, elegantly adorned in an Eastern cheongsam, her hair styled with ornamental pins, a perfect blend of East and West, presenting a unique allure. Even Lu Wu felt a sudden rush of emotion. She embodied femininity in its most captivating form, aligning perfectly with his tastes. But soon, he regained his composure, realizing this was not the robust contact from the Bear Nation he anticipated, but rather a woman of immense grace and poise. This was indeed a swallow from the KGB, a specially crafted female operative designed to appeal to target preferences. Beauty, intellect, emotional intelligence, and charisma, all tailored to match the desires of her target. Few men could resist the charms of such a swallow. Even the genius who discovered relativity, absorbed in his scientific pursuits, had succumbed to her allure, sharing considerable insights from his research. Lu Wu was astonished that the Bear Nation had dispatched such a representative, not merely to conduct business, but to engage in a transaction. Casting a glance at the woman, Lu Wu remarked coolly, "If this is a transaction, you alone will not suffice." As anticipated, despite her enchanting appearance, the woman responded in fluent Eastern dialect, unperturbed by Lu Wu's pointed remarks. With a gentle smile, she said, "Mr. Lu, you are indeed astute. Nothing escapes your notice. We have matters to discuss, but the item of trade is not me, but rather something else. Of course, should you find me worthy, that would be a fortune earned over several lifetimes." Lu Wu had to concede that such a woman was indeed composed, unfazed by praise or reproach, distinctly unlike those who were mere ornamental figures. Extending his hand, he invited, "In that case, please let us proceed." In the villa's reception room, even with a fighter jet present, ample space remained. The woman gazed in awe and admiration at the high-tech aircraft, before regaining her composure and addressing Lu Wu. "Mr. Lu, I apologize for my oversight. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Chow Yebanova, known in Longua as Song Seeing, responsible for facilitating communication between you and our nation. You should be aware of my name. Just call me Boss Lu." Lu Wu replied, "Please, outline your intentions. What do you seek? You have placed an order on our site for 10 Golden Eagle fighter jets, but I suspect your needs extend beyond that." Chow Yebanova nodded with a smile, "Indeed." Yet before she could elaborate, Lu Wu interjected, "However, you have only remitted 1 billion, which is insufficient even for the 4 billion deposit required for the 10 jets. Therefore, consider carefully how much you truly desire and what you are prepared to offer in return." Chapter 72. The Bear, please. Sell it to me. I will shield you. Thus we shall offer other items in exchange. Whether the trade can proceed depends on your discretion, Mr. Lu. First, let us outline our needs. Mr. Lu mentioned that your equipment requires a minimum purchase of over 10 pieces, not merely a single sale. Would it suffice if we procure 5 Golden Eagles and 5 Sea Eagles, totaling 10 aircraft? Lu shook his head, saying, "How dire is your economic situation? Or do you lack confidence in your offerings? The gap is at most 10 billion, is it truly so? Very well. Since you are willing to lower yourselves to make this request, I shall acquiesce. 17 billion, what more do you desire?" Chow Yebanova, undeterred, smiled. "We also require a set of Tiandun air defense missiles." Lu Wu, uninterested in squabbling over trifles of several billion, inquired, "Is there anything else?" "The specifications of your warship." Chow Yebanova replied earnestly, "That is also a primary necessity for us." Lu Wu anticipated this, recognizing that the Bear Nation, like the Dragon Nation, sought to reference and elevate their own equipment. He remained non-committal, stating, "All these items amount to a valuation of 100 billion. You have no objections, I presume? The aircraft and a complete air defense system together are worth 20 billion, while the warship specifications are valued at 80 billion, a rather modest estimate." Chow Yebanova nodded in agreement. "Well then, what can you offer in exchange? Beyond the 1 billion deposit, you still owe 99 billion. This time, Chow Yebanova displayed a hint of pride and satisfaction, saying, "Mr. Lu, you must know what our former allied states left us as our most valuable inheritance. A few unfinished decrepit aircraft carriers." Lu Wu blurted out, "It cannot be that." Taken aback by Lu Wu's retort, Chow Yebanova felt a twinge of embarrassment and shook her head, saying, "What has allowed us to survive amidst our watchful enemies are thousands of large watermelon bombs, each capable of obliterating a city." Lu Wu's eyes widened, You intend to barter with these? Indeed, 1 billion per bomb, I shall grant you 100. Consider it a bonus. Chow Yebanova chuckled confidently. In her view, a super arms dealer like Lu Wu, who boldly confronted the United States and Lockheed Martin, would undoubtedly desire such ultimate weapons of destruction. The Bear Nation's numerous watermelon bombs are products of hostility. Maintaining their combat readiness, caring for them, or dismantling them requires substantial funding. If she could trade 100 for items worth over 100 billion, it would be a significant double gain. What use do I have for that worthless item? Lu Wu's response shattered Chow's optimistic vision. You don't want them? Why would I? Lu Wu replied, puzzled. Why would I want dangerous, outdated watermelon bombs that have been in production for decades? After a long silence, Chow Yebanova shook her head and chuckled bitterly. Mr. Lu, you possess wealth that rivals nations. Your assets surpass our annual military budget. And with your formidable military-industrial capabilities, you can easily acquire power and status in any country worldwide. Thus, forgive my ignorance. I cannot fathom what we could possibly offer you. Perhaps you could state your requirements, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Lu Wu extended 3 fingers, stating, I desire for items. Chow Yebanova felt conflicted. To demand for items at once was quite bold. Mr. Lu, what do you require? First, money. Lu Wu pointed to the aircraft in the living room. The technology of the warship is negotiable, but the tangible goods I sell cannot be matched by what you offer, so I insist on a monetary transaction. 2 models of aircraft, 1 set of the Tiandun defense system, and 3 missiles each from land, sea, and air, for a total of 20 billion. You must provide me with 19 billion. Any less and we shall not discuss further. Lu Wu stated coldly. If you are short on funds, then what purpose do you have for my equipment? Do you expect to study them without compensation? Chow Yebanova smiled wryly and nodded. Very well. If the last 3 conditions are easily met, we can afford 19 billion. Lu Wu bent down another finger, leaving 3 remaining, and continued, Second, I require detailed records of your military trade with all nations, especially pending negotiations and unfulfilled orders. Do not look so shocked. Rest assured, I have no intentions of seizing your most valuable assets. However, I believe there are certain advanced equipment that you cannot handle, which would only benefit the United States. Chow Yebanova responded, very well, we can provide that information, but I hope, as you mentioned, you will not take what little we have left. Fear not, I will not even glance at transactions below 1 billion. Moreover, I have no interest in second-hand tanks or refurbished warships. Such endeavors waste my resources. I only deal in high-end, cutting-edge equipment. In truth, our business dealings have always been minimal, as my competitors are primarily the 7 major companies of the United States. Chow Yebanova sighed in relief. That is agreeable. We can reach a mutual accord in this regard. Please state your 3rd request. Thirdly, this is hardly a matter merely. Continue your current operations of opposing the United States. However, this time, stand in front of me and shield me from their blows. Chow Yebanova's expression turned grave. Mr. Lu, this is no trivial matter. To be frank, these past years, we have faced immense pressure from the United States. Lu Wu understood that while the Bear Nation appeared to confront the United States boldly, their foreign policy was fraught with wounds, much like a limping tiger that must bare its teeth to mask its vulnerability. And Mr. Lu, your influence is rather significant. It has drawn considerable attention from the United States and Lockheed Martin, whose hostility towards us is palpable. If we are to assist you in deflecting their blows, the potential repercussions are numerous, and we may bear deep scars. I do not require you to charge into battle. Moreover, you are not alone in this endeavor. Yi Zhuqing, you have been listening for quite some time. You may come down now. Chapter 73. Collaborating with the bear to exploit the big fool. The cheating nation. Oh, I was merely passing by. Yi Zhuqing's voice chimed as she descended the stairs, wrapped in a bath towel and wearing slippers. Chow Yebanova regarded Yi Zhuqing. The 2 equally beautiful yet distinctly styled women exchanged glances, revealing no surprise, as they had evidently noticed each other's presence long ago. I believe it unnecessary to elaborate further. Both of you seek the specifications of my super warship and perhaps even more, including the latest nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Thus, in the matter of countering the United States, you may collaborate together. Lu Wu paused before stating coldly, do not engage in any underhanded tactics. My request for you to shield me does not imply that I am helpless. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary troubles and conserve my energy. My sole desire is to conduct business and profit. Chow Yebanova nodded and said, in that case I can agree. Lu Wu smiled and nodded. That's the spirit. Cooperation benefits us all. My fourth request also requires your collaboration. The two women looked at Lu Wu in surprise. Their curiosity piqued. It is widely acknowledged that the wealthy in Saudi Arabia possess the most money, but it is not as easy as it seems. Saudi Arabia's wealth is merely over 600 billion, and due to its close ties with the United States, it is difficult to access. Beyond that, there exists a nation renowned for its extraordinary capabilities, where a single motorcycle can carry up to 50 individuals. This nation's wealth has reached nearly $1 trillion. Lu Wu chuckled. The most crucial point is that it is also famously gullible, often being extorted, sold out, and foolishly counting others' money. Chow Yebanova must have realized who he was referring to. She smiled knowingly and remarked, Mr. Lu, your means of leveraging aircraft carriers is truly commendable. You possess skilled techniques. Yi Zhuqing's family is a primary competitor of the extraordinary nation. Thus, I propose a collaboration among the three of us to undertake a significant venture. Yi Zhuqing expressed her interest and inquired, what specifically do you have in mind? It's quite simple. I will provide the equipment and supplies, pretending to offer preferential treatment based on quantity. To cultivate goodwill, I will sell to both of your countries at a low price. Yi Zhuqing's family has experienced rapid development in recent years, and since they do not require such a large quantity, I can sell it to a close ally to the West. This nation is a genuine adversary of the extraordinary country, which will inevitably exert considerable pressure on them. Lu Wu's eyes sparkled with cunning. Furthermore, your nation, in its eagerness for bargains, has purchased an excess of equipment, incurring substantial costs, and will need to sell it off. You will play your part convincingly without revealing anything. Lu Wu continued, disregarding Chow Yebanova's awkward expression, and your family, in collaboration with your ally, will create a smokescreen to generate deterrence and apply pressure. This way, with both pressure and bargains, the extraordinary nation will undoubtedly fall into the trap and purchase the equipment from your country. By then, you will be adept at handling it. After Lu Wu finished speaking, he asked, is there any flaw in this plan? Yi Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Chow Yebanova also concurred, saying, this approach is feasible. I will discuss the specific details with the relevant parties later. However, how shall we divide the benefits in the end? Divide what benefits? Lu Wu inquired, of course. All of it belongs to me. The two women stared in disbelief, exclaiming, you expect us to work for free on such a grand scale? Of course not. I will provide you with naval technology, which is precisely what you need. Lu Wu replied, though internally he thought that this was one of the least valuable things to him. By the time they absorbed this technology, his system would have upgraded significantly. Let me put it this way. If I can secure $2 billion from the extraordinary nation, I will provide you with information worth $2 billion. The eyes of the two women lit up. For instance, the technology for a 1.8-ton warship is valued at $8 billion. I will also give you the latest strategic submarine technology, worth at least $10 billion, Lu Wu elaborated. The remaining $20 billion can be filled with missile technology or some fighter aircraft technology. We can finalize the specifics later. Good. It's settled then. Chow Yebanova exclaimed, I will definitely secure the $2 billion, no $30 billion. Lu Wu nodded, all right, we will leave the contract at that for now. Do not think that mere words can be taken lightly. If anyone dares to betray us, I assure you, they will regret it. Naturally not. Both women replied solemnly, knowing the weight of their representation and not underestimating Lu Wu's warning. Now let's proceed to fulfill the contract, Lu Wu said. Chow Yebanova took out a satellite phone and, without hesitation, requested funding from the higher-ups of the Bear Nation in Lu Wu's presence. Yi Zhuqing felt a wave of emotions. Maintaining a large enterprise comes with its challenges, and the costs are too high. The Bear Nation is a living example, struggling to procure $19 billion, feeling the burden more than those small countries in Africa. Therefore, my family must not decline. We must prosper. Yi Zhuqing silently vowed, then took out a special communicator to swiftly send out information. Before long, Lu Wu witnessed the Bear Nation holding a press conference, expressing shock at the sanctions imposed by the United States and Lockheed Martin. Voicing concern over the matter, and hoping it would not affect world peace or regional stability. Meanwhile, the Bear Nation, true to its reputation as the front line, had its spokesperson directly chastising the United States for its unscrupulous actions, shamelessly extorting the weak. Furthermore, the Bear Nation announced plans to deploy some special forces to ensure the safety of its citizens conducting business in those countries. Ha ha ha! Splendid defense. Lu Wu laughed heartily. Keep it up and I will send you another aircraft. Beep. Received funding of $1.9 billion, automatically converted to 1.9 billion points. Shortly after, Lu Wu's system chimed again. His funds had surpassed the 400 billion mark after the transaction with Yi Zhuqing, now reaching 554 billion. As for points, they had just crossed the 500 billion threshold, reaching 500 billion points. However, this was the remaining points. When combined with the consumed points, the cumulative total had exceeded 600 billion, more than halfway to the billion mark. Outside the port, a large cargo ship arrived to transport the aircraft and anti-air missiles purchased by the Bear Nation. To Lu Wu's surprise, Qiao Yebanova and Yi Zhuqing, like before, also remained behind, emerging from the bathroom wrapped in towels, stepping out with a wave of confidence. What are you two up to? Planning to share a bed? Lu Wu teased. Qiao Yebanova, regaining her Western allure, winked and licked her lips. Indeed, we were discussing how to indulge in the spoils. Yi Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she chided. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. We are strategizing how to feast upon the riches of the extraordinary nation. Lu Wu shook his head with a smile, glancing at the time. There was only half an hour left until dawn. I will go collect the final payment and return shortly. Chapter 74. Lu Wu. Engage in business with me, and even great nations will not dare to provoke amidst the astonished expressions of the two women. Lu Wu ascended into the fighter jet, refraining from starting the engines beneath the wings. Instead, he activated the rear engine, propelling himself out of the living room in an instant, and then executed a sharp upward maneuver, soaring into the skies. The two women were left in awe, their anticipation for this transaction heightened. Yi Zhuqing was aware that Lu Wu had explicitly stated that unless granted permission and assistance, his advanced technology could not be appropriated by others. The fighter jets and missiles purchased would likely serve merely as equipment and materials for observation by their nation and the Bear Nation, yielding no substantial research outcomes. They needed to muster more efforts at home. His superlative technology was abundant, and it would be unfortunate if the Bear Nation ultimately benefited more than they did. Once in the high altitudes, Lu Wu activated the 444 engines on the wings, unleashing formidable thrust. However, in contrast to traditional energy sources, his nuclear-powered engines not only provided greater strength but also ensured stealth. No flames or light were visible from the rear, as the energy was contained. Half an hour later, upon receiving Lu Wu's notification, the Minister of Defense of Moreland, Fields, exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it remarkable that I delivered the goods so swiftly? Lu Wu remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is. I simply did not anticipate it would be so fast, Fields replied hurriedly. Half an hour later, at the military port where the transaction had taken place, 80 kilometers northwest of the desert, Lu Wu concluded the call. Fields, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and shouted, Quick! Is the 2.4 billion ready? The 1st Airborne Brigade. Hurry and accompany me to collect the goods. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Fields had his men conduct a brief inspection of the 29 armed Killing 7 helicopters, with the vessel from the daytime naval dock already delivered. In addition, there were 100 anti-tank missiles valued at 1 billion. Apart from the 32 missiles each helicopter was equipped with, only a few dozen remained, piled in the first helicopter. The remaining large missiles, including anti-ship, air defense, and land attack Tomahawks, astonished Fields. Hundreds of missiles, weighing several hundred tons, along with 6 carrier-based aircraft, had been transported without a hitch, reflecting on Lu Wu's mysterious and formidable presence. He understood how even nearly 20,000 tons of super battleships could silently arrive at his military port, making the transport of these missiles less surprising. Ding! Funds received, 2.4 billion, automatically converted to 24 million points. After receiving the final payment, Lu Wu stated, In the future, if you require further purchases or have new clients to introduce, simply contact Black Mamba. As for the compensation, rest assured it will exceed your expectations. Certainly, I would not dare. Fields replied hastily. After a brief moment of hesitation, he looked at Lu Wu earnestly. The announcement from your Universal Company assures the protection of clients' assets, and this news. Lu Wu nodded affirmatively.
Yes, sur you.
I speak with sincerity. Therefore, you can purchase and recommend clients with confidence. That's excellent. Truly excellent. Fields exhaled in relief, filled with gratitude. As long as you protect us, that is the greatest reward. Rest assured, we will wholeheartedly promote your equipment. In fact, I believe your clientele will soon span the globe without needing recommendations. Lu Wu chuckled lightly. I share that sentiment. The world has long suffered under the United Nations. It merely lacked a strong liaison. Now, who would dare to obstruct my business? They would become my greatest adversaries. Fields felt a surge of emotion. Finally, there was someone unafraid of the United Nations and Lockheed Martin. Those who dared to interfere with his business would truly incur his wrath. This man was audacious enough to pilot a fighter jet and test his air defense missiles for profit. Well then, I must take my leave. I have another shipment to deliver. Lu Wu concluded, boarding the fighter jet and departing once more. The journey from Moorland to Pyramid Nation spanned over 3,000 kilometers. Yet Lu Wu's jet, flying at 5 times the speed of sound, arrived in less than an hour. On that day, according to the lunar calendar, it was also the 15th of July, precisely a month less than the public calendar. The moon hung full in the sky, casting an eerie beauty upon the distant pyramids. Ultimately, the pyramid served as a tomb, part of a vast necropolis. As Lu Wu's fighter descended, with a mere thought, he adeptly released the remaining equipment for Pyramid Nation. This nation had demonstrated remarkable loyalty, having already transferred the funds entirely the previous day, placing their trust in him. Soon, the high-ranking military officials of Pyramid Nation, much like Fields, rushed over in delightful surprise. However, Fieldhand was absent, having traveled to Sand Nation to assist Lu Wu in expanding his market. Leading the team was an Air Force general, whom Lu Wu had encountered before. The equipment was swiftly inspected, accepted, and transported away. The general, equally eager to verify the authenticity of Lu Wu's announcement, embraced him with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, however, a female officer beside the general, in the midst of writing the receipt, suddenly aimed her pen directly at Lu Wu's eyes. Bang! The faint sound of a gunshot echoed as a bullet, no larger than a mung bean, shot from the pen, hurtling towards Lu Wu's gaze. Yet Lu Wu seemed to anticipate this peril. At the last moment, he refrained from embracing the general and instead forcefully pushed him away towards the female officer. The officer's demeanor shifted to one of icy coldness. She was a top-tier assassin. Observing the missed shot without a hint of panic, she deftly maneuvered her left hand and kicked out with her left foot, striking the general's ankle as he fell towards her. The tall and robust general was easily dismissed by her, falling to the desert with a startled cry. The female officer, agile as a fish, swiftly sidestepped, her pen aimed once more at Lu Wu's eyes. Quickly, so fast. While a few generals had advanced to their positions through sharp intellect, they were merely stunned, unable to initiate any countermeasures, and even the guards were caught off guard. As it appeared Lu Wu was on the brink of demise from a mere pen, a delicate hand reached out from behind him, seizing the assailant's wrist and applying a gentle yet forceful grip, abruptly halting the swift assassination attempt. Then, with a swift motion, Hong Mei twisted the officer's wrist with a crack, reminiscent of breaking a brittle sausage, forcing the pen to stab into the officer's own arm. The excruciating pain caused the officer's muscles to convulse involuntarily, yet her expression remained unchanged. She opened her mouth and, tilting her head, expelled a dart towards Lu Wu, the tail adorned with stabilizing fins for aerodynamics. This seemingly simple dart was valued at no less than 100,000 meters, akin to the pen gun, both belonging to the specialized arsenal of assassins. Concurrently, the female officer lifted her right foot, revealing a sharp spike protruding from her military boot, aimed at Lu Wu's abdomen. However, Hong Mei remained unfazed, casually swatting the dart downwards, sending it with greater velocity to pierce the female officer's boot. Seizing the moment, Hong Mei raised her right foot, pressing down on the dart's tail, effortlessly driving it through the officer's foot, embedding it into the sand, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. This demonstrated the tremendous strength possessed by Hong Mei's slender legs. At that moment, the officers of Pyramid Nation finally reacted, and the fallen general had only just begun to exclaim in shock. Everything transpired too swiftly. Despite having her right hand and left foot incapacitated, the female officer remained undeterred, lunging forward, her left hand slicing towards Lu Wu's throat, her fingernails glinting menacingly. A deadly blade embedded within her nail. The red rose, delicately wrinkled, displayed a rare flicker of anger, despite being a robot devoid of emotions. Her protective instinct for Lu Wu transcended her designated duties. She seized the left hand of her opponent, yanking it downwards, driving her weapon forcefully into the adversary's left thigh. With her right hand, she struck like a steel plate, landing a blow to the back of the female officer's head. Bang! The officer could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed to her knees before Lu Wu. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Wu merely retreated a single step, remaining unflustered. Witnessing the scene, he nodded approvingly, saying, "Red Rose, well done." The previously frosty expression on Red Rose's face instantly transformed into a smile, akin to a snow lotus in bloom, as she replied, "Thank you for your praise, Master. Seize her. She is not one of us. She is an assassin." A group of officers surged forward, filled with indignation. Suddenly, one guard drew his weapon, intent on silencing the female assassin with a single shot. However, another army general, having anticipated this, swiftly drew his own firearm and shot the guard dead. Holding the pistol, he exclaimed angrily, "This individual is also a spy." In the midst of his fury, as his trembling arm inadvertently moved towards Lu Wu, a pen darted through the air, embedding itself in his chest, leaving only the tip visible. This pen was the very one that Red Rose had just extracted from the female officer's arm. It was not merely a writing instrument but also a dagger. Gasps of shock echoed as chaos erupted. Lu Wu pressed his hands down, smiling, "Everyone, please remain calm. There is no need for fear. This individual is also a spy." The guard's death was merely an attempt to divert attention and gain our trust, all while justifying his use of a weapon. He then turned to the Air Force general, stating, "You hold the highest position here. You may investigate this officer's recent actions and activities for any suspicious behavior. If you find nothing, I can provide you with information." The Air Force general, incensed, quickly replied, "I apologize, Mr. Lu. It is our fault for placing you in such peril." Lu Wu shook his head with a smile. "You cannot be blamed. I have already made it onto the kill list of the Mi Alliance and Lockheed Martin. Their animosity towards me is likely comparable to their past hatred for the Lantern. Thank you immensely for helping us uncover a mole," the Air Force general exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Red Rose interjected, "His wound is 8 millimeters from the heart, with an internal bleeding rate of 10 milliliters per minute. Without treatment, given his physical condition, he can survive for 3.5 hours. This time frame should suffice for you to extract some information." The Air Force general held great respect for Lu Wu's personal bodyguard and promptly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, madam. In our language, we would call you a female hero." Lu Wu chuckled, "All right, we shall take our leave. We must return to interrogate this assassin." "Understood." The Air Force general agreed. Lu Wu climbed aboard the fighter jet, while Red Rose dragged the female assassin into a helicopter, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 76. Lu Wu. Great powers are merely my pawns, a dual approach. Lu Wu retrieved 2 steel forks, biting into the fish flesh atop one, nodding in satisfaction. "Delicious. See, not only did it fail to retaliate, but I also managed to consume 2 bites." Yi Zhuqing pondered thoughtfully. "Mr. Lu, I grasped the gist, but I have not fully comprehended everything. No, you need only understand my strategic plan. The specifics of tactical operations are not for you to know," Lu Wu replied lightly, declining further explanation. "What you must do is stand in solidarity, opposing the sanctions of the Mi Alliance, morally disavowing them, rendering their grandiose sanctions a blatant display of unilateral hegemony. After all, such sanctions are fundamentally a threat of hegemony. Once you accomplish this, I shall provide you with the second password, which encompasses all the construction technology of this warship, enabling you to effortlessly manufacture a similar vessel." Upon hearing this, Chow Yebanova was overwhelmed with excitement. The Bear Nation had indeed fallen into decline. Their various legacies had been inherited for nearly 30 years, with dwindling funds primarily dedicated to maintaining their grand watermelon, preparing for the possibility of mutual destruction with their enemies. However, this extreme strategic confrontation stemmed from a sense of helplessness, as the Bear Nation lacked the surplus funds to develop the costly top-tier warships. A few years prior, they had sought to purchase the Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship from the Romantic Nation, but it ultimately fell through. Now, learning that by merely holding a press conference to declare the Bear Nation stance would grant them access to a nearly 20,000-ton top-tier warships technology, she was understandably thrilled. This was a treasure worth nearly $10 billion. Yet, sensing her thoughts, Lu Wu clarified, the third password governs the most crucial missile defense system. Without it, you will only have access to land and anti-ship missiles, totaling 68 in number, which are formidable. Indeed, they are powerful, but with the third password, they would be even stronger. All right, we shall contact our homeland immediately and request a press conference to declare our stance. Even the cautious Yi Zhuqing voiced her agreement. However, she then turned to Lu Wu asking, is it sufficient for us to merely declare our stance? The Mi Alliance and companies like Lockheed Martin may very well deploy armed forces. Xiao Yebanova chuckled, shaking her head. What of it, Mr. Lu? Grant us the third password, and I can assure you we can dispatch a 1,000-strong special operations force to support you. If they sustain no significant casualties, you need not pay extra. Consider them your mercenaries. Lu Wu laughed. Dozens of billions of dollars to hire 1,000 of your nation's special forces is quite an expensive arrangement. You are not merely purchasing their strength, but also the representation of our unwavering support for you and our stance against the Mi Alliance and Lockheed Martin. I believe they would face significant disruption. Globally, only we dare confront them head-on. Xiao Yebanova declared with increasing pride. Lu Wu set down his fork, grasping a knife, switching to a different dish as he sliced into a piece of veal ham, remarking, you need not worry about this matter. The technology worth billions is merely 1,000 distractions. This deal is not worthwhile. Moreover, they are so aggressive that my counterattack will merely serve as a diversion. Lu Wu sneered, flicking the knife, which embedded itself with a clang into the neck of a distant lobster. I intend to ensure their return is impossible, transforming the fierce dragon into a lifeless shrimp. The two women were left in shock, speechless, before swiftly contacting their homeland. The world is a grand chessboard, and the players are forever limited to great powers. Following the issuance of sanctions by the Mi Alliance, the Bear Nation was the first to respond. The Mi Alliance's domineering terms have always been cloaked in the guise of freedom and peace while engaging in the most selfish and vile acts. We staunchly oppose these ineffective, rogue, and shameless sanctions. A spokesperson for the Dragon Nation promptly added, the so-called investigation and weapon submission by the Mi Alliance is nothing but pure thuggery. It is you who has disrupted regional peace. The Mi Alliance and Lockheed Martin were warned, should you insist on sanctions, it does not reflect the position of the United Nations, but rather your private actions. Subsequently, the Mi Alliance tweeted, even if it is only us, the Mi Alliance, we will uphold world peace and stability. Counterterrorism has been our national policy for nearly 2 decades, and will not be altered due to minor provocations. As I post this tweet, our valiant Marine Corps has already embarked on the path to protect world peace. They will use their formidable boots to deliver a stern kick to the behinds of those who refuse to comply. If one were to encounter terrorists equipped with the world's most advanced firearms, artillery, missiles, and our nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the ensuing discourse could become quite discordant. Below a certain tweet, an array of dissonant comments soon emerged. I am merely a military enthusiast, uninterested in your verbal skirmishes. I simply wish to know how you can proclaim your 22 Raptors, 3 helicopters, tanks, missiles, and vessels as the most advanced when they are being utterly eclipsed by others. Once, your colossal nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was indeed unparalleled. Yet now, in the South Pacific, has a vessel not appeared that is larger and more sophisticated than yours. I observe that several of the carrier-based aircraft bear a striking resemblance to your 22s, something neither your nation nor Lockheed Martin has achieved. This comment quickly garnered numerous likes, shares, and comments. However, it was soon retracted by Twitter personnel, disappearing without a trace. Bai Shui expressed to Lu Wu the importance of maintaining our presence in the arena of public opinion, asserting that even if it devolves into mere verbal disputes, Victory is essential. Such comments should not be suppressed but rather highlighted, allowing more individuals to witness the embarrassment faced by your nation. Lu Wu, having contacted Bai Shui, inquired about the timeline for the arrival of the aircraft carrier fleet from your nation. Before Bai Shui could respond, a rather unremarkable individual replied to the comment. Our nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is indeed not the only one, but our combat capability has always been unmatched. I can inform you that our carrier set sail towards the South Pacific 3 days ago. We are currently a mere 180 kilometers from your counterfeit carrier. In just 20 hours, as we advance another 100 kilometers, you shall witness what true carrier-based aircraft look like, rather than mere imitations meant to intimidate. Following this maritime encounter, which is hardly a battle but rather the annihilation of a grand toy, I shall propose to Congress that the second Ford-class carrier be named in my honor. Lu Wu chuckled heartily at the unfolding comments, realizing that the individual was indeed a source of amusement. This fellow is genuinely entertaining. I have come to understand that he is my secret weapon, aiming to elicit laughter from me. Bai Shui inquired whether they should take proactive measures. Given their superior aircraft capabilities and operational radius, which nearly doubles that of their adversaries, allowing them to easily make a round trip at the current distance of 18 kilometers. Lu Wu waved his hand dismissively, cautioning that such an overwhelming display might frighten them, jeopardizing subsequent maneuvers. Should they resort to heavy artillery, the global order could be significantly disrupted, complicating their business dealings. Suddenly, Lu Wu's eyes lit up with inspiration. The highest strategy is to conquer without conflict. What if we could incapacitate their entire carrier fleet, leaving them in disarray, unable to even walk? Wouldn't that be amusing? The more he pondered this strategy, the more appealing it became. He instructed Hong Mei to notify the Marines to avoid lethal measures and instead engage in a more playful manner. When Hong Mei asked whether the plan involved inducing headaches and stomach ailments, Lu Wu considered it before shaking his head. Pass the phone to me. I shall relay the message. It may not be appropriate for you to articulate such matters. As he stepped into the corridor, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Hey, do you know of the potent elixir that enhances masculinity? Acquire a few kilograms, distributing 10 portions per person. This should not be fatal. Just ensure it coincides with their lunch. The footage will be of higher quality. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Mei, encouraged by the other two women, recorded his entire conversation from a distance and played it back in the living room. While Hong Mei remained puzzled, Yi Zhuqing blushed with embarrassment, and Xiao Yibanova wore a gleeful expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Please expedite the process. My buyers are likely panicking, having invested heavily in their equipment. I promise to ensure their protection, and after-sales service must be impeccable. After concluding his call, Lu Wu reached out to inquire about developments in Central America, where they had profited significantly from selling powder to your nationals. They should be quite pleased with our equipment. Additionally, check in on South America. It should merely involve a few million in trade which you will oversee. Lu Wu's assertions reverberated in the minds of the two women. They perceived no faults in such a strategy. Every individual and nation must bear the consequences of their actions. The so-called free nation revels in gunfights, while the hegemonic nation cultivates numerous global adversaries. The two women were further astounded by Lu Wu's audacity, considering millions to be small change and delegating the task to a subordinate, despite the undeniable talent of his team. They could inquire about various aspects of his subordinates' lives, but any core secrets remained off-limits. As they contemplated these matters, Lu Wu returned with a proclamation. Our plan to exploit the hegemonic nation can be accelerated and expanded. We shall not only target them but also all their sycophants. They have forced my hand in this rapid game, ensuring their own swift defeat. Yi Zhuqing and Xiao Yibanova exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Please elaborate. We shall cooperate fully, Yi Zhuqing urged, aware of the weight her words carried. Xiao Yibanova nodded in agreement, remaining silent. As for the plans concerning the hegemonic nation, they would proceed as initially intended. However, Yi Zhuqing's family would need to exert greater effort and resolve. Lu Wudao, since you are such steadfast comrades, it is imperative that you stand by us during this critical juncture, rather than maintaining amicable relations with the United States and straddling both sides. Yi Zhuqing's expression grew increasingly grave. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Wu continued, "Since we are collaborating, I shall not ask you to exert yourselves without recompense. I am willing to sell you 100 Jindiao 5th-generation stealth fighter jets and 10 Sea Eagle stealth carrier-based aircraft, each priced at 100 million. You must expedite their sale. However, considering the economic situation of your steadfast comrades, I require that the Dragon Nation first advance the full 2 billion. As for your comrades, whether they acquire them at a higher price, sell them at a lower price, or arrange for installment payments or asset pledges, that is beyond my concern." Lu Wu gazed at Yi Zhuqing and asked, "So, do you dare to proceed?" "Dare." Yi Zhuqing hesitated for a moment. Then, after a resolute bite of her teeth, nodded. "This is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for the Dragon Nation. Given the urgency of the situation, contact your family immediately. You need not worry about the reception and transportation of the aircraft. By midnight tonight, ensure that someone is ready to receive the goods west of the Himalayas." Yi Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she quickly regained her composure. "All right, I will contact them at once." With that, she rose and headed towards a corner of the living room to make the call. This was not a matter of evasion. Everyone understood the stakes and had united in purpose, merely wishing to avoid unnecessary interruptions. Upon hearing Lu Wu's initial bold proposition, Qiao Yebanova felt a sense of awe similar to that of facing an emperor. "As for you, ensure your nation remains steadfast and expedites the purchase of my equipment." Qiao Yebanova was taken aback. "Do we not need to sell the equipment on your behalf?" Lu Wu replied calmly, "The Yishan nation, with its economy exceeding 400 billion, is facing a significant threat from the United States. It is a prime target for military trade. Should you choose to act as intermediaries, I can offer them a discount of 20%. Jindiao at 1.6 billion and Sea Eagle at 1.2 billion. You must sell at least 100 units of each, totaling 280 billion. Additionally, I have air defense missiles, tanks, missile boats, warships, and even medium-sized aircraft carriers available for sale. These items alone could yield contracts worth nearly 400 billion. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Qiao Yebanova was left speechless, stammering, "4 billion, and in U.S. dollars. Such an exorbitant amount of equipment, will they truly purchase it? What gives you such confidence?" "First and foremost, my equipment is of exceptional quality and always worth the investment. Otherwise, why would those impoverished nations in Africa spend hundreds of billions on military purchases? Secondly, the Yishan nation has endured numerous grievances at the hands of the United States over the decades, harboring an immense resentment and a firm resolve to resist. This opportunity, with me standing at the forefront against the United States, allows them to strike back. They will not let it slip away. 400 billion is but a fraction of their capacity, and they will provide it." Lu Wu spoke with unwavering confidence. "As for the source of my confidence, my contacts have already reached out to them, and they are indeed willing to purchase, though they have been hesitant due to pricing and quantity. The recent sanctions imposed by the United States have only fueled the urgency. Thus, I seek your involvement merely to instill greater assurance and expedite the process. Do not presume to take the lead." Lu Wu's tone turned cold. "Moreover, do not attempt to take advantage of me. Should I sense any negativity?" "Never." Qiao Yebanova quickly interjected, her face flushed. "My apologies, Mr. Lu. It is my oversight." Lu Wu reassured her, "As long as you perform well, I shall not treat you unfairly." Yes, I understand." Qiao Yebanova hastily replied, "We will do everything in our power to facilitate your transaction with the Yishan nation." Seeing that he had successfully intimidated the representative from the Bear Nation, Lu Wu felt a swell of pride. "Qiao Yebanova, do not think I am withholding opportunities from you. Previously, I could have led you into a quagmire of war and despair for nearly a decade. This time, I can transform it into a veritable gold mine for you." "A gold mine?" "Indeed, the Imperial Graveyard is impoverished and chaotic, and thus, I am prepared to supply them with 200,000 units of firearms, weighing 800 tons, at 100 million each for you to resell. Given the superior performance of my weapons coupled with this pricing, even the small workshops producing firearms will be driven out of the market, leaving them with no competitive edge. You could easily earn hundreds of millions, if not over $1 billion. Qiao Yebanova was puzzled as to why Lu Wu included the weight in his pricing discussion. But she had no time to ponder this. The prospect of generating hundreds of millions for her nation was too compelling to ignore. All right, we will take this on. Not so fast. In addition to these firearms, there are landmines and other equipment worth at least 2 billion. Their quality surpasses yours, and since you will be facilitating their resale, it hardly constitutes a threat to your business. Does it? Chow Yebanova laughed.
MRU. jest.
How could a business that allows us to profit be seen as encroaching on our territory? You are clearly bestowing opportunities upon us. Rest assured, this time we shall resurrect the imperial graveyard and allow it to consume the United States. Just then, Yi Zhuqing returned hurriedly after ending her call. Lu Wu said, Yi Zhuqing, you may also seize this chance to establish contact with the imperial graveyard. Their abundant mineral resources could serve as assets for you. Yi Zhuqing nodded and smiled. Indeed, by leveraging the strengths of our three parties and sidelining U.S. interference, this nation could potentially rise from the ashes. Lu Wu chuckled. Whether they will rise anew remains uncertain. However, the flames igniting in the oil fields will undoubtedly ignite a fervor in the hearts of all involved. At that point, I shall observe who dares to disregard American pressure and abstain from purchasing. Chapter 78. The Powerful Pyramid Nation, a frenzied acquisition on the morning of August 16th. The Mi Alliance and Lockheed Martin, in conjunction with 6 other major arms trading companies, issued an imposing sanction order. At noon, Lu Wu, having just awakened, received the news. After enjoying a brief moment of amusement, he commenced discussions with Bai Shui from the South Pacific and 008 from Central America that afternoon, directing their actions accordingly. His deliberations with Yi Zhuqing and Chow Yebanova persisted throughout the afternoon. As night fell, Lu Wu departed. On board the aircraft, he received a call from the Minister of Defense of the Pyramid Nation, Feihand, who was calling from the Kingdom of Sand. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. Not only did I fail to persuade the Kingdom of Sand to purchase your equipment, but they also sent me back empty-handed. Alas, Lu Wu chuckled. I anticipated this outcome. After all, they are part of the Mi Alliance, the most significant ally in the oil region. They will not abandon their stronghold unless they face a substantial crisis. Feihand discerned the underlying message in Lu Wu's words, exclaiming in astonishment, Mr. Lu, do you already have a solution? Lu Wu laughed, of course. By the way, as a token of gratitude for your friendship, I am willing to offer you a 50% discount on the sale of 100 fighter jets and various missile types. Is that true? That's fantastic. Feihand exclaimed with excitement. However, being the Minister of Defense, he quickly grasped the strategic implications, stating, Mr. Lu means for me to exert pressure on the other nations within the oil circle. Indeed, this is also an opportunity for your country to rise swiftly. Your oil circle requires a leader, and I certainly wish for that leader to maintain a strong rapport with me, Lu Wu replied, unabashedly. To achieve your ascent, the previous mere 20 fighter jets and 30 carrier-based aircraft are insufficient. In the face of this prime opportunity, you should invest 10 of your expenditure in acquiring advanced equipment, ensuring long-term benefits. For the Pyramid Nation, 10 of their 250 billion is 25 billion. Previously, they had expended $1 billion, which was a significant cost. However, upon hearing Lu Wu's pricing, Feihand felt that even an additional expenditure of 1 billion or even more would be worthwhile. As for the threats posed by the Mi Alliance and Lockheed Martin, Lu Wu mused, having already made purchases, the threats are already present. Not acquiring now would not alleviate the threats. With debts, the solution is clear. One must buy. All right, Mr. Lu, let me confirm. Your Raptor 5th generation stealth fighter is priced at $100 million, and the carrier-based aircraft is only $5 million. Feihand pressed, suppressing his excitement. Correct, Lu Wu affirmed. All other missile types are also at half price. I can assure you, no matter the circumstances, I shall never sell at this price again, even to you as my friend. After this moment, such an offer will not be available. Feihand understood that Lu Wu was offering low prices to apply pressure on other oil circle nations, thereby prompting them to purchase his fighter jets and positioning them in opposition to the Mi Alliance. Thus, the greater the quantity needed, the more effective the outcome. Despite feeling somewhat exploited, Feihand had no complaints, exclaiming, Fantastic! We are indeed comrades on the same front. I will go all in today. I'll take 180 Golden Eagles and 100 carrier-based aircraft. Upon hearing Fei Han's order, even Lu Wu was taken aback. You wish to purchase so many? Ha ha ha. Can there be a seller who complains about a buyer's large order? Fei Han chuckled. You 1T restrict my ability to resell in the future, will you? Lu Wu replied, as long as you wait until I have sold this batch, you may resell to whomever you wish. I will not interfere. Then it is settled. Fei Han laughed. Will delivery be tomorrow? No, now. At the usual place. Wow, so soon. I will immediately contact the president, the finance department, and other relevant parties to secure the funds. Fei Han declared, visibly thrilled. However, he soon sighed. Alas, this will cost 5 billion dollars. After this purchase, we will truly need to tighten our belts. Do you need missiles? No, that's enough. We have plenty. This time, it's mainly for deterrence. Simply filling the tanks and cruising around will suffice. That's the advantage of stealth fighters. All missiles are housed within the fuselage, leaving no trace. No one will know what I have on board outside the pyramid. Lu Wu waved his hand, and 18 Golden Eagles and 10 Sea Eagles appeared, this time without any need for concealment, directly displayed across the endless desert. The day prior, before meeting with Fei Han and others, to secure substantial funds from the oil tycoons, he had exchanged for 500 Golden Eagles, 50 Sea Eagle carrier-based aircraft, and 50 military version 35 fighters. He had initially thought this would take a considerable amount of time to sell, likely overwhelming the oil tycoons with such a plethora of aircraft. However, unexpectedly, just a day later, the global landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. The Pyramid Nation had, in total, purchased 200 Golden Eagles and 13 Sea Eagle carrier-based aircraft, while the 35, equivalent to a low-spec version of the 5th-generation stealth fighter, had proven difficult to sell. Perhaps they could later hand them over to the Bear Country, allowing them to resell to the Imperial Graveyard or transport them to Central America for sale. Lu Wu set down the 280 aircraft and activated the powerful radar on his fighter jet, which surpassed the detection range of the currently specialized large early warning aircraft, identifying Fei Han's private jet from hundreds of kilometers away. After a brief hesitation, he wasted no time and contacted Fei Han. My friend, you trusted me earlier, and I now trust you. The aircraft have been delivered. You may transfer the payment shortly. Fei Han was initially astonished, touched, but responded with a smile. Aren't you afraid I might go back on my word and not pay? Ha ha ha, not at all, Lu Wu chuckled. My friend, we shall discuss further later. I am rather busy at the moment.
Ah, understood.
Continue with your work. Rest assured, I will transfer the funds to you shortly, Fei Han assured earnestly. After hanging up, Lu Wu instructed the system, exchange for 1 million units of the 4. Ding. Requires 800 tons of materials, 20 discount applied, deducting 640 tons of raw materials. Successful exchange for 1 million units of the 4. Since the number of exchanges exceeds 1 million, each firearm comes with 5 rounds of 55 caliber bullets, totaling 2 billion rounds. Wow! 2 billion rounds. Indeed impressive. Lu Wu exclaimed internally, quickly contacting Chow Yebanova, you should prepare ample funding. The discounts available to you will exceed your expectations. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lu. What additional benefits do you have for us? Chow Yebanova had learned to flatter Lu Wu first to enhance the efficacy of their discussions. I'll sell you 2 billion rounds for 10 billion dollars. Just from these bullets, you can earn double. Chapter 79. A night of traversing 4 nations, earning hundreds of billions. Ding. Received funds of 5 billion dollars. Automatically converted to 5 billion points. Just 2 hours after Lu Wu departed from the pyramid, upon arriving in Ishan Nation, the system's voice sounded once more. Even Lu Wu, now a super tycoon, could not suppress his excitement. An unprecedented large order. The Pyramid Nation is indeed formidable. This little brother, I shall take you. Though these fighter jets are offered at a mere 50% discount, the inherent profit margin of such aircraft is remarkably high, reaching an astonishing 99%. The actual expenditure on raw materials amounts to less than 100 million. He glanced at the funds, which had surged to an astonishing 89 billion yuan. The current points had also escalated to 755 billion, while the accumulated points exceeded 853 billion, bringing him tantalizingly close to the monumental threshold of 1 trillion. Lu Wu pondered briefly before instructing 006, who was there to receive various equipment. I shall transfer 900 million Miwon to you. Please allocate the funds to other comrades in need, and do not forget about Central America and South America. By comrades, I refer to your fellow robots responsible for intelligence, abbreviated as comrades. You are considerably less astute than 008. It comprehends immediately. I know that with your capabilities, you can secure orders without financial pressure. However, I require swifter, more stable, and larger orders. In due time, the people from the Bear Nation will collaborate with you to achieve this. This sum of money is trivial, merely bait. I invest 900 million, and I must retrieve 90 billion. After all, you adhere to the 3 principles of internal assault: speed, quantity, and stability. Yes, master. He dispatched a multitude of fighter jets, missiles, and other equipment, observing as 006 and others meticulously concealed them. Lu Wu nodded and piloted the aircraft, departing once more. Even while flying at full speed in a 5 Hz fighter jet, Lu Wu couldn't help but gaze at the 80 billion in funds displayed on the system page, a smile gracing his face. This sum placed him fourth globally, comparable to the leading luxury brand, trailing only behind the stock market guru, who had dominated for years, and the software magnate. As for the world's richest individual, they had surged ahead, experiencing explosive growth with assets nearing 50 billion Miwon. Lu Wu, however, shook his head and scoffed. But so what? Their wealth is fundamentally built upon the volatile ship of the stock market, subject to dramatic fluctuations, potentially losing 100 billion overnight. Yet I can see my wealth soar by 100 billion, or even several hundred billion, in a single night. The crux of the matter is that my 80 billion is genuine liquid capital. Who among them possesses such resources? Collectively, they cannot liquidate 80 billion in a short time. Otherwise, their commercial stock empires would undoubtedly crumble. I am the true master of capital on a global scale. In the Ishan Nation, not far from the empire's graveyard, this area is named so because the Bear Nation once faced collapse here, a significant factor in its disintegration. The Melian Nation similarly squandered years and trillions of Miwon, along with countless lives, yet still failed to conquer it entirely. Lu Wu landed amidst towering mountains within half an hour, meeting with a contact from the Bear Nation, a robust man with a bushy beard, whose fierce gaze scrutinized Lu Wu as he remarked, "You are the man who has captivated Xiao Yebanova and caused our Bear Nation to bleed profusely." Lu Wu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. 3 seconds to respond. Yes or no to the transaction. Lu Wu replied nonchalantly, unwilling to waste time. I am Bakrovsky. To be honest, I do not wish to trade with you, but I am here on orders and must proceed. The burly man extended a massive hand, clad in helicopter pilot gloves. Lu Wu smiled, revealing his own pair of black tactical gloves, smaller than Bakrovsky's, as they shook hands. Hey! Ah! Just as Bakrovsky flashed a sly grin and prepared to exert pressure, he suddenly cried out in agony. His enormous hand twisted and contorted in Lu Wu's grip, with one pinky bone fracturing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Your strength. He grasped his wrist with his left hand, staring in shock at Lu Wu. As Lu Wu removed his gloves, he shook his head. Apologies. I was raised bathing in alcohol and feasting on bear meat, honing my strength by snapping cow leg bones, so my grip is somewhat formidable. However, with a physique like yours, your strength is quite lacking. You must not be consuming enough vodka, leaving you a mere facade of strength. In ancient terms from the Dragon Kingdom, this is referred to as internal deficiency, kidney depletion, and soreness in the lower back and knees. In this era, Red Rose has become increasingly humanized. Upon hearing Lu Wu's banter, and witnessing Bakrovsky's bewilderment, she couldn't help but smile, a blend of sensuality and grace that was truly alluring. You are right, Lu. I underestimated you. Enough of this. Let us proceed with the transaction. This time, 200 million for 4 million rounds of ammunition. The data from yesterday was erroneous. It should be doubled, including 10,000 armed Humvees, 10,000 14mm heavy machine guns, and a substantial supply of ammunition. Lu Wu gestured towards a valley, where a vast array of weapons lay stacked like a veritable armory. These are worth only 500 million altogether. They are affordable and of good quality. In this market, you can sell them for a profit of 8 to 10 billion, And if sold well, even 20 billion is within reach. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Bukrovsky felt somewhat speechless and reflective. How extraordinarily wealthy is this man before me? 50 billion is merely 1/10 of our national defense budget. The Bear Nation's grand ambitions find it challenging to manage even 500 billion in military expenditures. Now, an additional 50 billion, coupled with the previous expenditure of 20 billion by Chow Yebanova, totals 70 billion. However, Chow Yebanova and her superiors have stated that collaborating with this man promises greater returns. Despite the financial strain, Bukrovsky swiftly inspected the equipment and completed the transfer. Ding! Received 500 million yuan, automatically converted to 5 billion points. That brings me to 85 billion, Lu Wu mused, thinking that one final substantial deal tonight would allow him to breach the trillion mark. At that point, the system could be upgraded. Boom! As Lu Wu's fighter jet soared into the sky, vanishing into the night, heading eastward, Bukrovsky gazed on with envy. Now, that is a true man. Compared to him, what use is my bulk? Even my strength pales in comparison. He remained unaware that Lu Wu's immense strength was largely due to the tactical gloves, equipped with supercharged batteries at the wrist, capable of releasing over 500 kilograms of grip strength when maximized. Under such force, even his massive frame would suffer fractures. Yet Lu Wu had only exerted a fraction of his power. This glove, a product of a new era, could only be exchanged for points, requiring merely 100 points to obtain. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. As Lu Wu departed the Empire's graveyard, the clock struck 11 at night. The moon tonight appeared rounder and brighter than the full moon of the previous night, yet it bore a sense of fleeting brilliance, destined to vanish until the next lunar cycle. The fighter jet flickered under the moonlight like a shooting star, piercing the sky, ascending ever higher until it reached another high-altitude region, the Yalishan Mountains, the highest mountain range in the world. Even at its tail end and a mountain pass, the winds howled fiercely, and the air was thin. Lu Wu selected a landing spot for his aircraft, but just as he was about to descend, the long silent onboard intelligence system emitted a warning, with a yellow light blinking. Warning! Warning! The aircraft's speed was subsonic. Dragon Nation's phased array radar systems, multiple satellites, and optical detection networks had already pinpointed its approximate location, with precise coordinates to be determined within 10 seconds. Should we accelerate to evade? Lu Wu remarked with some surprise. Dragon Nation's territory truly lives up to its reputation as a no-fly zone for foreign military forces. Even my stealth fighter can be detected. But never mind, no need. I'm here on legitimate business, not to play hide and seek. Bringing his aircraft to a halt, Lu Wu deftly deployed an entire arsenal. 200 fighter jets, an extensive array of anti-aircraft missiles, ultra-long-range rockets, and even the rumored medium-range ballistic missiles capable of striking aircraft carriers, all materialized in one sweeping motion. This time, before Lu Wu could even notify them, Dragon Nation's officials swiftly located him. When the delegation laid eyes on this elite arsenal, even with prior expectations, they were utterly awestruck. Interested? Lu Wu chuckled. But these are reserved for your closest allies, no skimming off the top. If you want a purchase, I can deliver another batch tomorrow. The leader, an elder clad in traditional Tang-style attire, gave a knowing smile and shook his head. Impressive as these are, Dragon Nation no longer relies on imports. We've moved beyond the era of indiscriminate procurement. Self-sufficiency is our creed now. Besides, welcome home, Mr. Lu. I'm surnamed Tang. Pleasure, Elder Tang. Lu Wu extended his hand for a firm shake. That girl Xiao Yi speaks highly of you. Her achievements owe much to your influence. Elder Tang remarked as they strolled along the moonlit mountain ridge, surveying the world below. Once out of earshot, Elder Tang lowered his voice. Young friend Lu, ever considered returning to contribute to the homeland? Rumor has it you and Xiao Yi are cohabiting? Lu Wu sighed in exasperation. Elder Tang, let us not spread baseless gossip. Xiao Yi no Yi Zhuqing merely lodges at my place. Nothing untoward has occurred. Son, is your constitution lacking? That girl is quite the beauty. We even discreetly hinted she could. Ahem. Indulge with you. Not even a flicker of enthusiasm? Lu Wu realized then that beneath Elder Tang's dignified exterior lurked a rather roguish wit. Wasn't this supposed to be a discussion of national, nay, global significance? Instead, it had devolved into salacious banter. Yet their eagerness to gift Yi Zhuqing to him was unmistakable. Perhaps he should oblige? As Hongmei and Baixue had jested, why not savor the essence of true femininity? But such musings could wait. Business first. Chapter 80. Assets surpassing 100 billion. System upgraded again. Old Tang, please do not pressurize me regarding my relationship with Yi Zhuqing. If it is meant to be, it will surely come to fruition. Lu Wu had not finished speaking when Old Tang chuckled heartily. Lu Wu shook his head and smiled. All right, let's discuss this later. As for your suggestion for me to return completely, Old Tang fixed his gaze on Lu Wu, clearly eager for the outcome. If I return, would you even want me? Lu Wu laughed. Haha, I am quite the explosive asset now. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to freedom and cannot abide by restraints. Isn't it best to coexist in a collaborative relationship? Old Tang nodded, sighed softly. Indeed. However, I must candidly admit, seeing someone of your caliber outside makes me quite envious. Haha. Envy won't help. Do not think of using anything to bind me. Cooperation is the best approach. Lu Wu declared. Now, let us commence the transaction, for I wish to return and rest afterward. In truth, Lu Wu was immensely excited about the imminent system upgrade. Once the deal with Longhua was finalized, an upgrade was inevitable. Tang Long waved his hand, and a middle-aged man hurried over, reporting to both. Old Tang, Boss Lu, the inventory of various equipment and supplies has been completed. Old Tang nodded. Very well. Proceed with the report. Yes. There are a total of 20 fighter jets, each valued at 100 million. 50 road-based air defense missile systems, each costing 100 million. 300 missiles, each priced at 3 million. 200 armored vehicles, each at 1 million. And 50 armed helicopters, each valued at 5 million. The total amounts to 34 billion. The middle-aged man paused slightly, glancing at Lu Wu before continuing. Additionally, there are various types of tank shells, airborne anti-tank missiles, air-to-air missiles, and thousands of large rockets, making it difficult to ascertain their total value. Lu Wu waved his hand. Those items can be processed at a low price. Just give me $1 billion to round it off to 31 billion. Old Tang gasped. My goodness, 31 billion. Our Longhua has previously purchased substantial amounts of equipment, but even combined, it likely does not amount to 31 billion. Young Lu, you previously stated it would be 20 billion worth of supplies, and I have only brought this much money. Lu Wu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Old Tang, are you trying to pull a fast one? I told you it was 20 billion for the fighter jets alone, and those jets alone are insufficient. The total value of these supplies exceeds 110 billion, so selling it for 200 billion is quite reasonable. Furthermore, I have already given you a significant discount of nearly 15 billion on the jets. Overall, I am charging you less than half of the actual value. If it weren't for our cooperative relationship, I would not offer such a price. And as for these goods, when you resell them to your ironclad allies, the enormous profits gained need not be elaborated upon. Old Tang sighed. Ah, indeed, you are a businessman of great caliber. I, an old man, cannot contend with you. Xiao Li dispensed the funds. Old Tang, you are taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Lu Wu shrugged. Had Longhua not developed to this extent, if we were to turn back the clock 10 years, you would have been overjoyed to acquire these goods at such a price. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Old Tang could not help but laugh heartily. Beep. Funds of 31 billion have arrived. Automatically converted to 31 billion points. Beep. Detected that the host has accumulated 1 billion points, eligible for upgrade to the advanced system, enjoying more benefits and discounts. Would you like to upgrade? Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Wu glanced at the system interface. Funds. 1 billion. Points. 10 billion. Raw materials. 120,000 tons. Both funds and points surged dramatically, surpassing the 100 billion mark, while raw materials had decreased by nearly 20,000 tons, dipping below 130,000. Nevertheless, Lu Wu was immensely excited and commanded the system. Upgrade. Beep. System upgrading. Upgrade successful. The next level is the super system, requiring 1 million points. Current advanced system allows for a 40 discount on all exchanges, a 50 discount on raw materials, and additional resources doubled at low prices for upgrading or exchanging various weapons. While these benefits were already quite substantial, Lu Wu still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and inquired, "System, is there anything more?" In addition, this system's weaponry is gradually developing in both outward and inward directions. "Wait, system, do not speak in such lofty terms. I cannot comprehend. Be more straightforward." The system explained further, and upon understanding, Lu Wu was instantly electrified. Weapons, with the advancement of technology, have always evolved outwardly. For instance, from swords to firearms and then to missiles and lasers. Weapons have increasingly greater ranges and powers. The system's notion of dual inward development implies that once technology reaches a certain pinnacle, it will begin to transform itself. For example, reattaching severed limbs is a prime illustration. Of course, in the current world, it is impossible to completely transform such capabilities into weaponry, but future advancements may render it feasible. Just like a red rose or white snow, one might suddenly transform into a rapid-fire cannon or launch missiles with a mere gesture. System, are you suggesting that the current advanced system is capable of beginning to transform humans into weapons? Yes. However, these would be the most rudimentary forms of weaponry, such as the enhancement of bones and muscles. With the host's current level of assets, it is still impossible to enhance internal organs, let alone the brain. That is acceptable. Enhancing my limbs would suffice. I do not wish to be entirely transformed into a machine. Lu Wu chuckled. Just make my limbs incredibly strong, and I would be content. Old Tang, noticing Lu Wu lost in thought, assumed he was overwhelmed by the substantial funds received and remarked, "What is the matter? Have you never seen such a sum? They say you are as wealthy as a nation. I estimate your assets to be around 200 to 300 billion, perhaps even 20 billion. Ah, just small change, small change." Lu Wu humbly replied, thinking to himself that revealing his true wealth might upset Old Tang's equilibrium. Old Tang, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. 300 billion is indeed a trifling amount. For a small nation, it could be crippling. However, for a true great power, it may not even be a day's income. Less than a day's income? That translates to over 5 trillion a year. Such nations are exceedingly rare, with only 2 globally, and the third has fallen far behind you. Lu Wu replied with a grin. So, are you implying that this transaction is rather modest? Old Tang nodded again, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in the silvery moonlight, radiating an aura akin to that of battle armor. His demeanor shifted from that of a benevolent elder to that of a commanding general, poised to direct the tides of war. After all, negotiating with someone of your caliber feels somewhat limited. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu could not help but exclaim inwardly, I have invested over 400 billion into the plan of a formidable nation, and my investment exceeds 300 billion. You dare to suggest that my vision is small? Very well, if you desire grand plans, I relish the opportunity to engage with major clients. I am all ears. Lu Wu became earnest, the previous air of levity dissipating as he transformed into a strategist capable of influencing regional dynamics and even global affairs. Old Tang gestured towards the vast, breathtaking mountains and rivers below, reflecting, look at the splendid landscapes. They are the treasures of our motherland. Such magnificent places are why countless ancestors willingly sacrificed their lives. For every inch of land is drenched in blood. Lu Wu nodded in silence, for he too was a native of this land, having dedicated the most beautiful 2 years of his life to this nation. Although he ventured to the distant continent of Africa to engage in the liquor trade for survival, his heart remained unchanged. The various dealings and collaborations with Yi Zhuqing were indeed more intimate and cost-effective than those with the Bear Nation and other countries. After expressing his sentiments, Tang Lao's eyes glinted with a cold light. His brows furrowed like blades as he spoke in a low voice. Therefore, how can one allow others to sleep soundly on one's bed? Your plans have significant flaws. If you wish to deceive them into purchasing aircraft carriers and other advanced heavy weaponry, how can that be feasible without equivalent offerings? Lu Wu's heart raced as he probed, are you suggesting that you wish to assist your close ally in procuring an aircraft carrier? Ah, not quite, Tang Lao replied with a smile, shaking his head. Lu Wu felt a tinge of disappointment, but Tang Lao continued, An aircraft carrier is too large and expensive for them to manage. However, I believe you still possess other formidable warships, ones that cannot be inferior to the sea god. A sense of excitement surged within Lu Wu. He grasped Tang Lao's intent and replied, "Certainly, the most suitable vessel for your brother is not an aircraft carrier, but rather an amphibious assault ship. My amphibious assault ship has been modified to carry 18 vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, making it nearly equivalent to a light aircraft carrier. The price, along with logistics and operational management, is significantly more manageable, offering exceptional cost-effectiveness. It is ideal for enticing the cheating nation to purchase aircraft carriers." Tang Lao nodded in agreement. "Excellent, how much is it?" "This is quite affordable, 20 billion for each ship, with nuclear power included as a bonus for orders of 4 or more." Upon hearing this, even Tang Lao's eyes twitched in surprise. "Nuclear power, you have managed that as well?" Lu Wu shrugged nonchalantly. "You should have suspected this by now. That nuclear-powered supercarrier in the South Pacific is mine. Truly impressive." Tang Lao mused, waving his hand. "All right, let us go for 4 ships. And you might as well include 1 sea god ship too at a discount. You do enjoy neat figures, don't you? 5 ships for 100 billion sounds good." Lu Wu felt a swell of pride. Although the Northwest Wind-class amphibious assault ship was larger, its displacement was the same as the sea god, and its technology was inferior. After all, the Bear Nation purchased theirs for only 450 million each. In contrast, Lu Wu sold the sea god to the Moor Nation for 4 billion per vessel. For Lu Wu, technology was of little consequence. What mattered was the displacement, which dictated his costs. With 5 vessels at 90,000 tons, advanced systems at a 40 discount weighing 5 tons, selling for 100 billion was indeed a lucrative venture. "Very well," Lu Wu affirmed. "However, we must carefully plan the delivery timeline. This is the final strike to provoke the cheating nation." In a world marked by geopolitical tensions, Lu Wu had firmly established 4 strategic footholds akin to ticking time bombs, causing surrounding nations to grow increasingly anxious, especially Pyramid Nation, which exerted considerable effort to assist Lu Wu. Early that morning, oil-rich nations were astounded to witness fighter jets soaring through their airspace, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier. Clearly, these were 5th-generation supersonic cruisers. Radars captured little to no activity, evidencing the remarkable stealth capabilities of these aircraft. After mutual communication among several oil nations, a chilling realization dawned. These stealth fighters came in 2 varieties, one resembling the F-22 Raptor, primarily tasked with aerial combat, numbering no less than 150. By the Almighty, where did such a fleet of 5th-generation fighters come from? Did the nation deploy all its Raptors? They only possess 195 in total, and after several losses they can barely field 180. Yet here, there are 150. Have you forgotten? Just 3 days prior. My God, in a mere 3 days, that newly emerged arms dealer has sold 150 aircraft. Moreover, it was not just 150 aircraft. Numerous carrier-based planes were also spotted, equally elusive to radar, engaging in supersonic flight. Certainly, these were stealth carrier aircraft. Preliminary estimates suggested at least 80 of them. Urgently, they contacted the embassy and military representatives of their ally, seeking clarification. Nations within the oil sphere, many of which were subservient to the United States, buzzed with fearful discussions, scrambling to seek their leaders' assistance. Yet they were soon rendered speechless. The once indomitable and victorious soldiers of the United States appeared utterly helpless. Remarkable. Just the previous afternoon, Lu Wu had instructed a contact to procure several kilograms of a special potion to safeguard the African allies who had acquired equipment. The operation was executed swiftly. Military bases of the United States dotted the northern, western, and northeastern regions of Africa, and upon receiving an incredulously dubious sanction order, they hastily prepared for a southern expedition. Covering hundreds to thousands of kilometers, even the farthest distances could not be traversed in a single day. As they settled down for dinner, calamity struck swiftly. The soldiers, overwhelmed by the effects of the potion, soon found their faces flushed, breaths quickening, and eyes glazing over as all their vitality converged toward their lower abdomens, akin to igniting 2 incendiary devices. The battle commenced. Lu Wu, having underestimated the capabilities of the technology, neglected to delay its deployment until the next day. Instead, High-definition footage was transmitted overnight to social media. At that moment, Lu Wu was preoccupied with establishing his strategic footholds across 4 nations, reveling in the acquisition of vast sums. After concluding discussions with Tang Lao, dawn was fast approaching. Numerous personnel from the Dragon Nation and their allies appeared, transporting the acquired equipment. Lu Wu then retreated into a tent erected by Hong Mei, experiencing the chill of high altitude, a unique sensation in its own right. As daylight broke, Lu Wu awoke leisurely to find Hong Mei regarding him with a peculiar expression. "What is it?" he inquired. Hong Mei handed him a laptop. Upon opening it, he found himself on social media, where explosive videos dominated the page, accompanied by frenzied comments, shares, and likes, setting a new record for trending topics. Originally, the platform only allowed brief text posts, akin to messaging. However, it had transformed into a rich multimedia forum, leading many to download the application, resulting in a surge in registrations. The board of directors observed the rising user count and stock prices, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. The video postings spanned from the previous evening until the early hours of the morning. The once formidable soldiers now sprawled helplessly on the ground, surrounded by unsightly messes, and this scene was shared with the caption, "U.S. Soldiers, how mighty they are." Global discourse erupted. Some expressed outrage, others astonishment, yet the majority reveled in delight and mockery. Particularly for the African nations facing crises, witnessing this spectacle, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wu had promised to protect them, and he had indeed delivered. Their after-sales service was commendable and robust. "Where is our aircraft carrier?" One tweet, laden with indignation, bore the image of a vibrant red tie. "Our humiliation and fury. Lu, your universe company shall not withstand this." The bodies of the Marine Corps from the United States have sustained almost irreversible damage, rendering them practically unusable. Their morale is shattered, making it exceedingly difficult for them to concentrate. They are nearly incapacitated. However, some have expressed gratitude for the opponent's mercy in not killing them. The logistical support from the United States is abysmally poor. Had the adversary resorted to poison, they would have been oblivious, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Nonetheless, following that tweet, global public sentiment has shifted dramatically. The past is behind us, yet what looms ahead may very well be the first ever battle of nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets in history. Decades ago, during the World Wars, although the United States deployed numerous carriers, some even launched 2 or 3 within a month, the carriers of that era were vastly inferior compared to those of today. Our aircraft carriers are now a mere 120 kilometers away. In 3 hours, the shameless Universal Corporation will witness the wrath of our Super Hornets. Another tweet emerged, once again from the spokesperson in a red tie who had previously inquired about the carrier's location. "We are now 110 kilometers away. Our carrier-based aircraft are ready on the catapults. In just 20 minutes, all 90 of our aircraft will take flight. An hour later, our electronic warfare jets will blind them, and our fighter jets will turn them into fireballs." This tweet resembles a live broadcast of the U.S. carrier fleet's movements, garnering immense global attention. However, shortly thereafter, the viewership plummeted tenfold, as many viewers departed. This was due to the fact that the Universal Corporation's website featured a live video stream, showcasing multiple angles and close-ups of the carriers and their aircraft, with the sounds of crashing waves and howling winds creating a more impactful experience. The terrifying 360-meter-long deck, 56 meters wide, boasts a total area exceeding that of the U.S. 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, resembling a floating steel city square braving the waves. This is true live broadcasting. The video was adorned with a caption, "In less than an hour, because we have arrived." In the lower left corner of the video, a comment section occupied a mere 10% of the screen, which was rapidly flooded with viewers at an astonishing rate. Those wishing to comment were urged to recharge 1 unit of currency, likely generating billions in no time. Observing the surge in numbers on the Universal website, Lu Wu marveled at the scene. He was currently soaring towards the South Pacific at a staggering speed of 8 Mach, 3 kilometers per second. Within an hour, he could traverse thousands of kilometers. His nuclear-powered fighter jet had undergone advanced system upgrades, costing a mere 1,000,000 points to elevate its speed to an alarming degree. Departing from the northwestern region of the Aleso Mountains to the South Pacific, a distance of over 20,000 kilometers, Lu Wu needed only 2 hours to make the journey. The reinforced engine could sustain the aircraft's full-speed flight for 100 hours. As for the nuclear fuel within, it could be utilized without replacement for an astonishing 50 years. The world was ablaze with excitement. The U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, accompanied by 2 missile cruisers, 4 Burke-class destroyers, 2 missile frigates, and 2 supply ships, along with 2 Los Angeles-class attack submarines surfacing periodically to showcase the might of a great power. The composition of this carrier group was far from complete. If another carrier were to join, it could easily form 2 separate carrier fleets. This spectacle was captured by U.S. satellites, broadcasted as a live image. The satellite imagery also displayed the advancing Universal Carrier Fleet. On that massive carrier, the prominent red lettering stood out strikingly. Some analysts speculated that this might be Chinese characters, representing the gods, symbolizing divine intervention akin to gods descending. Others countered, arguing that no vessel in the world is marked with red lettering. This blood-red text evokes the imagery of a blood-soaked sea, suggesting that the 2 characters may represent slaying the gods, implying the extermination of deities. Amidst discussions about the name, more individuals engaged in fervent debates regarding the potential combat strategies of both sides, whether it would escalate into a direct clash of carrier-based aircraft and missile exchanges, ushering in a maritime battle seldom seen in this era of peace, or if it would culminate in mere posturing and verbal skirmishes. As the discourse intensified, an increasing number of people focused on this unfolding situation. Wherever there was internet access, television media, or even radio, the news of the impending clash between the 2 carrier fleets was being broadcasted. What was initially expected to be a meeting requiring hours of deliberation was now drastically reduced. As the world's premier aircraft carrier, even at cruising speed, reached a staggering 50 knots, equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour. In just 20 minutes, the distance between the 2 fleets had diminished below 100 kilometers. The operational radius of the U.S. carrier-based aircraft had reached unprecedented levels. Chapter 82. The Erie Battle and the submerged carrier-based aircraft. The alert line of kilometers was effortlessly breached by both sides. The live broadcast on the Huanyu Corporation's website attracted a vast audience, significantly outnumbering those watching the delayed textual coverage from the United States. At this moment, at least 1 billion eyes were fixated on Huanyu's stream. Numerous companies even announced half-day holidays, allowing distracted employees to indulge in the spectacle. Vehicles lined the roads, indifferent to potential fines and penalties, leading to severe traffic congestion. Yet remarkably, there was no road rage. Instead, people reclined in their seats, engrossed in the broadcast. Just when many anticipated the American carrier-based aircraft would soon launch in succession, the expected scene failed to materialize. Suddenly, Lu Wu's fighter jet sliced through the sky, darting past the American carrier fleet, evading detection even by their numerous Aegis radars. The aircraft traversed several hundred kilometers before landing on the Jushin aircraft carrier. On the expansive deck of the Jushin, hundreds of modified Raptor carrier-based jets were parked closely together. Strangely, of the original 500 robotic crew members aboard the carrier, only a handful remained to maintain critical systems. At least 300 were mysteriously absent. Master. Upon Lu Wu's arrival, Bai Shui, who had been separated from him for several days, expressed her excitement. Meanwhile, the global audience of over 1 billion, upon seeing Lu Wu's visage, was left in astonishment. Was this the rumored owner of Huanyu Corporation? It was said that he, with the surname Lu, established the corporation in under a month. What cards did he hold? And what courage did he possess to confront the United States head-on? Amidst the lively chat room, countless individuals flooded the screen with messages. Lu Wu, however, had no time to indulge in the chatter. After disembarking from the aircraft, he made his way to the island of the carrier, nodding at Bai Shui with a smile. Bai Shui, how prepared are we? Bai Shui replied, both plans are ready to be activated at any moment. Master, which do you deem superior? After a brief contemplation, Lu Wu remarked, Plan 1 is somewhat outdated and has been used once before. Employing it again would be unwise. Let us proceed with Plan 2. It is more intriguing and will deliver a resounding blow to the United States. Understood. Bai Shui then produced a small, specialized communicator and, with a gentle press, whispered, "Master's command. Plan 2. Yes, yes, yes." The communicator echoed with hundreds of affirmations. The Jushin aircraft carrier surged forward, accelerating from an already formidable speed of 50 knots to 60, then 70 knots. As the carrier reached its maximum velocity, Lu Wu instructed system, "Continue to increase the carrier's speed. What will be the cost in points and materials?" With the current advanced level of this system, the carrier structure can be optimized, enhancing the conversion rate of the 8 nuclear reactors and power systems. For every 100 tons of raw materials consumed, 100,000 points will yield an increase of 1 knot in speed, with a maximum potential speed of 100 knots. Though the exchange rate appeared steep, considering the already high caliber and rapid nature of the carrier, the price was quite reasonable. Lu Wu's eyes sparkled at the revelation. "Excellent. Push it to the limit." Beep. Deducting 30,000 tons of materials, 300 million points, and accelerating the current nuclear-powered carrier to 100 knots. In the next moment, the carrier experienced slight shifts and tremors. The viewers, oblivious to the significance, attributed the movements to the wind and acceleration. However, soon their demeanor shifted. The carrier was still accelerating. Knots are a maritime speed measurement, equivalent to 1.8 kilometers. Thus, 70 knots translates to roughly 130 kilometers per hour, a speed that would be considered reckless even on the 3-lane highways of Long Nation. Yet, the carrier continued to breach speed limits, soaring to 80 knots, then 90 knots, ultimately stabilizing at 100 knots, or 185 kilometers per hour. The audience was left in stunned silence. The chat room transformed, no longer populated by casual spectators. Top-tier research firms, universities, and prominent figures from the shipbuilding and mechanical engineering sectors flocked to the stream. In that instant, everyone was awestruck. Is this truly a 100,000 ton supercarrier and not merely a colossal hovercraft? Many questioned whether they had been deceived. Yet the ominous displacement of water and the thunderous crashing of waves affirmed that this was indeed a genuine aircraft carrier. Some even cited that this carrier had previously accommodated a massive dredging vessel weighing over 10,000 tons. Aside from the carrier itself, no other transport ship could employ such a crude method to transport it. The Jushin, sailing at 33 knots, faced the George carrier, closing the distance by 250 kilometers every hour. After 2 hours of navigation, just as impatience began to brew, the carrier-based aircraft aboard the George finally stirred to life. With a powerful steam catapult, the first aircraft was launched, propelled skyward by dual thrusts, sending the 20-ton Super Hornet soaring into the sky. This marked a significant moment after over 2 hours of silence, as the Red Tide figure published yet another tweet, succinctly stating a single word. However, given the task of engaging another aircraft carrier, the lone Super Hornet would not venture into peril. It circled the carrier, remaining vigilant for any approaching adversary aircraft. Yet, puzzled many that no aircraft had yet launched from the Jushin. If fully operational, the steam catapults could launch 2 aircraft per minute. However, after launching 8 aircraft, they would require an extended period for energy recovery, resulting in a slower recharge time. Fortunately, the George carrier boasted 4 steam catapults, allowing it to average 8 launches per minute, totaling 32 aircraft in 4 minutes, the fastest initial wave. The United States, a dominant naval power for years, showcased its prowess. For minutes after the first aircraft's launch, the sky was indeed filled with 32 aircraft, reaching the theoretical launch limit. Even with 32 aircraft at their disposal, they remained grounded. The conservative and calculated commanders of the United States Navy speculated that with 8 catapults available, they could swiftly launch all carrier-based aircraft in a short span. Their current inaction was a tactic to lure the enemy into a trap. Thus, the initial wave of aircraft from the George remained on standby for about half an hour, finally receiving the necessary energy replenishment. Minutes later, another 32 aircraft ascended into the sky. In addition to Super Hornets, the array included electronic warfare jets, anti-submarine aircraft, early warning systems, and refueling planes, forming a comprehensive fleet. The George carrier's aircraft were launched in 3 batches, culminating in the deployment of 92 various aircraft over the course of more than an hour. During this time, the distance between both carrier fleets had narrowed to a mere 200 kilometers. At this moment, the Red Tide figure's tweets accelerated, filled with morale-boosting messages and boasts regarding the might of the United States carrier fleet and its pilots. Boom, boom, boom. 9 fighter jets remained, with only a handful of anti-submarine and refueling aircraft staying behind. The majority surged forward, led by the formidable Super Hornets, accompanied by electronic warfare planes and early warning aircraft. A distance of 2 nautical miles was but a mere dozen minutes for these aerial predators. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere within the Universal website reached its zenith. The live feed captured the incoming carrier-based aircraft in full view, now merely a dozen, even just a few kilometers away. Yet something felt profoundly amiss. Why, at such close proximity, had the densely packed aircraft on Universal S carrier not taken off? And why hadn't the Super Hornets launched their anti-ship missiles? Was it possible that not only Universal S carrier and its aircraft were hollow facades, but even the George H. W. Bush S carrier fleet was a sham? Or was this entire confrontation nothing but an elaborate farce? A deception played out before the eyes of billions worldwide? Within the upper echelons of the United States, shock gave way to alarm. They, too, had noticed the anomalies. The George H. W. Bush continued its course unimpeded, its officers responsive, its pilots answering calls, yet they outright refused to execute the order to attack. Was this mutiny or outright defection? As the world held its breath, the fighter jets descended sharply mere kilometers from the carrier's bow, plunging headlong into the sea. What in the world? Nearly 2 billion viewers, a third of the global population, watched the live feed in stunned disbelief. Was this a suicide attack? A kamikaze strike? Yet there was no targeting, no precision. The U.S. leadership's shock turned to fury. What was happening? Why had this historic naval confrontation, one many believed would be etched into the annals of warfare, devolved into such surreal absurdity? Boom! No dogfights, no missile salvos, just the thunderous impact of jets crashing into the waves, their frames buckling, canopies shattering, wings snapping. Pilots, battered and bloodied, struggled futilely as their aircraft dragged them into the abyss. The carrier paid no heed, surging forward relentlessly. The George H. W. Bush, equally indifferent, charged ahead at full speed. Chapter 83, Lu Wu. I may have accidentally sunk a U.S. carrier amid the eerie tension. A voice broke through the universal broadcast. In the spirit of peace, fraternity, liberty, equality, mutual aid, Lu Wu listed over 20 such principles before concluding. We choose restraint. We will not fire the first shot. Even as nearly 100 U.S. carrier-based aircraft bear down upon us, we embrace them with the vastness of the ocean. A pause. Unfortunately, they have indeed been embraced by the ocean. His words cast an unsettling pall. Universal is a business. We value harmony. Thus, our warships will become rescue vessels, tending to the survivors until the U.S. retrieves them. True to his word, as the carrier departed, life vests and inflatable rafts deployed, buoying the sinking jets and drowning pilots. Yet the world's gaze remained fixed on the 2 Leviathans closing in. Now mere kilometers apart, the George H. W. Bush's escort fleet, cruisers, destroyers, even its attack submarines remained silent, weapons dormant. Closer, closer still. At a combined speed of 250 knots, the distance vanished in minutes. Are they ramming each other? The live chat erupted. Is this a historical reenactment of Age of Sail tactics? Lu, is this your no first shot policy? Using a carrier as a battering ram? Am I watching a sci-fi movie? The U.S. High Command's fury turned to terror. What had happened to their carrier? Why did the crew ignore orders? Had they been subverted? Replaced? This was a nuclear-powered Titan, worth billions with thousands aboard, an irreplaceable asset. Evade. Even the president's frantic tweet went unheeded. In the end, the world watched, breathless, as the 2 carriers, their 30-meter-wide bows, collided. Crash. The sound was cataclysmic. 1,000 car wrecks, 100 trains derailing, 2 steel mountains colliding. Yet the outcome defied expectations. The George H. W. Bush crumpled like tin foil, its bow disintegrating on impact. The 100,000-ton behemoth recoiled, its forward half lifting clear of the water before crashing back. But a nuclear carrier is no ordinary ship. Designed to withstand hurricanes, its hull held, save for the island's radars and CIWS, now mangled beyond recognition. Silence. Then chaos. The world had just witnessed the unthinkable. The USS George, though not capsizing, was positioned at an almost 60-degree angle to the surface of the sea, with its stern plunging sharply into the water. Its formidable balance design managed to stabilize it, crashing down onto the sea. At this moment, the George had retreated a substantial 100 meters compared to its previous location. Its bow tilted outward by several dozen meters, now facing at an angle rather than directly ahead. Despite avoiding capsizing, the massive gash at the bow allowed the turbulent sea to surge in. The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word for a long while. However, even with a deluge of seawater flooding in, it was inconsequential. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier could withstand dozens of standard anti-ship missile strikes without sinking, provided the core area remained unscathed. The audience could clearly see the shattered front of the USS George, revealing a vast internal expanse, intricately partitioned like a residential building. Even as seawater breached some compartments, the remaining sealed areas held strong against the encroaching tide. The USS George had not sunk, but its forward section was angled downward, perilously close to submerging the damaged deck. In stark contrast, the opposing carrier, aside from some paint wear and scratches on the deck, had suffered no damage whatsoever. Even the tightly packed aircraft on board merely swayed, securely anchored to the deck, unaffected by the violent collision. Who was it that previously claimed this was an inflatable aircraft carrier? Step forward and face my wrath. What material is this? Such strength must transcend current technological capabilities. What black technology is this? Lou, my friend, are you selling this carrier? I want to place an order. Is this for real? Which major power do you represent? Ignoring the lively chatter of the livestream, Lu Wu commanded, "Crew of the George, heed my words. Move your carrier away immediately. Do not obstruct my path. Freedom of navigation is at stake, and your actions are a provocation that carries consequences." Suddenly, cries of desperation erupted from the USS George. "Help! I surrender. Treat the prisoners of war with kindness." From the rear of the carrier, a throng of personnel emerged, resembling a swarm of bees from a hive, charging forth without hesitation. Amidst the panic and cries, they leapt into the ocean. Hundreds, thousands, ultimately over 5,000 crew members, clad in various military uniforms, dove from the deck, swimming vigorously toward the horizon. They had witnessed the opposing carrier, initially slowed by the impact, now regaining its speed. Chapter 84. The aircraft carrier of the United States sunk. In the live broadcast room of the Universal website, the number of viewers had reached a staggering 2 billion. It can be said that over 80% of the global population with smartphones or computers had entered the live stream. Additionally, through television and radio, countless others were also following the real-time updates on the collision of two nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Lu Wu observed that the order communication section on the Universal website was overwhelmed. However, it was not for purchasing weapons. Rather, global merchants were clamoring for advertising collaborations, with deposits starting at $5 million, some even reaching 70 or 80 million. Yet, Lu Wu dismissed these requests, thinking to himself that his premier arms trading network could not be sullied by such base advertisements, which would only diminish its prestige. Selling a few aircraft could easily yield far more profit than these trivial sums. Within the command room of the aircraft carrier's island, Lu Wu began addressing the external audience through a loudspeaker. "Please, the United States, clear the shipping lanes promptly. This is international waters. Do not impede my freedom of navigation. Our nuclear power is too formidable to control momentarily, lest we cause unnecessary damage to the U.S. carrier fleet." The viewers in the live stream were utterly stunned. "You say you cannot control it, yet you seem to slightly adjust your course to strike at a more advantageous angle. Most critically, why are you accelerating full throttle?" Cursing erupted among the high-ranking officials of the United States, who were gathered in a single room, some seated, others standing, all with grave expressions as they watched the screen. This scene was captured and broadcasted, And the world was astonished to see it mirrored the moment years ago when these officials watched the U.S. Special Forces raid the terrorist leader they had loathed for a decade. The Battle of the Aircraft Carriers was not merely a naval affair. It was a matter of great significance to the dignity and reputation of the United States. In the multi-angle video of the live stream, Lu Wu's mock-serious remarks could be heard, dripping with sarcasm. Observing thousands of U.S. carrier crew members jumping overboard to save themselves, the viewers were perplexed. What had they been doing inside? Why did they not launch missiles in retaliation? Why did they not evade? Some even tweeted, thousands of crew members. Were they playing knife fighting inside? The U.S. soldiers are truly formidable. The once-forgotten U.S. Marine Corps was once again on people's minds. As the camera zoomed in, it aligned parallel to the aircraft carrier, hurtling towards the USS George at a terrifying speed of 100 knots. The viewers felt as if they were watching a cinematic spectacle, a surreal experience of being on the deck, racing towards the George. Step back to avoid. Boom! Lu Wu's voice was drowned out by the deafening roar. This time, the impact was directed at the right side of the George's island. Though this island appeared small in comparison to the massive aircraft carrier, it was over 50 meters long and 10 meters wide, with several layers reaching over 10 meters high, akin to a substantial steel villa adorned with numerous radars. Additionally, a colossal mast, towering several dozen meters high and as thick as a water tank, stood prominently. It was unimaginable that, within a mere few hundred meters, the carrier regained its previously expended speed, accelerating back to 100 knots and crashing into the side of the USS George with a thunderous impact. The enormous mast collapsed instantly, crashing down onto the deck. The ultra-strong steel plate, 8 centimeters thick, comparable to half a meter of reinforced concrete, now caved in dramatically, creating a vast indentation. The mast, over a meter in diameter, was completely engulfed by the deck. In the next moment, the several-meter-tall island, with its various advanced radars, each more precious than gold, was sent flying. Following that, the deck beneath the island flipped over, carrying thousands of tons of weight down upon the deck. Crack! This time, even the most resilient deck could not withstand it. Over 1,000 square meters of the deck was obliterated, creating a massive hole as the island plummeted into the hangar below. A cascade of sparks erupted. The USS George could no longer endure. It capsized under the immense force. Our carrier's power is too great. We truly cannot control it. The audience in the live stream distinctly noted the barely contained amusement in Lu Wu's voice. The capsizing of the USS George, a supercarrier weighing 100,000 tons, was utterly terrifying. The world's largest blue whale, when leaping from the ocean, can create waves of dozens of meters high with its 15-ton body crashing into the water. However, the commotion caused by 1,000 blue whales leaping simultaneously paled in comparison to the monumental spectacle of the USS George capsizing. The live stream, likely filmed by a drone, showed the camera rapidly retreating as torrents of water cascaded down from hundreds of meters above. The intense immersion compelled the viewers to instinctively lean back, as if trying to evade the impending disaster. What cinematic effects could compare to this true clash of steel titans? The USS George flipped. Torrents of seawater surged into the massive breach on its deck, dragging down the nearly 10,000-ton weight of the deck and the surrounding steel. The once red paint of the carrier, which should have been submerged, was now fully exposed above the surface, turned upside down. Next, the other carrier continued forward, its bow crashing into the bottom of the USS George, producing a sharp, grinding sound as steel scraped violently against steel, generating heat that even caused the seawater at the friction point to bubble. The carrier slightly lifted, fully submerging the George, before rumbling away, the rear propellers emerging partially from the water, reducing its speed significantly. At this moment, the viewers were astonished to discover that the carrier's rear featured 2 coaxial propellers, each with 3 blades, 6 propellers in total. No, it was impossible. How could it possibly have 6 propellers? How did it resolve the turbulent conflicts between the blades? If merely increasing the number of propellers could enhance speed, then everyone would be doing it. Among the live stream audience, the most animated were the professionals studying marine propulsion systems. Laymen watched in awe, while experts recognized the intricacies involved. You can't just declare it impossible. The fact is, they have achieved it. Don't limit your understanding to your own knowledge base. Consider how they accomplished this, rather than dismissing it outright. The debate in the live stream was fervent, yet it did not hinder the relentless advance of the carrier. Although its speed had diminished, the immense inertia propelled it onward, as the 36-meter-long hull sliced through the bottom of the USS George, creating a depression more than 10 meters deep. As a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, design considerations would have ensured that the hull below the waterline was significantly thicker than that of the deck, typically exceeding a centimeter, and in critical areas, reaching up to 30 centimeters in thickness. The location where the George was pressed down had a steel thickness nearing 0 centimeters, incapable of withstanding the weight of 10,000 tons. However, the carrier exerting this pressure weighed 100,000 tons. Ultimately, the 6 propellers, each nearly 20 meters in diameter, whirled at high speed, cleaving through the bottom of the USS George, fracturing the pressed-down indentation completely. Countless shards of steel scattered chaotically, reminiscent of a meat grinder pulverizing a carrot. The live broadcast was once again astounded. Is this truly a propeller? The underwater mining drill could certainly do the same. Nothing seems impervious. Nothing remains unscathed. The bow of the George was severely damaged, with 3 enormous gashes filled with seawater, causing it to sink inexorably. It resembled a colossal sea creature, devouring the surrounding waters and generating massive whirlpools. The crew members who had leapt into the sea to escape were battered by the immense waves and crushed beneath them, failing to swim far. Some were even dragged backward beneath the whirlpool. I had previously asserted that our aircraft carrier serves as both a transport vessel and a lifeboat, yet in the eyes of the hegemonists, the strength of others can only be perceived as a threat. Lu Wu's voice resonated in the live stream. However, adhering to humanitarian principles, I am still inclined to rescue these crew members. They should not bear the burdens of their leader's mistakes. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Wu turned off the loudspeaker and glanced at Bai Shui, saying, "Calculate for me how much ransom would be appropriate for the thousands of crew members, the hundreds of pilots, and the 10 or so ships we have captured." Ransom? Even Bai Shui, the superintelligent robot, was momentarily taken aback by Lu Wu's inquiry. "Of course there must be a ransom," Lu Wu asserted with conviction. "Are we to return them without compensation? That would be utterly cruel and wasteful. $1 billion should suffice. Or is that too little? After all, we are dealing with the wealthiest Mi-Union nation. Calculate it properly." As Lu Wu spoke, a group of individuals rapidly appeared on the deck, boarding the fighter jets. In the next moment, amidst the shock of the live stream, the 8 electromagnetic catapults on the deck roared to life. Whoosh! Every 10 seconds, 8 aircraft were launched. In 1 minute, 48 jets. In 2 minutes, nearly 100 warplanes soared into the sky. The first batch of a dozen fighter jets, upon taking off, executed a sudden upward flip, akin to a human backflip, instantly reversing direction as their underbellies opened. What are they about to do? A sense of foreboding enveloped everyone. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the first aircraft to take flight unleashed 8 missiles from its belly, striking the gaping red wound in the hull of the George. Where is our aircraft carrier? At the bottom of the sea. Chapter 86. A hefty ransom. As Lu Wu terminated the live stream, the upper echelons of the Mi-Union erupted in chaos. Fire. I refuse to believe that his divers are that formidable or that his carrier aircraft are so powerful. This blunder is due to Thompson's incompetence. I will personally take command. Mr. President, I wish to lead the 7th Fleet and restore the dignity lost by Thompson and the George. Admiral Wilson of the Mi-Union Navy was the first to speak up, his pent-up rage now unleashed. Though the sinking of the aircraft carrier was a matter of great significance for the entire Mi-Union, it was the Navy that felt the most immediate and profound impact. The loss of the carrier, the surrender of the remaining fleet, and the capture of 7,000 crew members were all resounding slaps to his face, particularly given that this transpired without a fight. We cannot afford to engage. Lu Wu has made it abundantly clear that those 7,000 crew members are his hostages. Indeed, it is unwise to take action. In addition to the crew members, there are also 10 ships, collectively valued at over $20 billion. And not just ships. I observed in the live broadcast that they were also salvaging carrier aircraft, nearly 100 of them, worth over $100 billion. While some generals opposed the idea, so did certain legislators. Wilson regained his composure. He could absorb the loss of 30 billion in ships and aircraft, considering it a severe financial setback. However, he could not afford to lose 7,000 crew members, as this was not merely a matter of the significant funds expended in their training but also the enormous public relations fallout. The world was now aware that those crew members were aboard the ship. Indeed, it was not long before reports flooded in, indicating that major domestic media outlets and websites were in an uproar. Some demanded severe punishment for the terrorists who sank the aircraft carrier, while others insisted on a swift rescue. Some even outright declared the Navy incompetent and called for Wilson's resignation. In addition to the various media and website threats, large crowds began to gather, staging protests. Yet, these demonstrators were divided into factions, hurling insults at each other, with some even engaging in physical confrontations. Amidst the chaos, others seized the opportunity to loot, and the situation showed signs of escalating. This matter must be resolved swiftly. We cannot afford to wait, and neither can those crew members. A blond man exclaimed, his bright red tie standing out vividly. Wilson furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you suggesting we capitulate? Let us inquire what he demands. Our intelligence indicates that this fellow is exceedingly greedy, even valuing money above his own life. He previously piloted a fighter jet to test anti-aircraft missiles for a buyer. Then let us prepare 10 billion. A chubby man suggested. 10 billion? Bob, do you truly believe money grows on trees? We have already lost an aircraft carrier worth nearly 100 billion. Wilson erupted in anger. In my opinion, we should not only refuse to pay but demand compensation for our carrier, using his own as collateral. Yes, the Air Force should assist our Navy. Bombers should launch surprise attacks. Wilson became increasingly agitated. Furthermore, we shall deploy our Raptors to the southern tip of South America, taking off from near Antarctica, and strike at their fleet. Let us see whose makeshift carrier aircraft is superior, theirs or ours. For a moment, several Air Force generals appeared intrigued. However, Bob soon interjected coolly. Did you not observe how formidable that last fighter jet he piloted was? Its terrifying payload capacity and rapid vertical ascent. Though I am merely a legislator, I can assure you that even Lockheed Martin and other major defense contractors, given another decade, could not develop such an aircraft. Furthermore, our fleet of Raptors has dwindled to a mere 179 aircraft. As for the 100 million you mentioned, you are indeed correct. We shall simply print more, while simultaneously recouping the funds lost for the aircraft carriers. The depreciation of the dollar will not be excessively detrimental, as the burden will be shared by all who utilize the dollar globally. On board the aircraft carrier, Lu Wu reclined in a chair at the bow, observing two robotic assistants repainting the deck, while Bai Shui massaged his shoulders from behind. Casting a glance towards the distant amphibious assault ship, densely populated with personnel, he smirked and remarked, "Bai Shui, have you not yet contemplated how much is appropriate?" Bai Shui timidly replied, "Master, my understanding of human affairs is rather limited. Is it $100,000 per person for the vessels?" Lu Wu remained non-committal and probed further. "What of their procurement price?" Lu Wu shook his head with a chuckle. "Bai Shui, you indeed need to broaden your knowledge in these matters." Suddenly, news arrived. He instructed, "Watch closely. I shall teach you what it means to take advantage of a crisis, to undermine, to coerce and entice." Within the Universal website, a peculiar order materialized, requesting a weapon valued at 4, yet accompanied by a payment of $100 million, with a note indicating this was merely a deposit. Once the goods were confirmed to be intact, an additional $900 million would follow. Ha! A weapon priced at 4 sold for $1 billion. There truly exists such a Na'vi buyer. Bai Shui, prepare the package and send it to them. Lu Wu laughed heartily. At that moment, a robotic assistant approached, handing Lu Wu a phone, stating, "Master, a brigadier general over there has provided this phone, mentioning that someone from the United States will contact you shortly." Lu Wu replied, "Just hold on to it. I fear they may cause the battery to explode and ruin my hairstyle." Bai Shui chuckled, aware that this was merely Lu Wu's jest. As the video communication connected, they found themselves in a somewhat familiar room filled with a dozen individuals, all gazing at him. "Ah, quite the gathering. Have you all reached a consensus?" Lu Wu greeted with a wave. "Lu, you should have received our deposit." Bob began. "Indeed, I have received it. I am prepared to ship the item. After all, it is merely a weapon valued at 4. You are exceedingly generous with your 1 billion. How shall I sell this weapon now? It will disrupt the market, ha ha ha. Wilson interjected angrily. Enough with the pretense. 1 billion. Release our men and retain our warships and aircraft. Lu Wu nodded, I see. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Amidst their astonishment, he turned to Bai Shui, instructing, inform the crew below to throw all the personnel from the United States overboard. Let them detonate their warships and submarines. Nothing shall be retained. Wilson furiously opened his mouth to protest, but Bob swiftly pulled him back, forcing a smile. Mr. Lu, my apologies. As an admiral, he is simply too agitated. Please understand. Mr. Lu implies that 1 billion is far too little, Wilson insisted. No, 1 billion is not insignificant, Lu Wu countered, but to me it amounts to naught. Look at these 2 barrels of paint. They are valued at 1 billion, for without such quality, the defense would falter. Bob inhaled deeply, managing his emotions. Then, Mr. Lu, what sum do you seek? Lu Wu gestured towards the densely packed crew, chuckling, you bourgeois can measure everything in monetary terms. Money can indeed buy all. This is satisfactory. How much do you believe a standard crew member is worth? Standard crew member? Bob seized upon the trap, grinning. We are all free and equal. Thus, each person's value is the same. Of course, since Mr. Lu has inquiries, allow me to propose $100,000 per individual. Considering the remaining fleet's equipment, we could offer Mr. Lu 7 billion. Lu Wu dismissed him, addressing the robotic assistant, who without hesitation flung the phone overboard, where it vanished into the sea. The upper echelons of the United States were momentarily stunned, only to erupt in fury, hurling curses. However, ultimately they would have to concede to Lu Wu. A second phone was soon delivered, and the video resumed. Mr. Lu, what is your intent? If you are dissatisfied, do express it, Bob pressed, suppressing his ire. Dissatisfaction? You have no intention of negotiating, wasting my time. I must attend to my business selling aircraft, and I have no patience for your games. Bob frowned. Very well, Mr. Lu, name your price. For ordinary crew members, $10 million each. For aircraft carriers pilots, $100,000 each. And for the vessels, $1 billion each, averaging $1.5 billion per ship. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Bob's expression darkened. Mr. Lu, are you jesting? Before Lu Wu could respond, Bai Shui coldly interjected. Do you truly believe our master is jesting? We could broadcast this globally, allowing everyone to witness our military prowess. She continued, additionally, let me clarify. Your personnel, specifically in Africa, South America, Asia, Europe, and the Pacific, number 274, and their whereabouts are not as secure as you might think. Oh, by the way, it should only be 274 now, as 3 of your pawns went missing in Pyramid Country the other night. Shall I enumerate them? 12 from Lia, 8 from Bia, 9 from Moor, and 38 remaining from Pyramid Country, alongside 23 from the Sand Nation. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Bob remained unfazed due to his limited knowledge as a legislator. Yet the military officials around him were aghast, their faces pale as they regarded Bai Shui. Their astonishment surpassed even the sinking of a carrier. This was classified information of the utmost secrecy. How could she possibly know? Stop! Another admiral stepped forward, speaking gravely to Bai Shui. Do not utter another word. Never speak of this again. We shall comply. Jax! Bob gasped, while other high-ranking officials were equally stunned. Silence. Do you comprehend the implications of those personnel lists being leaked for the United States? Agree to his terms. You must agree. Lu Wu chuckled. See, conversing with intelligent individuals is so much simpler. Dealing with the 2 of you is simply a waste of time. A total of 44.2 billion. This individual enjoys round figures, so you shall provide 45 billion. Oh, and you also ordered a weapon valued at 1 billion. I will deliver it to your brigadier general shortly. Therefore, in total, after deducting the 1 billion, you owe 45.9 billion. Let's round it to 46 billion. Chapter 87. The United States bows down, selling aircraft carriers for warplanes. FCK. Upon hearing Lu Wu's declaration, all present thought of these 2 words. This is what extortion looks like, brazen and shameless. The price of 4 rounded up to an additional 800 million. What kind of logic is that? 1 billion for a weapon, and you dare speak such a sum? Even Jax, who had agreed to this matter, could hardly contain his agitation, his brow twitching, on the verge of an outburst. In truth, all high-ranking officials present were teetering on the brink of eruption. Some even regretted their decision to relinquish this 46 billion, pondering whether it would be wiser to unleash a full-scale assault, dispatching 5 aircraft carrier fleets, including the latest Ford-class carrier, to obliterate the universe's fleet. In the midst of a fierce conflict, the military expenditure incurred would not exceed 46 billion. However, the heart that has compromised feels like a fractured bone. Even in anger and a desire to retract, courage has fled. The immense power and unfathomable depth of the world instill a sense of trepidation. When will the funds arrive? My fleet is departing, and I have no time to look after your children, Lu Wu inquired. At this juncture, Bob took over the negotiations with Lu Wu, urgency palpable in his tone. We can deliver half the funds, but you must wait until we come to retrieve our personnel and equipment before you depart. 3 days. Our fleet will arrive in 3 days, Lu Wu retorted with a cold smile. A mere few hundred billion, and you expect me to babysit you? I am not that cheap. Furthermore, you must remit the full payment up front. There is an uninhabited island reef 300 kilometers from here, supposedly belonging to New Lawn. I can deliver them there. If they huddle together, they may survive until New Land's vessels come to their rescue, provided they do not act foolishly. Suddenly, Bob's eyes gleamed with a cunning idea. Seizing the moment before his colleagues could express their anger again, he exclaimed, "Are you willing to sell your amphibious assault ships? You are an arms dealer, after all. Do you not sell everything?" The 2 amphibious assault ships they possessed could provide them with the means to survive. Both the senior officials of the United States and Lu Wu were momentarily taken aback, with Lu Wu exclaiming in astonishment, "You wish to purchase my amphibious assault ships?" "Indeed. How much?" Before Lu Wu could respond, Admiral Wilson of the United States Navy interjected, "Your amphibious assault ships are replicas of the Northwest Wind class from the Romantic Nation. If I recall correctly, they were sold to the Bear Country for 450 million. If you intend to sell them for 900 million, then I have nothing more to say." "Replicas indeed," Lu Wu scoffed. "My carrier aircraft are replicas of your Raptors. How does that fare?" This time, Wilson, unusually unperturbed, chuckled and replied, "Mr. Lu, you misunderstand. I have yet to finish. What I mean is, we are willing to purchase them at double the price, totaling 1.8 billion. Lu Wu once again interrupted, nodding. 1 billion per ship is slightly low. Let's make it 2 billion. You know, I prefer round numbers, which conveniently totals 5 billion. Bob could not restrain himself, stating, "Mr. Lu, General Wilson is referring to 1.8 billion for both vessels. Your price has escalated too much. The technological content of amphibious assault ships is not that high." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Wu glanced at Wilson, his expression calm. Wilson chuckled, writing a few words quickly where the camera could not capture, discreetly showing them to his colleagues. After receiving their silent nods, Wilson spoke, "In matters of naval vessels, I still hold sway. Let us proceed as Mr. Lu has suggested. 2 amphibious assault ships for 4 billion, plus the previous 46 billion, makes exactly 50 billion. Good. Lu Wu nodded. By the way, I must mention, I am now qualified to partake in the global arms trade market. I advise against utilizing underhanded tactics. Otherwise, you shall be the ones to suffer." Wilson exchanged serious glances with the other high-ranking officials of the United States, their expressions grave, yet ultimately, they nodded in agreement, permitting Lu Wu entry into the arms trade market. "Indeed, you are qualified. In the future, let us engage in fair competition, without resorting to extraneous means. Of course. Farewell." Lu Wu's phone was once again cast into the sea, yet the substantial transfer from the United States arrived swiftly. Ding! Funds received. 5 billion, converted into 500 million points. System detection reveals a concealed back-end vulnerability in this transfer, which under the most advanced computing technology in the world, can allow for the reversal of funds, even the original amount. Should the host eliminate this risk? Lu Wu was taken aback, recognizing the prowess of the United States technology. Just as he intended to instruct the system to eliminate the threat, he suddenly inquired, "System, can you defend against this?" "No one can withdraw funds monitored by this system. Furthermore, should the other party activate the vulnerability program, this system can reverse infiltrate and seize funds from their account. Very well, you shall monitor the situation. When the other party attempts to transfer funds to me, notify me then. If they wish to transfer my funds, I too shall wish to transfer theirs. Seeing the triumphant smile on Lu Wu's face, Bai Shui softly asked, Master, are we truly selling our amphibious assault ships to them? Lu Wu laughed heartily. How could that be? While they are willing to pay a hefty price in an attempt to pilfer my technology, I am confident they shall not succeed. However, my possessions shall not be sold cheaply. Then, Master, do you mean to default on the payment? How could that be? In business, one must not default. I shall indeed provide them with 2 identical amphibious assault ships. Lu Wu chuckled, emphasizing the word identical. Upon witnessing Lu Wu's smile, Bai Shui realized her master had yet another cunning plan to ensnare others. From now on, the construction of this island chain shall be entrusted to you. Lu Wu instructed the intelligent robot that had handed him the phone. Among the 100 intelligent robots previously exchanged, the first 200 were stationed in Black Continent, primarily responsible for intelligence operations worldwide. The 3 major intelligence organizations of the United States seemed like mere novices in comparison. The remaining 800 became crew members of the aircraft carrier fleet, with 500 aboard the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and 300 on other vessels. Typically, only around 200 personnel were needed to maintain the minimum operation of the fleet, while the remaining 600 were engaged in underwater excavation and island creation. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Wu's words, robot number 20 responded, Yes, Master. Oh, by the way, the aircraft carrier that was torn in 2 still weighs around 100,000 tons. Have them tow it to our island chain and place it on the reef. It can directly create 2 small islands. Understood. After giving instructions to robot number 201, Lu Wu said, System, exchange for 2 of the thinnest and most lightweight Northwest Wind-class amphibious assault ships. They need only maintain their appearance for a few days and accommodate 250 crew members each. Ding! The thinnest and lightest model of the Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship, of equal size, weighs only 10 of the original. After injecting 10,000 tons of seawater, it can float on the ocean like a genuine assault ship. Should the host proceed with the exchange? Lu Wu gasped in surprise. 10? Such a bold move. Ah, excellent. I like it. Proceed with the exchange. Ding. The 2 amphibious assault ship models weigh 320 tons. With a 40 discount applied. After deducting 192 tons for raw materials, the exchange is successful. During the exchange, Lu Wu's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier set sail once more, reaching maximum speed as it surged northwest. The 2 amphibious assault ships were conveniently positioned in front of the carrier. He wouldn't collide with his own ship, would he? Did he not say they had already sold it to us? As the aircraft carrier charged forward, the unforgettable scene replayed in the minds of the drenched crew members aboard the carrier, filling them with dread. However, fortunately, the carrier merely passed by, creating a massive wave that shook even the 2 20,000-ton amphibious assault ships. In that fleeting moment as Lu Wu passed the 2 assault ships, he focused intently and commanded the system. Retrieve. Release. In an instant, the amphibious assault ships, carrying 7,000 crew members, vanished into thin air. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, 2 equally sized model assault ships materialized, lifting them aloft. To the crew, it merely felt like a slight sway, and they paid little heed to it. However, some observant individuals noted a subtle depression in the deck, as if it struggled to bear the weight of their densely packed assembly. Fortunately, the formidable aircraft carrier had departed, and among them were 2,000 sailors from destroyers, supply ships, and nuclear submarines who could return to their respective vessels. These individuals hurriedly disembarked from the 2 amphibious assault ships, making their way back to their own crafts. The supply ships also delivered food and fresh water to the carrier personnel aboard the assault ships. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that the propulsion systems on these amphibious assault ships were beyond their capability to operate, exhibiting a degree of sophistication that, if harnessed for their own melee-union vessels, could yield ships capable of reaching speeds of 50 knots. Thus, this once globally preeminent nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleet found themselves, much like castaways on a deserted isle, enduring a harsh existence upon the models of the two amphibious assault ships, awaiting rescue. Lu Wu's aircraft carrier moved with remarkable speed, covering 185 kilometers per hour, and within a day had traversed nearly 4,000 kilometers. It encountered rescue vessels a few hundred kilometers from Nulon Island. Judging by their pace, it would take at least 3 more days to reach the stranded sailors. Lu Wu, however, paid no mind to this. The carrier swiftly glided past Nulon Island and continued onward, skirting the eastern shores of Kangaroo Country, where it beheld the largest coral reef in the world, the Great Barrier Reef, and the vast Coral Sea, indulging in the breathtaking marine vistas. Lu Wu did not linger, navigating through the waters of Wandia without encountering any complaints from the locals, who merely sent out vessels to gaze from afar. Another day passed as he traversed the renowned Malacca Strait, rumored to be rife with pirates, yet he encountered none. Upon crossing the strait, the carrier entered the waters of the overpowered ocean, which the overpowered nation aspired to develop into its own inland sea, where many vessels would pass under clandestine observation. Nevertheless, Lu Wu remained unperturbed. Finally, the carrier, laden with a full complement of combat aircraft, arrived in the northwestern region of the overpowered ocean, known as the global oil hub. After several days of anticipation, affluent individuals awaited eagerly at this location. Chapter 88. The Aircraft Carrier Bazaar. As Lu Wu's aircraft carrier traversed nearly 20,000 kilometers, equivalent to circling half the globe, it arrived at the Oil Circle Nation, where the rescue ship from Shinlon had also reached the Lost Sea. The sea, named just a few days prior by the crew of the aircraft carrier, was the site of the sinking of a nuclear-powered carrier they had long taken pride in. Could there be a greater loss? On the Shinlon rescue ship were high-ranking officials from the Eight Corners building who had flown in from the United States, with Wilson as their leader. Among them were experts in naval vessel research, designers of the Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship from the Romantic Nation, as well as technicians from the Ford-class carrier construction yard in the United States. These individuals eagerly boarded the amphibious assault ship to conduct their research. Compared to the original Northwest Wind, they quickly identified several optimized features, though these were merely minor improvements that failed to captivate their interest. Their primary objective was to acquire the technology behind the power system, a monumental advancement that would elevate all vessels to an astounding speed of 50 knots. However, their hopes were dashed as they could not comprehend the power system, which remained unresponsive. Some experts, in their frustration, inadvertently bent certain components, while others, due to their weight, left depressions on the deck. This was rather peculiar. When they finally discovered that the amphibious assault ship was filled to the brim with seawater to increase its weight, they realized they had been thoroughly deceived. A vessel more rudimentary than a commercial cargo ship had been sold for $2 billion, and they had purchased 2 of them. Wilson felt he was losing his mind, bellowing in outrage. "We should have attacked. You insisted on compromise." "General, mind your words," an aide quickly cautioned. The so-called compromise meant wagering the lives of the thousands of crew members surrounding them. It would have been one thing to speak of such matters in the Eight Corners building, but here among the crowd, one must tread carefully. Wilson gasped heavily, suppressing his rage, and after a moment, felt warmth in his nose. He was bleeding. His anger was palpable. "Do not let your temper rise. This may well be Lu Wu's scheme to provoke you. In our Dragon Nation's history, there was once a strategist who succumbed to his anger after repeated provocations." "Silence. Do you know how to speak?" Wilson's ire intensified. On the edge of the oil circle, Lu Wu's aircraft carrier floated majestically. The world's foremost carrier, in terms of both size and combat capability, was laid bare for all to see. The recent, breathtaking clash remained fresh in many minds. To some, Lu Wu was merely an arms dealer, yet to others, he was a superhero, undaunted and audacious enough to confront the United States carrier fleet head-on, ultimately sinking one of their carriers. Though the naval battle appeared somewhat enigmatic, it was clear that Lu Wu had orchestrated something behind the scenes, incapacitating nearly all crew members of the U.S. carrier fleet, which allowed him to easily dominate them. The sight of the carrier-based aircraft soaring into the skies, their might surpassing that of the United States, was awe-inspiring. In comparison, the carriers of other nations paled into insignificance. Now, this supercarrier had arrived. Lu Wu's temperament was well understood. He was a true businessman, willing to sell anything as long as the buyer could pay. The people of Ishan were the quickest to respond, as Lu Wu had long targeted them, previously deploying Unit 006 to infiltrate their nation, with the backing of their ally, the Bear Nation, making the acquisition of Ishan a foregone conclusion. Coincidentally, the aircraft carrier was anchored just outside Ishan's territorial waters. Lu Wu announced on the Huanyu website that there were still 666 Golden Eagle fighter jets available, and once they were gone, that would be it. As for carrier-based aircraft, 500 were currently for sale. Interested buyers were urged to act swiftly. After witnessing Lu Wu's true strength, nations such as the Pyramid Nation, Moor Nation, Aya Nation, and Bia Nation felt a weight lift from their shoulders and dispatched naval forces to help promote his offerings. Even General Jinsa, engaged in conflict with the government forces of Leah, sent personnel into the oil circle to rally support for Lu Wu. A helicopter descended upon the deck of the aircraft carrier, and several individuals disembarked, some in suits and others in traditional garb, adorned with headscarves. "Greetings, Mr. Lu," they said in unison. "It is an immense honor to be the first outsiders to set foot on your formidable aircraft carrier." Lu Wu shook their hands, smiling as he replied, "No, you are not outsiders. You are my clients and friends. Moreover, you stand on the front lines against the United States. We are comrades in arms." Upon hearing this, Mursa grew even more excited, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, from now on we are comrades. Our ports will always be open to your carrier. Henceforth, your vessel will no longer need to drift in these outer seas." "Ah, then I shall not be polite," Lu Wu chuckled. "Feel free to explore. Whatever equipment you need, just let me know. Do not underestimate this aircraft carrier. Its internal space is quite expansive, and I can procure any equipment you desire from within. Well, except for 10,000-ton warships, as they simply won't fit." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, you are truly humorous." Mursa laughed heartily. "To be honest, we have long desired to upgrade our weaponry, but have been hindered by sanctions from the United States, leaving no one willing to sell arms to us. You, my brother, are the first. Yes, we have already compiled a list of necessary equipment, eagerly awaiting this meeting with you." Another individual in traditional attire added, "Your aide contacted us previously, and while we were initially skeptical, it seems we were overly cautious." Lu Wu responded, "Then please, share your requirements, and I shall prepare them for you. You know my policy, delivery within 3 days. My brother Lu, we need 100 Golden Eagles, 15 Sea Eagles, and 200 Golden Hawks. We want all 3 types of aircraft," Mursa stated, to Lu Wu's astonishment. The Golden Hawk fighter jet, the J-35, was a 5th-generation stealth aircraft second only to the J-22, designated for air-to-air combat. Previously, Lu Wu had procured 500 units of each type, but while the Golden Eagles and Sea Eagles had sold out, the Golden Hawks had remained unsold until now. Yet Lu Wu maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Is that all? Given Ishan's wealth and strength, a few hundred aircraft are hardly sufficient." Mursa nodded in agreement. "Certainly not. We require missiles for land, sea, and air. We must procure these essential items to recover from the losses and setbacks we have endured due to U.S. sanctions. Other equipment aside, even ballistic missiles are on the table." Lu Wu, filled with delight, chuckled and said, "Sure, we have short, medium, and long-range options available. Which one do you desire? As for the intercontinental models, I possess those too, but they are not for sale at the moment. Otherwise, I would certainly face a ruckus from Wuchang. While I am unperturbed, it would complicate matters and affect my subsequent business dealings." With a gulp, Mursa exchanged glances with several senior colleagues, unable to contain his curiosity. He ventured to ask, "Boss Lu, you are referring to ballistic missiles, not rockets, are you?" Lu Wu shrugged, responding, "Do I appear to be jesting? Why do you all consistently underestimate me?" Mursa, feeling a bit apologetic, replied, "I beg your pardon, Boss Lu. We simply did not anticipate your military trade capabilities had reached such heights." He continued, "Could you enlighten us about the range of your ballistic missiles?" Nodding, Lu Wu replied, "All right, let us directly observe the actual products." With that, amidst the astonished expressions of the group, he descended on the aircraft carrier's elevator and entered the hangar. Upon entering, Mursa and his companions were further astounded. The hangar was brimming with fighter jets, unlike others whose carrier-based aircraft must fold their wings upwards to save space. The planes in this hangar could not only fold their wings but also tilt their noses up, much like the Miyunion's huge Galaxy transport aircraft. Furthermore, the tail fins could be raised as well. The footprint of each aircraft was reduced by over half, allowing 5 to be parked in a space that previously accommodated just 2. The most astonishing sight was atop the hangar, beneath the deck layer, where numerous mounting points existed, showcasing several aircraft, similarly folded, suspended belly up. These hanging aircraft perfectly utilized the remaining space from the jets that had been folded down below, akin to 2 interlocking pieces. Mirza, following Lu Wu through the stacked hangar, could not help but inquire, "Cough, cough, Boss Lu, how many aircraft do you have in this hangar?" "A total of 100, Lu Wu replied. "However, more space is required when assembling them, and we have reached our limit. Nevertheless, my lower warehouse contains a plethora of parts, readily available for further assembly of additional aircraft." Lu Wu smiled, concocting an excuse for future sales of fighter jets in the oil sector. "Impressive, truly remarkable," Mirza exclaimed in astonishment. Behind him, a general queried, "Boss Lu, could you disclose why your aircraft carrier possesses such a vast hangar and additional storage spaces? Won't this affect its operational capabilities?" Lu Wu chuckled inwardly, knowing he had hooked them further. "I awaited your question. Merely selling fighter jets, missiles, tanks, and warships is unexciting. I now wish to sell aircraft carriers. This will lay a solid foundation for my endeavors in the arms trade. General, you may have noticed that my crew is quite minimal, as my carrier operates with a high degree of automation and intelligent systems. For instance, the most advanced Ford-class carrier of Miyunion requires 90 personnel for a single electromagnetic launch, whereas mine only needs 12, Lu Wu elucidated. In truth, a single intelligent robot could manage it, but stating so would be overly extravagant. Thus he opted for a more modest explanation. Nevertheless, this left the general speechless. My crew consists of only 500 personnel, which is merely 1/10 of that of Miyunion's nuclear-powered carriers, allowing for significant space savings. Moreover, many areas are designed more efficiently. Coupled with the fact that my carrier is inherently larger, the overall internal space is obviously more expansive and sophisticated. The crowd nodded in appreciation, yet they did not express any desire to purchase an aircraft carrier, nor did Lu Wu mention it. Such a proposition would be akin to offering a large bun when the guests had yet to enjoy their meal, complicating matters for future offerings. Lu Wu calculated the potential of the Ishan nation, aiming to maximize weapon sales. With nearly 100 billion Miyuan, Ishan's economy had suffered due to Miyunion's decline. Otherwise, it would rival the wealth of contemporary oil-rich nations. The crucial element was that, under the immense pressure and sanctions imposed by Miyunion, Ishan faced significant challenges and urgently needed to procure advanced weaponry, yet no one dared to sell to them. While others hesitated, "I shall not." The long-starved Ishan will undoubtedly invest heavily in purchases. Calculating with a budget of 10, they could spend 50 billion. No, just the fighter jets alone would exceed that amount. How high could the final transaction soar? Lu Wu's heart raced. Was I too lenient previously? Perhaps I should aim for 80 billion. As they traversed the dense array of aircraft, Mirza suddenly suggested, "Boss Lu, we have essentially verified the goods here. Your credibility and reputation are well acknowledged. Perhaps we should proceed with purchasing the aircraft." He added, "Our team will need time to transport these jets, and the sooner we act, the better, to prevent Miyunion from finding excuses to cause trouble." Naturally, Lu Wu would not decline, nodding in agreement. A swarm of intelligent robots appeared, collaborating with Ishan's personnel to transport aircraft onto the deck, which were then lifted by the carrier. The specially modified cargo ships of Ishan began to haul the jets away. As for the carrier-based aircraft, the robots delivered them directly, launching them from the carrier right before the eyes of these affluent buyers, who then flew to the naval airbase on the coast. Indeed, Ishan lacked aircraft carriers, yet they sought to acquire a staggering 150 carrier-based jets due to the numerous airbases constructed along the coast, governed by the Navy rather than the Air Force, primarily to control the surrounding waters within a 1,000 kilometer radius. These waters are crucial trade routes for global oil commerce and serve as Ishan's confidence to stand against Miyunion. Watching the aircraft and carrier-based jets being transported away, and even the crew swiftly assembling planes before their eyes, Mursa and his companions were filled with exhilaration. Boss Lu, let us calculate the costs, suggested by Shui, who stood behind Lu Wu. One Golden Eagle costs 2 billion, and 150 Seahawks cost 3 billion, while the Golden Hawk is priced at 3 billion. The cheapest 20 Eagles amounts to 26 billion. In total, we reach 5 billion. Based on our experience, it is best to acquire 5 times the ammunition for each aircraft, approximately 3 billion. Lu Wu waved his hand, interrupting Bai Shui, and said with a smile, "We are friends. A little discount is in order. Let's make the total ammunition quantity 6 times. No particular reason, just my fondness for the number 6. As for the ammunition cost, let's settle on 5 billion, making it a neat 70 billion. I prefer round numbers." Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Mursa, who had previously felt some reluctance, instantly brightened, laughing, "Haha, Boss Lu, you are quite humorous and generous. Very well, it shall be 70 billion. He added, Boss Lu, our long-saved foreign exchange has now dwindled by more than half. Money is merely paper if not utilized. Spent wisely, creates greater value, does it not?" Lu Wu chuckled, thinking how their foreign exchange, once exceeding 100 billion, now stood at over 30 billion. Moreover, there were domestic funds to consider. "That is indeed a valid point," Mursa replied with a smile, swiftly finalizing the transfer. Ding! The funds have arrived, totaling 7 billion, with an additional 70 billion points accumulated. Lu Wu felt a surge of joy. Previously, after his transaction with Tang Lao of the Dragon Kingdom atop the Yaleso Mountains, his accumulated points had reached an impressive 13.2 billion, leading to an upgrade to a high-level system. This did not even account for the subsequent order of 10 billion warships, which had yet to be delivered. Furthermore, he had previously secured an astounding 50 billion from the Mi Lian Kingdom. No, rather, he had earned it. Now, with an additional 70 billion deposited, both his assets and points had surpassed 200 billion. In every conceivable aspect, Lu Wu had ascended to become the world's wealthiest magnate. A cursory glance at his personal page revealed that his funds had reached 24.8 billion with points at 24.1 billion. Meanwhile, raw materials had diminished by 20,000 tons, now standing at 1.27 million tons. The system's voice continued, stating, "Current host's cumulative points have surpassed 200 billion, now at 25.2 billion, upgrading to the 2-star level 2 advanced system." Lu Wu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what on earth is a 2-star level 2 system? Why had I not encountered this before? The advanced system upgrades to a super system, necessitating trillions in funds. The disparity is vast, rendering upgrades challenging and thus divided into 10 minor stages of star ratings. The host's discounts on various weapon exchanges remain unchanged, yet significant advancements will occur in the realm of biotechnology. Lu Wu mused, simultaneously querying the system about the main advancements in this side endeavor as he led Mursa and others into the second level of the hangar, where various large missiles, exchanged through the system, were stored. Currently, the host can exchange for 2-star level 2 gene potions, which grant the palms and soles the strength of steel, yet retain the dexterity of a pianist. Lu Wu chuckled wryly, unsure whether to feel elated or bemused. And what of the 3-star level? Enhancement of all 4 limbs. Even after a century post-mortem, the limbs will not decay. Lu Wu was at a loss for words. What good is that if I'm already dead? What about the 4-star level? What of my 5th limb? Capability to enhance the host's 5th limb, enabling a single strike to eliminate 100 foes. Lu Wu's interest peaked. Now that's intriguing. While Lu Wu conversed with the system, the elevator reached the second-level warehouse. As the hatch opened, rows of missile-launching heavy trucks appeared, neatly aligned in 8 columns, resembling an underground parking garage. Mursa and the others were momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Boss Lu, this is simply too grand. Is this an underground shopping mall parking lot?" Lu Wu replied with a smile. Previously, the aircraft carriers from the Mi Lian Kingdom were capable of carrying 500 vehicles. My aircraft carrier, in every regard, has no reason to be inferior to theirs. Now, let us discuss these missiles. Short-range ballistic missiles with a range of 700 to 000 kilometers, 50 vehicles, each capable of carrying 2 missiles, totaling 100. This is a unique technology of our Universe Corporation, with each vehicle priced at $5 million. Mercer rejoiced. Excellent. I will take them all. Chapter 90. The aircraft carrier is also for sale. Draining the forex reserves of oil nations, Lu Wu was pleasantly surprised. The short-range ballistic missiles possessed by Ishan were none other than the infamous Scud missiles, a product of the once mighty Soviet Union, now sold to numerous small and medium-sized nations around the globe. They could be regarded as their most formidable weapon of deterrence. However, the Scuds from Ishan were, after all, rather outdated, with even the latest models having a range of only 700 kilometers, while others barely reached 300 to 400 kilometers, deemed too close for comfort. This was precisely why Mercer, upon his initial inquiry, sought to acquire them all. They were in dire need and offered exceptional value for money. Thus, when Lu Wu approached the system for an exchange, his demand was clear: a range exceeding 700 kilometers. In the current advanced system, Lu Wu found that his requests were readily accommodated, and without any deduction of points, the range was promptly increased to 700 kilometers. Should they wish to purchase the entire stock, that would translate to a staggering $5 billion in profit. Behind Lu Wu, a plethora of intelligent robots and swiftly arriving soldiers from Ishan expedited the transportation of the ordered goods. As the first row of various missile vehicles sold out, Lu Wu led the group to the second row. He continued, "These are medium-range missiles with a range of 100 to 300 kilometers. Decades ago, Saudi Arabia procured similar ones, but my technology is naturally superior. Each unit costs 100 million, and there are 50 launch vehicles but only 50 missiles available." He gestured towards the next row of larger missile vehicles, stating, "These are long-range missiles with a range of 300 to 500 kilometers, also 50 vehicles and 50 missiles, priced at 500 million each. Are you still interested in both types?" Mercer shook his head with a wry smile. "Boss Lu, we are not as affluent as you might think. Our budget has already exceeded its limits. For the medium-range missiles, we can only afford 20 vehicles, and as for the long-range ones, we'll take 5. He clenched his teeth, aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, adding, "Let us go all out and take 10 vehicles." Bai Shui, Lu Wu's secretary, stepped forward to calculate the total, stating, 100 short-range missiles cost 50 billion. 20 medium-range missiles amount to 20 billion, and 10 long-range missiles total 50 billion, making a grand total of 120 billion. Mercer was about to initiate the transfer when Lu Wu interjected, "Hold on, my friend. I believe you could also benefit from what we have over here. We truly have no funds left. We've been drained dry." Lu Wu shrugged. "Well, if you choose to forego superior options that outperform your Scud missiles at a fraction of the cost, then I have nothing further to say." Mercer, taken aback, had yet to respond when 2 soldiers behind him excitedly chimed in, "Boss Lu, are you serious? Such superior products truly exist? If so, we are definitely interested. My apologies for any offense taken." Lu Wu shook his head. "We are all friends here. There is no need for such formalities. Come. Let me introduce you to our company's new product, the Super Guardian." The crowd was left speechless, realizing that Lu Wu's company had only recently been established, and all their products were indeed new, with the Super Guardian having been produced just the day prior. Soon, they were astonished to witness the emergence of vehicles comparable in size to ballistic missile launchers, but instead of missiles, they were equipped with quadruple-launch giant rockets. The Super Guardian boasts a range from 300 to 700 kilometers, covering the entire range of your Scud missiles, with precision that, even at the maximum range of 700 kilometers, only deviates by 10 meters, perhaps even more accurate than your Scud missiles. "How much?" Mercer exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He had long desired to phase out the antiquated Scuds, which were both costly and underperforming. A launch vehicle costs 1 million, and each rocket is priced at 5 million. For rockets, this price might appear steep, but in comparison, it was significantly lower than that of the short-range ballistic missiles. Mercer extended his hand, 50 launch vehicles and 50 rockets. Lu Wu exchanged a glance with Bai Shui, who confirmed the total for vehicles and rockets comes to 30 billion. Adding to the previous missile costs, the grand total is 150 billion. Mercer's lips twitched. This expenditure was more than the entire national defense budget for the past 5 years. Some international rumors were indeed accurate. Engaging with Lu Wu was essential, lest one find themselves helplessly drained while cheering along and counting their own money. As Mirza entered the payment password, his fingers trembled. Ding! Funds received. 10 billion. Automatically converted to 150 billion points. Just as Lu Wu was about to speak, Mirza quickly waved him off. Boss Lu, please, do not say another word. I fear we might truly be drained dry. Let me state my needs plainly. I require 500 infantry fighting vehicles, 100 main battle tanks, and 20 armed helicopters, along with 5 units of ammunition for each, totaling 50 billion. How does that sound? Lu Wu shook his head. As friends, I must be candid. Should I sell you these armaments, I can assure you that Saudi Arabia will undoubtedly purchase substantial quantities to counter your threats. Mirza's expression darkened, realizing the implications. Lu Wu continued, thus, I recommend that you invest directly in armed helicopters to adopt an offensive stance. You are likely aware of the situation between the nations of Mor and Aya in Africa, where a precarious balance is maintained. However, to outsiders, this presents a significant threat. For instance, your nation's interests in the oil sector, particularly in maritime control, would be greatly enhanced. The 7 Kills armed helicopter serves both ground attack and anti-submarine roles. I believe acquiring 30 units each would be prudent. That totals 60 helicopters at a special price of 1 billion each, discounted to $50 billion. Mirza felt a stirring within him, and the air-to-ground missiles? Lu Wu, with a grand gesture, replied, each helicopter will come with a standard load of missiles. Do not underestimate this. Each helicopter will carry 32 missiles, totaling over 1,000, valued at more than $10 billion. Other nations would not receive such a generous offer. Agreed. We shall proceed as per Boss Lu's proposal. Mirza lay back, feeling both overwhelmed and grateful. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wu's offer of 50 or more armed helicopters included a bonus of 2 standard loads of missiles, equating to thousands of rounds. Upon returning to the upper hangar, Mirza and his entourage witnessed the crew, previously assembling fighter jets and naval aircraft, now engaged in the assembly of helicopters. Rest assured, my friends, everything will be ready within a day and delivered straight to your doorstep, Lu Wu assured them with a smile. Excellent. Mirza nodded, smiling. Despite the unprecedented scale of this colossal order, he felt the expenditure was justifiable. Not to mention, the speed of delivery was unparalleled. Who else could procure nearly $1 billion worth of equipment and expect it to arrive as swiftly as 1,000 cabbages? Contented, Mirza's final transfer seemed almost numbing, losing the sting of parting with such vast sums. Ding! Funds received. 5 billion, automatically converted to 50 billion points. The system chimed once more, and Lu Wu reflected on the reality of arms dealing as a lucrative endeavor, perhaps even more profitable than the money-printing machines of the United States, achieving a staggering transaction volume of 90 billion in just half a day. Truly, a super order among super orders. At last, a remarkable record has been achieved. It should endure for a while, though one wonders when it might be surpassed. Lu Wu chuckled with pride. As he watched the helicopters of Mirza and others take flight, still within his sight, Bai Shui interjected, Master, message from Unit 00, the Saudi tycoon has arrived. Lu Wu was momentarily taken aback, soon bursting into laughter. Indeed, the bait has been taken. The kingdom of Ishan was merely a pawn laid out long ago. The completion of the order was inevitable. It was merely a matter of how much. The ultimate target for these chess pieces was none other than the other oil-rich nations. Naturally, as the wealthiest among them, Saudi Arabia stood as Lu Wu's primary target. Excellent. You shall be the one to shatter the record of Ishan. Lu Wu mused, envisioning 2 record-breaking achievements in a single day. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon, he reflected, observing the approaching fleet of Apache helicopters. If I don't take you down hard, it would be a disservice to myself. The opulence of the Saudi tycoons is world-renowned. Their private jets even feature elevators, and they often monopolize an entire 5-star hotel for a month, with many of their luxury items crafted from pure gold. The most expensive car in the world is a Rolls-Royce made entirely of gold, valued at over $300 million and requiring several tons of gold. Yet, in the presence of Lu Wu, these tycoons were merely a collection of uncultured individuals. These uncultured ones are destined to be bled dry. Originally, the Apache helicopters were military aircraft, but at the request of Saudi Arabia, the United Corporation modified 10 of them for personal use. Each helicopter, aside from the pilot, could accommodate only one passenger, a price they willingly paid of $2 billion each. Now, 10 Apaches descended onto the aircraft carrier, landing in perfect formation. 5 robust men clad in black suits and sunglasses swiftly exited the cabin, striding towards the remaining 5 helicopters and kneeling on one knee. Following them, 5 grand tycoons dressed in traditional white robes and adorned with red and white checkered headscarves emerged from the cabin, stepping onto the knees of the 5 men as they disembarked from the helicopter. Goodness, this display seems even more extravagant than mine, Lu Wu marveled silently, though he quickly dismissed the notion. No, this is not extravagance. It is vulgarity. The tycoons disembarked, stomped on the deck, surveyed their surroundings, and remarked to Lu Wu, "Boss Lu, the rumors hold true. You indeed possess the world's most formidable and largest nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. I have visited all 11 of United's carriers, yet none compare to yours." "Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment," Lu Wu replied with a smile. "Since you are so intrigued, I can offer you a similar vessel. Conveniently, I have another nuclear-powered aircraft carrier available." Chapter 91. I have something even more impressive than what your enemies have purchased. As Lu Wu's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Even the Saudi tycoons, who had arrived laden with wealth and ready to make extravagant purchases, were momentarily stupefied. In their minds, there was nothing in the world that money could not buy. If it existed, they would simply pay double. However, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, not a medium-sized one jointly developed and utilized by the romantic nations and the empire of the rising sun, but a supercarrier with a displacement exceeding 100,000 tons. Such a thing could be sold, would be sold, and dared to be sold. It was akin to openly offering a watermelon capable of annihilating a city. No one would dare to sell such a weapon. Even the domineering United only secretly provided technology to a subordinate nation, allowing them to develop it independently. "Boss Lu, are you truly considering selling?" Mu Dahan too finally regained his composure, his expression tinged with excitement as he gazed at Lu Wu. Lu Wu nodded seriously, "Of course. You may already be aware, but I have many principles. For instance, the equipment purchased by the Kingdom of Ishan will not be sold to you, and the items you acquire will be those that Ishan lacks." He chuckled. "Thus, those who approach me for purchases will have a certain advantage." Mu Dahan too frowned slightly. "Are you saying that?" Lu Wu pointed to the expansive deck of the aircraft carrier. "What I mean is that the Golden Eagle heavy fighter jets, the Sea Eagle carrier-based aircraft, and the Golden Eagle light fighters you purchased cannot be sold to you. This is my rule. It protects my clients." It was likely this very principle that prompted the Kingdom of Ishan to procure 3 types of aircraft in one go. Mu Dahan too's frown deepened. "So, you mean you won't sell?" "Ha ha, do not be upset. Allow me to finish," Lu Wu said, unfazed by the other's irritation. "It is not that I cannot sell. Rather, we need to change the method of sale and the equipment sold." Lu Wu pointed at the densely packed carrier-based aircraft on the deck. They assumed I only had 3 types of aircraft, but they overlooked the most conspicuous ones, the carrier-based aircraft on my carrier. This is my 4th type of aircraft and also the most advanced. You should know that these are the naval version of the Raptor, optimized to retain its original air combat capabilities, making it dual use for both sea and air. 1 aircraft serving the purpose of 2. Mu Dahan too was once again taken aback. "Boss Lu, are you intending to sell these aircraft to me?" "As long as you are willing to buy, I will certainly sell," Lu Wu replied with a smile. "This is also the reason I mentioned I could sell you the aircraft carrier. These carrier-based aircraft pair excellently with the carrier. I believe you have witnessed their capabilities in the videos. However, that only showcased 10% of their true combat power." Mu Dahan too nodded in admiration. "Your equipment and crew are indeed of world-class caliber. However, Boss Lu, while we possess wealth, there are certain shortcomings we cannot overcome, such as the lack of carrier-based pilots." Mu Dahan too lamented, "We have many pilots, but they are simply not on the same level as carrier-based pilots. Without carrier-based pilots, the aircraft carrier's combat capabilities are nearly non-existent. Even if we were to train them at full speed, it would take at least several years, if not more than a decade. The Eastern Dragon Nation has excelled in this regard, but it still requires time." Lu Wu chuckled. What if I told you that I could help you quickly acquire carrier-based pilots, or enable your pilots to swiftly take off and land on the aircraft carrier, becoming dual-use pilots for both carrier-based and Air Force operations? What? How is that possible? Not only was Mu Dahan too shocked, but the others around him were also unable to suppress their astonishment. Lu Wu shrugged. In the realm of high technology, nothing is impossible. Just as unmanned vehicles already exist, my carrier-based aircraft have been equipped with a super-intelligent navigation and landing system, particularly the landing guidance feature. It allows an ordinary pilot to become a carrier-based pilot. Taking off and landing on the deck of an aircraft carrier feels just like operating at a regular airport. Upon finishing his explanation, Lu Wu turned to one of the bodyguards and chuckled. Words are futile. Let us have you experience it directly, which is far more effective. I see this gentleman seems to have experience with fighter jets. One of the tycoons in a white robe remarked, Indeed, Boss Lu possesses exceptional insight. He is a retired pilot from the United Marine Corps, whom we recruited. It has been some time since he last piloted an aircraft. If something goes awry, if something goes wrong, I will compensate you. Lu Wu laughed. The other party also chuckled. Boss Lu is indeed magnanimous. Excellent. Let him give it a try, and let us witness it for ourselves. Please. An intelligent robot approached, guiding the bodyguard toward a fighter jet. Meanwhile, Lu Wu addressed the system. System. Please provide me with a set of advanced carrier-based aircraft takeoff and landing guidance systems, enabling ordinary pilots to effortlessly execute takeoffs and landings. Is that possible? One set for 10,000 points. Shall I proceed with the exchange? Astonishing. Truly exists. Of course, I shall proceed with the exchange. Ding. 1 million points deducted. A set of carrier-based aircraft takeoff and landing guidance software has been exchanged and installed. Lu Wu could not see the software himself. He could only watch as the bodyguard, somewhat excited yet apprehensive, boarded the aircraft. Moments later, he was abruptly catapulted into the air. Whoosh! The aircraft surged forward, flames billowing from its tail, propelling it over 100 meters in an instant. Before it could clear the deck, it ascended steeply, gaining speed. With a thunderous roar, it shattered the sound barrier, trailing a misty ring of vapor behind. Truly remarkable. The carrier-based aircraft can achieve supersonic cruise. Mudhan 2 remarked. Lu, landing is considerably more challenging than taking off. If he can land safely, I will purchase both this aircraft carrier and the aircraft. Haha, let us await the outcome. Lu Wu replied with a smile. I never deceive my clients. Integrity is paramount. Regarding the acquisition of an aircraft carrier, merely purchasing the carrier and the aircraft without additional frigates, destroyers, or submarines. Oh, it seems I shall break the record of 9 billion meters in no time. The carrier-based aircraft hadn't been airborne for long when it circled the carrier before diving back towards it, maintaining its speed. The tailhook descended. Squeal. The nose of the aircraft lifted slightly as its rear wheels touched down on the deck, emitting a deafening screech. The tailhook snagged the arrestor wire, and after sliding forward a few meters, it came to a smooth halt. Soon, the hatch opened, and the ecstatic bodyguard emerged, exclaiming, Boss, it's truly possible. It's astonishingly simple. The middle-aged man in the white coat shook his head and chuckled. You find it simple because you possess a foundation. No, boss. It really is super easy. The software guidance system inside is extraordinarily powerful. Simply follow its instructions, the bodyguard quickly explained. Moreover, during catapult launches, the immense inertia is rapidly absorbed by the seat. The bodyguard approached Lu Wu, eagerly suggesting, Boss, I believe you could do it too. Why not give it a try? Forget it. Do you wish for my demise? The middle-aged man in white retorted, I have hypertension and heart disease. Lu Wu laughed. In truth, he is not mistaken. As long as one possesses decent physical conditioning and quick reflexes, any ordinary person can safely take off and land if they adhere strictly to the guidance provided. Shall we let another bodyguard give it a go? I shall try. Mudhan 2's bodyguard sought permission from his employer. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, this bodyguard also executed a safe takeoff and landing. As the aircraft's speed diminished upon descent, it barely glided forward a few meters after snagging the arrestor wire before coming to a steady stop. This indeed represents the true landing method of our system, Lu Wu explained to Mudhan 2 and others. The previous gentleman disregarded the system's instructions and followed conventional landing procedures, failing to decelerate, which allows for a second takeoff if the hook misses the wire. However, Lu Wu chuckled. Our aircraft will never fail to land. Our tailhook is equipped with an intelligent camera connected to the takeoff and landing software system, autonomously locating the arrestor wire, and can even extend up to 10 meters. In other words, as long as the deviation does not exceed 10 meters, the hook will successfully catch the wire. Moreover, there is a self-stabilization and deceleration system. Even in the event of a failure, it will autonomously accelerate and swiftly take off again. To put it succinctly, as long as you do not allow the aircraft to nosedive vertically into the deck, the takeoff and landing system will safely guide you down. Lu Wu turned to Mute Hand 2 and smiled. Excellent, excellent. Mute Hand 2 applauded. Thoroughly impressed. We shall purchase it. How much for each aircraft? Lu Wu refrained from elaborating further. Mute Hand 2 nodded. The combination of the Golden Eagle and Sea Eagle's functionalities, coupled with the time and cost-saving intelligent takeoff and landing system, renders this price reasonable. That impoverished nation of Ishan has already procured 50. We shall acquire 350. Lu Wu silently chuckled to himself, bemused by the ostentation of the wealthy and their tendency to bargain in a manner that diminishes their elegance. While the price had already soared significantly, their desire to purchase 350 units would undoubtedly push my revenue past 5 billion. However, a concerned elder in a white coat interjected, but we have ordered 35 from the Milyong nation. Furthermore, we have consistently procured our weaponry from them, should they choose to impose sanctions upon us. Mute Hand 2 furrowed his brow. We have waited several years. Who knows how much longer we must wait to make our purchase. Moreover, the quality of Boss Lu's aircraft far surpasses the 35. Should we settle for inferior offerings? Lu Wu laughed heartily. I understand your concerns. However, as long as you wish to purchase, you need not worry about Milyong's pressure. If they wish to avoid losing their second, third, or even remaining aircraft carrier fleets, they will not dare oppose me. My business will garner approval, even from the United Nations. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Mute Hand 2 was taken aback, hesitating momentarily before saying, So, even if we purchase a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, there truly would be no problem. Lu Wu glanced at Bai Shui, who understood and stepped forward, activating a tablet screen and presenting it to Mute Hand 2 without uttering a word. As Mute Hand 2 gazed at the screen, he was instantly rendered speechless. The other four gathered around, and upon taking a glance, they too were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 92. Did the United States abstain from compromise at the UN General Assembly? On the screen, an emergency summit of the 100-Nation Alliance convened, presided over by the 5 major powers. During the meeting, spokesmen from the oil circle, clad in white robes, passionately denounced the actions of the Universal Company, accusing it of deliberately supplying a substantial amount of advanced equipment to the ticking time bomb of the Ishan nation. This posed a grave threat to regional security, prompting the 5 nations to seek justice and impose sanctions on Universal, preventing Lu Wu from selling further equipment. They demanded the return or even destruction of the equipment to maintain regional stability. In addition to them, many representatives from Africa appeared equally distressed, particularly those from the Lia nation, who had suffered greatly over the past few weeks. The once easily defeated Jinsha rebels had suddenly acquired a wealth of advanced weaponry, leading to devastating losses for Lia. Their longtime adversary, the Bia nation, had also mobilized troops to the border, forcing Lia to split its forces between defense and resistance against the Jinsha rebels. The Jinsha rebels, equipped with machine guns against spear-wielding soldiers, overwhelmed them despite being outnumbered 10-1, capturing city after city in a victorious march. Currently, Lia's government forces had been decimated by a third, reaching a critical point of desperation. They felt compelled to appeal to the 5 major powers, particularly the United States, for justice, even at the risk of losing significant interests. Although they sought intervention from the 5 major powers, all eyes inevitably turned to the representative from the United States. It was well known that the oil circle was under U.S. influence, and following the catastrophic division of the Soviet Union, it had ceased to be a rival. The reclusive Eastern Dragon was unlikely to concern itself with these matters, while the sun never sets and the romantic nation were merely subordinates to the United States. The open nation lamented that its formidable enemy, had suddenly received a substantial influx of advanced equipment from the Eastern Dragon, substantially increasing their combat capability and placing immense pressure on them. Many representatives from Central and South America, deemed the United States backyard, also voiced their concerns about the threats they faced from the emergence of new weaponry, including heavy machine guns equipped with advanced systems, fast boats, rockets, close-in weapons, and off-road vehicles, all significantly enhancing their military capabilities beyond comparable weapons. Fortunately, no top-tier fighter jets, tanks, or missiles had yet surfaced. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a similarly helpless situation as the oil-rich nations and those in Africa. After the smaller nations had lamented for a considerable duration, a representative from the Soviet Union proposed a vote among the 5 major powers. He abstained, neither supporting nor opposing the sanctions against Universal. Following this, the typically reserved representative from the Dragon Nation quietly cast an abstention vote as well. This was not surprising. Both nations tended to abstain when their core interests were not at stake, especially in matters that might offend the United States. After all, if even one of the 5 major powers voted against a proposal, the resolution would be rendered null and void. This was the source of both respect and envy among smaller nations, their one-vote veto power. Once, a small nation hostile to the Soviet Union proposed revoking its veto power, prompting a vote among the 100-nation alliance, only to be promptly rejected by the Soviet Union's singular dissenting vote. Just as the representatives from the oil-rich nations confidently awaited the U.S. representative's stance, they witnessed her slightly bow her head, her expression somewhat gloomy, before raising an abstention card. Abstention. Aside from the representatives from the Soviet Union and the Eastern Dragon, the representatives of all other nations rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own eyesight. Yet it was true. The United States had abstained. For the first time in history, the United States had cast an abstention vote. The remaining 2 major powers, observing the somber countenance of the U.S. representative, who appeared constrained by unexpressed frustrations and unvoiced grievances, astutely chose to abstain as well. In this peculiar situation, they understood that while casting a supporting vote would lead to successful sanctions and earn the respect of the smaller nations, it would ultimately be futile if the United States did not dare to offend Universal. After the voting concluded, the U.S. representative departed, leaving a significant resolution that could reshape the geopolitical landscape to fade away without consequence. Sultan Mutahin II saw an eye-catching headline on his tablet. Abstention. The United States' first abstention was granted to Universal. Clicking on it revealed a detailed account of the voting process, complete with images and a comprehensive video. Can you believe the United States abstained? Sultan Mutahin II murmured, glancing at Lu Wu. Lu Wu shrugged, somewhat resigned. There is nothing to be done. The United States is indeed powerful. I could only persuade them to abstain and not directly support me. Besides, they could never directly support me. Sultan Mutahin II was momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, what I meant to say is, how did you manage to get the United States to abstain? Who are you really? Lu Wu chuckled, shaking his head. It's a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. As for my identity, you already know. I'm just a businessman. Have you decided on the fighter jets and aircraft carriers? Sultan Mutahin II was about to nod in agreement when his bodyguard, the robust man who had piloted the carrier-based aircraft, hurriedly handed him a phone, exclaiming, "Boss, it's a call from the president of Lockheed Martin." He calling Sultan Mutahin II trailed off, realizing the implications, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Lu Wu. Lu Wu smiled knowingly. Answer it. I'm curious to hear what they have to say. They must feel quite confident to call you at this time. Rest assured, it won't be a threat. Sultan Mutahin II sighed with relief. At that moment, his demeanor towards Lu Wu shifted entirely, from that of an arrogant wealthy client to one of a rich merchant in awe of supreme power. Upon answering the phone, the voice of the Lockheed Martin president resonated. Old friend, I heard you're looking to purchase fighter jets from Universal. Sultan Mutahin II offered a wry smile, responding helplessly, Tonus, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I have no choice. You know that the rogue nation of Ishan has already acquired over 300 fighter jets and numerous missiles. Without fighter jets, our nation is in peril. Tonus replied, I have some good news for you. What is it? The Pentagon, the White House, and Congress have unanimously agreed to reopen the production line for the Raptor fighter jets. We will produce them at full capacity. Moreover, they will be available for external sales. There are no additional conditions, and the price is favorable. $1 million per aircraft. Additionally, as an old friend, I can offer you an exclusive deal. If you purchase over 200 aircraft, I can give you a 10% discount. Just hold on a little longer. Everything will be fine. Sultan Mutahin II was astonished, while Luwu was equally surprised at the unexpected turn of events. It appeared that he had indeed pressured the United States and Lockheed Martin to the point of reopening a production line that had been dormant for nearly a decade, previously declared unavailable for external sales. Luwu smiled and said, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Don't mind me. Consider me invisible. I've made arrangements with them to ensure fair competition without interference." Sultan Mutahin II suddenly understood and inquired, "What is your production speed?" "We will be producing parts at full speed, and within a month, there will be 30 assembled fighter jets rolling off the line. Following that, the pace will quicken, with an average of 3 aircraft produced daily. We will prioritize your orders. Just wait 1 more month, and you'll have 30 jets. In 2 months, there will be 120 jets. In 3 months, Ishan's advantage in fighter jets will be completely neutralized." Upon hearing this, Luwu's lips curled into a slight smile as he remained silent. However, he was internally astonished by the sheer power of the United States when fully mobilized. Such production efficiency rivaled wartime outputs, with an annual capacity exceeding 1,000 fighter jets, truly a formidable force. The United States was indeed preparing to ignite a firestorm. 3 months. Haha, I fear that in just 3 days, the Ishan kingdom will commence its provocations, perhaps even sooner. Indeed, the fleeting glimmer of hope in the eyes of Sultan Mutahin II has vanished. He sighed and said, "Tonus, you must understand that even a month or half a month holds great significance for us. Our 7th fleet will arrive. I doubt Ishan would dare to act." Luwu could not suppress a disdainful chuckle, interjecting, "You are Tonus, correct? I am Luwu. Do you truly believe the words you just spoke? Ishan dares not act. They would exhaust all resources to procure 90 billion worth of top-tier equipment. Would you dare to approach? The current Ishan is not what it used to be. As long as I am here, they will genuinely hesitate. Let me remind you once more, fair competition only. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. You should save up for 3 months before attempting to sell to others." Tonus remained silent for a considerable time before abruptly ending the call. Luwu also refrained from speaking. Bai Shui tapped a few times on her tablet, and a news report appeared, broadcasting a press conference from the Pentagon, announcing that Lockheed Martin would resume the development of the Raptor fighter jet and would sell it without restrictions to any nation. Moreover, the Mi Union has made available its aircraft graveyard in the desert, where old, decommissioned fighter jets, as long as they are still operational, can be sold at bargain prices. Wealthy nations may choose to order the Mi Union's latest equipment, covering land, sea, air, and space domains, with the exception of nuclear armaments. All other weaponry is available for sale. The press conference left many reporters in uproar. This time, the world understood that the Mi Union was genuinely taking a stand against the Cosmic Union, mobilizing its entire national machinery to confront it. Among the top 10 military trade companies globally, 7 are based in the Mi Union. Similarly, over half of the top 100 are located there. The annual military trade transactions amounting to hundreds of billions in Mi Yuan, 70% are attributed to the Mi Union, with the remaining 20% to the Bear Nation, while the rest of the world shares the last 10%. General Wilson, a military trade company in the Mi Union, earns hundreds of billions annually. Rumor has it that the Cosmic Union, emerging just a month ago, has already garnered over 200 billion. Are these significant decisions by the Mi Union in response to the Cosmic Union? A female reporter, strikingly resembling a red rose, posed the question, "Cough, Mr. Liu, I would like to purchase your fighter jets." On the aircraft carrier's deck, Sultan Mutahin II broke the silence with a wry smile, saying, "However, I wish to purchase 350 units. I see you do not have that many on your deck." Luwu replied with a grin, "As long as you wish to buy, I shall procure them for you. Come, I will show you the hangar. Besides the fighter jets, I believe your most pressing need is for air defense missiles." Chapter 93. Selling a super aircraft carrier of 100,000 tons for fun. Ding. Funds received, 15 billion miles yuan. Automatically converted to 5 billion points. Current host cumulative points have exceeded 30 billion, now reaching 37.7 billion, upgrading to a 3-star advanced system. Using the same strategy, even with a mere half-day interval, Lu Wu achieved similar results. Upon witnessing the densely packed fighter jets in the hangar and the crew members continuously assembling, Sultan Mutahin II did not hesitate and promptly completed the transfer. Lu Wu effortlessly accomplished a small stage upgrade of the system, while his assets surged to 72 billion, indicating that he had expended 50 billion in the past few days. This was true extravagance, spending lavishly. Of course, most of this was allocated to a secret location. As for the points, they were consumed even more rapidly, particularly after acquiring the aircraft carrier and the various upgrades, especially the energy consumption for fusion propulsion. Just now, upgrading the autonomous takeoff and landing system for 350 fighter jets cost 100 million points each, totaling 35 billion points, leaving him with a remaining balance of 253 points, signifying he had consumed 24 billion points in total. The second-level warehouse that had previously shocked Ishan's Mersha astonished Sultan Mutahin II once more, filled with air defense missile vehicles, arranged neatly in 7 rows, with the last row containing 50 units of 35mm twin-barreled self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles. These are essential for Saudi Arabia, even more crucial than fighter jets, serving as the most vital shield against Ishan. As for the pricing, Lu Wu did not take advantage of him. The entire defense system, aside from the missile launchers, included essential radar vehicles, power generation vehicles, and support vehicles, forming a cohesive system. However, these systems were integrated into a single heavy truck, sold at a super price of 20,000 Mi yuan for 100 sets. The air defense missiles, also Lu Wu's standard anti-missile missiles, were priced at 500,000 Mi yuan each, with an order of 100 rounds placed. The self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles, while still expensive, double the price of main battle tanks, were only 3 million miles yuan each, significantly cheaper than a set of air defense missiles. 5 self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles sold for 1.5 billion swiftly cleared from the inventory. During the transfer, Sultan Mutahin II spoke with a hint of resentment, shaking his head with a wry smile. Mr. Lu, your business acumen is truly remarkable. You have engaged in the missile trade with Ishan, intentionally leaving the anti-missile trade as a pitfall for us to fall into. Lu Wu replied nonchalantly, your conflicts are not caused by my selling of equipment. The crime lies with the hands, not the knife wielded in them. I believe maintaining a balance between your nations is in your best interest. Moreover, if I do not sell the Tian Shield anti-missile system to you, the Mi Union will certainly offer you the Patriot 3 and Standard 2. However, their inferior products cannot compare to my Tian Shield. Sultan Mutahin II nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fault lies not with the weapon but with the wielder. Ding. Funds received 5 billion. Automatically converted to 26.5 billion points. Just for the aircraft and anti-missile equipment, Sultan Mutahin II expended 13.1 billion miles yuan. An astonishing figure. Lu Wu mused privately. Do they have sufficient funds to purchase an aircraft carrier? No, acquiring an aircraft carrier necessitates gradually building a fleet. Can they afford an entire aircraft carrier fleet? While Saudi Arabia is wealthy, their annual defense expenditure hovers around 200 to 300 billion, 20 miles yuan. However, this fluctuates significantly. During times of rampant purchasing, military expenditures would skyrocket, with the top-tier Leopard 27 tanks, priced at 200,000 each, tailor-made for them. As Lu Wu contemplated whether to promote the more reliable 7-kill tanks or the high-risk aircraft carriers, he noticed Sultan Mutahin II gazing longingly at the interior of the aircraft carrier, saying, regrettably, while we wish to acquire an aircraft carrier, particularly one as formidable as yours, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is simply not for sale. The risks and uncontrollable factors are too high. I believe that the recent news from the Mi Union, the hints from General Wilson, have made it abundantly clear that anything related to nuclear technology is off-limits, as that is their bottom line. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu thought to himself, there is an opportunity. If they cannot purchase a nuclear-powered carrier, then I can offer them a conventional-powered carrier. To the system, this is trivial. With that in mind, Lu Wu shook his head, saying, indeed, equipment related to nuclear capabilities is highly sensitive. Therefore, what I previously mentioned about a sister ship identical to my aircraft carrier actually pertains to a conventional powered carrier. Sultan Mutahin II paused, shaking his head and saying, Mr. Liu, do not deceive me. A super aircraft carrier of 100,000 tons powered conventionally would be as slow as a snail, akin to operating an oil tanker. The last decommissioned carrier from the Mi Union, the USS Kitty Hawk, was arguably the pinnacle of conventional powered carriers, with a displacement barely exceeding 80,000 tons. Lu Wu responded incredulously, My friend, you have already purchased so many of my weapons. Do you not see that each of my products surpasses the competition? The Kitty Hawk and the Eagle cannot compare to my aircraft carrier. Even, I can guarantee you that my conventionally powered aircraft carrier, though not as fast as this one, definitely exceeds 40 knots, faster than the United States Ford-class carriers. Murad II widened his eyes. Are you serious? Here we go again. Why do you never believe me? No, it's just too unbelievable, Murad II said in shock. You're telling me a conventionally powered supercarrier displacing 100,000 tons can reach a terrifying speed of 40 knots? Lu Wu internally confirmed with his system. System, can you achieve the speed? Will it require additional points? For a 100,000 ton conventionally powered carrier, reaching 40 knots is challenging. Even after optimization, the maximum is 38 knots. Each additional knot costs 100 million points. Lu Wu exhaled in relief. Good. Exchange one for me and optimize its speed to 41 knots. Leave a large hangar beneath the flight deck and below that, a slightly smaller vehicle bay. These were features Murad II had already seen. As for what he hadn't, Lu Wu naturally wouldn't provide the same level of quality. After all, his own carrier had undergone multiple system optimizations, consuming vast amounts of points. How could a conventionally powered carrier purchased by another match his own?
Impossible.
Ding. Exchange of 100,000 ton conventionally powered carrier at 60 discount confirmed. Deducting 60,000 tons of raw materials and 300 million points. Exchange successful. The next moment, Lu Wu saw a miniature carrier model in his system space. At a glance, it appeared nearly identical to his own number 1 carrier. Perfect. Lu Wu felt reassured, marveling at the sheer brilliance of the 3-star advanced system. I can sign a formal contract with you. If it doesn't exceed 40 knots, I'll give it to you for free, Lu Wu declared to Murad II with unshakable confidence. By the way, I can also reveal that my carrier base is hidden within a remote glacier in Antarctica, completely undetectable by the outside world. Murad II was at a loss for words. The shock he had experienced in this single hour with Lu Wu surpassed anything he had felt in his entire life. If you place an order, I can have the carrier sail here immediately. The distance from Antarctica to your country is roughly 800 kilometers by sea. The moment my carrier appears, the United States, who monitors my every move, will undoubtedly notice. Lu Wu chuckled, unfazed. Then you can calculate the exact time taken and determine its speed. Even at the minimum of 40 knots, it would cover nearly 100 kilometers a day, arriving in just over 8 days. Murad II took a deep breath, staring intently at Lu Wu. Very well, Mr. Liu. If you truly possess such a carrier, even if conventionally powered, I am willing to pay the same price the U.S. paid for the Ford class, 12 billion, 60,000 tons of raw materials, 300 million points. Not to mention the points, the raw material consumption alone was staggering, surpassing even the combined total of all other equipment. But selling a single piece of hardware for $12 billion was an immense achievement. Moreover, offering such a formidable carrier to the global arms market was the ultimate advertisement. You think those U.S. corporations can compete with me? A single carrier sale will crush them. Thus, Lu Wu didn't push for more. He nodded. Deal. At that price, this carrier will also allow your 350 multi-role fighters to deploy a contingent of carrier-based aircraft, expanding their operational versatility. Murad II and the other 4 men couldn't hide their excitement. Owning a supercarrier was a monumental event for any nation. They had never imagined their country would possess one. As for the carrier's escorts, let us go with 2 Poseidon-class destroyers. Each armed with 188 missiles, they're essentially floating missile platforms. Combined with land-based anti-air systems, your defenses will be impenetrable. Lu Wu spoke decisively. Once the carrier was sold, the destroyers would follow. I heard each Poseidon costs a staggering $4 billion US. Murad too winced. Previously, he wouldn't have balked at the price, but having already spent over 13 billion, adding the carrier would push it past 15 billion. With 2 destroyers, the total would soar beyond 16 billion. True instruments of a great power, treasures of national defense, Lu Wu acknowledged. Even a country like Moore could afford for billion. Murad too gritted his teeth. Fine, 2 it is. As for cruisers, frigates, and other escorts, we won't need those, right? Lu Wu felt a twinge of regret. He couldn't sell the rest. But he understood. Compared to the Poseidon, other vessels stood no chance. Correct. No need for additional combat ships. Just 1 supply vessel and 2 submarines, and you'll have a lean, formidable carrier strike group. Chapter 94. The old nest found by the United States regarding Lu Wu's recommendation. Mu Dahan too did not object but nodded in agreement. The submarine featured a drop-shaped design. Although it was powered by conventional diesel-electric engines, under our technological advancements, its capabilities rivaled those of nuclear submarines. With a surface displacement of 680 tons and a submerged displacement of 760 tons, it surpassed even the Los Angeles-class nuclear submarines. The vessel's deck housed 12 vertical missile launch systems, capable of deploying anti-ship, anti-submarine, land attack, and even air defense missiles. Additionally, it boasted a colossal 453mm torpedo launch tube, equipped with a 50-kilogram warhead. A true carrier killer, could carry 5 types of ammunition, each with a capacity of 55 units. Lu Wu eloquently conveyed the data provided by the system, his fervent tone igniting the enthusiasm of the 5 wealthy Saudis. To maintain pace with aircraft carriers exceeding 40 knots, the submarine naturally matched this speed. Even supply ships shared the same velocity. Mu Dahan too sighed, stating, "Boss Lu, I am reminded of a saying that has recently circulated. Do not let Boss Lu speak, or you will face financial ruin, yet remain cheerful about it. I previously thought this was merely the lament of the impoverished, but our wealth is ample enough for casual spending. However, encountering you, Boss Lu. Alas, tell me, how much? I shall buy." Lu Wu replied, "It's quite inexpensive. The Los Angeles submarines, which are gradually being retired, cost 2 billion each. My submarine outperforms it in every aspect. Do not look at me with such horror. I do not intend to raise the price. On the contrary, I wish to lower it." Mu Dahan too and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wu continued, "Since mine is not nuclear-powered and has significant energy limitations, let us settle on 1.8 billion each, totaling 3.6 billion for 2. Alas, if only I could equip it with nuclear power, I could sell it for 3.6 billion each and still consider it a bargain. Purchase these 2 for now, and once I secure the nuclear energy usage permit, I will sell you each for 3 billion. Mu Dahan too, feeling a mix of exhaustion and constant astonishment, chuckled wryly, "Let us discuss this later. Although the aircraft carrier fleet has yet to arrive, it is indeed a significant matter, and Boss Lu is taking considerable risks. Can we prepay half the deposit?" "Certainly. The aircraft carrier is 12 billion, 2 Sea God-class super warships are 8 billion, and 2 submarines are 3.6 billion, plus 4 billion for the supply ship. The total comes to 24 billion, of which you will pay 12 billion, essentially covering the aircraft carrier's cost." After Lu Wu finished speaking, Mu Dahan too made several phone calls, either reporting on the purchasing matters or transferring funds. After several minutes, the transaction was completed. Notification. Funds of 12 billion have arrived, converting to 12 billion points. As my brother Guy said, money is merely a number, he reflected, considering that his assets were only 20 billion at that moment. The system, after receiving the transfer from the fighter jets, had accumulated a staggering total of 37.7 billion points, upgrading to a 3-star advanced system. Following the sale of air defense missiles, he gained an additional 265 in funds and points, completing another phase of system upgrade to a 4-star 44 advanced system. Now, with the recent receipt of 12 billion, his accumulated points reached 415. Even his remaining points were 1. Having spent 300 million on the aircraft carrier and expended another 300 million optimizing warships, submarines, and supply ships, Lu Wu would never feel that he had enough. However, he had grown somewhat numb to cash. His current cash assets had surpassed the 40 billion mark, reaching an astonishing 41 billion. I truly excel at making money. I must find an opportunity to spend it. No, once this deal is done, I shall indulge. The world is vast, and I can traverse it all. With this thought, Lu Wu transferred 10.5 billion to Hong Mei, retaining 40 billion in funds for himself. Boss, what orders do you have? At that moment, Hong Mei, far away in the United States, received the funds and promptly returned the call with inquiries. Regarding that 7-star sailing hotel in the oil circle, doesn't the rooftop have a helipad? Please inform them to reinforce the rooftop. I intend to land fighter jets there, Lu Wu stated calmly. At that moment, Mu Dahan too and the other 4 wealthy individuals had just boarded the helicopter and had not yet departed when they heard Lu Wu's words, causing them to shudder. Alas, we, the wealthy, flaunting our riches before others, feels as embarrassing as a peasant parading before a king. I will pay to have my own helipad constructed. 1 million should suffice, or perhaps 2 million. If that is insufficient, let their president contact me. No one in this world dares to swindle me. They could have the construction undertaken by the infrastructure prodigy, the Eastern Dragon, without issue. Get it done at the fastest speed, and call me when it's ready. I want to have some fun. Lu Wu reclined on the aircraft carrier's deck, making calls while enjoying the scenery. Yi Zhuqing and Xiao Yebanova were delighted to receive his call and were particularly thrilled to obtain the 3rd password for the Sea God-class warship. Though they had only been apart for a few days, the significant events Lu Wu had orchestrated left them in awe, affirming their decision to invest and collaborate with him. We've profited. Despite the pressure and risks we faced in supporting Lu Wu and shielding him from adversities, the returns have been substantial. In reality, our contributions were not great. Most of the burden was shouldered by Lu Wu himself. System, exchange for 100 intelligent robots. Our global layout requires it. The previous 100 were somewhat inadequate. Notification. Original price 1 billion, advanced system points consumed at a 50 discount, deducting 500 million points, exchange successful. In the next moment, 100 intelligent robots of various ethnicities appeared in the system space, a vibrant array of colors. Without comparison, there is no harm. Previously, when Lu Wu had just arrived in Antarctica, exchanging for intelligent robots on the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier had cost 1 billion points, but now it was halved. With a thought, Lu Wu dispatched 1,000 intelligent robots into the water, allowing them to swim away and submerge towards Antarctica. At their full speed, they would not be slower than aircraft in the water while remaining concealed. Within half a day, the world was once again astounded as headlines shifted from trade reports concerning the oil circle to sensational news. Shock. A mysterious aircraft carrier fleet reappears in Antarctica, remarkably similar to the previous fleet from the universe, suspected to be sister ships. Various equipment continuously emerging from the universe headquarters. Could they be embarking on a grand venture in the frigid expanse of Antarctica, or are they merely competing with the United States fleet? Numerous media outlets speculated and commented, their headlines buzzing with activity. Over time, these media outlets, ever eager for sensationalism, had discovered a stark truth. The universe was now the biggest topic of interest, a true focal point of public attention. Any news regarding the universe would undoubtedly attract significant viewership. On Twitter, U.S. officials were equally excited, their minds racing with possibilities. Within the Pentagon, Wilson expressed his enthusiasm. The headquarters and armaments factory of the universe are likely located in Antarctica. We should have anticipated this, although it is indeed hard to believe. General Wilson, are you suggesting, inquired Senator Bob, strike? Previously, hesitation had held me back. Yet now that I have discovered the lair of my adversary, my fleet is poised to strike at their rear. 2 fleets are already stationed outside. Could their stronghold truly support 2 authentic fleets? Chapter 96. Effortlessly creating 2 major naval powers in merely 8 days, Lu Wu traversed the globe, indulging in experiences that others might only dream of over a lifetime. It was time to reap the rewards of his endeavors. As he observed the helicopters swiftly approaching, a smile graced his lips. Do not tire yourself too much, master. Bai Shui chuckled, you've only played for 8 days. Why not indulge a bit longer while we continue to earn for you? With the nets and bait previously set, orders began flooding in from various locations. Lu Wu nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction with their performance. You have indeed done well. Over 200 billion has been secured in just 8 days. Bai Shui shook her head, with so many of us working for 8 days globally, achieving just over 200 billion pales in comparison to your capabilities. Indeed, what you all have caught are mere minnows. Achieving this amount is commendable nonetheless. Lu Wu chuckled, stretching lazily. To amass significant wealth, I must rely on my own efforts. The whirring of helicopter blades grew louder as 18 helicopters descended, comprising 10 Apache helicopters and 8 Black Hawk transports. Remarkably, as the doors swung open, only one bodyguard emerged, the robust man who had first piloted the aircraft carrier, a retired Marine pilot recruited from Saudi Arabia. From these helicopters, over 30 individuals emerged, a diverse mix of ages and genders. Their attire suggested they were either affluent elite or high-ranking officials and professionals. Upon their arrival, Lu Wu smiled, likening it to investors inspecting a business after its grand opening. As Mutahin II extended his hand for a greeting, Lu Wu, preoccupied, interjected, "Brother, our time is limited. You need to inspect the fleet and I must continue selling vessels. Let us not squander precious moments." A young man in his 20s, sensing Lu Wu's dismissiveness, opened his mouth to protest but was swiftly restrained by an elder behind him, who understood the gravity of the situation. The elders and Saudi rulers recognized the immense power this young man wielded. Despite his preference for being addressed as Boss Lu, underestimating him as merely a businessman could lead to dire consequences. In recent days, the golden-haired nations, led by the United States, had conducted extensive investigations into Lu Wu. However, any progress made was swiftly followed by the disappearance of contacts. Mutahin II had heard that over half of the intelligence organizations in the United States had been compromised, which constituted the primary reason for their concession. Recognizing Lu Wu's disinterest in the assembled crowd, Mutahin II nodded, acknowledging, "Apologies, Boss Lu. You are correct. We must not waste your time. I see you have business to attend to, so I will arrange the transfer immediately." Lu Wu chuckled. "Why not inspect the goods? A few days ago, the United States spent 40 billion on my amphibious assault ships, only to receive 2 counterfeit vessels weighing 300 tons each." Ha ha ha. Mutahin II was taken aback. This information had not leaked from the United States, yet the notion of them suffering such losses without retaliation was alarming. Their apprehension towards Lu Wu extended beyond mere intelligence breaches. There were deeper concerns. "Boss Lu, you jest," Mutahin II replied with a smile. The United States originally sought 2 large vessels to accommodate 5,000 aircraft carrier crew members. As long as they can dock, they are indeed fine ships. As their banter continued, Mutahin II had concluded his remarks, while technicians, experts, and curious affluent onlookers began to explore the aircraft and the battleship, the Haishin. Ding! Funds received, 10 billion. Points converted, 150 billion. The aircraft carrier fleet totaled 240 billion, with an additional 120 billion. The extra 30 billion was allocated for various missiles and ammunition. While 3 billion seemed substantial, outfitting an entire fleet required a considerable budget. Just 2 Haishin battleships required 376 missiles each, totaling nearly 2,000 missiles worth 20 billion. The combined costs for the aircraft carrier-S medium-range missiles, artillery shells, and submarines amounted to 10 billion, not a trivial sum. Noticing Mutahin II's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Lu Wu smiled but refrained from further comments. The total expenditure by Saudi Arabia had reached 153 billion. It was understandable they could not produce more funds at this moment. Given their recent acquisitions of hundreds of aircraft and their missile supplies were still inadequate, intimidation outweighed actual combat readiness. "Boss Lu, please keep our aircraft missile situation confidential. Once we stabilize our finances, we will certainly return to purchase various shipborne missiles." Mutahin II implored softly, his face flushed. It was rather humiliating for a globally renowned billionaire to find himself unable to afford missiles. Each of the 35 aircraft, with an average payload of 8 missiles, required 280 missiles at a cost of 28 billion. To fully stockpile would necessitate 140 billion, which posed a challenge for Saudi Arabia to procure at this time. This visit was also aimed at ensuring these affluent individuals continued to contribute substantial taxes. Each possessed multiple oil wells. With the transaction concluded, Lu Wu expressed hope for future collaborations, swiftly boarding a fighter jet that soared into the sky before descending vertically onto another aircraft carrier. Observing their own carrier mirroring Lu Wu's supercarrier, The Saudi tycoons felt a sense of satisfaction, believing their substantial investments were justified. The carrier set sail, leading the remaining vessels northwest. After a few days of silence, global media outlets erupted with news of Lu Wu's fighter jet journey around the world. Although the initial buzz had waned, today brought fresh headlines. The carrier fleet had arrived in Saudi Arabia within 8 days, ready for rapid delivery. Saudi Arabia, an emergent maritime power, was now one of the few nations, alongside the United States, to possess a super aircraft carrier. The alarming rise of a new maritime power, created in 8 days, was captivating. However, these headlines were soon overshadowed by a report from Huanyu. They had been invited by the BAS country to engage in discussions on the rational utilization of marine resources, with Lu Wu personally leading the delegation. BAS country, a steadfast ally of the Dragon Nation, was also a consistent rival of the United States. This excuse was a blatant insult to their intelligence. Let us sell them a bunch of live targets. It's the perfect opportunity to validate our anti-ship missile capabilities, sneered Wilson and other hawkish officials at the Pentagon. During this period, they had not been idle. Large transport aircraft had been dispatched across vast distances, urgently delivering substantial weaponry to the BAS country, mainly in the form of various missiles, particularly anti-ship attack missiles and defensive anti-aircraft missiles. With the news from Huanyu, media outlets buzzed with excitement, reporting that a third aircraft carrier nation was on the brink of emergence, boasting 4 medium-sized carriers. Although the fleet's speed reached an enviable 41 knots globally, Lu Wu felt it was still insufficient. The advanced system allowed conventional-powered vessels to attain a maximum speed of merely 8 knots, while nuclear-powered ships could achieve 50 knots, which, after optimization through points, could reach a staggering 100 knots. Lu Wu pondered this as he surveyed the colossal vessels behind him, shaking his head with a sigh. It is still somewhat slow. The system requires further upgrades. 1 day later, the aircraft carrier fleet arrived in the territorial waters of BAS country. To the east, over 100 nautical miles away, lay the waters of the Plugged Nation. At this moment, the navy of the Plugged Nation was fully prepared, standing vigilant. 2 ski-jump carriers were stationed at the forefront. On the left was a domestically produced vessel, a product of the Plugged Nation's considerable investment of manpower and resources, though it was rather ineffective. The other was a source of ridicule worldwide, a second-hand carrier gifted by the Bear Nation, which had cost them billions. Between these 2 carriers was a massive banner, stitched together, bearing 3 inscriptions. Dare to enter, and we shall sink you. The Plugged Nation was fully aware of Huanyu's intentions for coming here. With unwavering confidence, they believed the United States had already declined to the point of weakness, unable to offend even a military trade company, and could swallow their pride after a carrier was sunk. The future of the vast oceans belonged to the Plugged Nation. This mindset stemmed not only from their own ingrained confidence but also from the strategic deception of the United States, which had provided them with an abundance of equipment and missiles at a low cost, profiting while seducing them with false assurances. Thus, they directly obstructed Huanyu's entry into Ba country's territorial waters. Despite Ba country's preparations, with their naval fleet assembled at sea, their scale paled in comparison to that of the Plugged Nation. They possessed not a single destroyer. All they had were a few second-hand modified patrol vessels, with a total displacement just over 300 tons. They had acquired a few new vessels from their ally, the Dragon Nation, but their firepower was far from formidable. Moreover, they only had a handful of such patrol vessels, numbering merely a dozen. They even brought out a supply ship over 30 years old, as it had a displacement exceeding 20,000 tons. Though it lacked any combat capabilities aside from its deck gun, its size was an advantage. Additionally, they had around 10 small submarines with a displacement of 2,000 tons, most of which were quite outdated. They were aware of their shortcomings and could feel the increasing pressure from the Plugged Nation. Thus, in recent years, they invested billions in procuring 4 new missile patrol vessels from the Dragon Nation, boasting firepower comparable to that of typical destroyers. However, the standard delivery time for naval vessels spans several years, and these had yet to be delivered. Lu Wu was well aware of these circumstances in Ba country. Therefore, the warships he brought with him represented a monumental upgrade for Ba country. With the assistance of the Dragon Nation and the favorable terms from Huanyu Company, they recognized this as an exceptional opportunity for their rise. willing to spare no effort to seize it despite the considerable risks involved. Ah, the plugged nation seems quite determined this time, Lu Wu observed. Bai Shui, standing behind him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master, their domestically produced carrier has yet to be fully operational. It is still under construction. However, it is capable of launching aircraft, albeit with a low success rate for landings and weak command capabilities. Nonetheless, the carrier's MiG-29s are fully fueled and armed, ready for aerial combat. Furthermore, their vessels are equipped with a plethora of anti-ship and air defense missiles, preparing for a grand showdown. Lu Wu nodded with a smile. You have done well. Lure them all out and eliminate them in one fell swoop. This will facilitate our equipment sales. The plugged nation, in their arrogance, believed they were the ones initiating the attack, oblivious to the trap laid by the United States, allowing Lu Wu to gauge the true capabilities of their equipment. Meanwhile, the United States remained unaware that their machinations had also fallen into Lu Wu's trap. It was Lu Wu's numerous intelligent robots, including Hong Mei, that had guided them into this situation. At this moment, the naval forces of both countries were positioned hundreds of kilometers from the territorial waters, aiming to confine the conflict to naval engagement and avoid a catastrophic escalation. After all, both nations possessed substantial arsenals. One missile could obliterate a city. The only flaw in this plan was the United States' sale of numerous anti-ship and air defense missiles to the plugged nation, profiting to the tune of billions of dollars, my money. Lu Wu expressed his dissatisfaction. I had hoped to see the plugged nation break records. They might be the only ones capable of doing so globally. Bai Shui chuckled softly. Shall we commence? Lu Wu nodded. Let us begin. I too wish to witness how the plugged nation performs at sea without their motorcycles. Bai Shui pressed a button, saying nothing further. Before long, a flock of geese appeared in the northern sky. No, they were warplanes. More specifically, they were carrier-based aircraft. This group of aircraft divided into 4 parts, descending towards the amphibious assault ship, or rather, the modified medium carrier. These were the aircraft Lu Wu had previously arranged for the Dragon Nation to procure at a discount for Ba country. Although they had received an 80% discount, the total cost still amounted to $39 billion for various equipment, with the aircraft alone costing $28 billion. This figure did not even account for the ships, worth over $100 billion. Among the aircraft, there were 0 carrier-based planes. During Lu Wu's recent visit, he had equipped these 80 carrier-based aircraft with an automatic landing software system, enabling BAS countries' pilots, who lacked experience in carrier operations, to swiftly become proficient. BAS country expressed immense gratitude, forging a deep bond with Lu Wu, pledging to follow his guidance and assist him in a significant business venture. Ha ha ha. Those lunatics from BAS country, or rather, fools, actually sent out their precious new aircraft. Oh no, I mean carrier-based aircraft. How amusing. Carrier-based aircraft. Indeed, they lack a proper carrier. What use is this advanced technology? How could it possibly be of any use? Let them become live targets for us. We specifically chose this maritime region, nearly 1,000 kilometers from land. After they take a leisurely flight, will they have enough fuel to return? Don't tell me they plan to land on those amphibious assault ships. Wow, they are genuinely attempting to land. Ha ha ha. Let us wait and see the grand display of carrier-based fireworks. Laughter erupted among the crew of the plugged nation's carrier, filled with mockery. However, the next moment, their laughter was abruptly silenced. The first carrier-based aircraft, upon nearing an amphibious assault ship, adeptly executed a half-circle maneuver and descended from the rear, reducing speed as its tail hook lowered. Yet, the amphibious assault ship was not a genuine aircraft carrier. It was designed to carry helicopters, at most accommodating vertical takeoff aircraft. Attempting to operate it as a carrier for angled landings was an audacious thought. The first aircraft preparing to land barely touched the edge, seemingly about to veer off the deck, but the tail hook suddenly sprang out, successfully catching the arrestor wire. In the next instant, the arrestor wire appeared to react, rapidly retracting and pulling the aircraft back, bringing it to a steady halt on the deck. What was happening? It actually landed successfully. After all, separated by hundreds of kilometers. Even with the aid of specialized military binoculars, the pilots of the aircraft carriers from the cheating nation could only witness the successful landing of the aircraft, unaware of the intricate maneuvers involving the tail hook and arrestor wires. With the successful landing of the first fighter jet, subsequent aircraft followed suit with increased confidence, descending like dumplings in a pot one after another. Soon, each amphibious assault ship was equipped with 20 onboard aircraft. The fuel consumed was swiftly replenished, and previously unarmed missiles were now deployed. In addition to the smooth landings of these aircraft, divers mysteriously emerged from the depths, swiftly climbing aboard the ships, taking control with remarkable efficiency. The 4 medium-sized aircraft carriers resumed their course towards the waters of base country, disregarding the warnings from the nearby cheating nation. Old Tang, please inform General Han Wunsen that I have completed the delivery. They can proceed with confidence, Lu Wu stated, observing the activity aboard the ships while speaking into his phone. Oh, by the way, those ships have yet to be paid for. Understood. I will notify them immediately, came Old Tang's voice. Don't worry, I'll transfer the funds promptly after this call. I won't delay your payment. By the way, how far have you and Yi Zhuqing progressed? Lu Wu responded dryly, you should focus on the matter at hand. All right. Just as Old Tang was about to hang up, Lu Wu added, as for Yi Zhuqing, I will let you know once she has a child. Old Tang was momentarily flustered by Lu Wu's comment and hastily ended the call. Soon, the medium-sized aircraft carriers maneuvered into the wind, charging full speed ahead into the sea breeze, while the newly equipped aircraft also surged forward. With the amphibious assault ship reaching a speed of 41 knots, combined with the force of the wind and their own momentum, the aircraft successfully took off, treating the assault ship as a runway. Chapter 98. Annihilation, the aircraft of the cheating nation. The Northwest Wind amphibious assault ship, originally manufactured by the Romantic Nation, measured 199 meters in length, just shy of the 200-meter mark. However, the 4 vessels currently produced by Huanyu had grown to a length of 266 meters and a width of 44 meters, surpassing many light aircraft carriers. Yet, no one anticipated that even the aircraft of the Miliangua would not achieve a takeoff through sheer speed on a 330-meter carrier. While this shorter amphibious assault ship managed to do so, the aircraft lined up, racing from the stern to the bow, and launched off the deck. Each aircraft not only landed with astonishing technical prowess but also took off with equal incredibility, leaving the fleet of the cheating nation in utter shock. On board the second-hand aircraft carrier of the cheating nation, Vice Admiral Wa Erji, the fleet's deputy commander, urgently reported, General, their aircraft have taken off. Moreover, it appears they are heading towards us. A naval battle may ensue. Should we retaliate? With Sun Ji, the commanding general, turned and barked, what nonsense! Are we here to play or to serve as targets? Did those pilots not claim that the aircraft of base country were mere targets? Shoot them down. Yes, General. Wa Erji nodded, falling silent. In the cheating nation, it was common for fathers and sons to fight side by side. Vice Admiral Wa Erji was indeed the son of General Wa Sun Ji, having been instilled with a deep respect for his father since childhood. Even now, in a high-ranking position, he dared not act out of line. Hearing his father instruct him, Wa Erji swiftly ordered the launch of all aircraft from the 2 carriers. Despite the loss of some launch positions due to the angled deck for takeoff, each medium carrier could still accommodate approximately 30 aircraft. Unlike the diverse array of aircraft on the Miliangua carriers, which operated in complete coordination, the cheating nation believed themselves to be invincible within the waters of cheating ocean, easily overpowering their opponent. Consequently, their fleet consisted solely of MiG-29 carrier-based fighters, cheap models developed by the Bear Nation, lacking any early warning, refueling, or electronic warfare aircraft. Even the essential anti-submarine capabilities were limited to merely 2 helicopters. At that moment, they felt fortunate to have a full offensive capability, with 58 MiG-29s ready to take flight against their old rivals. Although their adversaries boasted the latest stealth aircraft, upgraded to version 3, the cheating nation was undeterred, confident that their opponents lacked combat experience, a fundamental flaw that could not be compensated for. Furthermore, the enemy's stealth aircraft, exposed in broad daylight and at such close proximity, rendered the advantage of stealth irrelevant. Even with the supersonic cruising capabilities of the stealth fighters, the MiG-29s, with their agile maneuverability, superior skills, and keen eyesight, believed they could evade and track the enemy aircraft. They were even convinced that their launch speed, achieving 2 aircraft per minute, would not lag behind the 4 enemy vessels. With unwavering confidence and determination, the aircraft of the cheating nation took off, swiftly crossing into the waters of base country. Technically, this area was disputed territory, as both sides claimed sovereignty over a small uninhabited island, thus establishing territorial waters and exclusive economic zones. As the MiG-29s skimmed past the uninhabited island, they could clearly see the 4 modified carriers of base country and the aircraft taking off at full speed. "Haha, we are indeed the fastest," the lead MiG-29 pilot, an ace, exclaimed as he observed that base country had only launched 12 aircraft while they had already launched 15. His words echoed through the internal communication system among the 58 aircraft, eliciting a chorus of triumphant cheers. "Brothers, I apologize, but I shall open fire first. Haha, the credit will be mine," he declared, mimicking the sound of cannon fire. He maneuvered his aircraft with a peculiar speed towards the Sea Eagle carrier-based aircraft of base country. Boom! At a distance of over 20 kilometers, he initiated fire. Although the cannon could not reach that far, he unleashed smoke and decoy flares, an innovative tactic he had devised as an ace pilot. As the enemy was caught off guard and their visibility obstructed, he maneuvered from a different angle, penetrating the smoke and suddenly appearing just a few kilometers ahead of the enemy aircraft, ready to fire. No matter how formidable the carrier-based aircraft, they would be reduced to a flaming wreck, transforming the Sea Eagle into a charred bird. Moments later, he indeed pierced through the smoke, relying on his memory of the enemy's position and their flight trajectory to anticipate where they would appear. He swiftly aimed his cannon in that direction, poised to pull the trigger. Just then, he was horrified to see a missile barreling toward him, its deadly fangs bared. However, as a member of the cheating nation, he was unafraid of the missile, dismissing it as a mere plaything. Yet this missile could genuinely claim his life. It was an air-to-air missile. At that moment, it was already upon him, indicating that the enemy had launched it over 20 kilometers away, right when he had deployed the smoke flares. What was alarming was not just the missile's range, but how it had evaded both the smoke and the decoys, reaching him directly. Boom! He could not afford to ponder further. The air-to-air missile, traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, instantly shattered him and his aircraft, transforming them into a fiery blaze that plummeted into the depths of Wangyang. Whoosh! The Sea Eagle carrier-based aircraft, armed with these compact air-to-air missiles, could carry as many as 8. At this moment, aside from the first missile that found its mark, the other 7 pierced through the smoke and decoys, soaring several kilometers before striking the approaching MiG-29s. Except for one that evaded, the remaining 6 missiles successfully locked onto their targets, and despite the enemy's attempts to evade, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the 3 times supersonic air-to-air missiles. The sky was once again lit by 6 additional fireballs. In just a few seconds, 1 enemy aircraft had been obliterated, taking down 7 in return. The pilots from the cheating nation watched in stunned silence, soon overwhelmed by chills. The base nation had already launched 12 aircraft. Aside from one that had exhausted its ammunition and returned to the carrier, the remaining planes, even those 50 kilometers away, instilled terror in their hearts. Then, the 11 aircraft swiftly opened their missile hatches, releasing 8 missiles that accelerated mid-air, hurtling towards the remaining enemy aircraft. The remaining 8 MiG-29s had expended 10 missiles, while the rest continued their advance, targeting the recently launched MiG-29s and directly assaulting the carrier-based aircraft still on the 2 aircraft carriers. Boom! 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 Despite the desperate attempts of these aircraft to flee, even from dozens of kilometers away, they could not escape the 3 times supersonic missiles, turning into fireballs one after another. Meanwhile, the 2 aircraft carriers erupted in sparks, flames engulfing the carrier-based aircraft scattered everywhere. Chapter 99. 1,000 anti-ship missiles versus electromagnetic cannons. On the flagship, Lu Wu, wearing a pair of sunglasses, observed the distant scene as if watching a movie. The images were vividly clear, and even the sounds were recorded and amplified, echoing in his ears. The roar of carrier-based aircraft, the launch of missiles, the ensuing explosions, the burning carriers, and the astonished cries of the crew were all audible to him, making him feel as if he were a participant in the chaos, prompting continuous admiration. The system allowing him to exchange points for extraordinary vision was indeed remarkable. Aha! By Shui, the price of these glasses is 10 times yours, Lu Wu chuckled. Bai Shui replied with a smile, Master. Doesn't that mean I am a bargain? Indeed. A bargain. No, you are a beauty at a bargain, Lu Wu said, somewhat enviously. However, your various superhuman abilities truly leave me envious. Just how far can your vision reach? Bai Shui looked at Lu Wu and replied with a smile, 1 kilometer. Master, with the system continually upgrading, you should soon be able to exchange for enhanced sensory abilities, right? Lu Wu shook his head, saying, it's not that simple. My accumulated points have yet to exceed 500 billion, and the system remains a 4-star advanced level, allowing only for thorough enhancement of my limbs. I suspect that, at the 5-star advanced level, internal organs will be strengthened. After all, the senses are closely linked to the brain and may only be enhanced last. Bai Shui nodded. In that case, Master, you can first completely enhance your limbs without affecting the rest. It won't turn you into a robot. In fact, even we are not the kind of robots understood by humans on your planet. Lu Wu hesitated. Otherwise, he would have exchanged for it long ago. After all, I am human. This mindset was deeply ingrained. Not to mention the ancient belief that one's body and hair are inherited from one's parents, suggesting even hair should not be cut. But is enhancing my limbs still purely human? Seeing Lu Wu still indecisive, Bai Shui said, Master, you should have noticed that the next development direction for your super weapon system, aside from purely external weapons, also includes special internal weapons, namely the evolution of life. The simplest aspect of that is lifespan. Lu Wu's eyes lit up. Oh, indeed. I may not need combat power, but who wouldn't want a longer life? Master, by enhancing your limbs now, the next step will be your internal organs and finally your brain. So, how long do you think your lifespan could extend in the future? As for combat power, you can forgo that. The key point is that this is enhancement, not replacement with steel. In other words, you remain you, not a robot. Lu Wu suddenly realized he had fallen into a misconception, blinded by previous cognitive barriers. The so-called enhancement, in a certain sense, could be understood as a form of cultivation, merely achieved rapidly through technological means. Alright, system, exchange for a limb enhancement gene serum, Lu Wu said, somewhat excited. Ding, deducting 1 point, exchanging for 1 limb enhancement gene serum. The next moment, a pale golden glass vial appeared on the system page, resembling orange juice diluted with water, shimmering under the sunlight. With a thought, the glass vial appeared in Lu Wu's hand. He hesitated for a moment before uncorking it and, after a quick gulp, downed the pale golden liquid. In the next instant, he felt a tingling sensation in his palms and soles, a mix of soreness and numbness. His fingers involuntarily twitched, and with a crack, he easily crushed the glass vial, its sharp shards piercing his skin. This process lasted less than 3 seconds before he fully recovered. He flexed his fingers and stomped his feet, feeling the enhanced strength and, most importantly, the increased intensity. Lu Wu was momentarily dazed. Am I now a century-old renowned iron sand palm? Master, it's far more than mere intensity. Look, Bai Shui said, producing a deck of cards and tossing them towards Lu Wu. Lu Wu raised his hands, his fingers moving rapidly, and in 2 seconds, he had caught dozens of cards between his fingers without a single one falling. Master, you are now at the pinnacle. Even the fastest magician cannot match your speed. Bai Shui laughed. Lu Wu was greatly astonished. This was merely a first-tier gene serum, one he could have exchanged long ago, yet it provided such a remarkable enhancement. The subsequent gene serums must truly elevate him to superhuman status. Seeing Bai Shui's radiant smile, Lu Wu suddenly snapped his fingers in the air mischievously and said, How about we try something new tonight? Bai Shui's face flushed, and she turned away, whispering, Master, why not continue watching the show? Alright, let us watch. You should contact Hong Mei. It's been a while since we last saw her, Lu Wu said with a smile, putting his glasses back on and gazing into the distance. But the next moment, another vial, this one containing a more concentrated golden liquid, appeared in his hand, and he drank it down again. The third, fourth vials, up to the current maximum he could exchange for, all 4 tiers of gene serums were consumed. His limbs not only experienced qualitative enhancement, but even his legs had grown slightly longer, making him taller. If I were to participate in boxing, javelin, shot put, sprinting, or long jump events now, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? Boom! 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 The massive commotion from the cheating nation's fleet immediately caught Lu Wu's attention, interrupting his daydreaming. With the carrier-based aircraft completely destroyed and both aircraft carriers severely damaged, and with more and more base nation aircraft taking to the skies, the cheating nation's fleet erupted. This was a true explosion. Missiles launched swiftly skyward from the various vessels. Influenced by the concept of aircraft carriers from the Bear Nation and current limitations in strength, the cheating nation's carriers could also be considered giant missile ships, with many areas designed for missile launchers and silos. At this moment, amidst the smoke of cannon fire, the two carriers launched their counterattack. In the span of 8 days, the United States and its allies clandestinely devoted vast resources to the transformation of ships for the Bear Country, aggressively augmenting missile launch systems to accommodate a diverse array of missiles. The philosophy instilled in the cheating nation by the U.S. was that the best defense is offense. Many anti-submarine aircraft were abandoned, and makeshift ballistic launch systems hastily assembled on the tarmacs, with little time for performance verification. Whether they could launch depended entirely on luck. Yet, one must concede that the cheating nation's fortune seemed perpetually favorable. At this juncture, with their carrier-based aircraft decimated and the fleet confronted by dozens of enemy planes, the missiles were launched. Apart from a few that failed and plunged into the sea, the vessels remained unscathed by explosions. However, due to the overburdened launch systems, most were rendered inoperative, turning into one-time use devices. Meanwhile, the aerial missiles amassed to a staggering count 300, 400, 700, 800. Under Lu Wu's astonished gaze, various vessels of the cheating nation, ranging from aircraft carriers and destroyers to corvettes, small missile boats, submarines, and even fast boats and supply ships, unleashed a torrent of missiles, with their numbers continuously skyrocketing. These missiles were predominantly anti-ship missiles, as the belief that attack constitutes the best defense prevailed. Ultimately, over 1,000 anti-ship missiles, categorized into 3 tiers, long, medium, and short range, were launched towards the fleet just received by the base nation. Lu Wu had merely brought the fleet to this location, assisted the personnel of base nation in boarding, and guided them in basic automated operations, without engaging in combat himself. The personnel of base nation exhibited remarkable comprehension and quickly grasped the essentials. As the dense barrage of anti-ship missiles loomed over their fleet, they remained composed, activating a special operational interface and pressing a series of red buttons. These individuals, evidently driven by a fear of poverty, were audacious in their cost-saving measures. Observing the base nation's fleet delay in launching their anti-ship missiles, Lu Wu shook his head in contemplation. Bai Shui remarked, "Master, that signifies their great trust in you. Moreover," she added, "the Dragon Nation has also expressed a keen interest in this technology. They are at the forefront globally in this regard, potentially surpassing the U.S., albeit too understated. Should we provide them with this technology? Let us assess their coordination in this instance. It's merely a minor technique." "Understood." Bang! 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 Just as over 1,000 anti-ship missiles were about to engulf 4 amphibious assault ships, 4 Poseidon-class warships, 2 supply vessels, and even 4 submarines, the fleet of base nation unexpectedly retaliated. A series of gun barrels emerged, each no larger than a thumb, perhaps inferior even to a 12mm heavy machine gun, aimed skyward, unleashing conical metal projectiles. The barrels emitted no flames nor explosive sounds, yet these metallic projectiles achieved an initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound, exceeding 1,000 meters per second. Their effective range reached 5 kilometers. Boom! 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 One by one, the anti-ship missiles erupted in mid-air, 5 kilometers away from each vessel, as if they had encountered an impenetrable metallic shield. Ah! An electromagnetic cannon. No, an electromagnetic gun. How is this possible? Exclaimed Major General Watson, stunned and bewildered aboard the cheating nation's second-hand aircraft carrier. Chapter 100. Engaging in major commerce, capturing the dual aircraft carrier fleet of the cheat nation, the electromagnetic cannon, the illustrious weapon of the future. Only truly prosperous nations possess the resources, technology, manpower, and material to research such marvels. Currently, the most renowned example is the USS Ford aircraft carrier of the United States. It has already been equipped with designated spots for assembling electromagnetic cannons, laser weapons, and other futuristic armaments, awaiting the completion of experimental results to manifest its combat capabilities. This information is widely recognized. Thus, it is no surprise that Major General Watson of the Cheat Nation was left astounded. This spectacle also captivated the attention of countless individuals worldwide. The reason is simple. Such grand displays perfectly test the weapons of the universe, providing the best advertisement for future endeavors, eliminating the need for live-fire exercises in front of potential clients. Consequently, the universe's website initiated a second global live broadcast. Although this conflict involved two second-rate nations, its implications were anything but ordinary. The Cheat Nation can be considered a major power, possessing 2 aircraft carriers, and despite their backwardness, they have utilized 3 second-hand carriers over the years, accumulating decades of experience. In terms of experience, the rapidly advancing Dragon Nation pales in comparison. One could reluctantly argue that the Cheat Nation is a quasi-major power in terms of aircraft carriers. Furthermore, with the recent full support from the United States, their combat capabilities have surged. Their long-standing adversary, while newly equipped with Universe's technology, appeared initially lacking in combat strength. However, Universe's equipment is renowned for its high-tech automation, ease of operation, tremendous power, and minimal user thresholds. With just a brief tutorial, anyone can wield it. Both fleets mobilized for battle on the high seas. The recently acquired 4 modified attack vessels of Base Nation, displacing 30,000 tons, entered the realm of medium aircraft carriers, engaging in a true contest against the Cheat Nation's 2 60,000-ton carriers. For Sea God-class super warships, each capable of carrying 188 large missiles, clashed with the Cheat Nation's numerous vessels of varying grades. For new submarines dove into an underwater struggle against over 20 submarines from the Cheat Nation, akin to assassins battling in the dark. As these live broadcast scenes unfolded, they once again drew global attention, even surpassing the commotion caused by the previous aircraft carrier collision. This was a genuine naval battle. This live broadcast, like the last, was in ultra-high definition with multiple cameras continuously switching angles, distant shots capturing the grandeur of both fleets, mid-range shots focusing on individual ships' attacks and defenses, and close-ups of missile launches and explosions. Major cinemas worldwide had canceled most evening screenings to replay high-definition footage of this event. The price they paid was purchasing a multi-million or even billion-dollar weapon from Universe, which granted access to the exclusive video footage. Otherwise, capturing any pirated content proved exceedingly difficult. Even the most rudimentary recording methods resulted in blurry footage that was nearly impossible to duplicate. Bai Shui, akin to a frugal housewife, managed to generate over $1 billion in revenue for Lu Wu in a remarkably short time through these small ventures. This peculiar method was deemed a legitimate arms trade by the system, given that a weapon was sold alongside the accompanying video. Additionally, accessing the live broadcast required a fee of $1 per minute, tied to a bank card containing at least $500, to view the content. Nevertheless, the viewership for this live event rapidly surpassed 1 billion, meaning that within just 10 minutes, it generated a staggering profit of $100 billion. Even Lu Wu was astounded. This method of wealth accumulation was indeed impressive. To acquire system points, Bai Shui devised another scheme whereby each paying member would receive a bullet shell artifact, essentially granting them the right to view the purchased video. Bai Shui, I believe you truly are a business genius. Within the live video, numerous debates arose regarding the ultimate victor. In the beginning, before the naval aircraft engaged, the trend overwhelmingly favored the Cheat Nation's victory. However, as their aircraft were annihilated, public sentiment shifted toward the belief that both sides would suffer heavy losses, resulting in a stalemate. Following the emergence of electromagnetic defense systems from Base Nation, mainstream opinion shifted to predict their eventual triumph, contingent upon the costs incurred and the casualties suffered by the Cheat Nation. At this juncture, the video focused on the Cheat Nation's fleet, showcasing their warships which, after enduring a supersaturated assault, appeared somewhat lethargic. Some hastily installed missile launch systems were damaged, even catching fire and exploding. Even the originally functioning missile launch systems were now shrouded in smoke, with frantic crew members hastily reloading new missiles. Major General Watson's expression darkened, having faced 2 consecutive defeats. He harbored an ominous premonition. He instructed his subordinate, Major General Wa Ji, to convey orders to concentrate all manpower to assemble and reload air defense missiles. Moreover, All close-range rocket artillery must be prepared for battle. Major General Ji, with reddened eyes, expressed his reluctance. Commander, our air defense missiles are ample. We did not deploy them earlier, and we still have the capacity to load anti-ship missiles for further attacks. The advisors from the United States stated that the best defense is offense. Nonsense. Offense. Offense. All they know is to attack. Why haven't they initiated an offensive? Major General Watson turned, roaring, his eyes ablaze like an enraged lion. Having been sunk by the universe fleet, extorted of hundreds of billions and defrauded of tens of billions, losing almost all overseas arms markets, and repeatedly humiliated, why haven't they attacked? We are merely their pawns. You've reached this position and still don't understand? This is our Navy's entirety. Equipment can be replaced, but lives cannot. In the distance, Lu Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! I neglected this critical issue, almost creating a massive oversight. Bai Shui, quickly contact the commanders of base nation and inform them that the cheat nation's vessels can be sunk. But we must avoid targeting the ammunition depots to prevent catastrophic explosions and significant casualties. The personnel of the cheat nation must survive largely intact." Upon saying this, Lu Wu clapped his hands. Right? They have tens of thousands of sailors. Even if they aren't as valuable as the crew of the United States carrier fleet, extracting 100 to 180 billion should be a piece of cake, perfectly offsetting our debts. Ha ha ha. I am a business genius too. However, it's unfortunate for those dozens of carrier pilots. They are undoubtedly worth far more. Soon, the Sea God-class vessels of base nation opened fire. In the close-up shots, launching silos, each nearly half a meter in diameter, resembling rural wells, erupted not with spring water but with a barrage of colossal missiles. Anti-ship missiles ascended, 3 to 4 meters in length, their fiery tails extending beyond their bodies, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, swiftly traversing dozens of kilometers. Subsequently, the anti-ship missiles dove down, skimming just 1 to 2 meters above the water's surface, breaching defenses as they charged toward the nearby vessels of the cheat nation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of close-range missiles launched, specifically the high-priced Sea Sparrow missiles purchased from the United States by the cheat nation, renowned for their performance, targeted the incoming anti-ship missiles in a bid for mutual destruction. However, the anti-ship missiles from the Sea God-class vessels were too swift and fierce, evading the majority of the Sea Sparrow missiles. Even those that did get through saw the warheads deploy 3 smaller decoy missiles, detonating the Sea Sparrows before the anti-ship missiles surged forward, braving the shockwaves and fire to strike the cheat nation's vessels. Bang, bang, bang. The close-in weapon systems fired, yet they remained incapable of accurately targeting their mark. Some of these systems even gouged shallow pits and grooves into the warhead, astonishingly failing to detonate. These striking scenes were captured by high-speed cameras, showcasing the drama in vivid detail. Was this a solid iron projectile? All who watched the live broadcast were profoundly shaken, particularly military personnel from various nations who were instantly invigorated, resolutely determined to procure the Poseidon. Observe how the diminutive nation of more invested vast sums to acquire one vessel, instantly elevating its standing on the international stage, rendering nearby smaller countries too intimidated to provoke them. This apparatus was, for smaller nations, akin to a miniature weapon of mass destruction. Boom! Ultimately, these anti-ship missiles struck the bow, obliterating the vessel's forefront and allowing seawater to surge in immediately. What a worthwhile expenditure. After years of watching live streams without ever tipping, after spending nearly half an hour today and parting with several tens of thousands of yuan, equivalent to a day's wage, I found it worthwhile. This was a message from the Dragon Kingdom, reflecting on the disparity in wages. Many in the working class earn merely 30 to 50 yuan a day, sometimes even less. Indeed, 1 minute costs 1,000 yuan. Previously deemed exorbitant, it now seemed a bargain. A trip to the cinema for a couple of hours would also cost dozens of yuan. The citizens of the American Union found it remarkably affordable. One by one, warships, be they destroyers with displacements of several thousand tons, frigates of around 3,000 tons, or missile boats resembling oversized cucumbers, were shattered under the barrage of anti-ship missiles. Even if a destroyer were to deliberately withstand the attack, it could only endure about 3 hits. A frigate would sink with just one. As for the missile boats, They vanished entirely. There was no alternative. These boats, weighing only a couple of hundred tons and akin to fishing vessels, could carry 6 or 8 anti-ship missiles, posing a significant threat yet possessing almost no self-defense capabilities, resembling a potent suicide squad. Moreover, there were hardly any crew members aboard the missile boats. If destroyed, it was of little consequence. In the face of the 2 aircraft carriers operated by the augmented nation, the crew of base employed a unique strategy. They consulted their instructors, who were after-sales service representatives from Universal Corp., all of whom were intelligent robots. Presently, Universal had 200 of these robots, which sufficed. They calibrated the anti-ship missiles and targeted the carriers directly. The carriers' anti-ship capabilities were of paramount importance to the fleet. Consequently, all air defense missiles were immediately launched to intercept the incoming missiles. The interception succeeded. Yet, in the next instant, they realized that a fleet of carrier-based aircraft had already arrived over their carriers, with their bomb bays opening to reveal a multitude of missiles.